Chapter 351. But Annie is leaving tomorrow, and if we're going to act, it has to be now. Margot tossed and turned, unable to sleep, a pale face gradually appearing in her mind. It was Brand. Some time ago, a serious incident of necromancers murdering and robbing occurred outside Mist City, and the culprit was none other than Brand. In response, Orin specifically deployed a large number of soldiers in Mist City to purge all the necromancers in the city. Many necromancers were forced to flee, only to be caught red-handed by the church waiting outside. After this incident, Margot specifically inquired about the situation at the church and learned that none of the captured necromancers were named Brand, indicating that Brand had successfully escaped. Margot knew Brand was fearless, making him the perfect person to intercept Anne's group. But how to contact him? Suddenly, an idea struck Margot. She quickly put on her clothes and rushed out of her room. Since it was late at night, the castle was deserted, and Margot easily reached the gate. The guard at the gate was surprised to see Margot and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Miss Margot, are you going out so late?" Margot replied urgently, "There's something important at the church. I need to go there immediately." Because church affairs were quite secretive, even the Marquis's mansion couldn't easily inquire, so the guard simply opened the gate and let Margot out. Margot ran all the way to the church's back courtyard basement, the place where heretics were imprisoned. The environment inside was filthy and chaotic, with a sealing magic circle inscribed by the bishop at the entrance. As a member of the church, Margot naturally knew how to open it. She extended her index finger, releasing a wisp of light, and drew a complex circle on the magic circle. Immediately, the magic circle dimmed, and the basement door opened. The basement was extremely dark and reeked of a foul stench. Normally, no one dared to enter. Food and water were typically fed to the prisoners through the ventilation openings above. Margot covered her nose and walked forward. Her footsteps attracted the attention of some people, whose eyes gleamed with a greenish light, like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, fixed intently on Margot. Margot didn't care. This wasn't the first time she'd been stared at like this. She was already used to it. She went straight to the innermost cell, where a necromancer who had just escaped from Misty City 2 days prior was imprisoned. The necromancer, seeing someone approach, quickly sat up, shrinking back, looking both frightened and filled with hatred. Margot said softly, "Don't worry, I'm giving you a chance to get out. It's up to you whether you can seize it." The other man was taken aback, then looked at Margot. "You let me out?" Margot shook her white mage robes. "Of course. I'm a member of this church. Just tell me you escaped from prison at night, and I killed you, and your body was cleansed. It's that simple." The necromancer's eyes flashed. "What do you want me to do?" Margot took a step closer and asked, "Do you know Brand?" The necromancer nodded. "Of course I know him. That guy is incredibly arrogant. He even gathered a group of bandits. He's courting death, and now he's dragged us down with him." Margot said calmly, "I let you out now. You find Brand for me. Tell him, tomorrow at sunset, a big fish will pass by. If he asks who, say, east corner of the city." The necromancer was completely bewildered, but still nodded and said, "I should know where he is. Don't worry, I definitely deliver these words." Margot smiled, opened the cell door, and led the necromancer out. "You should know that I can release you, but I can also kill you. Don't try anything funny, I be watching your every move." The necromancer shuddered and nodded. "Don't worry, you saved my life by getting me out of here. I will fulfill our promise." That night, Margot took the necromancer out of the city. The city was relatively peaceful during this time, so the city gate guards didn't ask many questions. After all, it was the Marquis's daughter taking someone out. What was there to say? Furthermore, Margot also held the status of a clergy member of the Holy See, so the guards dared not stop her. Before leaving, the necromancer said, "There's one more thing I need to make clear. I'm only responsible for delivering the message. I'm not responsible for what happens afterward. Whether it succeeds or fails is none of my concern." Margot nodded and said, "Of course. Our deal is limited to delivering the message, nothing else." The necromancer was relieved and quickly disappeared into the night. The next morning, Margot was woken up by Carter. Sister, get up. Annie's leaving." Margot rubbed her eyes. She had been busy all night, and had only slept for less than 2 hours. She felt like she could barely keep her eyes open. "She's leaving, so what's the big deal? Father wants us all to see her off. Get up quickly, don't make Father angry," Carter added. Margot's anger surged, and she instantly sobered up considerably. "What? Isn't his daughter, but I'm not? I'm not going to see her off. What can he do to me?" Despite her words, Margot reluctantly got up, threw on some clothes, and opened the door. Carter stood there with a half smile. Sister, watching and slink away from the family is such a good show. Don't you want to watch? Margot chuckled and pinched Carter's cheek. All right. I go with you to see the show, let's go. When Margot and Carter came out, everyone else was already at the door. Servants were moving things. And belongings weren't many, and they were moved quickly. Drew's expression was indifferent, his brow furrowed, his mood unreadable. Eva, on the other hand, looked sorrowful, reluctantly holding Anne's hand, repeatedly giving her instructions. Ugh, it's disgusting, Carter said. Margot nodded in agreement. Yes, but she won't be arrogant for long anyway. Let her be. Carter chuckled. Yeah. Once she gets to Misty City, she won't have a choice, haha. Margot glanced at Carter but said nothing. At that moment, Drew stepped forward and said some parting words to Annie, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. Margot felt a pang of sadness. Why wouldn't her father give up on Annie even at this point? Did he value Annie more than any of his other children? She couldn't hold back any longer and said sarcastically, little sister, Misty City isn't very safe. Be careful when you go out. Orrin was displeased upon hearing this. After all, Miss City was under his jurisdiction, and Margot's direct denigration of its security was tantamount to embarrassing him in front of his father. Miss City is under my jurisdiction. How can it be unsafe? Carter chuckled to himself, covering his mouth. Margot, annoyed, pinched him hard. Just then, a crisp thud reached everyone's ears. A round, black stone fell to the ground. Margot's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the magic stone she had received from the old man? Shouldn't it still be in Annie's room? Why was it here? Could it have been taken out while moving luggage? No. The magic stone was clearly under the bed. It couldn't have been taken out. Could it be? Someone deliberately brought it out. Thinking this, Margot calmed herself, her face expressionless. But Carter was getting anxious. After all, he was the one who placed the magic stone. If his father found out, he'd be in big trouble. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead without him even realizing it. Orrin picked up the magic stone and examined it closely in the sunlight, saying, It's a magic stone with a magic circle engraved inside. I don't know what the magic circle does. I need to have the Archmage appraise it. Carter panicked upon hearing this. An appraisal would inevitably reveal that someone was plotting against Annie, and Drew wouldn't let this lead go unnoticed. He would investigate thoroughly, and Carter would have no chance left. He quickly said, What's there to appraise? It's just an unknown magic stone. Margot inwardly cursed Carter for his impatience. He shouldn't have spoken at a time like this, especially since such words were most likely to arouse suspicion. It seemed things were going to get bad. Just as Margot was pondering a solution, Drew said, Take it and handle it. It's a small matter. No need to make a fuss about finding the Archmage. Margot was taken aback. What was going on? A mysterious magic stone had appeared in the Marquis's mansion, yet her father seemed completely unconcerned. This was highly illogical. Could it be that because Anne was leaving, he had become indifferent to everything else? Margot gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Anne, her hostility palpable. But a woman's intuition is always very strong. Just as Margot glared at Anne, she suddenly felt a gaze fall upon her. She unconsciously looked to the side and saw a guard in full armor. His face was obscured by the armor, but he wasn't tall, so his strength was probably average. Margot didn't pay much attention, only glancing at him before looking away and focusing on the others in the group. This team was arranged by Orrin, led by Rooney, who was loyal to Orrin and quite upright. The others were just ordinary soldiers, not worth mentioning. Margot assessed the situation. This team's fighting strength was enough to deal with ordinary bandits, but Brand was no ordinary person. He was a genuine necromancer. As a believer, Margot knew the power of necromancers. Necromancy was known for its unpredictability, and couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Margot believed that as long as Brand went all out, defeating this team shouldn't be a problem. The convoy departed on time, and Margot also left home and returned directly to the church in Gore City. As expected, the church did not care at all about losing a necromancer. In fact, the priests of the church had long been tired of hunting necromancers. Since they were not urged by their superiors, they did not care. Margot was dozing off during prayer, having not slept well the night before. Seeing her unwell state, the priest suggested she rest. Margot nodded, and went to rest in a side room in the backyard. It wasn't until the afternoon that Margot woke up. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw several unfamiliar faces talking to the priest in the church. Upon seeing Margot, the priest excitedly exclaimed, Ah! Margot, come, come! These are priests from Norma City. They want to select a clergyman from our church to work in the Norma City church, and they recommended you. Me? Margot was somewhat bewildered, unsure of what was happening. In this confused state, Margot was to be taken away to Norma City the next day. She only had time to go home that evening to pack her things. Drew, upon learning of this, remained calm, simply instructing Margot to do more and talk less in the Vatican, and to seek help from home if she encountered any difficulties. Margot sensed her father's distraction and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Drew sighed, "Your sister has really had bad luck. She encountered bandits on the way. Rooney said someone back ahead to report the situation, and I already sent men to assist her. I don't know how things are now." Margot's heart skipped a beat. Bandits? What kind of bandits? Drew's face was filled with worry, and he said angrily, "It seems to be that Brand who caused trouble in Misty City. I can't believe he still dares to cause trouble near Gore City after such a big incident. Tomorrow, after you leave, I lead a team to patrol the area. We must catch this villain." "The enemy is a necromancer," Margot said. "Can Rooney handle him?" she asked. Drew shook his head. "I don't know. He sent people back for reinforcements immediately, probably for that reason. My men are already on their way. Hopefully, he can hold out a little longer." Margot silently prayed that Brand would succeed. However, she wouldn't hear the news of victory. The next morning, the church's people came to take her away. 4 days later, she received a letter from Carter saying that Annie had arrived safely in Misty City. This chilled Margot's heart. It seemed Brand had ultimately failed. However, at the end of the letter, Carter stated that he would make Annie disappear in his own way. Margot didn't know what Carter wanted, but she still wrote back, telling Carter to be careful. Her thoughts gradually returned, and it all seemed to have just happened. So what exactly did Annie do wrong? Why did she harbor such intense hatred for him back then? Perhaps it was all a coincidence. From the day Carter fell ill and became bedridden, the seeds of jealousy were sown, slowly pushing her forward, transforming that jealousy into hatred, and blaming and entirely for the family's downfall. Margot felt a terrible headache, a pain so intense she could hardly breathe. Chapter 352. After this period of arduous training, Annie and the other two had all improved their strength, especially Bourne. Having spent too long in the netherworld, the sudden abundance of elemental replenishment allowed him to quickly catch up with the others. Due to a sudden anomaly, the three emerged from their seclusion and reunited with Finnis and the others. Upon seeing Anne, Farid smiled and waved, saying "Miss," and "Long time no see," and felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Farid. "It's so nice to see you here, Steward Farid. This feels like being back in Miss City." Farid laughed heartily. "Yes. When we met in Miss City back then, we never imagined this day would come. It's all fate." Bourne stepped forward and asked, "How's the situation now?" Finnis replied, "We all gathered together, more than 30 people. Now that the treasure is about to appear, we first need to pinpoint its location before proceeding with our next move." Farid continued, "When I set off, Lord Jafari instructed me that the treasure would slowly descend from the sky, taking approximately an hour should be enough for us to get there, but the area where the treasure will land is very large. I'm wondering if we should split up." Bourne shook his head and said, "Splitting up will expand the coverage area, but it will also distract us and reduce our combat effectiveness. I suggest we stick together, but spread out the teams into groups of 3, with enough distance between each group. This way, we can expand the coverage area and provide timely support." Farid agreed wholeheartedly. "You're right. Let's divide into groups now, and start moving immediately." With that, he organized everyone into groups. Annie, Bourne, and Puller were naturally assigned to one group, while the other core members of the Adventurers Guild were separated, each leading a weaker team member as required. A deafening roar filled the sky, growing increasingly intense, as if some colossal object was descending. Suddenly, a dark rift appeared in the sky, from which countless points of light drifted down, shimmering with dazzling light like shooting stars, even in the midst of the polar day. "It's here!" Farid shouted excitedly. Immediately, everyone dispersed into groups as planned, rapidly advancing towards the location where the light had fallen. Annie straddled Little Snow's back, and Little Snow let out a cry and charged forward. Bourne and Puller exchanged a knowing glance, their bodies flashing with azure light as they transformed into streaks of light and gave chase. The 3 moved with incredible speed, and given the short distance, they quickly reached the edge where the treasure had fallen. Just then, someone rushed in from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was Roy, Alonso, and Greta. Since the papacy officially took action against Austin, Roy had been caught in a pincer movement. Even the unclaimed Jedi had interfered, scattering all of Austin's men. Now, Roy had difficulty contacting anyone else, only Alonso and Greta remained by his side. The three had been hiding, recently returning to their original location. Roy had also received orders from the royal family to bring back as many treasures as possible. Although he probably wouldn't be able to seize much this time, at least some wouldn't be looked down upon by the people in the palace. He never expected to see Puller here. His eyes slowly filled with bloodshot veins, his handsome face gradually contorted with rage, and he roared, "Puller! You bastard!" Puller trembled, cursing his bad luck inwardly. But this was a crucial moment. He couldn't back down. So he said to Annie, "This is my own business. I handle it. I won't trouble you." Annie shook her head and said, "How can you say that? Now you're our teammate. Your business is my business. Besides, you can't handle them all by yourself, can you?" Puel thought for a moment. His strength had indeed improved recently, but compared to his opponents, he was still far inferior. Although Alonso might not attack him, Roy alone was beyond his capabilities. He said helplessly, "All right, but I try to communicate first to see if we can avoid conflict." He stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, how have you been lately?" Roy's anger flared even more upon hearing this. Well, my foot. You bastard, you caused us to lose our territory and hide everywhere. You're Austin's traitor." Puel sighed and said, "I haven't betrayed Austin, so how have I become a traitor? I painstakingly traveled to various forces to persuade them, and after failing, I tried to establish relations with the Holy See. All of this was for Austin's benefit." Roy angrily retorted, "You dare mention the Holy See? How did you offend them? The Holy Sun?" He came straight to me demanding an explanation, saying he wouldn't rest until he found you. Now you see, this is all you're doing." Puller waved his hand, saying, "Your Highness, please don't get agitated. The Holy See is powerful, he just needs an excuse to attack us. How could I possibly offend him? How could I dare? He's just trying to show off his power, making up some reason to attack and conveniently shifting the blame onto me. How can you believe him?" Bourne nodded secretly, saying, "I didn't realize Puller, who seems so refined, could be such a smooth talker when he starts spouting nonsense." Annie rolled her eyes at him. "I think he learned it from you." Bourne laughed, "Ha ha ha, I'm ashamed to admit I'm not as good." Roy was taken aback by Puller's words, but upon reflection, they made a lot of sense. He unconsciously glanced at Greta beside him. Greta frowned and asked, "But why did you suddenly disappear? At least the Holy Sun is looking for you, isn't that right?" Roy's eyes lit up. "Right. Why did you run away and not come back to explain? You must be harboring malicious intentions." Puller shook his head. "You're wronging me. When did I escape the control of the Holy See? Look at this man next to me." He pointed to Bourne beside him. "This is a master of the Holy See. They imprisoned me, preventing me from contacting the outside world, creating the illusion that I escaped. In reality, I'm innocent." Bourne's eyes. "It's a shame this kid isn't an actor." Annie sniffed and said, "Strange, why do I sense a deathly power?" Bourne paused, then secretly released his soul fire from behind his back. The moment the soul fire appeared, he sensed something. "Hiss, you're right, this is too strange. There are only these people here. How could it be that someone from the other shore flower is nearby?" Annie shook her head. "No, the other shore flower's territory is too far from here. They couldn't possibly have broken through the church's blockade to get here. It seems this aura is coming from those three." Bourne narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the three people in front of him. Alonso was ruled out first. They had contact with him in Sharia, and he didn't have any items related to deathly power. Suspicion then fell on Roy and Greta. Bourne, having made his decision, stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Your Highness Roy, I'm truly sorry. I am Jerrymain of the First Peak of the Holy See, ordered by the Holy Sun to guard Pula. Actually, I think the Holy Sun's actions are completely unnecessary. You Austin are like ants in our eyes, nothing to worry about. We could have just taken action directly. Why go through all this trouble? But after all, it's the Holy Sun's order, so we have no choice." Veins bulged on Roy's forehead. Damn it! Damn it! The Divine Beast Mountain is so arrogant and bullying. It's outrageous. What? You seem quite resentful. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Puller was puzzled. Why the sudden provocation? If this continued, Roy would definitely make a move. Sure enough, Roy stepped forward snarling, "Don't be so arrogant. We Austinians aren't easy to bully. If you push us too far, we fight to the death." Bourne scoffed, "Oh ho! Fight to the death? How laughable. With your meager strength, what makes you think you can fight to the death?" Roy was enraged. He had never been so looked down upon before. He flew into a rage, drawing his long sword with a thunderous roar, and thrust it towards Born. Born smiled, leaping back, saying, "Heh heh, getting angry now. I really don't understand. Are Austin princes really that pathetic? Looks like they really are useless. Don't insult Austin." Greta couldn't stand it anymore and attacked from the other side. Alonso shook his head. He knew that what Born said was false. After all, Annie was there too. Annie alone was strong enough that no one could restrain her. Puller didn't seem to be coerced at all. The other party was obviously trying to provoke the two of them. But it was too late to stop them now. Seeing this, Annie flicked her finger, and an ice spike shot out, aimed directly at Greta's face. Greta was startled and hurriedly blocked, shattering the ice spike with a clang. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another ice spike flew towards him, and he was instantly terrified. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of him, severing the ice spike in two. It was Alonso. Alonso was also shocked. Annie's casting speed had been incredibly fast. The time interval between the two ice spikes was perfect, leaving Greta completely unaware. If he hadn't intervened, Greta would have been pierced through as well. Greta was still in shock. He had unleashed all his magic power, preparing for a desperate attack, but Alonso had saved him in time. He gave Alonso a grateful look, then saw the tiger-shaped magical beast pounce on Roy. Roy's blade crackled with lightning as he relentlessly slashed at Born. Born, however, didn't unleash a single wield of magic, merely retreating and dodging while taunting Roy. Suddenly he dodged, and Xiaoxua rushed forward, lashing out with a claw at Roy. In desperation, Roy unleashed his full magic, his blade blocking Xiaoxua's claw, but the immense force still forced him back several meters. Annie asked, "What happened? No death power?" Born pondered for a moment, then darted behind a nearby rock. Roy was enraged, channeling his magic to unleash a bolt of lightning that struck the rock, shattering it into pieces with a deafening roar. However, when the dust settled, Born was nowhere to be seen. Roy frowned, his voice filled with fury. Are all the people of Divine Beast Mountain so cowardly? They just give up halfway through a fight. Are they even men? But Xiaoxua didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Roy quickly swung his sword to block, but the instant he reached out, a sense of unease washed over him. He looked down and saw a hand appear without warning at his waist, snatching the cloth bag from his belt. Roy tried to grab it back, but the other person was too fast. He couldn't react in time. When he came to his senses, he saw Born standing not far away, grinning at him, still holding his bag. "Damn it! Give it back!" Roy roared. Born laughed. "I got it by my own skill. Why should I give it back to you? Let me see what goodies the famous Prince Roy has in his bag." He then began to open it. Roy hurriedly said, "No. Don't open it. Let's talk this out. Give me back my things, and tell me what you want." Born raised an eyebrow. "Oh! What's in there that's making you so flustered?" Roy quickly waved his hand. "Nothing, just some personal belongings. It's not worth seeing. I can let it go. You can leave." Born nodded. That's good. It avoids trouble. Now that the treasure has appeared, it's not the time for fighting, right?" Roy wholeheartedly agreed. "You're right. We shouldn't waste time here. It's not worth losing out." He reached out, wanting Born to return the bag. But Born pulled back, a smile spreading across his face. "But I'm still curious what you hidden. I think everyone else thinks so too." Roy sensed something was wrong and quickly reached for it, but it was too late. Born ripped the bag open, and its contents clattered to the ground. Roy's expression changed drastically, and he rushed forward to pick it up, but Xiaoxua blocked his way first. Everyone looked at the ground. The bag mostly contained high-quality magic cores and crystals, but one item caught their attention, a small black booklet. It looked unremarkable, but Annie recognized it instantly. Born reacted quickly, grabbing the booklet. Roy, disregarding everything else, immediately drew his sword and charged. Xiaoxua let out a low growl and engaged Roy in battle. Born ignored Roy, focusing on flipping through the booklet. It contained only 3 pages, one of which was torn, only the top half remaining, the bottom half was missing. The only writing on it was an ancient character that Born didn't recognize. Born showed the booklet to Annie and asked, "What does this say?" Annie shook her head with a wry smile. "I don't know." Chapter 353. Born pursed his lips. If only Douglas were here, the old dean was knowledgeable, and would surely know what it meant. But where could he find Douglas now? Annie frowned and looked at it for a while, then said to Roy, "You're the third prince of the Austin Empire. How could you have a necromancer?" Roy's expression immediately changed, and he shouted sharply, "Don't talk nonsense. This isn't a necromancer." "Then tell me what it is." Bourne smiled playfully. Roy stammered, This is. Make up a good story. If the reason isn't convincing, I won't accept it." Bourne laughed. Everyone looked at Roy. Feeling their gazes, Roy's heart pounded. "I found this by chance, and I haven't used it yet. It's definitely not a necromancer." Bourne shook the booklet and asked, "Then tell me, how do you use this thing?" Roy shook his head. "I already said, I haven't used it. How would I know? Give it back to me right now. Whether I found it or not, it's mine." Bourne resisted the urge to awaken his sword frenzy, and directly put the booklet into his soul-severing blade, intending to study it later. Seeing Bourne claim the booklet for himself, Roy glared angrily. "You bastard! You robber! Shameless! Shameless!" Bourne shrugged. "Call me whatever you want. We already crossed the line." Alonso sighed and advised, "Your Highness, let it go. It's just an unknown booklet, and those crystals aren't worth much. The treasure is more important." Roy gritted his teeth, looked up at the sky, and saw that the treasure was very close. He stomped his foot and snarled at Puller, "You remember this. This is all thanks to you. I deal with you when we get back to the Empire." Puller felt bitter. He hadn't wanted to offend the third prince, much less the Holy Son, but now both sides harbored resentment towards him. What would he do when they returned to Austin? Would he have to hide in the spatial passage and never come out? Seeing Roy give up the fight, Bourne laughed and tossed the bag back. "Hey, if you don't want to leave empty-handed, I suggest you leave now. We're about to start collecting the treasure." Roy knew he wouldn't gain anything from these people. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Watching Roy and the others leave, Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if they kept entangled, there wouldn't be a clear winner in a short time, resulting in a lose-lose situation. And reached out to Bourne and said, "Let me see that booklet." Bourne took the booklet from the soul-severing blade and handed it to In. And carefully examined it and found that, apart from the torn page, the other pages were also covered in ancient magical script, but divided into two parts, one word on top and another below, seemingly containing multiple meanings within each word. And ran her hand over the paper and found it very rough, somewhat yellowed, and with visible textures. The textures appeared chaotic and irregular at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to form an incredibly complex magic circle. This is definitely a necromancer artifact. I can sense the aura of death emanating from it, extremely strong. Bourne was curious. How does Roy have a necromancer? That's so strange. Mount Divine Beast is right next door. Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the Holy See? Puller said, "He's a prince, after all. No matter how suspicious the Holy See is, they wouldn't suspect a prince, would they? But the entire Austin region hasn't seen any trace of the other shore flower for decades. Where did he get this necromancer?" However, as Puller approached, the mysterious ancient characters on the half-page tattered in the booklet flickered, emitting a faint dark light. Annie immediately became curious. "Why is this necromancer reacting to you?" Puller was also taken aback. How should I know? I never seen this thing before." Bourne thought for a moment, then tore off the tattered page. "Never mind all that, let's try it and see." He then stuck the tattered page to Puller's chest. The tattered page shimmered with dark light, and the moment it touched Puller, it disappeared into his body. Puller jumped in surprise, quickly touching his chest. "Oh no! It's inside!" Bourne was also bewildered by the situation, circling Puller twice and asking, "How do you feel?" Puller scratched his head. Nothing. If I had to say, I feel pretty good." "Huh?" Bourne slapped Puller on the back. "Pretty good? Why don't you listen to what you're saying?" Puller laughed awkwardly. "Well, I can't really explain it. I just feel lighter, like some of the gloom from before has disappeared. It's just a very strange feeling." Bourne curled his lip. "Forget it, asking you is pointless. Annie, have you figured out what this thing does?" Annie shook her head. "It's strange. When it works, there's almost no magical fluctuation. If I weren't so sensitive to the power of death, and hadn't been so close to this booklet, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything. This thing is really too bizarre." Just then, a violent rumbling sound suddenly erupted not far to the north. Some of the treasures had reached within reach. It seemed the battle had begun. Bourne looked up and said to Xiaoxue, "Xiaoxue, give me a hand." Xiaoxue let out a howl, hoisted Bourne onto her back, and then leaped onto a rock, soaring high into the air. At the same time, a flash of blue light appeared beneath Bourne's feet, and he shot off from Xiaoxue like an arrow, shooting into the sky. Xiaoxue was pushed back to the ground by the recoil. Born stretched his body as far as he could in the air, reaching for the descending treasure. Looking closely, the treasure was enveloped in a bright yellow light, seemingly the very light that slowed its descent, preventing it from crashing down. So close! Born's fingertips were a hair's breadth from the treasure, but that tiny distance wasn't enough for him to grab it. Damn it! But then, a flash of inspiration struck Born. The soul-severing blade suddenly appeared in his hand. With a swift movement, the light layer on the treasure vanished instantly. Without the light support, the treasure, like water without roots, fell freely along with Born. Born's physical strength was formidable. He landed with a deafening roar, cracking the ground, and caught the treasure steadily in his hand. Everyone crowded around, and Pule asked curiously, "What's this good thing?" Born chuckled and showed what he held in his hand, a silver needle. The needle was only 10 inches long, its tip sharp and gleaming with a cold light, its entire body silver white, its material unknown, and was taken aback. "What is this thing?" Born smiled wryly. "I don't know either. How about I infuse it with some magic?" He then infused it with his death power. The silver needle trembled and expelled all the death power with a poof. "Looks like it's not a necromancer. Let's try other elemental magic," Annie said. Born nodded and tried water, fire, and wind magic in succession before finally finding the right one. When he infused it with wind elemental power, the silver needle was immediately enveloped in a layer of fine elemental particles, and various complex magical patterns flickered at the tip. However, these magical patterns were so finely crafted that the magical energy flow was difficult to discern with the naked eye. "So it's a wind elemental artifact?" Born laughed. "Then let me test its power." He pointed the needle at a nearby boulder, gave a low shout, and with the activation of his magic, the silver needle emitted a sharp whistle and shot out in a flash. And then, nothing happened. Everyone was stunned. What happened? The expected landslide and rockfall didn't occur. Pule went closer to the boulder to examine it closely. He saw a small hole in it, the diameter of which was exactly the same as the silver needle. Through the hole, one could see directly to the other side of the boulder. It turned out that the silver needle had pierced through the boulder without making a sound. Born felt a chill run down his spine. These things were practically impossible to defend against. If that silver needle had been aimed at him, he wasn't confident he could have completely dodged it. Annie tugged at Born's sleeve and asked, then, "Where are the silver needles?" Born suddenly remembered and ran behind the boulder, but the needles were nowhere to be seen. He could only helplessly shrug, "Gone." Annie's eye twitched. "Looks like this magical artifact is disposable. You shouldn't try it next time," Born said helplessly, "but how will I know what it does if I don't try?" "If you don't know what it does, how will you use it in the future?" Annie felt a headache coming on. "These treasures aren't all like this, are they?" Born called out, "Xiaoxue. Let's try again, this time bring down more." He searched for targets in the air, then pointed to one and said that one. Xiaoxue let out a howl, and used the same trick again, sending Born high into the air once more. This time, the treasures descended even lower, and Born easily picked one up. Then, using the same method, Born retrieved two more nearby treasures, making a total of 3, all the treasures in this area. Pule asked, "What good stuff is it this time?" Born displayed the 3 treasures, a pale red cloak, patched and tattered, a white orb, though its light was dim and showed signs of wear, and a very ordinary-looking fork, seemingly a eating fork. Annie picked up the fork and asked, "This counts as a treasure?" Born scratched his head. "How should I know? Anyway, it was taken from up there." Annie suddenly frowned. "Have you noticed anything wrong?" "Huh?" Pule asked, puzzled. "What problem?" Born pondered for a moment and said, "You mean these treasures all look like they've been used or are defective?" Annie nodded. "Yes, look at this cloak, and the silver needle from earlier. They're clearly man-made. Why did they fall from the sky? Where did these treasures come from?" Born looked up at the healed black hole in the sky, somewhat lost in thought. It seemed this world wasn't as simple as it appeared. There were many more secrets waiting for him to explore. Pule looked at the cloak and asked, "Should we still try this time?" Born shook his head. "Forget it, don't try. Collecting is more important. The treasures are closer to the ground now. Let's move forward quickly." Everyone nodded and headed towards the center. The density of treasures was still quite low. They had only collected about 10 along the way. Other teams gradually joined them, and the closer they got to the center, the larger the teams became. Soon, they encountered Finus and the others. Fari greeted them with a smile. "How's it going?" How's your haul? Bourne chuckled. Not many, only 12. How about you guys? Hearing this number, Farid's face immediately fell. You guys are really efficient. We only managed 6 at most. How did you get so fast? Bourne patted Shushua's head and said, We have to thank Xiaoxua for this. The jumping ability of magical beasts is truly remarkable. With him, we started earlier than you all. Farid suddenly understood. I see, no wonder. Bourne divided the treasures into 5 pieces and handed them to Farid. Farid was taken aback and asked, What are these for? Annie smiled and said, We were able to stay in the crystal mine under the protection of the Adventurers Guild. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to obtain so many treasures. Consider these a small token of our appreciation. Farid handed the treasures back. Haha, no need to be so polite. We've been cooperating for quite some time. Annie smiled. Don't refuse, or I feel uneasy. Farid hesitated slightly, then accepted them, saying, All right. This is the first time I received a gift from Miss Annie. I make good use of these. The group continued towards the center, leaving the task of collecting treasures to others. The closer they got to the center, the fewer treasures they found, but the higher their quality. But soon, they encountered others. These people wore black robes, had gloomy eyes, and exuded an eerie aura. Without a doubt, they were members of the Other Shore Flower. After so many years, seeing members of the Other Shore Flower again still sent a shiver down Annie's spine. As a necromancer, she should have been one of them, but by some twist of fate, she had ruined their plans. She could only hope they wouldn't hold a grudge against her. The encounter immediately created tension. Farid stepped forward first, observing the number of the opposing force, nearly 20. It seemed the Other Shore Flower had grown stronger recently. You're from the Other Shore Flower, aren't you? Farid said. We don't want to start a war here. I have a proposal. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept it. From the opposing camp, a young man slowly stepped forward. He glanced at Farid indifferently, then coldly said, If you want us to retreat, then forget it. Chapter 354. Farid laughed. Anyone who can contend with the Holy See for months is certainly not weak. I know that very well, so I can't make excessive demands. The young man remained noncommittal. Then what's your suggestion? Farid pointed to the space left between them, and said, Let's use this as the boundary. The treasures that fell over there are yours, we won't steal them. The treasures that fell over here are ours, and you shouldn't try anything with them. What do you think? The young man's lips curled into a smile. Everyone says the Adventurers Guild members are hot-blooded and invincible. Now it seems laughable that they would resort to such a submissive method. Farid adjusted his glasses. What you said isn't wrong. Most of us are like that, but I'm different. However, this time a leader. It's me, and I make the decisions. They can't object. The young man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Farid for a moment before saying, All right, since you said so, then I have no grudge against the Adventurers Guild. This plan is quite good. What's your name? Farid extended his hand and said, My name is Farid. What's yours? The other man looked at his hand but didn't shake it. I'm Hamfast. It's not appropriate for us to shake hands here. It makes it seem like we're cooperating. Farid shrugged, withdrew his hand, and said, You have a point. Let's just leave it at that. Leave it at that, Hamfast said, turning to leave, but then a glance caught his eye, and he paused, letting out a soft followed by a strange smile. What a coincidence. Farid followed the other person's gaze, and saw several people standing there. He didn't know who they had seen, so he didn't pay them any mind. After the two groups separated, a gap of about 10 meters appeared between them, and they continued to advance towards the central area. Bourne whispered, That's the leader of the Other Shore Flower group. He looks fair and delicate, not like a necromancer at all. Annie rolled her eyes at him. Do I look like one? Bourne laughed, ahem. Back then, I was glad it wasn't some shameless old geezer who summoned me, otherwise I would never have signed a summoning contract. Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Then you should thank me for snatching you away first. Bourne nudged Puller. I saw that half-assed guy staring at you just now. Maybe he has some issues with his sexual orientation. You better be careful, kid. Puller was startled and quickly waved his hands. You don't talk nonsense. When did he look at me? Bourne was startled by his reaction. Hey, I was just kidding. Why are you reacting so strongly? Puller swallowed hard. Don't joke like that. I don't want anything to do with the Other Shore Flower. But then, he remembered that Annie was also a necromancer, so he asked, Annie, you and the Other Shore Flower. Annie smiled and said, Back then, I ruined the Black Flame King's plan in front of everyone. Everyone knows that. If you want to talk about my relationship with the Other Shore Flower, that's probably it. Puller also remembered and smiled wryly. You're really something else. Ordinary necromancers rush to join the other shore flower for protection, but you've chosen to be on the opposite side. Annie shrugged. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, I never liked necromancers since I was little. All the necromancers I encountered have been bastards. Just then, a commotion erupted between the two groups. Annie looked over and saw Makaro arguing heatedly with the other side, both sides unwilling to back down. Who do you think you are? You say you can't take it, so you can't? Who do you think you are? Makaro shouted. The other side consisted of several young men in black robes. They didn't look very old, and although not as muscular as Makaro, they were still very strong and looked quite capable. Hey Big Oaf, your boss just said we keep to ourselves, so it's not right for you to just cross the line like this. Makaro waved his hand and said, Where did I cross the line? Which eye of yours saw me cross the line? This thing didn't fall on your side. Why can't I take it? Weren't you guys just about to steal it too? A red-haired youth said, You can't say that. Even though the treasure fell in the middle, it's still closer to our side. How can you just take it? Makaro scoffed. What nonsense are you talking about? That's because you're slow to react. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, there's no way you get it from me. How about we have a go at it? The red-haired youth was clearly hot-tempered as well. He stepped forward, glaring at Makaro, and said, Fine, let's go. You big oaf, I cripple you, and you won't be crying for your mother. What's going on? Farid frowned and walked over, blocking the two. Makaro pulled out something that looked like a small stool and explained, This treasure fell into the central area just now. They were too slow to grab it, and now they're coming to me for it. When I refused, they tried to hit me. Tell me, how can anyone be so unreasonable? It's outrageous. Are all necromancers like this? No wonder they're so disliked. The red-haired youth flew into a rage. You big, stupid idiot. What did you say? Say it again if you dare, and I knock all your teeth out. Hamfast also stepped forward, gently patting the youth's shoulder. The youth softened slightly, and took a step back. Hamfast looked at Makaro and nodded. As expected, the Adventurers Guild has no shortage of spirited individuals. Our agreement didn't seem to mention who gets the treasure that falls in the middle, did it? Farid said, Indeed, we didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that a treasure would fall right in the middle. But in this situation, it should be first come, first served, right? My man has already obtained the treasure. It wouldn't be right to ask him to hand it over. Half-assed said calmly, But if that's the case, and another treasure falls in the middle later, it will inevitably cause conflict. This is something neither of us can afford to avoid. I like to see that. So I propose that this strong man and my little brother have a duel, a single move to decide the winner gets the treasure. That way, everyone will have no objections. What do you think? Farid frowned, about to refuse, when he heard Makaro shout, A duel it is. Do you think I'm afraid of that skinny monkey? Hamfast clapped his hands. Good. I like straightforward people. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Farid didn't even have a chance to stop them. Both sides had already cleared space for the two to unleash their full power. Annie also came over. She wanted to see just how strong the people of the other shore flower were now, able to challenge the Adventurers Guild. Makaro took his stance and launched the first attack. In this kind of duel, where the winner is decided in one move, the one who strikes first definitely has the advantage. He swung his giant hammer and smashed it down on his opponent without any fancy moves. The red-haired youth remained unfazed by the ferocious attack. With a flick of his finger, a magic circle appeared before him, emanating a shrill roar. A gigantic fist then flew out, colliding with Makaro's giant hammer with a deafening boom. The force of the impact was surprisingly even. The owner of the gigantic fist revealed his true form, a troll. His body was covered in festering sores, densely packed with pustules, some of which had ruptured and oozed a yellowish-green fluid, making him appear utterly repulsive. His face resembled that of a wild beast, with enormous fangs protruding from his mouth, a truly gruesome sight. Makaro frowned. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a necromancer by appearances. The red-haired youth didn't look particularly strong, but the undead he summoned possessed immense power. Half-assed laughed. Oh, a draw the first move. Let's continue. The red-haired youth smirked. Big oaf, don't blame me for bullying you, take this. With that, he waved his right hand, and a ball of black light landed on the troll. The troll roared, its body growing even larger, and it threw a punch at Makaro. Makaro gritted his teeth. He already knew from their initial clash that their strength was roughly equal, and now that his opponent had cast a buff spell, he probably couldn't withstand this attack. Since a direct confrontation is not an option, A clever strategy will suffice. Makaro let out a long roar and swung his giant hammer to collide with the opponent. But just before the collision, Makaro pulled back his strength, spun around on the spot, and the troll's fist grazed past his back while his giant hammer slammed heavily into the troll's waist and abdomen. Impressive, Farid exclaimed in admiration. Makaro may look burly, but he's actually incredibly shrewd. To come up with such a plan at this critical moment, truly an elite talent of the association. However, he froze when he looked at the red-haired youth. The youth, seeing this situation, showed no surprise or panic. He simply waved his hand, and a bone shield appeared without warning at the troll's side. With a deafening boom, Makaro's giant hammer struck the bone shield, shattering it, but also dissipating most of his force. Makaro immediately sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. The troll recovered and kicked out. Makaro only managed to block with his hammer, feeling a tremendous force, and was sent flying back 5 or 6 meters before finally coming to a stop. Half-Ass clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha ha ha, that was truly spectacular. But it's such a pity, our people were definitely the better ones, wouldn't you say, Manager Farid?" Farid, his face grim, said to Makaro, "A bet's a bet." Makaro was furious, but he was the one who had agreed to the duel, and to go back on his word now would be a huge embarrassment. He could lose face himself, but the Adventurers Guild couldn't afford to lose face because of him. Makaro took out the secret treasure from his pocket and handed it to the red-haired youth. "Here." The red-haired youth took the treasure and laughed. "Big dummy, are you convinced?" Makaro glared at him. "Don't push your luck, kid. If I went all out, I'd cripple that disgusting thing of yours." The red-haired youth didn't mind, smiled, and turned to leave. The farce ended there. The red-haired youth was the winner, surrounded by others as they walked forward, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild members all wore strange expressions. Everyone knew Makaro's strength, and to be at a disadvantage in just 2 moves was hard to accept. Annie shook her head. "That's interesting, Brother Born. Between you and that troll, who's stronger?" Born raised an eyebrow. "If it's just a matter of strength, I definitely can't win. But I don't rely on strength to win anyway. I'm confident I can defeat him in a one-on-one fight." Annie smiled. "I'm quite interested in that buff spell he used earlier. I wonder what kind of spell it was. I never seen it before." Born laughed too. "How many necromancers have you seen? It's normal that you don't know many spells." Annie stroked her chin. "Looks like we need to have more contact with the red-haired youth in the future. Touch me, otherwise who knows how many things we wouldn't know." She then looked around and suddenly asked, "Where's Puller?" Born was also startled. Everyone's attention had been focused on Makaro's battle, and they hadn't noticed Puller's disappearance. However, Born had sharp eyes, and quickly spotted Puller. "Hey! Puller, what are you doing over there?" Puller was standing there blankly, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Born's shout brought him back to his senses. Ah, I'm here." He jogged over, scratching his head, and said, "You can see better over there." Born patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't expect you to be so gossipy." Puller smiled awkwardly, his eyes unconsciously glancing towards the direction of the other shore flower, just in time to see Half-Ass looking at him as well, and he immediately looked away. This commotion further strained the relationship between the two sides. Fortunately, no more treasures fell into the middle area afterward, but soon a new problem arose. A group appeared on the left side of the Adventurers Guild, led by none other than the holy son of the church, Cliff. As the saying goes, enemies meeting are especially hostile. Cliff immediately spotted the other shore flower group, and Half-Ass frowned as well. Both sides immediately drew their weapons, preparing for battle. The Adventurers Guild was caught in the middle, feeling slightly awkward. Farid rubbed his temples, unsure whether to retreat or advance, unsure of what to do. You two, why don't you fight your battle, and not drag me into this?" Farid said with an embarrassed smile. Cliff didn't even glance at him, his eyes fixed on Half-Ass. "You bugs, keep hiding?" Half-Ass scoffed. "You call us bugs because you can't catch us? What are you then? Birdmen?" Cliff flew into a rage, brandishing his lightsabers and charging forward. Farid shook his head, only able to order his troops to make way for both sides. But in the process of clearing the way, Puller was exposed to Cliff. Cliff's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen his father's killer, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Puller!" Chapter 355. Puller immediately shrank back, trying to retreat into the crowd, but it was too late. Cliff transformed into a streak of light, and charged towards Puller. Farid and Phineas attacked almost simultaneously, lightning and fire blazing at the same time, forcefully blocking Cliff's path. "What are you two doing?" Cliff's face was extremely ugly. Are you trying to completely break ties with the Holy See? Farid said calmly. It's just a treasure hunt. Why are you taking it so seriously? Usually, the Holy See gets the most treasures. So what's wrong with giving us a little this time? Cliff roared. Is it a matter of giving or not? This stole my things, escaped, and you took him in. Are you all in cahoots? Are you all thieves? Finis retorted. That's ridiculous. Puller is only at the 6th level of the Qiyuan realm. How could someone with that kind of strength steal from a renowned holy son? Tell me, what did he steal? Cliff angrily said. He took advantage of my inattention. You stole the magic cores I collected from the mine where I was resting. Puller shouted. I have plenty of magic cores. Why would I steal yours? Are your magic cores better than mine? Cliff's anger intensified, but then he thought that it wasn't him who stole the magic cores, but Annie. So he began to search, but after scanning the area, he couldn't find Annie. He shouted, Where is Annie? She should be with you. Puller remained silent, but this was tantamount to admitting that Annie was also here. Cliff thought to himself, if he could find Annie here and retrieve the stolen magic cores, then the previous losses wouldn't matter. Opening the top-secret treasure chest was the most important thing. Seeing the hostile look in Cliff's eyes, Farid's heart sank. Your Holiness, have you thought this through? Do you really want to fight us head-on here? Cliff scoffed. Fight head-on? You really overestimate yourself. In the eyes of our Holy See, the Adventurers Guild is nothing special. They say they're the second largest organization on the continent, but they're far inferior to us. At this moment, Half-Ass stepped forward and said to Farid, Manager Farid, it seems you run into trouble too. How about we cooperate more deeply and get rid of these hypocrites? Farid's eyes burned. Cooperating with the other Shore Flower was not a good thing. Although there were precedents of cooperation between the guild and necromancers, such as with Annie, the other Shore Flower was different. It was a very mysterious organization, and any association with it would incur the hostility of the Holy See. The relationship between the guild and the Holy See was already very delicate recently. They couldn't afford to add fuel to the fire at this critical juncture. Just as Farid hesitated, two more groups arrived directly opposite him. One group consisted of clergy from the papacy, and the other was an alliance between the Hairy Empire and the Amra's Empire. There was clearly some minor friction between the two sides, everyone was armed, and the two sides were clearly divided. Half-Fast raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, it seems our journey to the secret realm is about to reach its final frenzy. Puller glanced at them with some concern, but that one glance was enough to hold his gaze captive. The unforgettable memory hidden deep within his heart resurfaced before his eyes. That white dress, that ethereal and graceful figure, that naturally beautiful and breathtaking face. He was struck dumb, frozen in place, and tugged at Puller's sleeve from behind. She and Bourne had ducked behind the crowd the moment they noticed Cliff approaching, managing to avoid being seen. But Puller, that supposedly brilliant guy, hadn't reacted at all, and had been spotted. Now he was staring at the Saintess like an idiot. What if he offended her? How would he ever face anyone again? And whispered, Hey, Puller, even if she's pretty, you can't just stare like that. She's a Saintess, after all. Puller was startled. A Saintess? She's a Saintess? Annie rolled her eyes. She's not the Saintess, so am I? I came from Divine Beast Mountain, of course I know her. Puller seemed stunned by the news, unable to process it for a long time. Annie sighed and shook her head. That's it, this child's gone mad. Bourne patted Annie on the shoulder. Forget it, fools have their luck. By this time, almost everyone had gathered here. The major powers were wary of each other, and even the Hairy Empire and the other Shore Flower weren't entirely trusting of one another. Everyone seemed to have their own thoughts. Dason looked up at the sky. 3 orbs of light remained, meaning only 3 treasures were left. However, there were 4 factions present, making it impossible to divide them equally. Even if they were to be divided, the Holy See wouldn't agree. Given Cliff's personality, he'd probably want them all. Dason frowned slightly and said, Gentlemen, we are all the future elites of humanity. It's not good for us to fight to the death here. How about we find another way to decide the ownership of the treasures? Cliff sneered, You scum consider yourselves human elites? How laughable. I advise you to get out of the way and stop getting in my way. Upon hearing this, almost everyone except those from the Vatican turned hostile gazes towards Cliff, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. At this moment, the Vatican still held a numerical advantage, but even so, if all the other forces united, they wouldn't be fewer in number than the Vatican. A fight would inevitably result in mutual destruction. Half-Ass suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Your Holiness, with your divine body and the light of righteousness, naturally looks down on us. But as the Holy Sun, how can you compete with ordinary people like us for something? Why don't you just give it to us? Cliff brandished his lightsaber. I'd rather feed it to the dogs than give it to a scoundrel like you. If you want it, take it by your own ability. Hamfast shrugged. Then there's no other way. As everyone has seen, if we don't unite and sweep the Vatican out first, none of us will have a chance to obtain that ultimate secret. This is amazing. How about we eliminate the papacy first, and then compete fairly ourselves? Dason and Mycroft were the first to agree. I agree. Farid frowned, hesitating to speak. Half-assed laughed. Manager Farid, there's not much time left for you to think. The treasure has descended, decide quickly. Farid looked at Phineas, who was also very conflicted. If they allied with the other Shore Flower against the papacy now, the papacy would surely hold a grudge, which would be very detrimental to the relationship between the two sides. But if they gave up the competition for the treasure now, it would seem too weak and would damage the prestige of the Adventurers Guild. In reality, if they could form an alliance with the other Shore Flower and the Hairy Empire, the Adventurers Guild would be the strongest force in the alliance and would have a better chance of obtaining the ultimate treasure. Seeing Farid still hesitating, Hamfast glanced at Puller. Puller felt Hamfast's gaze, a conflicted expression appearing on his face, but he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, whispering, Manager Farid, although I have no authority to interfere in the affairs of the Adventurers Guild, given the current situation, even if the guild doesn't participate in this battle, the relationship between the two sides has already soured. Farid was taken aback. These words hit the nail on the head. Although Farid was unwilling to admit it, in reality, the long-standing struggle, coupled with the open and covert rivalry between Jafari and Karthus, had already driven the Adventurers Guild and the Holy See further apart. Even without this incident, the Holy See probably wouldn't have allowed the Adventurers Guild to have an easy time. Farid gritted his teeth and said, Fine, we form an alliance for now, and fight against the papacy. Cliff's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Farid to actually agree. Have you thought about the consequences of fighting the papacy? Hamfast sneered. As for the consequences, the members of the other Shore Flower know better than anyone. But who caused all this? Wasn't it your papacy's aggressive tactics, leaving no way out? Besides threatening with force, what else can you do? Cliff's eyes flashed coldly. You're all heretics, damn you. Before he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of light, charging directly towards Hamfast. Hamfast, clad in black, pressed one hand to the ground, a smile playing on his lips. Come forth, my friend. A huge black magic circle appeared on the ground, a dark light suddenly erupting from within, colliding with Cliff with a deafening roar. Roar! Only then did everyone realize that it was a gigantic golden skeleton warrior, wielding a 2-meter-long bone blade, holding its own against Cliff's powerful attacks. Cliff frowned in disgust. Filthy thing. He brandished his lightsabers, creating a barrier of light as he slashed at the golden skeleton. Although the golden skeleton possessed immense strength, it still had to retreat against light magic, and was quickly knocked back several meters. Hamfast wasn't worried. The two beside him simultaneously summoned their undead to assist in the battle, immediately keeping Cliff occupied. Cliff was furious and shouted, Everyone else, attack! Kill these heretics! The members of the Vatican reacted, unleashing their magic and attacking in all directions. Farid was helpless. The Adventurers Guild's team was right next to the Vatican's team and bore the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the other Shore Flower kept her word and joined the battle immediately, relieving the pressure on the Adventurers Guild. On the opposite side, the Saints led a group into battle against the people of the Hairy Empire. The entire area was filled with shouts of battle, a chaotic and disorderly melee. Bourne quickly pulled Annie aside. My God, this is intense. This is much more complicated than what I experienced in the underworld. My battles were at most two-way clashes. This is multi-party warfare, everyone with their own agendas. Wow, it's truly an eye-opener. Annie shook her head with a wry smile, but a glance revealed a small group crouching low, stealthily blending into the chaos. Annie's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like the best is yet to come. The Hairy Empire was no match for the Saintess, and quickly suffered a crushing defeat. The Saintess then freed up her forces to support the Holy Sun. Together, they greatly increased their strength, instantly slaying a vengeful spirit. The spirit's master was immediately injured, coughing up blood, apparently bound by an equal contract. Seeing this, Hamfast waved his hands, summoning 2 more vengeful spirits to fight. These spirits had master-servant contracts with him. Their deaths would not harm them. In reality, the members of the other Shore Flower sect were few, but each summoned 2 to 3 vengeful spirits, instantly creating a formidable force. However, most of the vengeful spirits were not strong. They hadn't benefited from the magical realm, so their strength hadn't increased as rapidly as their masters. Even so, they caused considerable trouble for the Holy See. The Holy Sun and Saintess, working together, were locked in combat with Hamfast, Dason, and Mycroft, along with 3 more vengeful spirits. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The Saintess's attack methods were relatively limited. She seemed to excel at buff and control magic, especially a holy light spell that could temporarily incapacitate undead creatures. This made Hamfast hesitant to let the undead lead the charge. The Saint's strength was undeniable. He fought 3 opponents alone, steadily gaining the upper hand with the Saintess's support, forcing the 3 to retreat. Dason gritted his teeth and said, "This won't do. At this rate, we definitely lose." Mycroft was also panting. "Yeah, this Cliff is just too monstrous, like a monster. How are we supposed to fight him?" Hamfast, his face grim, fired 2 bone spikes. "Don't rush. Let's trap these 2 first. We still have the Adventurers Guild. What are we afraid of?" Dason said resentfully, "Those guys in the Adventurers Guild are cowards, and their strength is mediocre. Look, they didn't even come to help." Mycroft echoed, "Yeah, that Farid looks pale and delicate. Doesn't seem like he can fight at all. That Macaro, though, is more interesting." Hamfast, having withstood 2 more attacks from the Holy Sun, gritted his teeth and said, "Have you 2 finished talking? If you have, hurry up and attack." Dason and Mycroft exchanged a glance and nodded. Mycroft suddenly ran to the right, while Dason, flashing with a blue light, attacked Cliff with a gust of wind. Cliff sneered, casually shattering Dyson's storm with a sword strike, then pointed his long sword and fired a beam of light. Dyson's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged. At that moment, Mycroft rushed forward, and before Cliff could react, he hurled his axe with all his might. The axe spun several times in the air before striking towards Cliff's head. Cliff barely even glanced at him, continuing to thrust his sword at Dason. Mycroft's thrown axe was miraculously torn away by a curtain of light, falling limply to the ground. Mycroft looked at the Saintess in astonishment. Clearly, this was another of her handiwork. Dason was no match for Cliff. Seeing Cliff's sword thrust, he was terrified and quickly summoned his wind shield. But he knew that the wind shield alone couldn't withstand the Saintess's attack. Just then, a golden skeleton warrior descended from the sky, wielding a massive bone blade. Cliff could only parry with his sword, and Dason narrowly escaped death. Cliff scoffed, "How annoying, get out of my way." He forcefully shoved the golden skull away, but immediately, an extremely dangerous feeling welled up inside him. A purple bolt of lightning flashed at the edge of his vision, and the Saintess's scream rang out behind him. "Watch out." Chapter 356. The lightning was exceptionally violent, seemingly carrying unparalleled resentment, as it lashed out at Cliff. Caught completely off guard, Cliff didn't even have time to turn around. He could only unleash his full power of light, transforming into a streak of light, and instantly retreating to the Saintess's side. Even so, the lightning grazed his face and chest. A warm liquid trickled down his cheek. Cliff frantically wiped it with his hand. It was blood. Cliff's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with murderous intent as he looked towards the source of the lightning. It was none other than the long-missing Roy. Everyone had been caught up in the chaos of battle, and no one had noticed Roy's stealthy approach. Alonso and Greta were still with him. The attack had been a combined effort from all 3. A hint of disappointment flickered in Roy's eyes, but he still glared at Cliff with hatred. "Cliff, I didn't expect you to escape so quickly. What a pity I didn't kill you outright." Cliff's eyes seemed to spit fire as he glared at Roy and said, "Roy, you're practically asking for death." Seeing this, Hamfast couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Your Highness Roy, if you don't mind, how about we temporarily join forces to fight against the papacy?" He then turned his gaze to Dason and Mycroft. Dason frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I have no objections. The most important task right now is to deal with this big problem, the papacy." Mycroft, lacking any real stance, casually waved his hand and said, "Do as you please." Cliff sneered, "You bunch of rabble think you can defeat me? How laughable. Watch me crush you all under my feet." He then let out a long roar, his body radiating brilliant light, holy armor. A layer of golden armor appeared on Cliff's body, and his aura surged, faintly reaching the peak of the Chi-Yuan realm. The Saintess looked worried. "Cliff, you better be careful. Doing this is tantamount to offending all the forces on the continent, and it's not good for the future development of the Holy See." Cliff, however, was unconcerned. His eyes were filled with anger. What's there to be afraid of? These people are nothing but clowns. How dare they hurt me? I make them pay. The Saintess, helpless, could only wave her wand, releasing various enhancement spells, making Cliff's light even brighter, turning him into a sphere of light. Hamfist's expression turned grave. He knew the other side was getting serious, and this attack might result in casualties. His gaze fell on Roy. The operation had already yielded some results, at least creating a rift in the relationship between the papacy and Austin. The Divine Beast Mountain was located in Austin, and the relationship between the two sides had previously been very stable, but this conflict had thoroughly exposed their underlying contradictions. Half-Assed wanted to add fuel to the fire further. He gestured towards Dason, who reluctantly stepped forward, ready to lead the charge. Roy, seeing this, was equally unyielding. He harbored intense hatred for Cliff. If Cliff hadn't been unreasonable and attacked him, he wouldn't have become the first prince in Austin Empire's history to lead a team into the secret realm only to be driven out of the crystal mine. Given the chance, he would kill Cliff without hesitation. Cliff moved first, charging directly at Dason without any fancy moves. Dason immediately parried with his sword, but after a tremendous force, Cliff vanished from his spot and reappeared behind him. Dason was startled, thinking Cliff was going to attack him from behind, but when he turned around, he realized Cliff's real target was Half-Assed. Cliff realized that Half-Assed was the strongest among them. Judging solely by their cultivation levels, the others were roughly equal, but Half-Assed was a necromancer, possessing the power of death, and had consistently held back some of his strength in the previous battles. This made Cliff feel threatened, so he decided to eliminate him first. Half-Assed was clearly prepared. As he retreated rapidly, the golden skeleton stood before him, sword in hand, slashing at Cliff. Cliff dodged the attack with lightning speed, slashing at the golden skeleton's ankle instead. The golden skeleton roared and kicked out. At the same time, Half-Assed waved his hand, sending out a cloud of black mist from which strange black vines emerged, instantly wrapping around Cliff's body. Cliff's eyes flashed with killing intent. He twisted his sword with both hands, shredding all the black vines, and simultaneously clashed his foot with the golden skull. With a deafening roar, the two were evenly matched. Roy seized an opportunity, his longsword crackling with lightning as he unleashed 4 or 5 slashes, hurtling towards Cliff. Cliff glanced back, coldly snorted, and deflected one of the slashes upwards with his left-hand sword. Simultaneously, he flashed through the layers of slashes, arriving before Roy. Roy gritted his teeth, his entire body erupting with magical power, thunder resounding throughout the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Roy was surrounded by purple lightning, veins bulging on his forehead, his body seemingly grown larger, his long hair standing on end, all pointing skyward. His shirt was torn by the violent force, revealing his muscular physique. Cliff frowned slightly, but his attack didn't falter. He slashed his sword towards Roy's neck. Roy roared, the purple lightning around his body instantly converging at his eyes, then shooting out 2 beams of lightning that struck Cliff's lightsaber with a thunderous roar. Cliff felt that the opponent's force wasn't great, but a tingling sensation traveled from the lightsaber to his hand. His fingers loosened, and the lightsaber flew from his grasp. "What?" Cliff exclaimed in surprise. The tingling sensation in his hand didn't subside, and he could only watch helplessly as the lightsaber fell to the ground. At the same time, Half-Assed conjured a bone spike in his hand and hurled it at Cliff. Dason and Mycroft launched an attack from both sides. To prevent Cliff from escaping via rapid movement, Half-Assed commanded 3 undead to block all escape routes, leaving Cliff with nowhere to run. Cliff was once again in dire straits, and this time the situation was even worse. The Saintess frowned, quickly assessing the current situation. Then, with a wave of her staff, she unleashed her full magical power, uttering a clear incantation, Light Domain. Whoosh! A barrier of light unfolded around the Saintess, enveloping Cliff and the others. Mycroft and Dason, upon contact with the light barrier, were momentarily paralyzed, their legs feeling as if they were stuck in mud, making movement difficult. Cliff, however, felt a lightness throughout his body, his left hand no longer numb. He rolled to pick up his lightsaber from the ground, parried the flying bone spikes, and coldly stared at Half-Assed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, over in just 2 breaths. Half-Assed seemed somewhat annoyed. It had indeed been a good opportunity to kill her in one strike, but unfortunately, the Saintess was there, making her far too troublesome, and stood a little further away, trying to avoid contact with the papacy members. She marveled at the battle she had just witnessed. Wasn't the current situation a united front against the papacy? It seemed the papacy's absolute power had certainly caused widespread discontent. Suddenly, Bourne said from the side. Huh? Where did that kid Puller go? Annie was startled. She hadn't seen Puller earlier. Searching for him, she found him standing there, seemingly possessed. What is he doing? Bourne pushed through the crowd to Puller's side, only to find him staring blankly at the Saintess casting her light domain, his eyes unblinking. Bourne waved his hand in front of his eyes. Hey, are you really crazy? Why are you staring at that Saintess? Puller snapped out of his daze. She is. Bourne interrupted. Don't even think about it. What kind of status is the Saintess of the Holy See? She'd be a protector-level figure in the future. If the Holy Son dies, she might even become Pope. Be realistic. Puller's expression darkened. Is there really no way? Is there really no possibility between us? Bourne frowned. Damn, are you serious? It's not love at first sight, is it? Puller grabbed Bourne's shoulder. Bones, you're the best at this. Tell me, what should I do to be with her? Bourne was startled. You really think highly of me. Puell seemed to realize how absurd his request was, and disappointedly released Bourne, looking sadly at the Saintess. I once swore to find her and reach her level. Now it seems that was a joke. With my status, there's no way I can do it. Seeing Puell's dejected mood, Bourne felt a pang of pity. Sigh, there is a way. Puell's eyes lit up immediately. What way? Bourne rubbed his nose. I'm thinking. Suddenly, someone shouted, the treasure is coming down. Everyone almost simultaneously stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. One of the 3 points of light had landed almost within reach. Someone tried to grab it, but missed by a hair's breadth. Bourne immediately shouted, Xiaoxue. Let's go! Xiaoxue leaped a few times, reaching the spot of light. The crowd pushed him aside, and he launched himself into the air. Bourne quickly climbed onto Xiaoxue's back, using her momentum to leap again, landing right in front of the light. He reached out and grabbed the treasure. The crowd's eyes instantly turned red. This was unacceptable. The first treasure had been taken. Magic surged below, ready to attack Bourne the moment he landed. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. If he landed in the crowd, wouldn't he be ganged up on? Suddenly, a torrent of water rushed in, instantly enveloping Bourne. It was Annie's water prison. Upon seeing Annie and Bourne, Cliff flew into a rage, immediately abandoning Hamfast and the others, and charged towards Annie. Boom! Xiaoxue stepped in front of Annie just in time, releasing several bolts of lightning to block Cliff's attack. Everyone was shocked, only then realizing that the white tiger before them had already reached the 9th level of the Qiyuan realm, easily withstanding Cliff's attacks. Someone shouted, Where's that person? Everyone then realized that the water prison had already landed, leaving only a puddle of water. The person was gone. What happened? Some who were nearby rushed towards the water prison as soon as it landed, but found nothing inside. Cliff was furious, roaring, Jeremy, what are you doing, you bastard? Do you know you're betraying the church? But the only answer he received was a cold laugh. The church is nothing. I betrayed it, so what? Bourne suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but everyone saw that his hands were empty, and they didn't know where the secret treasure had gone. Seeing everyone eyeing him menacingly, Bourne laughed, Don't look at me anymore. Another treasure is about to land. Hearing this, everyone quickly looked up and saw another ball of light very close to the ground. Cliff glared at Bourne and roared, I deal with you when we get back. Then he said to the Saintess, Quickly organize your forces and snatch the treasure. The Saintess nodded and waved her hand. The church's people quickly gathered together, surrounding the treasure. Anyone who tried to approach was met with a barrage of attacks. Hamfast glanced intently at Annie, then organized the other Shoreflower to launch a full-scale attack on the Holy Sea's defensive perimeter. Annie approached Bourne and whispered, What's that treasure? Bourne smiled and pulled a wand from his pocket. Here, this is it. Take it, I don't need it. Annie took the wand, infused it with a little magic, and the magic flowed smoothly and rapidly. Annie was overjoyed. She tried several other elements and found that any elemental magic could be used with this wand. It seemed truly a valuable item. At this moment, Dylan and Adams had already coordinated, leaping into the air. A beam of white light shot from Dylan's sleeve, presumably his contracted magical beast, the silver moon white serpent. The serpent instantly coiled around the ball of light, causing it to shatter. The treasure within was trapped and fell into Dylan's hands. The Saintess felt relieved. At least this way, both top-grade treasures were now in the Holy Sea's hands. She naturally considered Bourne a member of the Holy See as well, although Bourne himself would never admit it. Hamfast's face darkened. It seemed their attempt to acquire the other Shoreflower again would end in failure. Cliff then looked at and took a deep breath and said, And how about we make a deal? The Saintess looked at Cliff incredulously. This didn't seem like the Holy Sun's usual style, and was also taken aback, and after a long pause said, Holy Sun, what kind of deal are you talking about? You give me back those magic cores, and I give you this treasure. Cliff said, taking the treasure he had just picked from Dylan's hand and handing it to Anne. And frowned. It seemed those magic cores were extremely important to the Holy Sun, so important that he could disregard this top-grade treasure. Half-Assed narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly realizing something, and shouted, Don't listen to him. Cliff glared, What's it to you? Are you looking for death? Chapter 357. Half-Assed had figured it out. Of everyone here, only one person could rival Cliff, and Cliff's attitude towards Anne was different from his attitude towards others, which spoke volumes. Just now, Cliff made Annie return the magic cores to him. What kind of magic cores were they that were even more precious than top-grade treasures? There was only one answer. Those magic cores were crucial items used to open the top-secret treasure chest. Half-Assed completely ignored Cliff's threat and smiled at Annie, saying, Miss Annie, hello. I'm Half-Assed from the other Shoreflower. It's a pleasure to meet you here. Annie remained unmoved. The other Shoreflower, and I have quite a connection. We thwarted Black Flame King's plan before. You wouldn't still hold a grudge, would you? Half-Assed was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, so it's you. Moises came back looking disheveled, and got a severe scolding from the teacher. We were all wondering who had such power, but we never expected it to be a little girl. Shushua snorted twice, expressing his dissatisfaction with Black Flame King. He had been bullied terribly by Black Flame King back then, and thinking about it now still made him resentful. Half-Assed continued, Miss, and we don't actually have any deep-seated hatred between us. There's a lot of disagreement within our ranks regarding Moises's actions, so you don't need to worry about it. You can give me those magic cores. I know how to use them. When the benefits are in the end, I'm willing to split them with you. Cliff immediately flew into a rage. I think you're really tired of living. Half-Assed laughed. Didn't you want to kill me all along? But I'm still alive and well. Annie frowned. What are those magic cores for? Half-Assed looked at Cliff with a smile. Cliff shuddered, gritting his teeth. If you dare utter a single word, I twist your head off. Half-Assed laughed exaggeratedly. Oh dear, the Holy Sun is angry. This is terrible. It really scared me to death. Cliff finally couldn't hold back any longer. He roared and charged at Half-Assed, his lightsaber drawing a perfect arc, slashing towards Half-Assed's neck. Half-Assed laughed twice, leaping backward. At the same time, the three undead behind him rushed forward to block Cliff's attack. However, Cliff was too powerful, defeating all three undead in just 2 or 3 moves, and continued his attack on Half-Assed. Dason and Mycroft rushed to his aid, but Roy was already slumped on the ground, his magic completely depleted, unable to fight any longer. He roared for Greta and Alonso to join the battle, but the two hesitated, unwilling to advance. Roy yelled, You two idiots, get to it. Kill that Cliff, and we still have hope. Alonso sighed, Your Highness, that's enough. You done enough. Even if we fail, it's not your fault. Let it go. Shut up. Roy glared, his eyes bloodshot. What do you know? My second brother is the Crown Prince now. If I can't achieve something in the magic realm, how will I fight him when we get back? Greta shook her head. Your Highness, antagonizing the Vatican is the worst-case scenario. Stop. Seeing he couldn't command the two, Roy could only slump to the ground, staring blankly ahead. Half-Assed, Dason, and Mycroft were locked in fierce combat with Cliff. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Every attack was aimed at vital points, showing no mercy. The Saintess continued to support Cliff from the rear. With her support, Cliff's strength far surpassed his opponent's. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and a figure appeared before the Saintess. The Vatican members were startled. Dylan and Adams quickly stepped forward, shielding the Saintess and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the attacker. But when the Saintess saw the man's face clearly, she was struck dumb, frozen in place, muttering, Pull her. Dylan, about to attack, stopped abruptly upon hearing the Saintess's voice, looking at the man before him and asking, Who are you? Puller ignored him, staring intently at the Saintess, his eyes filled with both joy and sorrow. Lin, I finally found you. Congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the Saintess. Tears welled in Elin's eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, the protective aura of light she had maintained shattered instantly, and the protective magic attached to Cliff gradually dissipated. Half-Assed seized the opportunity, raising his arm and shouting, Super Enhancement Necromancer Summoning. As the power of death surged forth from him, a massive necromancy circle appeared centered on him, shimmering with dark light, and an ancient, primordial aura of death soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene and retreated hastily. Hamfast laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this is my true trump card. Advanced magic obtained from the Death Realm, capable of summoning powerful, sentient undead lords. Come, let me see your strength. Suddenly, a brilliant dark light erupted, and a figure slowly emerged from it, an orc zombie. He was over 2 meters tall, larger than everyone present, with yellowish-green skin and short, sparse brown hair. His eyes were fierce, his murky yellow pupils sweeping over everyone present, sending chills down their spines. Who summoned me here? The orc zombie spoke. Hamfast was overjoyed. Haha, it's me. Hello. The orc zombie stared at Hamfast for a moment, then spat and said, Despicable human, despicable. You summoned me? How humiliating. Damn it. Hamfast awkwardly rubbed his nose. That's not a problem. How about you take care of that pretty boy over there for me first? He pointed at Cliff. The orc zombie turned around, saw Cliff, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Roar. It's the stench of light. Kill. Before he finished speaking, he flashed in front of Cliff, so fast that no one had time to see him clearly. Cliff was startled and quickly swung his sword at the orc zombie's waist. However, the orc zombie pulled out a bone club from somewhere, deflecting the light sword with a clang, and then slammed it down. Cliff gritted his teeth, channeled all his magic power, transformed into a stream of light, and quickly retreated. Boom! Dust billowed as the bone club slammed into the ground. Everyone gasped. The orc zombie, seemingly clumsy, was surprisingly agile. Cliff was also astonished. Judging from their earlier exchange, the orc zombie was around the 9th level of the Qi Yuan realm, stronger than the summoner Hamfast. Wasn't he afraid of a backlash? Cliff's strength had diminished since losing Yilin's assistance, and now the addition of the orc zombie had reversed the situation. Erdos hates the power of light. The orc zombie roared. Die! He stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of death energy. Puff puff puff. Dozens of withered bones emerged from beneath Cliff's feet, binding him firmly. Cliff gritted his teeth and roared, Yilin! What are you doing? But Yilin couldn't hear anything else. Her eyes were only on the man before her. The events of Istanbul seemed like yesterday. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, the feelings in her heart had only grown stronger. Dylan cried anxiously, Holy Maiden, the Holy Sun is in danger. Please help him. Because Dylan was right beside her, she snapped back to reality. Just as she was about to cast a spell, she heard Pule say, You are a holy maiden. I know I have no chance in this life, but I am unwilling to accept it. I only want to stay by your side, even if it's just as a follower. Yilin froze, a bitter feeling welling up inside her. Her movement slowed. Adam scratched his head. Are you sick? Is this the time to talk about these things? Can't you come back another time? But that moment of hesitation had already put Cliff in grave danger. The bone prison of the orc zombie Erdos was incredibly sturdy, even stronger than those cast by ordinary necromancers. Cliff, momentarily careless, failed to break through immediately. Beside him, Dason unleashed a high-level spell he acquired in the Stormy Realm. Blades of Gale. Countless wind blades slashed through the air, producing a chilling, whistling sound. Cliff had nowhere to escape, and could only take the hit. He used all his magic to create a shield of light. A series of clanging sounds filled the air as the wind blades struck the shield, unleashing a burst of dazzling light. Yilin, now realizing what was happening, quickly said, Puller, I come find you later, sorry. She then circulated her magic to strengthen Cliff's defenses. Feeling the pressure lessen, Cliff roared and finally broke free of the bone prison, retreating hastily to the side. Even so, his body was covered in countless wounds, large and small, and a sweet, metallic taste rose in his mouth, which he swallowed forcefully. Yilin rushed to Cliff's side, asking with concern, How are you? Cliff glared at her and growled, Do you want me dead? Yilin lowered her head guiltily. Her mind had been completely disrupted, and even if she were asked to cast a spell, she couldn't. Just then, everyone gasped in surprise. Cliff quickly looked up and saw Born soaring into the sky again, his right hand sweeping up a treasure chest into his arms. Cliff's heart skipped a beat. He tried to move, but felt an unbearable pain all over his body, almost spitting out another mouthful of blood. Half-assed narrowed his eyes, making no move, merely watching the scene unfold. Born presented the treasure chest to Annie. Annie examined it closely, and discovered a very complex magic circle on it. Without deciphering the patterns, the chest couldn't be opened. Cliff gritted his teeth. That chest is useless to you. If you can't open it, you can't take it out. Give it to me. Half-assed laughed. What a joke. Why should I give it to you? How do you know they can't open it? Cliff's eyes practically wanted to tear Half-assed to pieces, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Half-assed grinned at Annie. Miss Annie, our deal continues. If you give me the treasure chest and the magic cores together, I can open it, and we split the contents. How about it? And frowned, seemingly realizing something from his words. So, those magic cores are used to open this treasure chest? Cliff's eyes narrowed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Half-assed frowned. Even if you knew, it wouldn't help. Opening the treasure chest requires some skill. Our predecessors from the other Shoreflower clan have tried countless times. They have some experience. Bourne tugged at Annie's sleeve. Don't listen to him. This chest is so small, how much can it hold? How will we divide it in half after opening it? Annie whispered, I know, I just want to figure out how to open it. Bourne pulled a magic core from his pocket, the one he'd stolen from Cliff. The core was fire elemental. Bourne forcefully released its magic power, and the core operated according to its own properties, merging with the magic circle on the treasure chest. A moment later, a certain magical pattern on the magic circle disappeared. Seeing that Bourne had found a way, Cliff exclaimed, even with those magic cores, you can't open the top secret treasure chest, because you don't understand how the power of light works. Only I do. Half-assed frowned. This was indeed a problem. If Cliff didn't intervene, no one present would know how to use the power of light to break the magic circle on the treasure chest. Just then, a person slowly walked out of the church's ranks and approached Annie. Annie was startled, and when she recognized the person, her brows furrowed. Third sister? The person was Margot. Her expression was extremely calm as she walked straight to Annie. Little Snow cried out and stepped in front of her. Annie patted his back and said, It's all right. Little Snow, move aside. Little Snow glanced at Annie reluctantly, but still obediently stepped aside. Third sister, you. Margot interrupted her, saying calmly, I helped you break the magic circle. These words shocked everyone. Cliff was also taken aback, then remembered that he had taken Margot with him earlier and practiced the magic route for breaking the magic circle. Could it be that Margot had seen him then? He immediately flew into a rage, shouting, Margot, are you also betraying the church? Margot ignored him, placing her hand on the top secret treasure chest. Layers of light energy covered it, and she followed the route she remembered. Gradually, every pattern on the magic circle disappeared, and was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Thank you, third sister. Margot didn't speak, only closed her eyes and sighed. Bourne quickly took out the remaining magic cores, and tried to break the magic circle using the same method. Sure enough, it was unimpeded. He successfully broke all the magic circles on the top secret treasure chest. The church's research achievements over hundreds of years had ultimately benefited someone else. Chapter 358. Everyone stared wide-eyed, eager to see what treasures were inside the legendary top-secret treasure chest. As the light faded, Bourne and Annie were the first to see the contents. Their eyes narrowed instantly, and after exchanging a glance, Bourne quickly reached out and stored the contents into his soul-severing blade. Cliff immediately reacted, shoving Yilin, quick. Organize people to snatch it. Yilin looked at Annie with a complicated expression, hesitant to speak. Cliff, growing impatient, quickly urged, everyone, if you can snatch that treasure, you can cultivate on the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain and receive the highest honor medal personally awarded by the Pope. Even having the Grand Protector as your mentor is not a problem. Upon hearing this, the people of the Holy See were instantly energized, and except for those from the 11th peak, almost everyone else swarmed forward. Half-assed hesitated for a moment, then said to those around him, Let's go too, see if we can grab it. Grabbing it is a bonus. Immediately, the members of the other Shoreflower faction turned their attention to Annie. However, there was one exception. An undead, Erdos. This orc zombie, drawn by the church's power of light, continued to attack. His strength was overwhelming. Most of the believers couldn't handle him. Only the Holy Maiden and several Chi Yuan rank 8 experts managed to hold him off. Diason and Roy were already immobilized, but they didn't want to give up the opportunity and ordered their men to wait for a chance to strike. This put Annie and Bourne in the crossfire. Dennis anxiously cried out, You guys go. I hold them off for a while. Annie knew it was best not to say anything more at this point. She immediately mounted Xiaoxua and, together with Bon, fled the encirclement as if flying. A rumble. As all the treasures had landed and been collected by everyone, the entire space began to tremble. Everyone was startled. Seeing that Annie and the others were already far away, Finniz stopped trying to stop them. After all, the Adventurers Guild wasn't like the Holy See, they couldn't stop everyone. To avoid casualties, they could only stop them this far. Cliff roared, "Chase them. We must catch those two bastards. The secret realm won't close for another day. We must find them within a day." Everyone reacted quickly. Without the Adventurers Guild's obstruction, they sped up and chased after Annie and the others. Soon, only a few people remained. Yi Lin was healing Cliff's wounds. Puller stood quietly to the side watching, while the others looked at him with strange expressions. Harley cautiously approached Margot and said, "Hey, you're really something." Unlocking the magic circle for Annie in front of Cliff, "What are you going to do when you get back?" Margot sighed, "What can I do? Accept the punishment. The Holy Sun won't let me off, and most of the believers saw it. His Holiness the Pope will be furious. I might even be burned at the stake." Harley looked at Margot with pity and said, "What's the point of doing this?" Annie entered the secret realm from Divine Beast Mountain, and she'd be going back to Divine Beast Mountain anyway. Even if she gets the treasure, she'd be caught the moment she gets out. Margot laughed. "You probably don't know, but Annie always manages to do unexpected things. Maybe she really can escape." Harley was shocked. "Someone can escape from Divine Beast Mountain? That's outrageous." Margot shook her head. "We still have a day. We find out when we get out." "But even if Annie escapes, you can't." Harley frowned, saying helplessly, "If only Annie could take you with her." A bitter smile appeared on Margot's lips. Her voice was low as she said, "Take me with her? Don't be ridiculous. She probably hates me, her sister, to the core. Maybe she can only truly rest easy if I die." "How could that be?" Harley's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're sisters. Why can't you help each other? What deep-seated hatred do you have for each other?" Margot's eyes were filled with endless sorrow. She gazed silently into the distance, seemingly lost in memories. After a long silence, she finally spoke slowly, "It's all fate's arrangement. If those things hadn't happened, perhaps she and I would have truly become each other's closest confidants, becoming very close sisters. But now, everything is irreversible. It's all my fault. My jealousy and selfishness have brought about this bitter fruit." Harley sighed silently, a hint of regret creeping into his eyes, as he looked at Margot. At this moment, Dylan and Adams also approached. Dylan whispered, "Hey, look at that Puller. Isn't he related to the Saintess?" Adams scoffed. "Even a blind man could see they're related. I just don't know when it happened. I remember Yi Lin was cultivating on the 11th peak before becoming the Saintess." Harley rolled his eyes at them both, then said, "Have you forgotten? Once, when the red spider lilies appeared in the kingdom of Sharia, Augustine and Archbishop Casas were ordered to investigate. Didn't they take Yi Lin with them?" Dylan immediately remembered. "Ah, right. That seems to be true, but that was many years ago." Adams thought for a moment. It seems quite a while ago, but Yi Lin didn't stay away for long then, she came back quickly, didn't she?" Harley laughed. "Feelings aren't judged by time. A few days can brew a vow of eternal love." Adams glanced at him disdainfully. "You talk a good game, acting like you know everything, but you still got played by a woman." Harley was furious at the mention of this. "What do you know? That's my romantic experience, okay? It's better than you guys being single forever." Dylan laughed. "Why did you have to pick an ordinary disciple? Even though Milia is of royal blood, her aptitude is too poor. I wouldn't even look at her." Harley's face flushed red, but Margot quickly came to his rescue. "How can you be so shallow? Does she have to be of high caliber and status to be worthy of you?" Seeing Harley was getting angry, Dylan fell silent. Adams pointed at Puller and said, "That kid seems to get along quite well with Annie. Could he be two-timing? If so, I'd give him a taste of my fists later." Harley thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. He's more like Annie's sidekick. After all, Annie hasn't mentioned him before." Margot said, "I know him. Back in Sharia, they were working together. Puller even helped Annie." Adams suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey, what's with Jerry Main? How did he suddenly end up with Annie?" Dylan shrugged. "I don't know. Shouldn't he be Cliff's henchman? He's always the first to charge into action for Cliff. I heard he fought the people of the other shore flower in the spider forest and died there, but then somehow he came back to life." Adams said. "I even ran into him in the endless flower sea with Annie," she said. "He tried to steal our spoils, but I scared him away. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would end up with Annie." Margot frowned, a thought seemingly unlocked in her mind. She vaguely remembered that Keller had also died, and then suddenly resurrected, and ended up with Annie, their relationship incredibly close. Now, it seemed that Jerry Main and Annie were doing the same thing. Was there some hidden story behind this? However, Margot didn't voice her speculation. After all, it was simply too shocking. At this moment, Cliff's injuries had almost healed. His face was somewhat pale. The battle had greatly exhausted him, and being attacked by 3 high-level spells simultaneously had left him seriously injured. He hadn't recovered yet. Yilin withdrew her hand, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Margot stepped forward to help Yilin up. Yilin smiled gratefully, then met Puller's gaze, her eyes filled with even deeper sorrow. Puller, I can't believe you actually did it. Fighting your way up from that small town of Istanbul to the magical realm. Congratulations. Yilin said. Puller shook his head. I did all this so I could stand on the same level as you, but now it seems it was all in vain. Cliff scoffed. How laughable. Someone like you dares to try and take advantage of Yilin. Get out of here before I kill you. Get as far away as you can. Faced with Cliff's threat, Puller didn't show much emotion, only saying calmly, I will leave, and I won't come back. But in the end, I still want to say goodbye to my past self, and to all the perseverance I've shown over the years. Yilin lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. 1,000 words stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single one. Silence reigned all around. Everyone fell silent, except for the clear, mournful sound of the wind blowing through the valley, a sound like weeping and lamenting, as if helping Yilin express her inner turmoil. The sudden silence following the earlier clamor of battle created an even more oppressive and somber atmosphere. Buell's mind began to race. How he had longed for this day. To see Yilin, to be accepted by the Divine Beast Mountain, he had exhausted every resource at his disposal, throwing himself wholeheartedly into cultivation, overcoming countless difficulties, and enduring countless scornful looks, finally standing here. Yet, he never imagined that Yilin would become a holy maiden of the Holy See. What did a holy maiden represent? She represented the pinnacle of the Holy See's younger generation. Since ancient times, there had never been a precedent for a holy maiden marrying an ordinary person, not even an emperor. What was Buell compared to her? So what was the point of all his efforts? What was the point of all these years of anticipation? Puller felt his heart pounding erratically, his fingers tingling, and everything before him seemed to slowly drift away, including Yilin. Was this the legendary despair of a broken heart? Adams, standing to the side with his arms crossed, suddenly spoke up, Oh right. Your Excellency, haven't you yet recruited any attendants or guards? Everyone had been silent, but Adams's deep, loud voice startled them instantly. Yilin, too, reacted, looking at Puller with a hint of expectation. Puller was taken aback. While the bodyguards weren't the best, they could stay by Yilin's side and protect her. If that was the case, his years of effort wouldn't have been in vain. So he quickly said, Yilin, you like me to be your bodyguard? I object. Before Yilin could speak, Cliff interrupted, Adams, are you out of your mind? This man helped and opposed the church, and you're letting him be Yilin's bodyguard? What are you thinking? Adams shrugged. I was just saying it casually. Whether he can be one is up to the saintess. It's a matter of course. Cliff glared at him fiercely, then said, I object to this, Puller. Get out of here right now, or I make sure you can't speak again when I recover. Yilin stepped in front of Cliff, her eyes icy cold, and said, Cliff, don't go too far. I choose my own guards. It's none of your business. Yilin's demeanor was completely different from her previous mild-mannered self, which made Cliff tremble. He looked at Puller with even more resentment. Fine. 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 You're playing this game, are you? Fine. I'm going to report this to His Holiness the Pope and let him decide. Yilin turned her head, ignoring Cliff's attempts to stop her, and said to Puller, If you're willing, come find me at Divine Beast Mountain after we leave the secret realm. It might be a bit of a hardship for you, but please be my guard. Puller's expression finally relaxed. He sighed and said, Yilin, even as a guard, being able to stay by your side and protect you is enough for me. Wait for me, I will definitely come to find you. Yilin nodded happily, tears welling in her eyes. Cliff, standing nearby, gritted his teeth, but Yilin had already spoken, so he had nothing to say. He could only wait until they were out. However, he thought about it again. He feared he would face punishment from the Pope after they left. After all, not only had he lost the magic core, but he had also been used as a stepping stone for someone else. For such a thing to happen to a holy son of the papacy was a disgrace to the entire Divine Beast Mountain. Cliff could only hope that when they left, he could use the Pope's name to get Annie to hand over the treasure in the top-secret chest. Unbeknownst to him, the group that had given chase had long since lost track of Annie, and Bourne had abandoned Jeremyn's body and returned to the netherworld. Annie and Xiaoxue were now hiding in the spider's crypt, making their search futile. Hidden in the crypt, Annie pulled a scroll from her bosom, the very item she had found in the top-secret treasure chest. 3 large characters were inscribed on it. Spirit Division Chapter. Annie swallowed hard, her hands trembling slightly. This was the second fragment she had obtained. If she could complete this part, her cultivation of the Spirit Division Chapter would be 2/3 complete, not far from the full version. Chapter 359. Little Spider stood to one side, looking at the scroll in Annie's hands with fear. This is a divine skill. Heavens, Master is truly the chosen one, to actually obtain a divine skill. Annie smiled wryly. What divine skill? It's just a cultivation technique. I only cultivated a part of it before. This is the other part. This way, my strength will also improve. Under the dual protection of Little Spider and Little Snow, Annie opened the scroll. A flash of light appeared, and the words within seemed to come alive, dancing before Annie's eyes. Annie experienced a feeling she had never felt before. This part of the Spirit Division chapter seemed even more magical than the one Nickel had given her before. The amount of information was enormous, and the cultivation methods were incredibly unique, completely overturning her understanding. The scroll mentioned the essence of magic, which is the origin of all things in heaven and earth, left by the Creator God to propel the evolution of all things. However, in order to increase their own power, people excessively absorb that origin, causing the stagnation of the entire world's development. Therefore, someone needs to send those greedy people to other places to prevent them from continuing to deplete the continent's primordial power. These places are the legendary divine planes. The world's primordial essence actually has no inherent attributes. Attributes are artificially created. Therefore, the purpose of the Spirit Division chapter is to allow people to master as many different ways of manipulating magic as possible within this cultivation system, ultimately achieving fusion and reaching the state of oneness of all laws. Currently, Annie has mastered the use of 4 types of magic: death, wind, water, and fire. She hasn't yet mastered the attributes of lightning and light. Theoretically, according to the Spirit Division chapter, because the power of lightning and light carries a strong punishing force, it conflicts with Annie's inherent attribute of death, so their awakening will be later. However, this is only a matter of time. The magic of heaven and earth is born from heaven and earth, dissipates from heaven and earth, and merges with heaven and earth. Everything that exists within heaven and earth is related to magic. Therefore, before ancient times, there were not only the 6 elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, death, and light, but hundreds, even thousands, of elemental powers. Some elemental powers merged with these 6 elements over a long period of evolution. For example, ice merged with water, lava with fire, darkness with death, and so on. Others, such as wood, earth, and poison, gradually disappeared over the long river of time, but the specifics of their disappearance are not mentioned in the books. And felt her mind suddenly opened up, an indescribable sense of exhilaration welling up inside her, causing her to unconsciously let out a long howl. Shushu had quickly released several ice walls, tightly blocking the entrance to the cave, preventing the howl from echoing beyond its walls. A day passes quickly, and the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. Annie had also completed her cultivation. Now, she was completely transformed, her every movement imbued with magical energy, as if she could cast any spell with a mere flick of her finger. Little Spider said excitedly, "Congratulations, Master, on your great success in your cultivation. The secret realm is about to close, Master. You should return now." Annie stood up, gently stroking Little Spider's fangs. "I'm sorry, Little Spider, my current strength isn't enough to take you out. I come back when I'm stronger. You must wait for me." Little Spider nodded. "With your help, my strength has increased again, with the secret realm closing. I estimate I'd be assigned to another area next time. Thank you so much. I'd be waiting for you in the secret realm." Suddenly, a dark opening appeared before Annie. She took a deep breath, glanced one last time at Spider-Man, and resolutely stepped into the black hole, with Snowflake following closely behind. From the outside, the black hole appeared completely dark, but once inside, Annie discovered it was surprisingly colorful. Although the interior space was somewhat unstable, the abundant magic power made it no less powerful than a magical realm. The space was small, she could see the end at a glance, so she could only keep moving forward. As she walked, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside her. It seemed to have been torn open by a space-time storm, leaving a small opening, only about half the size of a fist. It was quickly filled with magic and healed itself. But in that instant, Annie saw something she would never forget, the emblem of the Norma Empire's Magic Academy. How is this possible? Annie's mind went blank. What she had just seen was a spatial rift, a chaotic and disordered space, yet there floated an emblem of the Norma Empire's Magic Academy there. This was unbelievable. Could it be that someone from the Norma Empire had been to the spatial rift? That didn't make sense either. According to Douglas's research, in the entire Norma Empire for nearly 300 years, not a single expert had reached the Liyuan realm, and to tear open space, one must reach the Zhiyuan realm. Furthermore, the Norma Empire's Magic Academy was founded 300 years ago, and the latest emblem was designed in the 3rd year after the old emperor's ascension to the throne, 40 years ago. What Annie had just seen was clearly the latest emblem, meaning that the person who entered the spatial rift must have entered within the last 40 years. But who was it? Annie was completely baffled. It seemed she could only return to Dean Douglas for advice. After traversing a long passage, Annie finally reached the end. Emerging, she found herself back in the cave on Divine Beast Mountain, where the rest of the Vatican members, including Cliff and his group, were also present. Upon seeing Annie, Cliff immediately roared, "Take her down!" Having learned of Annie's actions within the secret realm, the group reacted almost without hesitation, ready to act immediately. Adam stepped forward, holding his giant axe horizontally to his chest, and hissed, "Let's see who dares to move. Annie is from my 11th peak. Even if she needs to be dealt with, it should be decided by Grand Protector Simon." Everyone stopped in their tracks, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, the Vatican's high-ranking officials outside the cave entered, surprised by the tense scene, unsure what had transpired. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his 30s, gentle and refined, with a faint smile on his face. He asked Cliff what happened. Cliff, as if seeing a savior, immediately ran over and bowed, "Teacher, you're back." This man was Peter, the head of the 12 Guardians of the Holy See and Cliff's teacher. Peter had been on a mission in the Harry Empire under the Pope's orders, and now, a year later, he had finally returned to Divine Beast Mountain. He smiled and looked Cliff over for a moment, saying, not bad, Chi-Yuan 9th rank, you should be able to break through soon." Cliff was pleased to be praised, but then said with a face full of hatred, "Teacher, your disciple is incompetent. I have failed His Holiness the Pope and you, and failed to complete the mission. Instead, my magic core was stolen by a villain. It was her. Annie! This girl stole my magic core when I wasn't paying attention, and at the last moment, she even stole the treasure from the top-secret treasure chest. She is utterly despicable. Teacher, you must catch her, you can't let her get away." Peter frowned, a rare look of seriousness appearing on his face. "Annie?" His gaze fell on Anne, who was easily identifiable now that she was surrounded by the crowd, and had anticipated this situation and said calmly, "The Holy Sun's strength is far beyond what someone like me can compare to. You say I stole your things, but do you have any evidence?" Cliff was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! And are you at your wits' end and have nothing left to say? Everyone saw you take out the magic stone and unlock the magic circle on the top-secret treasure chest. How could that be false?" And raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? Who saw me take out the magic stone?" Everyone was stunned, and upon careful recollection, it seemed. It wasn't Anne. It was Jerry Main. For a moment, no one answered. Cliff quickly realized something was wrong. Not only was it not Anne who took out the magic stone, but even the final treasure wasn't taken by Anne. "Jerry Main!" Cliff roared, "Where is Jerry Main?" But no one answered him. Everyone looked around, but there was no sign of Jerry Main in the entire cave. Margot said, "That guy probably knew he faced your accusations if he came out, so he stayed in the passage and didn't come out, right?" Cliff stomped his foot angrily, then glared at Annie and said, "Then you're his accomplice too. You stole my magic core." Annie shrugged. "Your Holiness, you need evidence to speak. You say I stole your magic core. Where's the evidence? Who saw it?" Cliff was stunned again. Right. He was the only one in the cave at the time, and he hadn't seen Annie's actions. He only noticed that the magic core, which had been there just moments before, had suddenly disappeared. He could only suspect Annie of stealing it, but just as Annie said, "Where was the evidence?" Peter coughed lightly. "Cliff, how do you explain this?" Cliff was startled. How could he explain this? What was there to explain? He glared fiercely at Anne. "Did Jerry Main give you the treasure?" And spread her hands. "I don't know where he went. Anyway, that treasure is definitely not with me." Cliff looked at Peter. This was his only hope. "Teacher, you must believe me. There are definitely clues on her. If we search her, we definitely find something." Peter frowned. He believed Cliff, of course, but searching and in front of everyone without any evidence was beneath the dignity of the church. So he said, "Don't rush this. You just come from the magical realm, you must be tired. Go and rest." "But, Cliff wanted to try again, but Peter's attitude was firm, leaving no room for resistance. Cliff swallowed hard, then could only lower his head and say, "I understand, teacher." With Peter speaking, everyone naturally dispersed. Annie reunited with Adams and the others, coming to Simon's side. Simon looked at them and smiled. "You all did very well, not a single one is missing, and your strength has all improved." "Excellent." Dylan bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Protector. We will certainly do our utmost to fight for the glory of Divine Beast Mountain." Simon nodded, looking at Annie. "Little Annie, don't you have anything to say to me?" Annie smiled slightly. "Lord Simon should understand. My mission at the Holy See is over, and I want to leave Divine Beast Mountain now." Simon pondered for a moment, then slightly turned his head to look at Karsus. Karsus stepped forward and asked, "Margot, do you have anything to report?" Margot, who had been tasked with monitoring and remained calm and bowed respectfully to Karsus. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency, I found nothing. And is innocent. What I said before was merely speculation. There's no concrete evidence. I'm willing to bear all the losses caused to Divine Beast Mountain." Karsus frowned. The Margot of the past wasn't like this. Even without evidence, shouldn't she at least have some reason? "Do you know that for this matter, Divine Beast Mountain gave up 3 spots to enter the magic realm? Can you bear this responsibility?" Karsus's voice grew stern. Before Margot could speak, Cliff, who had just reached the door, suddenly turned around and angrily said that Margot is a traitor too. She's the one who helped Jerrymain break the magic circle on the top-secret treasure chest. Without her help, Jerrymain would never have been able to open it. Hearing this, Karthus's face darkened further. "Margot, you should know that with your qualifications, you have no chance of entering the magical realm. All of this was based on your mission, but you have failed my expectations, failed Lord Simon's expectations." Margot lowered her head and remained silent, her face expressionless. Suddenly, Annie stepped forward, blocking Margot's path. "Lord Simon, Lord Karthus, this matter arose because of me. It has nothing to do with Margot, and the main responsibility lies with Jerrymain. Even if anyone should be punished, it should be Jerrymain." "Humph." Karthus snorted coldly. "The Protector will naturally go to Jerrymain, but Margot, as an accomplice, must also be punished. Divine Beast Mountain cannot tolerate traitors." Simon said, "Annie, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. This is an internal matter of Divine Beast Mountain, and your own suspicions haven't been cleared yet. I'm afraid you can't leave Divine Beast Mountain for the time being." Annie frowned. "This doesn't conform to our previous agreement. Could it be that Divine Beast? Is the mountain really so untrustworthy?" Simon shook his head. "Of course not. Whether you're a necromancer or not is irrelevant now. What's important is that you might possess a secret treasure from a top-secret chest, something we absolutely must obtain." Annie was startled. Something they absolutely must obtain? What did that mean? Did the Holy See also need the Spirit Division Manual? Without time to think further, she continuously released water elemental power to cover her entire body, concealing the aura of death. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Light mages were extremely sensitive to death energy. Previously, thanks to Karthus's seal, they hadn't been discovered. Now that the seal had been broken by Great Blue, if they continued to stay on Divine Beast Mountain, they would be discovered sooner or later. Chapter 360. And argue forcefully. "First of all, Margot is my sister. Her business is my business. I can't ignore it. Secondly, I really don't have the treasure from the top-secret treasure chest on me. If you don't believe me, you can search." Cliff had been waiting impatiently for a while. "I search. I know this guy has a spatial artifact. It must be hidden in the spatial artifact." Adam said irritably, "What are you doing getting involved? If you're going to search, find a female cultist to do it. You get out of here." Cliff was so angry his nose almost twisted. If it weren't for the Great Protector, he would have really rushed up and fought Adams. Peter nodded. "Adams is right. Here, Yilin, go search her." Yilin had been somewhat distracted since leaving the secret realm, and being called upon by Peter startled her. "Oh, okay." She walked to Annie and whispered, "Annie, I'm sorry." Annie smiled and shook her head, reaching into her robes to pull out a protective mirror and handing it over, simultaneously opening her arms. "It's all right, come on." Yilin stepped forward, first searching Annie's body for a while, finding nothing. Then she began examining the protective mirror. Since she had never used a spatial artifact before, Annie taught her how to use it. After the examination, Yilin returned the protective mirror to Annie, then turned around and said, reporting to the 2 guardians, "Annie's protective mirror only contained some personal belongings and cultivation resources. There wasn't even a decent treasure. That peerless treasure shouldn't be on her." Cliff's eyes widened. Are you sure you checked? Yilin glared back defiantly. Do you even need to remind me? Cliff immediately shouted, No. We can't let this go. Pour out everything from that spatial artifact. We want to see it all. Just as Yilin was about to refuse, a commotion erupted outside the cave. At this point, besides Peter, the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, and the people from the 11th peak, there was no one else in the cave. Everyone immediately looked towards the entrance. How long are you going to make me wait? Didn't you say the secret realm was closed? You old bastard, if you keep stopping me, believe me, I start a massacre right now. I think you two are really asking for death. What do you think Divine Beast Mountain is, a place you can come and go as you please? A deafening roar resounded, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Peter and Simon immediately rushed out. Cliff and Yelena exchanged bewildered glances. Was that His Holiness the Pope's voice? Yelena was utterly shocked. Someone actually dared to intrude upon Divine Beast Mountain? And even fought with the Pope? Who was that? Cliff looked at Annie. Who else could it be? They must be here for her. I know, you were sent by the Ghost Realm to seize that treasure. Annie immediately understood. She remembered Bourne mentioning that he had sent someone from the Netherworld to rescue her, so the person outside the cave was obvious. Taking advantage of Cliff's distraction, Annie grabbed Margot's hand and leaped onto Shishua's back. Shishua's limbs crackled with lightning as she charged towards the cave's exit. Cliff hadn't expected Annie to escape at this moment. He yelled, Stop her! But no one around moved. Dylan was about to give chase, but Adam stopped him. Hey, don't get involved. Dylan, hearing this, knew the matter was no simple matter, and could only nod and retreat. Seeing no one move, Cliff glared fiercely at the group before transforming into a streak of light and giving chase. Upon exiting the cave, Annie saw 5 people locked in combat, with other powerful protectors arriving after hearing the commotion. The battle between these Supreme Realm experts was earth-shattering, enough to send shivers down one's spine just watching. 2 men wearing black masks immediately asked upon seeing Annie emerge, Is this Annie? Annie exclaimed, Yes, it is. The 2 men exchanged a glance, and one of them leaped up, shielding Annie behind him. You go first, we cover your retreat. Annie nodded gratefully, Thank you, seniors. One of the burly men said, Don't thank me, I had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to take this job. He parried an attack from Sheeman and shouted, Hurry up and leave. Annie didn't linger, and immediately rode Xiaoxue towards the outside of the peak. Just then, Cliff rushed out, shouting, Guardians, stop her. Don't let her get away. The other Guardians who were rushing over immediately prepared to attack Annie, but the smaller masked man shouted, drew his bow, and fired a black arrow. The arrow shot into the air, bursting into a cloud of black mist that instantly blocked everyone's view, and was startled and looked back, muttering, What kind of magic is this? Margot frowned and said, This aura is similar to the power of death, yet it isn't. It's truly strange. How dare you use dark magic on my Divine Beast Mountain? You're courting death. The Pope roared, slamming his scepter into the ground. A beam of light shot from the tip of the scepter, instantly shattering the black mist. Go! The burly masked man shouted. The 2 fought and retreated, covering Annie's escape towards the edge of the peak. This isn't working. Do you have anyone else? If it really comes to it, we have to abandon the mission. The thin masked man said anxiously. The burly masked man shook his head. I came alone. I was hoping to finish the mission quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this troublesome. The thin masked man said, Then why don't we just give up? We can't risk our lives for a human girl, can we? The 2 of us should be able to escape, but taking her might be a different story. The burly masked man was clearly unwilling to give up. We finally found our mission target. It would be too embarrassing to just give up like this. How am I supposed to explain this to Lord Pick when I get back? Do you have any other ideas? This is Divine Beast Mountain. What a load of rubbish. With that, the burly, masked man caught up with Annie, pulled out a magic stone, and shoved it into her hand. Little girl, you can go on your own. This is all we can do. If you manage to escape, come find me in the Western Ghost Realm. Annie nodded. Sorry for the trouble, but... Who are you? The burly, masked man paused, then realized he hadn't introduced himself. He said, I am General Cadix of the Ghost Realm Demon Clan. He tossed her a token. Just come find me with this token. And said gratefully, Thank you, General Cadix. I will repay this kindness tenfold in the future. Cadix waved his hand. Repayment? Survive first. Let's go! He stopped, unleashing his full magical power to hold off the church's pursuers. The thin, masked man gritted his teeth and approached Anne asking, is your seal still intact? And shook her head. The seal was broken in the secret realm. You were sent by Lord Foxy, weren't you? Then your mission is complete, and our deal remains valid. The thin, masked man shook his head. I am Urzer of the Dark Elf race. I don't know what kind of deal you and Lord Foxy made, but since I didn't do anything, I certainly can't go back to report. It seems I can only go help that big oaf. With that, he went to support Cadix. Annie paused slightly. Everyone says that evil races inhabit the Western Ghost Realm, that they are brutal, bloodthirsty, and inhuman. But from what I see now, they're actually quite decent. At least they keep their promises. Margot nodded. Yes, if it were me, I probably would have abandoned you long ago. Annie smiled bitterly. Third sister, you're so honest. Later, although Cadix and Urzer were no match for the experts of Divine Beast Mountain, their magic was extremely strange. Furthermore, the Guardians were focused on breaking through to pursue Annie, so they didn't have much time to entangle with the two. However, this gave the two an opportunity. Pope Leo V said with a grim face, It seems the Western Ghost Realm is truly going to reignite the war. Cadix laughed loudly. You old codger, you actually dare to threaten my demon race with war? You're getting more and more regressive as you get older. Ha ha ha. Humph. Peter sneered. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Urzer unleashed his full power, firing several black magic arrows in rapid succession from his longbow, each carrying a powerful devouring force, towards Peter and the others. Peter didn't dare to be careless. He conjured a light barrier, and the arrows struck it without making a sound, disappearing directly into it. Urzer whispered, that old Leo must have some reason for not using his full power, otherwise neither of us would have escaped. We can't push them too far, we should leave. Cadix glanced back. Let's wait a bit longer, until Annie is a little further away. Anyway, it's been a long time since I fought a light mage. This time, let's go all out and have a good time. A red light flashed in Cadix's eyes, and his entire body erupted with a bloodthirsty aura, as if he had transformed into an ancient god of death, his blood energy soaring into the sky. He wielded a giant sword, let out a long howl, and swung it with a single, massive, blood-red slash, tearing Peter's light barrier apart. Peter was startled, leaping back, his expression grave. This guy's strength has improved again, damn it. King Leo V sighed softly. This is the power of the demons. They can increase their strength even while lying still. This is something we humans cannot match. That's why we need to cultivate even harder, or we become slaves to these barbarians. Peter's eyes hardened again, and the lightsabers in his hands shone even brighter. Very well, in that case, everyone, join me in slaying these two. Kill! The other guardians roared, unleashing their full magical power. Instantly, the entire valley shone brightly, as if the sun had fallen from the sky. Damn it! Cadix cried. This charlatan has gone mad. We have to retreat. Urzer, not daring to underestimate him, turned and fled. Meanwhile, Annie and Margot, riding Little Snow, fled at top speed. During their escape, Annie and Margot each cast a speed-boosting spell on Little Snow, increasing her speed even further. But soon, they heard the roar of a dragon in the sky. They're there. Attack! Cliff, riding a golden dragon, was filled with madness. Behind him followed 3 dragon knights, all clad in armor, seemingly experts from the first peak. Annie knew she was no match, but no matter how fast Little Snow was, she couldn't outrun the golden dragon in the sky. At this rate, they would surely be caught. Third sister, how much longer until we leave the area of Divine Beast Mountain? Annie asked. Margot craned her neck to look, a flicker of despair in her eyes. We already descended the first peak, which is said to be located in the far east. We're heading east now, and if nothing unexpected happens, we might not be able to escape. Annie frowned. You mean? Over there is the sea, an endless sea. Annie paused, then laughed. If that's really the case, then that's good. Margot was somewhat confused, but soon the golden dragon in the sky caught up. The dragon opened its massive mouth and unleashed a breath of intense heat that could be felt even from a distance. Annie and Margot acted almost simultaneously, their ice shield and light shield appearing at the same time, blocking the breath attack. Margot asked curiously, Annie, I've always been very curious. How did you do that? You're a necromancer, yet you can use the magic of other elements? Annie smiled wryly. Let's talk about that later. Let's get through this first. Seeing the breath attack was ineffective, Cliff immediately ordered, fire light arrows. The group worked together, and instantly light arrows rained down like a storm. Boom! The rain of arrows struck the shields, shattering the light shield almost instantly. The remaining force struck the ice shield, scattering ice shards everywhere. It seemed it wouldn't hold for long either. Annie gritted her teeth. If she held back now, she might not have another chance. Cliff, you forced me to this. The death energy that had been dormant within her surged instantly. Margot, pressed close to her, immediately felt the aura of death energy, her breath catching in her throat. What are you doing? Margot exclaimed. A resolute glint flashed in Anne's eyes. They want to see my power of death, don't they? Then I show them. She gripped her wand tightly, pointing it into the air, and a gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared. The golden dragon screamed in terror upon seeing the phantom, its speed abruptly halting. Cliff roared, "Why did you stop? Chase after it. Chase it. Holy Sun, that's the power of death." A dragon knight cried. Cliff glared. Can I see? That, and is a necromancer. She's been exposed. We must capture her no matter what. But before he could finish speaking, the phantom opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic roar. A woof! As if countless demons were howling in his ears, Cliff was instantly stunned, his mind going completely blank. Chapter 361. Struck head-on by the roar of the evil spirit, the three dragon riders were overwhelmed. Some even vomited, swaying precariously on the back of the golden dragon. The four golden dragons let out helpless howls, and the one Cliff was riding even tumbled off its back. Fortunately, one of the dragon riders reacted quickly and scooped Cliff up from the dragon's back, preventing him from falling to his death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, lightning flashed beneath Shishua's feet, and she vanished almost instantly. Cliff took a long time to recover, but when he opened his eyes, Annie was nowhere to be seen. He flew into a rage. Damn it! Damn it! She got away again! Aya! I kill her! Cliff was like a madman, and the dragon knights around him were all silent, not daring to approach him. Finally, one of the dragon knights asked, "Should we still chase after them?" Cliff roared, "Chase them! We must chase them! There's a cliff ahead, and beyond that is the sea. They have nowhere to escape. Let's hurry and catch up." After a while, they finally reached the cliff. By then, Annie and the others had already climbed over the cliff and arrived at a rocky outcrop, looking around. Cliff landed on the cliff and shouted at Anne, "Surrender now. If you hand over the treasure, I can plead with His Holiness the Pope to spare your life." Anne laughed at this. "Cliff, do you think I believe your lies? You and your dragon knights already know I'm a necromancer, and there's no way you let me go. So don't waste your breath. If you want to capture me, just come at me." Cliff stamped his foot in anger, then his gaze shifted to Margot. "Margot, you're a member of my church. Are you really going to betray us? It's not too late to turn back." "A member of the church?" Margot scoffed. "Have you ever considered me one of your own? Just because I'm from the Norma Empire, you keep a close watch on me. If it weren't for Anne, would you have given me such an important position? I'd probably still be a clergyman in some small northern town." Cliff continued to persuade her, "The past is the past. Now, bring it back, and I guarantee I let you go directly to the first peak to cultivate, and let Grand Protector Peter be your teacher. How about that?" Margot looked at, and, rising to power by stepping on my own family, "That's not my style." Cliff, seeing that he couldn't persuade her, lost his patience and roared, "Do you think you have any way to escape now? Look at this sea. It's full of powerful magical beasts. Going down there is just suicide." And said with a hint of amusement, "Oh? Really? You think I'm afraid to go into the sea?" With that, she snapped her fingers, and several winged fish leaped out of the sea. Cliff's eyes widened, and he quickly shouted, "Stop them!" The dragon knights moved at the command, rushing forward to stop them, but it was too late. And leaped out, landing steadily on a winged fish. Margot and Shioshua followed closely behind. Since Margot was inexperienced, she could only ride on the same winged fish as Anne, while Shioshua rode on a larger, more robust winged fish. Whoosh! A few leaps and bounds, and they were far from the shore. The dragon knights missed their target, and could only watch helplessly as Annie and her companions disappeared into the distance. "Aya!" Cliff roared to the sky, "Damn it! Damn it! Why can they summon winged fish? Why is the secret magic of the endless sea on her?" But he probably wouldn't get the answers, because Annie had already gone far away, gradually disappearing from sight, leaving only the crashing sea and the endless waves. Holy Sun, should we still chase after her?" a dragon knight asked. "Chase her my ass!" Cliff shattered a nearby reef with a single stroke of his sword. "If they use that magic again, we all fall into the sea. Let's go back." Annie had successfully shaken off Cliff's pursuit, and was far from the coastline, finally able to relax. Margot exclaimed in surprise. "I never imagined you knew the secrets of the endless sea." And gave a wry smile. "Actually, I didn't know them at all. I just imitated what I saw. I met 2 princes from the endless sea in the secret realm before, and I asked them how to summon a winged fish. At first, they wouldn't tell me, but I kept pestering them, and they finally taught me. This was my first time trying it, and I succeeded." Margot was even more shocked. "They actually taught you this method, which means they truly consider you one of their own. So where do we go now? The endless sea?" And thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, the endless sea is too far. It would take forever to get there by winged fish alone, and it wouldn't be of any use. The Holy See will definitely send people there to search for us once they know we're at sea." Margot looked worried. "Then what do we do? We can't just drift at sea, can we?" And looked up at the sun, then pointed to her left and said, "We're heading north to the misty forest." "Huh?" Margot exclaimed in surprise. "The misty forest? Why there?" And explained, "News of our escape will surely spread quickly, and the Austin Empire will join the hunt for us. No coastline is safe anymore, so we have no choice but to land in the misty forest and then try to get back to the Norma Empire." Margot exclaimed, "But do you know how big the misty forest is? How long will it take to walk from the coastline to the Norma Empire?" "Of course I know." And smiled wryly, "But there's no other way now, and heading north will allow us to evade the Holy Sea's search. It's the only way out." Margot sighed helplessly. "I never imagined I'd be on the run with you one day. How ironic. What's the point of Carter's death then? What's the point of all my years of hatred?" A hint of sadness flashed in Annie's eyes. "Third sister, I know my presence has distracted Father and caused you all to suffer neglect, and I'm so sorry. But since I was little, I really wanted to be close to you. I often hid in a corner watching you play with Brother Carter. I wanted to join in, but I knew you wouldn't allow it, so I was afraid and could only watch secretly. My eldest brother and second sister are so much older than me, and they're both very busy, rarely home. It's just the 3 of us children at home, and I feel so lonely. I hoped that one day you would accept me too, but that day has come too late." "It's not too late," Margot said. "Our Gore family has always grown stronger through adversity. Now that Father is gone, we brothers and sisters must unite even more to restore the family's glory." Annie wiped away the tears from her eyes, and nodded emphatically. "That's right. Father faced Marcello's iron cavalry with unwavering resolve, protecting my elder brother and me as we escaped. He ultimately launched a desperate counterattack. Heaven hasn't forsaken our Gore family. Our day will surely come." Margot gripped Annie's hand tightly, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and regret. Tears streamed down her face, yet a faint smile remained, as if a taut string in her heart had been released, and all her previous resentment had vanished into the vast ocean like white waves. Half a month passed. The 2 traveled tirelessly across the sea, surviving countless gliders along the way, until they reached the edge of the misty forest. In the distance, they saw a vast beach. Annie calculated the distance and, feeling it was about right, approached the shore. The 2 women ate only the dry rations they carried with them, and caught fish in the sea. Although the fish was raw and had a slightly fishy smell, at least they weren't starving. Having finally found land, they naturally quickened their pace and rushed towards it. Xiao Shui was the first to jump onto the beach and take off running. He had been cooped up at sea for so many days, and with a sudden clap of thunder, he released all the pent-up magical energy he had accumulated. Anne and Margot also reached the shore. The moment their feet touched solid ground, they felt an inexplicable sense of peace. This was the feeling of having solid ground beneath their feet. "Third sister, the journey ahead is even more dangerous. Who knows how many powerful magical beasts lurk in the misty forest, and our current location is unclear. We can only proceed one step at a time," Annie said. Margot nodded, teasing, "You know the misty forest better, after all, you're an adventurer." Annie chuckled, "What adventurer? It's just child's play. Back in the day, the furthest Uncle Nickel and I reached was the Arctic Snow Mountain. There are still many unknown territories beyond that." Then, Annie called Little Snow over. "Little Snow, stop fooling around. Let's hurry up and set off. This beach is too open. It wouldn't be good if we caught the attention of some magical beast." Little Snow obediently came to Annie's side, nuzzling her head. Annie giggled, and she and Margot straddled Little Snow's back. Little Snow let out a howl and charged into the forest. However, shortly after they left, another group of people appeared on the beach. These people wore light green robes over dark brown leather armor, and carried bows on their backs. They quickly arrived at the spot where Annie and the others had landed. One of them crouched down, carefully examining the footprints and traces on the sand. Two people, humans and a magical beast. The person spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious. It was a woman. A man asked, were they fighting here? The magical fluctuations here are very chaotic, indicating that someone has used magic. The woman looked up, her gaze fixed intently on the forest. They went that way. We must catch up quickly. We can't let humans enter the elf forest. Using the skills Nicole had taught her, Annie accurately oriented herself and swiftly traversed the forest. She encountered no powerful magical beasts along the way, and before she knew it, night had fallen. To conserve her energy, Annie sent Xiaoxue to hunt while she and Margot started a fire. With the help of fire elemental magic, starting a fire became incredibly easy. A short while later, Xiaoxue returned carrying several rabbits. Annie was somewhat amused and exasperated. Xiaoxue, this isn't like you. You've been out for so long, and you only brought back 2 rabbits? Xiaoxue placed the rabbits on the ground, muttered a few resentful words, and then ran off again. Annie shook her head helplessly, drew her dagger, gutted the 2 rabbits, cleaned them, and skillfully skewered them with branches. Margot, seeing this, was secretly amazed. Was this still the little sister who had been pampered by the entire family back then? Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder and lightning echoed in the distance, accompanied by Xiaoxue's scream. Annie jumped in surprise, and quickly stood up. What's going on? Margot frowned. It seems Xiaoxue has met her match. Let's go check it out. Annie nodded and rushed towards the source of the sound. When she arrived, she saw Xiaoxue with its fur standing on end, emitting low growls, and blue-purple arcs of electricity swirling around its body. Against it was a group of green-robed figures, some wielding bows and arrows, others short swords, all looking extremely wary, and not daring to be careless. Annie murmured softly, why are there people here? Haven't we reached the misty forest yet? Margot frowned and whispered, if you ask me, they might not be human. Seeing Annie's questioning gaze, Margot explained, back when I was investigating Angela's disappearance in the Duchy of Sharia, I came across a mysterious race. The elves. These people's clothes look very much like elves. Annie's heart sank. Her thoughts instantly returned to that night in Torai City, when she and Angela said goodbye on the hilltop. Afterwards, Angela was taken away by a group of elves dressed in green robes. Now, thinking back, these people's clothing seemed very similar to the people in front of her. At that moment, one of the women suddenly shot out a sharp arrow. Xiaoxue roared angrily, dodging half a meter to the side, and simultaneously spat out a bolt of lightning. 2 green-robed men blocked their way, conjuring a large tree with their hands. The lightning struck the tree trunk, instantly igniting it and bursting into flames. Xiaoxue seized the opportunity to pounce, slapping the 2 green-robed men away with a single blow, and then biting down on the woman. The woman's face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror. Just then, Annie rushed out, shouting, Xiaoxue, stop! Hearing Annie's voice, Xiaoxue abruptly stopped. His sharp teeth were only millimeters from the woman's neck, a mere hair's breadth away from severing it. The woman collapsed to the ground in fright. The green-robed man beside her rushed forward. Alyssa. Are you all right? The woman touched her neck, feeling a dampness, only to find it was just sweat. Her chest heaved, and she whispered, I'm fine. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to Annie. Annie calmly walked to Xiaoxue's side, gently stroking the back of her neck reassuringly. Xiaoxue, it's all right. You should rest for a bit. The murderous intent in Xiaoxue's eyes gradually faded. She shook her head, exhaled at the green-robed man, and walked away dejectedly. The green-robed figures were all stunned. The woman called Alyssa looked at Annie and asked, He's your contracted magical beast? Her tone was a little strange, but she was indeed communicating with Annie in human language. And smiled and said, No, he's my partner. At this moment, Margot also stepped forward. Annie nodded to Margot, then said to the green-robed figures, Hello, I'm Annie. This is my sister Margot. We're passing through here on our way to the Norma Empire for some reasons. We're very sorry to have disturbed you. Alyssa slowly stood up from the ground, her brows slightly furrowed. Humans aren't welcome here. Chapter 362. And gave a wry smile. You must be elves, right? I'm so sorry to have disturbed you, but we had no choice. Please forgive us, we leave soon. Alyssa, humans are all untrustworthy. A green-robed man stepped forward and whispered. Alyssa raised her hand to stop him from continuing, saying calmly, I know, you don't need to remind me. However, they were communicating in the elven language, so Annie didn't understand at all. Margot whispered to Annie, they seem to have ill intentions. and felt helpless. She knew that the elven race was full of hidden talents and powerful individuals. There were definitely more than one expert like Crick who had reached the supreme realm. They absolutely could not afford to clash with the elves. "Annie!" Elisa spoke up. "You stopped that monster and saved my life, so I trust you this time." Annie's face lit up with joy. She was about to thank her when Elisa continued, "However, to prevent you from wandering off and breaking the rules of the elf forest, we have people follow you. If you behave improperly or attempt to trespass into forbidden areas, we warn you immediately, and if necessary, we might even resort to force." Annie quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, thank you. By the way, we still don't know your name." Elisa removed her hood, revealing a pair of pointed ears, slightly flushed in the torchlight. Her face was like a jade sculpture, her skin flawless, and her large eyes were like stars in the sky, captivating and mesmerizing. If this woman were in the human world, she would probably be considered the most beautiful woman in the world. "I am Elisa Forrest, the eldest daughter of the Forrest family." Although Annie didn't know who the Forrest family was, she still said, "Oh, so it's the Forrest family. My apologies, Shushua. Come here and apologize quickly, you offended them." Shushua walked over reluctantly, bowed her head to Elisa as an apology. Elisa was amused by Shushua's expression, then quickly covered her mouth, coughed twice, and said with a slightly serious expression, "Never mind, just be careful. The elf forest isn't just inhabited by elves, there are also powerful magical beasts. If you accidentally trespass on their territory, even I can't save you." Annie nodded and said, "I understand, thank you. Oh, by the way, do you know Crick?" Upon hearing Crick's name, Elisa's expression immediately turned to shock. She exclaimed in surprise, "Master Martial Arts? You? How do you know the Master Martial Arts name?" "Master Martial Arts?" Annie scratched her head. She had no idea who Crick was. She only knew that he was the one who took Angela away years ago. She pulled out the 2 leaves that Crick had given her years ago from her bosom. She had always carried these 2 leaves with her, and today they finally came in handy. "These are the tokens Crick gave me back then, look." Elisa took one of the leaves, examined it carefully, and exclaimed in even greater shock, "This is indeed the token of the martial arts master. My God, you actually met the martial arts master, and even obtained his token?" Seeing Elisa's surprised expression, Annie was somewhat puzzled. This Krieg seemed to be extremely famous among the elves. Even Elisa showed such an expression upon hearing his name. "So you're friends of the martial arts master? I'm truly sorry for my rudeness." Elisa changed her previous attitude and bowed respectfully to Annie. Annie quickly returned the greeting, saying, "No need for formalities. May I ask where the martial arts master is now?" Elisa explained, "The martial arts master resides with the Ryan family year-round, quite far from here. Are you going to see him?" Annie nodded. Since they were already on elven territory, it was a good opportunity to see how Angela was doing. "Yes, it's a rare opportunity to come all this way, so naturally we should visit an old friend." Elisa exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful. Could you do me a favor?" Annie immediately replied, "As long as it's within my power, I'd do my best." Elisa clapped her hands and laughed, "That's great. I'd like to see the martial arts master. He's a hero of our elven race, but I never had the honor of meeting him." "Oh, of course, in exchange, I travel with you and show you the way." Annie naturally wouldn't refuse such a good offer. They didn't know the way, so having someone to guide them was invaluable. Just then, someone behind Elisa whispered, "Elisa, the chieftain won't allow you to act on your own." Elisa frowned. "I'm not leaving the elf forest, I'm just going to the Rhine clan. What's there to worry about?" The person continued to advise, "You know, the chieftain recently had a disagreement with the elf king in the council. It's better if you don't go now." Elisa remained adamant. "I'm not going to see the elf king. Although the martial arts master is with the Rhine clan, he's not a member of the Rhine clan. He's a hero of our entire elf race. What harm would it do me to see him?" "That's true, but—" "No buts," Elisa said impatiently. "If you're worried, go back yourselves. I know the way. If father asks, just tell the truth. I'm not afraid." Seeing Elisa's determination, the group hesitated slightly, but still sent 2 people to accompany her, while the others returned on their own. After one night, the group set off for the Rhine family. With several elves by her side, Annie naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. She immediately approached Elisa. "Elisa, you're so beautiful. Do all elves look like this?" Elisa covered her mouth and chuckled. "Maybe that's how it seems to you humans, but we think it's quite common. Look!" She pointed to 2 elven men behind her, who also pulled down their hoods, revealing two handsome faces. "It's amazing. You are truly the creator's darlings," exclaimed Annie. Hearing the word darlings, Elisa's face fell. Darlings? Clearly a curse. Because of our powerful magical adaptability and beautiful appearance, we elves have always been the object of other races' covetousness. Years of war have caused our population to plummet, and now we can only cower in this forest, afraid to step out again. Annie was surprised. "Ah? Have you been at war recently?" Elisa shook her head. "It's a little better recently, since we've been hiding in the forest and have little contact with other races. However, the Great War with the orcs over 1,000 years ago depleted our population, and we still haven't recovered. And sighed, I heard about that war too. Our ancestors paid the way for us with their lives, otherwise, we all be slaves to the orcs now." Elisa smiled bitterly. "Actually, my grandfather also participated in that battle." "Huh?" And didn't quite catch her breath. "What did you just say?" Elisa repeated. "I said my grandfather also participated in that battle. I wasn't even born yet. My mother took me to the battlefield." Anne's mind went blank for a moment. "You mean your grandfather participated in the battle against the orcs 1,000 years ago?" Elisa nodded. "Yes." Then she understood and smiled. "By the way, your human lifespan is short, only 100 years. We elves are different. Our average lifespan is around 1,000 years, like, I'm considered relatively young." Annie's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard, asking, "If I may ask, how old are you this year?" Elisa blushed and stammered, "I'm 332 years old." Annie's heart skipped a beat. 332 years old. What did that mean? She could be her great-great-grandmother. But the elven woman before her was beautiful, with smooth skin. By human standards, she was probably only in her 20s. Annie took a deep breath and asked, "And how old is the oldest among you?" Elisa thought carefully. It should be the grand elder of the Dark family, who seems to be over 1,800 years old, and rarely sees guests these days." "Over 1,800 years old?" Annie exclaimed. "Then he must be incredibly powerful?" Elisa nodded. "Of course, we elves have many strong individuals. I'm considered relatively weak. We elves are born at what you humans call the separation of origin realm. As we age, the strength varies depending on our aptitude. Because we can't enter magical realms, our strength increases entirely through bloodline power, making the process quite slow. But even so, we have over 30 strong individuals at the supreme origin realm." And exclaimed, "That's truly amazing. The elves truly deserve to be called the race with the strongest magical adaptability." Elisa's eyes dimmed, and she sighed, "But what's the use? Our elven birth rate is incredibly low. For 100 years now, not a single newborn has been born. The youngest is over 80 years old, my little brother Starks beside me." "Starks?" He nodded slightly, looking like a human boy of about 10 years old. If Elisa hadn't pointed it out, Annie would have really thought he was a younger brother. Elisa smiled and patted Stark's head. When this little brother was born, the heads of all the major families came to celebrate. Margot, standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Since the elves are so powerful, there's absolutely no need for them to hide in the forest. If they went to the human world, wouldn't they be able to dominate a region? Elisa shook her head. "That's unrealistic. As I just said, our birth rate is too low. The entire elven population combined is only about 20,000. 20,000? Annie exclaimed in surprise. "I remember that Misty City had a population of 100,000 back then, and the entire Norma Empire had over 100 million. How come you only have 20,000? Elisa sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Over 1,000 years ago, our elven race had a large population of over 100,000. After the battle with the orcs, only less than 10,000 remained. To ensure the continuation of our race, we had no choice but to submit and hide in the forests. Most of our territory was divided up by humans and orcs. These past few years have been relatively peaceful, and the population has gradually increased." "I see," Margot said. "If no new blood joins the race, those who die in battle are simply gone. The strength of the entire race is weakened. It seems that powerful races, even races, have weaknesses." Stark said proudly. "That's right. If our elven race were at its peak, you humans would be completely sidelined." Elisa tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." Starks retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense. Grandpa said that 1,000 years ago, humans were merely vassals of the elves, basically just laborers. They could eat and reproduce, and they weren't afraid of death, since they could reproduce endlessly, giving birth to several more every few years." Annie was speechless. This sounded like a sow giving birth. It was incredibly awkward. Margot laughed again. It's all right. I think Starks is right. If you really had 100,000 men, all at least at the Qiyuan realm, you would definitely sweep across the entire continent. Our human race is indeed no match for you. Elisa sighed. Back then, it wasn't just the Qiyuan realm, many of our predecessors were incredibly powerful. The elves had hundreds of Supreme Yuan realm experts, almost all of whom perished on the battlefield. This dealt a heavy blow to the orcs, and they haven't recovered from it to this day. Annie felt a chill run down her spine. What did 100 Supreme Realm experts even mean? Such a powerful force had been completely annihilated by the orc army. Just how strong were the orcs back then? Annie had never been able to imagine how brutal the war against the orcs had been. Now, after hearing Elisa's detailed account, she understood that without the entire elven race's counterattack, humans alone could not have defeated the orcs. But in the end, humans betrayed their allies, encroaching on the elven territory and driving them into the forests, thus creating the current continental order. It seems the orcs are indeed powerful. Even you elves couldn't completely withstand them. Alyssa's eyes clearly showed terror at the mention of the orcs. They are a bunch of demons, incredibly cruel and inhuman. Many of our people were captured and tortured to death. Before battle, they would kill our people right in front of us, hanging their heads high as a show of intimidation. In battle, they seem impervious to pain and fearless. Even with severed limbs, they wouldn't stop fighting. In their eyes, losing means death, so they cannot afford to lose. Annie suddenly remembered what she had heard about Anchero. The Battle of Cassiopeia, where 100,000 orc soldiers were completely outmaneuvered by Noctis's ancestors, was a classic battle that has been passed down through generations. He then asked, "Have you heard of Ancherok?" Alyssa's face turned cold. Humph. Ancherok and a large area around it were originally our elven territory. After the humans seized it, they wanted to use us elves as a shield against the orcs' attacks, but we were powerless to resist. That's why we let a small group of orcs pass through. I didn't expect that the humans would become so arrogant just because they defeated those orcs, completely disregarding the efforts of our elven race. Chapter 363. Anne smiled bitterly to herself. It seemed that humans and elves didn't share a unified view of that history. Each believed themselves to be the main force, the heroes, the ones who turned the tide of the war. But what was the truth? Who could really know? Perhaps only those who had experienced that great war would know. The elven forest was vast, merging with the misty forest. Many powerful magical beasts lived there, coexisting with the elves. Elisa knew this forest intimately. She could find her way even with her eyes closed. Therefore, under her guidance, Annie and the others encountered little difficulty, and no danger along the way. After walking for almost 2 days, Elisa's expression began to show worry. Annie, noticing the change in Elisa's expression, whispered, "Elisa, what's wrong? Is something the problem?" Elisa didn't answer, but Starks replied, "This is the territory of the Dark family. The Dark family has some grudges with the martial arts master, and they are very hostile towards humans. Hopefully, we won't encounter any of their people." The Dark family? Annie was taken aback. The family of the eldest elder? Elisa nodded inside. Yes, back then, the Dark family advocated peace with the orcs, and they weren't particularly active in the war from beginning to end, suffering the fewest casualties. The martial arts master repeatedly tried to persuade the Dark family to fight, but all attempts failed. In the end, the Nafan family, the most powerful elven family, was almost completely wiped out before the final victory was achieved. However, when the orcs retreated, they raided the Dark family's territory, causing them to pay a price. Otherwise, the Dark family would be the most powerful family today. Annie suddenly understood. I see. So the Dark family shouldn't harbor too much hostility towards the martial arts master, right? After all, the martial arts master didn't force them. Elisa gave a wry smile. Although the martial arts master didn't force them, after the war, he was the first to stand up and demand that the Dark family apologize to the entire elf race. This caused quite a stir at the time, and it was only through the current elf king's mediation that relations between the two sides were eased. But the martial arts master still stated that he never wanted to see anyone from the Dark family again. Margot asked, "Then why are they so hostile towards humans? Even if they don't fight themselves, we're still allies." Elisa shook her head. Allies, yes, but humans also turned on us elves later on. If it weren't for that, we elves wouldn't have retreated to the forest. The Dark family's territory was once in what is now the Duchy of Sharia and the surrounding area, a place of great wealth. But humans seized their land. How can such hatred be erased? And understood her concerns. She took 2 hats from her breastplate, putting one on herself and handing the other to Margot. The two used the hats to cover their faces, making it difficult to distinguish between humans and elves. Soon, they arrived at a swamp. The ground was very damp, and in some places the soil was soft and easily sank in. Starks led the way. His agility ensured that any path he traversed was relatively safe, and everyone followed his lead. Suddenly, 3 figures sprang from the nearby bushes, wielding short knives and instantly blocking their path. Alyssa frowned and shouted, "I am Alyssa." The others visibly startled. Then a slender woman stepped forward, her short knife still pointed forward, ready to strike at any moment. "Alyssa? What are you doing here?" Alyssa recognized the woman and her frown deepened. "Nifedora, this may be your territory, but there's no reason for me to be barred from passing through, is there? I'm just passing by and don't intend to cause trouble." Nifedora sized them up. Passing through is no problem, but we need to check you." "Check us?" Starks exclaimed. "What right do you have to check us? How can your dark family be so domineering? I never seen any other family demand such a check." Nifedora sneered. "Just because other families aren't checking doesn't mean we aren't. Either you obediently accept the inspection, or turn back and find another way." Starks whispered to Alyssa, "How about we change our route, and not go this way?" Alyssa sighed. "If we take a detour, it probably double the time, and we have to pass through several dangerous areas where magical beasts gather. Let me discuss it with them again." "Then," she said loudly, "our 2 families have a fairly good relationship. Why make things so difficult for you? How about this? I have a few magic crystals here. Consider it our toll." As she spoke, she took out a small handful of crystals from her bosom. The crystals were of very poor quality, and very small, much worse than those in the magical realm. Nifedora glanced at it, a glint of greed in her eyes, but quickly snapped to a cold voice, "Do you think we're robbers? Giving us tolls?" Alyssa quickly changed her tune, shoving the crystal into Nifedora's hand. "Oh dear, look at my mouth. I get carried away, and say things I don't mean. This is for you, not tolls." Nifedora beamed, weighing the crystal in her hand. "Good, not bad at all. I didn't expect your forest family to be so wealthy." "Not at all." Alyssa laughed. "This is just a token of our sincerity. Compared to the Dark family, we're still far from enough." Nifedora, satisfied, waved her hand casually. "All right, you can go now," she said, then happily counted the crystal in her hand. Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief and winked at Starks. Starks looked pained. He had contributed a portion of the crystal. The group immediately continued on their way. However, just as Anne and Margot passed by, Nifedora's nose twitched slightly, and she suddenly shouted sharply, "Wait!" Alyssa's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around stiffly, asking, "Is there something else?" Nifedora frowned deeply, walked to Anne's side, sniffed again, and asked in Elvish, "Who are you?" Alyssa quickly stepped forward, blocking the 2 of them. "She's from my clan, and she's traveling with me this time." Nifedora said coldly, "Your forest family only has a few people, and I know some of them, but I never seen this person before. Besides, she has a very unpleasant odor about her. Do you think I'm stupid?" Seeing that she couldn't be fooled, Alyssa hardened her stance. "What if I want to go? You can't just stop me, can you?" The 3 members of the Dark family immediately assumed fighting postures. Nifedora said, "This is our territory. Are you sure you want to fight us here?" Alyssa didn't back down. "Even if we fight, so what? You ambushed and intercepted your own kind in our territory, and you forcibly searched us. Even if this goes to the council, I'm in the right." A faint purple aura began to emanate from Nifedora's blade. When Annie saw the purple aura, her heart skipped a beat. A familiar feeling welled up inside her, and unconsciously she took out a tooth from her breastplate, the one that Born had pried from the mouth of the demon-poisoned dragon years ago. The moment the tooth appeared, a fierce aura immediately spread out. Even Annie herself was taken aback. The demon-poisoned dragon from back then didn't seem to possess such power. Why could a mere tooth unleash such a powerful aura? Nifedora was greatly surprised. Her purple aura quickly merged with the tooth's aura, subtly interacting and forming a peculiar rhythm. How do you have a demon-poisoned dragon's tooth?" Alyssa hadn't expected Annie to pull out such a powerful item so readily, but she absolutely couldn't let Annie speak now. If Annie's human identity were discovered, a battle would be inevitable. Alyssa leaned close to Annie's ear and asked, "Where did you get this tooth?" Annie smiled wryly. "That's a long story. How about giving it to her?" With that, Annie handed the tooth to Alyssa. Alyssa took the tooth stunned. It was icy cold to the touch, and a terrifying aura made her hand tremble instantly, causing the tooth to fall to the ground. Nifedora frowned. "What are you doing?" Alyssa said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know where this tooth came from. If you need it, you can have it. Can you let us pass? Nithidora picked up the tooth from the ground, examined it closely, and said, "You should know that our dark family has had a close relationship with the demon-poisoned dragon since ancient times. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the last demon-poisoned dragon died, and now there are no more demon-poisoned dragons left in the entire forest. And I think this tooth is no more than 10 years old." "Where did you get it from?" Alyssa said, "We really don't know. We just found it on the road." Nithidora glared at her angrily. "I wasn't asking you. I was asking her." Her finger pointed at Annie. Annie felt somewhat speechless. It seemed the other party was targeting her. Xiuxua slowly walked in front of Annie, shielding her behind her, and simultaneously released a powerful magical aura, instantly intimidating the other party. "A 9-tier Qiyuan magical beast?" Nithidora exclaimed in surprise. "When did your forest family start associating with the Thunder White Tiger?" Alyssa smiled and said, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is this a Thunder White Tiger?" Hearing this, Nithidora scrutinized Xiaoxua again, finding its appearance 8 parts like a Thunder White Tiger, but also somewhat like a snow leopard. She couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This? What kind of magical beast is this? I never seen it before." Seeing Nithidora's discomfiture, Alyssa couldn't help but laugh. "How about it? If it really comes to a fight, we're not afraid of you." Nithidora's group only reached the Qiyuan realm this time. They were fine against Alyssa, but they were at a disadvantage against Xiaoxua. "Fine, leave the tooth here. You can go wherever you want." Hearing Nithidora's agreement, Alyssa quickly led Annie and the others away, afraid that Nithidora would change her mind. However, Nithidora couldn't back out now. After all, Alyssa was the eldest daughter of the forest family, so what problems could her people possibly have? After successfully passing through the dark family's territory, Alyssa finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, Annie, you really surprised me. You actually have a demon-poisoned dragon's tooth on you. It really startled me. Where did you get it?" Annie truthfully replied, "A few years ago, I entered the misty forest with other adventurers and found the demon-poisoned dragon's lair in a canyon. Later, during the fight with it, I obtained its tooth. That's all." Alyssa's eyes widened. You fought the demonic poison dragon?" Annie nodded, wondering why Alyssa was so surprised. "Yes, at the time, that demonic poison dragon seemed to be only at the nascent soul stage, and now it doesn't seem that strong." Alyssa shook her head. "Impossible. The demonic poison dragon's bloodline is extremely powerful. Judging from the length of its teeth, that demonic poison dragon should have lived for over 1,000 years. How could it only be at the nascent soul stage? There must be something wrong." Annie scratched her head. "I'm not too sure about that, but when we fought, I roughly estimated it to be around the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and after we escaped, it didn't chase after us." "Do you remember where that canyon is?" Starks asked. Annie nodded. "Of course I remember, but I don't really know the way from here. I have to go back to Misty City to find my way." Alyssa exclaimed, "You have so many interesting things about you. Not only the demon poison dragon's teeth, but this magical beast named Little Snow is also very special." Starks added, "Yes, it has features of both a thunder white tiger and a snow leopard. It's really rare. Did you find him in White Tiger Mountain?" "White Tiger Mountain?" Annie was taken aback. "I don't know what that is. We met him in the Misty Forest, and at that time Annie hesitated, unsure how to begin. "That's unlikely." Starks was clearly incredulous. "How could the cubs of the Thunder White Tiger be in the Misty Forest? That's too unusual." Alyssa said, "Hey, I remember several years ago, didn't the Thunder White Tiger King have a conflict with the Thunder Rat King?" Starks exclaimed, "That was more than just a conflict. The Thunder Rat King had been coveting the resources of White Tiger Mountain for a long time, and given the existing grudges, it was clearly a premeditated attack. The White Tiger King was severely injured, and all his offspring perished in the battle. This is a serious matter. It caused quite a stir. Even the Elf King had to step in to mediate." Alyssa nodded, "I know that. My father apparently went on a long trip because of this back then, and when he came back, he told us never to mess with the Thunder Rats. He said they're very vengeful, and I don't know how the White Tiger King offended them." And clicked her tongue in amazement. "You can communicate with magical beasts?" Alyssa laughed, of course. "The higher the level of the magical beast, the higher its intelligence. We usually mingle with magical beasts. It's very common for us." Chapter 364. "Oh, right," Alyssa suddenly said, "it's not far from White Tiger Mountain. Why don't we go take a look?" Annie looked at Xiaoxua. It had been so long, if she could help him find his family, it might be a good thing. So she said, "Okay, I'm not in a hurry anyway, let's go take a look." Margot asked, "Didn't you say there was a battle over there? Will we be in any danger if we go?" Stark said, "It's alright, their battle ended a long time ago. Although the White Tiger King was defeated, he still managed to survive thanks to the Elf King's intervention. After giving up a large area of territory to the Thunder Rat, the Thunder Rat didn't continue its attack. I think the Thunder Rat has only temporarily stopped," said Elisa. "The White Tiger King is seriously injured and probably won't live much longer. If the White Tiger King dies, the Thunder Rat will likely start attacking again, since the White Tiger King has no heir." Annie felt she had found the right direction. If she wasn't mistaken, Xiao Shui was likely lost in that battle. Given her impure bloodline, even if she escaped, she wouldn't be easily discovered. Her appearance at the edge of the misty forest made sense. The group immediately changed direction and headed towards White Tiger Mountain. At this time, White Tiger Mountain was in complete chaos. A thunder white tiger trembled and lay on the ground, while another elderly thunder white tiger opposite him roared incessantly, "You bastard! Back then, I sent you to find the king's offspring, and you failed. This time, I asked you to guard the northern hills, and you let the Thunder Rat take advantage of the situation. What use are you?" The white tiger lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. However, a large white tiger on the central stone platform, appearing somewhat weak, said, "Forget it, you can't blame him. If the Thunder Rat wanted to cause trouble, he would have found an opportunity anyway. He was just unlucky. There's no use blaming him now. Nur, get up." Nur carefully climbed to his feet, his face full of guilt, and whispered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The aged white tiger clearly didn't want to let him off the hook. "Humph, what a waste. How could I have given birth to such a son? You're infuriating." The White Tiger King waved his hand, saying, "You're lucky you even have a son. Look at me, all 10 of my children died in battle. Now I'm all alone, and I can't even handle those little rats." The aged white tiger sighed, "Alas! If only that Mother Snow Leopard hadn't died. But judging from the state of that tree hollow, she died after giving birth there. I wonder where the child went. Where is he? Anyway, no body was found nearby, so he might still be alive." The White Tiger King shook his head. His mother was killed, how could he be alive? He was probably eaten, that's why we can't find his body. It's pitiful that his mother was pregnant when she broke through the encirclement, severely injured, and then gave birth while still wounded. She was probably at her weakest when she was attacked. Otherwise, with her strength, no one on the edge of the misty forest could stand against her. The aged white tiger said bitterly, "It's all those damned rats' fault. They're so hateful, they have no sense of rules at all. This is no one's fault but our own. We've been living comfortably for too long." The White Tiger King said calmly, "That guy Xylahi is afraid of our counterattack now, so he won't go too far. Elder, you don't need to be too angry. Since they want that hill, just give it to them, cough cough cough." The White Tiger King coughed violently halfway through his sentence, blood spilling from his mouth. "Your Majesty!" Nur cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with worry. The White Tiger King waved his hand. "I'm fine, I won't die for now, but I estimate I don't have much time left. If I die, Shuri will have no more scruples, and will surely go on a killing spree. You should prepare yourselves." Nur said guiltily, "It's all my fault for not finding Your Majesty's offspring. Otherwise, by using the inheritance technique, Your Majesty's power might have been passed down, and we wouldn't have been bullied like this by those dead rats." The White Tiger King's breathing was somewhat unsteady, and he shook his head. "It's useless to say these things now. The Thunder Rats have occupied the eastern hills, and their appetites are far from over. The rest of you must be vigilant, and not make any more mistakes. Your Majesty, can we ask the Elf King for help?" Nur suddenly asked. The White Tiger King exhaled, "The Elf King has done enough for our clan. We are only alive thanks to him, and it's also because I had some connection with him back then. But if I die, who among you can still persuade him to come?" Nur lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. The Grand Elder stepped forward and patted him forcefully on the shoulder, saying, "All right, brat, let the king rest. Let's go!" After leaving, Nur remained dejected. "Father, I'm sorry, I disappointed the clan again." The Grand Elder's stern tone softened. "Alas, when you were born, White Tiger Mountain was at its peak. All the magical beasts knew that White Tiger Mountain was the strongest, the leader among magical beasts. But in just 2 years, we fell from the peak to the bottom. Our clan suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the king's heroic efforts, we would probably be wiped out by now. Nur gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I remember all that. Back then, the eldest prince was training with me when we were suddenly attacked. If it weren't for his selfless rescue, I would be dead. I will never forget that day, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I will avenge this." "Good child." The Grand Elder nodded approvingly. "With your words, our people have hope." Nur then worriedly asked, "But father, the king's health is deteriorating. Only the two of you remain as experts at the Supreme Realm. What will we do? What will we do if something happens to the king?" The Grand Elder lowered his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. "There's nothing we can do. With the king's strength, he could easily live another 100 years. But he was ambushed by that Xylahi and severely injured. He can't recover. He only survived to this day thanks to the Elf King. Now, the Elf clan can no longer. Thank you for helping us. We must plan ahead for what comes next." Nur said, "Our tribe now has less than 1,000 people. If we really go to war with the Thunder Rats again, we will definitely not gain anything. After all, the Thunder Rats are notorious for their prolific reproduction. In recent years, their population has reached hundreds of thousands. The magical beasts in the surrounding forests are full of complaints, but they are afraid of Shuri and dare not act rashly." The Grand Elder snorted coldly, "Humph. Mere rats. Even if they are prolific, they only provide us with more food. Their race is weak to begin with. If it weren't for Shuri, they would still be at the bottom of the magical beast world. It's really strange. Shuri seems to have appeared out of nowhere. In just 10 years, he has made a name for himself, then integrated the 6 major groups of Thunder Rats, leading the Thunder Rats through all obstacles and all the way to the top of the magical beast world. I really don't know what kind of monster he is. Humph. He's just using underhanded tricks." Nur scoffed. The Grand Elder shook his head. "If, as you say, he only got to where he is today through opportunism, then he's not a threat. The important thing is that his current strength isn't much weaker than the Great King's. That's the source of his confidence in openly declaring war on our White Tiger Mountain. And you must know, his age is at most about the same as the first prince's, while the first prince was worlds apart from him back then." Nur retorted indignantly, "I don't believe it. The first prince also reached the Supreme Realm back then, definitely not much weaker than him. If the first prince were still alive, how could they be so arrogant?" The Grand Elder sighed. They saw the first prince's potential, so they immediately sent troops to assassinate him, and then launched a full-scale war. All of this was part of Xylahi's plan. Your survival in that assassination wasn't entirely due to luck. Shuri struck first, and then immediately retreated to avoid being surrounded and killed by the rest of us, which is why he spared your life." Nur gritted his teeth. "Then I make him regret it." Just then, a white tiger came running from the south, panting heavily. Upon seeing the two, it immediately shouted, "Elder! Elder!" The elder frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The white tiger gasped, "From the south, a group of elves has come from the south, 5 of them." "Elves?" The elder was taken aback. "What are the elves doing here? Where are they now?" The white tiger replied, "Our people are watching them. They're currently in the forest to the south. Let's go! Let's go see." The Grand Elder waved his hand, leading Nur towards the southern forest. Soon, they encountered the elves. 2 white tigers were also talking to them. Nur had met elves before. After all, the elves had helped them previously, so he was relatively friendly. The 2 white tigers quickly made way for the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder immediately noticed the female elf leading the group. She looked young, but elves were not known for judging age by appearance. "Friends of the elves, greetings. I am Gattuso, the Grand Elder of White Tiger Mountain. May I ask what brings you to White Tiger Mountain?" The Grand Elder inquired. This group was none other than Elisa and her entourage. Elisa smiled faintly. "Grand Elder, I am Elisa, the eldest daughter of the Forest family. I apologize for disturbing you, but we have something to ask you today." "Oh!" The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. "I know your father. He's a very good man. How is he?" Eliza nodded politely. "He's fine. There aren't many clan affairs lately, so he's quite free." The Grand Elder laughed. "Haha, that's good. Please invite him to White Tiger Mountain as a guest sometime." "Definitely." The Grand Elder then asked, "You said you had something to ask. What is it? Let me see if I can help you." Elisa turned and pointed to Annie, saying, "This is my friend Annie. Her identity is somewhat special. Please forgive her." The Grand Elder was somewhat puzzled. What did special identity mean? But before he could ask, Nur, standing to the side, suddenly widened his eyes. A familiar feeling surged into his heart. He immediately hunched his back and let out a series of low growls. "Nur!" The Grand Elder frowned and roared. "What are you doing? How can you be so rude to a guest?" Nur bared his teeth and said, "Father, she's human. I smelled a human scent. There's no way I'm wrong." "Human?" The Grand Elder was taken aback, then looked at Elisa with suspicion. Elisa hadn't expected Annie's identity to be exposed so quickly. Although Annie couldn't understand the conversation between Elisa and the Thunder White Tiger, she knew the other party was hostile towards her. "Elisa, what happened?" Elisa asked worriedly. "That White Tiger seems to recognize your scent, knows you're human," and was startled, then looked at the White Tiger baring its teeth at her. Suddenly remembering her encounter with the Thunder White Tiger in the misty forest, she immediately said, "Please tell him for me that I encountered a Thunder White Tiger in the misty forest back then." "Do they recognize each other?" Elisa could only act as a translator. "Grand Elder, Annie is indeed human, but she has no ill intentions. Back then, she encountered a Thunder White Tiger in the misty forest, but because she couldn't understand animal language, they couldn't communicate, which led to some unpleasantness. I don't know if you know about it." "What?" Nur was immediately shocked. Encountering a Thunder White Tiger in the misty forest. Who else could it be but him? He was the only one who went to the misty forest with a mission back then. The elder frowned, carefully examining Annie, and asked Nur, "Have you seen her?" Nur shook his head. "I don't remember. The human I encountered back then was a male, and a necromancer who could cast a very terrifying spell." Nur still felt a little uneasy recalling the scene. Elisa could only repeat Nur's words to Annie completely. Annie immediately smiled. "It seems we really are destined to meet. I seen this Nur. The one who drove him away back then was my friend Born. He wasn't a necromancer, but a real undead." After saying that, Annie reached into the breastplate and took Keller's body out, gently placing it on the ground. Upon seeing Keller, Nur's eyes widened in shock. "It's him! It's him! How did he die?" Annie explained. "He was actually my summoned undead. This was just his physical body. It was destroyed for some reason a while ago, and now he's returned to the underworld." The elder looked astonished. He knew Nur had returned defeated from the misty forest years ago, claiming there was a necromancer there, which had drawn ridicule from everyone. He never expected that Nur was merely a summoned undead. Annie waved her hand, and a magic circle appeared in front of them. A surge of black energy erupted, and a skeleton soldier crawled out of the circle. Annie smiled and said, "Brother Born, look, isn't that the White Tiger you met in the tree hollow back then?" Born turned around, scratched his head, and said, Well, don't all tigers look the same?" Chapter 365. Annie's forehead was covered in black lines. It seemed Born, like her, couldn't tell them apart at all. But after sensing the unique aura emanating from Born, Nur immediately roared, "It's him! It's him! It's him!" The power of death was unwelcome everywhere. Born's appearance caused everyone present to take 2 steps back, their faces showing wariness, including Elisa, who had no idea Annie was a necromancer. The Grand Elder frowned, barely suppressing the urge to tear Born apart, and asked, "Why did you sabotage Nur's mission back then?" Annie scratched her head and said, "Actually, we didn't know he had a mission. We just happened to run into him. After all, we couldn't communicate, and our strength was far inferior to his at the time. We didn't dare to confront him directly. We're truly sorry." "But why was he guarding that tree hollow? Was he looking for someone?" Nur was about to speak when the Grand Elder stopped him. The news that the White Tiger King had an illegitimate child living abroad must not be known to anyone else. Even if they didn't know whether the child was alive or dead, this news had to be kept strictly confidential. "I'd like to ask you, why are you at the tree hollow? Are you also looking for something?" the Grand Elder retorted. Annie hadn't called Xiaoxue out initially, as a precaution. After all, she wasn't sure of White Tiger Mountain's attitude. If they knew the Thunder White Tiger's bloodline had been tainted, they might harm Xiaoxue. Therefore, Annie was very cautious. "Actually, I have a friend who used to live at the tree hollow, but..." Hearing this, both the Grand Elder and Nur's eyes narrowed. Nur exclaimed, "Where is he? Why didn't I see him there?" Annie hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Before I answer your question, I want to confirm first, can you accept a child born from the union of a Thunder White Tiger and a Snow Leopard?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was completely certain that this human necromancer before him had seen the child, and not only that, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. The Grand Elder replied almost without hesitation, "Don't worry, we are not only willing to accept him, but we also eagerly await his return." Seeing the Grand Elder's usually calm face become so excited upon hearing news of Xiao Shui, Annie felt he was probably not lying. However, after all, he was a Supreme Realm expert, and Elisa had already warned her about this before they came. Therefore, if Xiao Shui appeared now, and the other party changed his mind, Annie would be helpless. So Annie still held back. Grand Elder, it's not that I don't trust you, but for the sake of my friend, I need your guarantee. The Grand Elder's heart trembled, as if struck by lightning. He stared wide-eyed at Annie, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The other party's words practically proved that the child was indeed here. With just a guarantee, the entire clan would usher in a true king. The Grand Elder felt his heart race. For so many years, since the great battle, the White Tiger King had been bedridden, and he, the Grand Elder, had been managing the entire clan. But he was getting old, and could no longer sustain it. If a suitable successor couldn't be found, the clan would decline. And now, he finally saw hope. A child capable of inheriting the White Tiger King's power had appeared. I swear on my life, if I have uttered a single lie, may I die a horrible death, the Grand Elder declared firmly. He knew that only in this way could he gain their trust. Elisa added from the side, the Thunder White Tiger clan is quite honest and simple, they never lie. You can trust them. Her voice carried a hint of reassurance, putting everyone at ease. Annie nodded, then shouted behind her, Xiao Shui. Her clear, resonant voice instantly pierced through the dense forest. A tiger's roar followed, and a massive, black and white figure emerged from the woods, landing steadily before the group. Upon seeing Xiao Shui appear, the Grand Elder and Nur were stunned. The resemblance was uncanny. Xiao Shui's appearance was practically identical to the White Tiger King's. There was almost no doubt that Xiao Shui was indeed the White Tiger King's child. However, the Grand Elder's brows quickly furrowed. In his mind, humans were always cunning, treacherous, and opportunistic. Now, for them to bring Xiao Shui to White Tiger Mountain was undoubtedly for some ulterior motive. He had to be careful, at least for now. He couldn't let them know that Xiao Shui was the White Tiger King's child. He calmly said to Annie, Human, thank you very much. We are deeply grateful for your kindness in bringing our companion back. If you don't mind, please visit White Tiger Mountain so we can extend our hospitality. Annie observed the change in the other woman's expression and felt a little curious. She had just sworn that there were no problems, but what was going on now? She glanced at Elisa, who seemed equally puzzled, and asked, Elder, I know the situation at White Tiger Mountain is not optimistic, so we won't disturb you any longer. However, we didn't bring him back. We just want to know who his parents are and whether they are still alive. The Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat. Hope was at hand. He couldn't let the other man leave so easily. Our family has a rule. Anyone possessing the bloodline of the Thunder White Tiger must remain on White Tiger Mountain. He was stranded before, that was one thing, but now that he's back, how can he leave again? Annie sensed something amiss. The other party was a powerful expert at the Supreme Origin Realm. She absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. But she certainly couldn't just hand Xiao Shui over to him. It seemed this operation had been somewhat ill-considered. At this moment, Xiao Shui, who had been coldly observing the scene, suddenly spoke. He coldly said to the Grand Elder, Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think I stayed just because you tell me to? He spoke in beast language, which Annie couldn't understand, but Elisa did. Instantly, her hair stood on end, and she covered her mouth with one hand, staring at Xiao Shui in astonishment. Although Annie didn't understand, she knew Xiao Shui's words were definitely not kind. She stepped forward and patted Xiao Shui's head. Hey! Be polite to your elders. Xiao Shui shook her head in dissatisfaction. Humph. This old man is just talking to himself. I don't like him. Let's go. The Grand Elder was speechless. Not only did they look alike, but their personalities were also so similar. It seemed there was no escaping it. Nur, standing beside her, said angrily, How dare you talk like that? This is the Grand Elder of the family, your elder. How can you not understand any manners? Xiao Shui rolled her eyes at him. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Nur glared at her. I am Nur, the son of the Grand Elder. I even went to see you before, and this is how you thank me. Did I ask you to come to see me? You're just being presumptuous. Xiao Shui curled her lips, and said disdainfully. Nur's mouth twisted with anger, as he complained to the Elder Father, This guy has gone astray with the humans, and will never be able to integrate into the family again. Let's just give up. Let him fend for himself. The Elder frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Shui's behavior. However, Xiao Shui was still young, and with proper guidance, there might still be hope. So he took a deep breath and said, Your name is Xiao Shui? Xiaoxue said impatiently. Yes, old man, don't blame me for not telling you beforehand. I definitely won't stay. Annie and I have been through thick and thin together for so many years. Although you were my compatriots, when I was in my most difficult time and needed you the most, only Annie was with me. You all cowered in this forest. I'd never even seen a hare. And now you suddenly want me to stay? Absolutely not. The elder sighed. Then why have you come today? A hint of sadness flashed in Xiaoxue's eyes. I want to know who my parents are. Tell me if you're willing, or don't. The elder glanced at Elisa and said, Elisa, could I speak with him alone? Elisa then consulted Annie, who nodded without hesitation, while instructing Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue, don't be stubborn. He's your elder, after all, and might even be related by blood. Speak to him politely, understand? Xiaoxue nodded helplessly. He would listen to Annie. The elder then led Xiaoxue deeper into the forest. Elisa also discreetly withdrew, waiting outside with Annie, while Nurse stood guard to prevent eavesdropping. Only the Grand Elder and Xiaoxue remained in the forest. Xiaoxue impatiently said, Old, Senior, she almost blurted out old fellow, but remembering Annie's instructions, she immediately changed her words. Just say what you have to say. Hearing Xiaoxue's change of address, a smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Hee, child, I must be very careful about this matter, otherwise it will affect the fate of my entire White Tiger Mountain. And not only that, your safety will also be threatened. Xiaoxue pouted, don't exaggerate. Over the years, I crawled back from the brink of death countless times. What danger haven't I seen? The Grand Elder smiled and asked, then tell me, what realm is the strongest opponent you ever fought? Xiaoxue was taken aback, her mind starting to think. The strongest one was naturally the one she encountered in the Broken Earth Hall. It's the Earth Demon Spider, but even though it's powerful, its strength is suppressed by the formation in the Broken Earth Palace, so it's not that strong. About the Transformation Realm, the Grand Elder's smile gradually faded, revealing a serious expression. Only the Transformation Realm? Then you really need to be careful. What I'm about to tell you can only be known by yourself. Otherwise, not only will you be in danger, but anyone who knows this information will also be drawn into the battle. Xiaoxue knew that the old man in front of her was a Supreme Realm expert. Since even he felt something was dangerous, it was naturally not an ordinary matter. Alright, I promise you. Can you tell me now? The Grand Elder nodded and sighed. Your father is the master of White Tiger Mountain. White Tiger King Tiger. Now he is on the verge of death, and you are his only surviving offspring. Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat, her eyes sparkling. What happened to him? Then, remembering what Elisa had told her, she gritted her teeth and said, It's the Thunder Rat. Isn't it? The Grand Elder wasn't surprised. After all, the conflict between White Tiger Mountain and the Thunder Rat was common knowledge. Yes, in that war, all your siblings died, and the Great King was severely wounded. If it weren't for the Elf King's timely rescue, White Tiger Mountain might not exist anymore. Xiaoxue felt a tightness in her throat. Then my mother. The Grand Elder's eyes showed even more desolation. Your mother was a snow leopard. Back then, White Tiger Mountain was renowned, and many magical beast clans wanted to curry favor with us, including the Snow Leopard clan. The Snow Leopard pack was severely divided back then, with fierce internal struggles. One branch, having lost a power struggle, came to White Tiger Mountain seeking help. We initially wanted to refuse, but they promised to live only on the outskirts, as long as their lives were guaranteed. The king was merciful, and with them there, White Tiger Mountain would have another layer of protection, so we agreed. However, later, during a patrol, the king encountered the female leopard, the leader of that Snow Leopard group. The king, being a womanizer, actually consorted with her, and soon the female leopard became pregnant with you. Listening to the elder's narration, Xiaoxue felt as if she were in those mountains and forests, her parents meeting and falling in love, as if it were happening right before her eyes. The first elder sighed and continued, but we Thunder White Tigers value the purity of our bloodline immensely. The king's actions have greatly angered the elders, especially the second elder, who advocated killing your mother to prevent future troubles. How could the king agree? So he ordered me to secretly release your mother at night. However, the second elder discovered this, and sent men to hunt her down. She was pregnant at the time, and to protect you, she desperately fled towards the edge of the misty forest. The king was furious when he found out, and ordered the second elder to stop immediately, thus ending the pursuit. Back then, only we were the ones who knew of your existence. Xiaoxue's tears flowed uncontrollably. He could no longer remember his mother's face, but a warm blue current within him constantly warmed his heart. Many times in his dreams, he would see a blurry face, gently licking him, grooming his fur, and softly lulling him to sleep, but upon waking, there was nothing there. And then what happened? Since she escaped, why did she still die in the end? The first elder shook his head. The rest is just my speculation. Not long after the second elder was recalled, the Thunder Rats suddenly launched an attack. First, they assassinated your two brothers simultaneously. Then, they attacked from 10 directions at once. Even the second elder, who had just returned, was killed the next day, his head severed from his body. The king was furious and fought the Thunder Rat King, Xylahi, for 3 days and 3 nights. But Xylahi was prepared and used despicable methods to severely injure the king, leaving him on the verge of death. Originally, according to the secret method of my Thunder White Tiger clan, the king could transfer his strength to his offspring. But at that time, all his offspring had been killed, plunging the entire White Tiger Mountain into despair. Chapter 366. Xiao Shui was also surprised. In just a few days, the opponent was able to cause such great damage to White Tiger Mountain. The Grand Elder sighed. Shulit is an anomaly among magical beasts. He never plays by the rules, and every attack is unexpected. Alas! Let's not talk about that. Later, as you know, the Elf King intervened and helped the Great King preserve his life, which is why White Tiger Mountain has survived to this day. But during this time, someone leaked the news, letting Shulit know about your mother's existence. He immediately sent people to investigate, and I received the news immediately. However, at that time, I was the only Supreme Yuan expert in the entire White Tiger Mountain who still had combat power. I couldn't leave, and could only watch helplessly as large numbers of lightning rats rushed towards. They surged through the misty forest. To be honest, I admire your mother. To this day, I still don't know how she escaped the Thunder Rat's pursuit and successfully gave birth to you. As for how she died, I have no idea. It wasn't until years later, when we gradually recovered, that we sent some people to search the misty forest. Ner found the tree hollow and discovered traces of your mother, but unfortunately, we found nothing. Xiuxua couldn't imagine how much suffering her mother had endured to successfully give birth to her. First, there was the blame and pursuit of the second elder of White Tiger Mountain, then the pursuit of the Thunder Rats. She could only flee, but even so, she ultimately couldn't escape her fate. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, and immense sorrow filled her chest, causing her to let out a desperate wail. The Grand Elder sighed. Our White Tiger Mountain has wronged you and your son, failing to protect you. But now that you returned, I hope you stay so we can atone for our past mistakes. Xiao Shui roared. Atone? How will you atone? My mother is dead. Can you bring her back to life? The Grand Elder shook his head. We cannot bring her back to life, but the king can use a secret method to impart all his knowledge to you. Xiao Shui turned and left. I don't care. You can pass it on to whomever you want. You already abandoned my son and me. I'm no longer a member of White Tiger Mountain. What right do I have to receive your inheritance? Go find someone else. Understand? Seeing Xiaoxu about to leave, the Grand Elder hurriedly stopped her, his voice tinged with pleading. Xiaoxu, listen to me. That secret technique only works on one's own offspring. It won't work on others. Xylahi saw this, and that's why he's been trying to kill off the king's children one by one to prevent the White Tiger Mountain from rising again. You also have the blood of the Thunder White Tiger. Are you really going to just watch our clan be wiped out? Xiuxua bared her teeth and roared, Don't give me that. Today I only wanted to know my origins. Now that I know, there's no need to stay any longer. Farewell. With that, lightning flashed beneath her feet, and she quickly bypassed the Grand Elder, rushing directly out of the forest. The Grand Elder didn't stop her, only sighing deeply as he followed. Outside the forest, Bon grinned at Ner, who felt extremely uncomfortable and snapped, What are you looking at? Look again, and I gouge your eyes out. Elise's lips twitched, reminding him he doesn't have eyeballs. Ner was somewhat embarrassed, snorted, and turned his head away. Born casually sat down next to Ner, patting his broad back and saying, Your name is Ner, right? We're old friends. We met under unusual circumstances. Back then, you were much stronger than me. I almost lost my life to you. Ner snorted, Get out of the way, don't touch me. Even now, I could easily kill you, let alone before. Born raised an eyebrow. Oh? You don't remember how pathetic your escape was back then? Want me to help you remember? Ner blushed, then angrily retorted, That was cheating. Back then, you were clearly weaker than me, yet you could unleash such powerful magic. There must be something wrong. Born shrugged. He had indeed borrowed the power of the Blade Madman back then, and since then, the blade madman had fallen into a deep sleep and hadn't recovered yet. We're bored here anyway. How about we spar again? Nur, already annoyed, perked up at the suggestion of a spar, eager to get revenge. Spar it. Who's afraid of who? Come on, let me see if you improved it all these years. Alyssa, translating the argument between an undead and a white tiger, felt her brain starting to malfunction. However, she could tell that Born's strength seemed to be below the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm, while Nur was not only a 9th level Qiyuan expert, but also a magical beast. Magical beasts were always stronger. She looked at Annie worriedly. Is he alright? Annie laughed. It's alright, just a friendly spar. What's the big deal? Alyssa's lips twitched. It was called a spar, but judging from their stance, neither of them would hold back. Was it really alright? At this moment, Born and Nur had already taken their stances, their magic clashing and creating a whooshing sound. Born, now appearing in his skeletal form, didn't hold back, directly unleashing his death power and launching the first attack. He stretched out one hand, and a black swamp appeared beneath Nur's feet. Nur reacted quickly, leaping to the left and mocking, You think this level of magic can restrain me? Laughable. With that, Nur spat out a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Born's head. Born roared, "Ha, well done." He instantly conjured a bone shield, which was instantly shattered by the lightning. Born clicked his tongue inwardly, amazed. It seemed this white tiger had improved considerably in the past few years. However, he wasn't worried. With a thought, he vanished from the spot. When the bone shield shattered, Nur's eyes narrowed, but Born was nowhere to be seen. He immediately remembered that in the misty forest, Born had used the same trick to successfully hide in a tree hollow. He couldn't let him succeed this time. Thinking this, Nur snorted coldly, stomped his foot, and a ball of lightning spread out from him along the ground. When it reached his left front, it seemed to have hit something, causing a slight ripple. Without hesitation, Nur spat out another bolt of lightning. Yo-ho! Born exclaimed, quickly jumping away, laughing, You big cat are quite clever, remembering I used this trick before. Alyssa stared, somewhat stunned, and asked blankly, This is invisibility magic? Annie nodded with a wry smile, yes. Brother Born is always so flamboyant. Sooner or later everyone will know he can become invisible. Margot was also genuinely surprised. Invisibility magic was considered one of the 4 great auxiliary spells, possessing immense power in any situation. For a mere undead to know invisibility magic was truly unbelievable. Born's little trick was exposed, but he didn't panic. He casually grabbed a handful of stones from the ground and threw them at Nur. Enraged, Nur felt slighted. He swung his tiger claws, unleashing several lightning-fast strikes that shattered the stones. But then, he saw Born charging towards him with a bone spear. After a moment's hesitation, he laughed loudly, Ha ha, how ignorant. Don't you know that our Thunder White Tiger clan excels in close combat? With that, he leaped forward, intending to slam Born to the ground. However, a smirk appeared on Born's lips as he softly chanted an incantation. A deathly aura emanated from him, silently binding Nur's soul. Soul stealing. Boom! Nur suddenly felt his mind go blank, everything before him vanished. Though he couldn't see or feel anything, Nur was filled with unease, as if he were hanging precariously off a cliff. One wrong step, and he would be doomed. He roared, unleashing his magic power, and regained all sensation in just 2 breaths. But the moment he opened his eyes, he felt a cold object pressed against his throat. Looking down, he saw the bone spear in Born's hand. Born looked at Nur with a smile and said, Well, big cat, I think I won this time? Nur's face flushed red and then paled. He actually been defeated by a skeleton soldier, a humiliating defeat indeed. More importantly, he didn't even know what technique his opponent had used. Just then, Xiaoxiu emerged from the forest. Seeing this, Born sheathed his bone spear and took 2 steps back, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Xiaoxiu emerge, Annie quickly stepped forward and asked, How did it go? Did you find your parents? Xiaoxiu looked sorrowful and slowly nodded, but didn't say much. After all, he had promised the Grand Elder not to mention this matter to anyone, not even Annie. Seeing Xiaoxiu's expression, Annie understood some of the situation. When she encountered Xiaoxiu's mother in the misty forest, there was no one else around. Only Nicole and Angela knew about it, and even they hadn't witnessed it themselves. Annie felt a pang of guilt. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally spoke, Xiaoxiu, there's something I've been keeping from you. Xiaoxiu seemed to have anticipated something. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes. I told you before that I found you in that tree hollow in the misty forest, but I didn't tell you that your mother was there too. Xiuxua felt her heart being gripped, and she could hardly breathe. She's dead, isn't she? She was killed by the Thunder Rat, right? Annie shook her head. No, if the Thunder Rat had done it, you wouldn't be alive either. Then who? Who killed her? Xiuxua's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, and an unparalleled sense of fear enveloped her. Annie said firmly, "It's me." Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Bourne, showed expressions of astonishment. No. Xiuxua shook her head, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. No. This is impossible. Why? Why is this happening? Annie looked directly into Xiuxua's eyes, her voice filled with sorrow. Back then, not long after I arrived in Misty City, Nickel took me hunting in the Misty Forest. On the way, we encountered a saw-toothed boar. That boar was stronger than us, and we were scattered. I was hung on the boar's tusks and taken to a tree hollow. Your mother rushed out and killed the boar instantly. I was terrified then, and could only fight back with all my might. I never expected to kill her with a single blow. Afterwards, I found. That's how I brought you back to Misty City. Hearing the truth of what happened back then, Xiuxua felt a series of booming sounds in her mind. It all felt unreal. The person she trusted most had actually killed her mother. Why? The Grand Elder frowned and asked, "Human, you don't look very old. What realm were you at back then?" Annie answered truthfully, "First level of the Origin realm, just awakened the power of death." "That's not right." The Grand Elder said, "If that's the case, you had no ability to kill her." All eyes focused on the Grand Elder, seemingly waiting for him to provide a reasonable answer. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Xiuxua, your mother was the leader of the Snow Leopard branch, her strength reaching the abundant Origin realm. She survived 2 rounds of pursuit, which is enough to prove her power. But your human friend, even with her current strength, is absolutely no match for your mother." Xiuxua's eyes lit up. "That's right, you couldn't have killed my mother, so what happened? Did you lie?" Annie also became puzzled. "But I was indeed at the first level of the Origin realm back then. According to my Uncle Nicole's assessment, that Snow Leopard was only at less than the 5th level of the Origin realm. That seems a bit off, doesn't it?" The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, and he explained, "If I'm not mistaken, she must have been severely injured. She endured the pain to give birth to Xiuxua while seriously wounded, and then you happened to appear. She was attacked by you when she was weak, and that's how she died." But as soon as he said this, he changed his mind and said, "No. I speculate that it was Xylahe who personally attacked and injured her back then. She's already beyond saving, and maybe she's preparing something for Xiuxua." "You think? When you met Xiuxua that year, did you notice anything unusual?" Annie thought carefully for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. "That's right. Back then, when I was holding Xiuxua, a large swarm of lightning rats suddenly appeared behind us. We were chased for a long time and barely managed to escape. Also, the Snow Leopard's magic core inexplicably ran out of magic power and turned into an empty stone." The Grand Elder nodded. "That's it. It seems the king also told her the secret technique. Knowing she wouldn't survive, she wanted to pour all her magic power into Xiuxua's body. At that moment, the wild boar appeared, and to avoid being discovered, she had no choice but to attack first. However, after the attack, her power was exhausted, which is why you killed her. But by a twist of fate, you still helped her complete the final inheritance." Chapter 367. Xiuxua stood there stunned. Everything had happened so suddenly, he didn't know how to react to the situation. Annie felt the elder was right, and could only sigh helplessly. "Xiuxua, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. The situation was very special. I didn't know if I would die at your mother's hands, so I had to fight back. But all these years, I've been sincere to you. Whether in Misty City, Norma City, or even in the Austin Empire and the Magic Realm, you've always been my most trusted partner. Aside from this, I haven't hidden anything from you." Xiuxua's thoughts drifted back to those days. He vaguely remembered that in Misty City, Annie was always inseparable from him. He was only a kitten then, and Annie would hide him in her clothes. So, the most vivid memory of his childhood was Annie's scent. Even now, just smelling Annie's scent made him feel safe. Back in Norma City, he was kept in the dormitory, spending his days idly, his greatest anticipation being Annie's return. Annie would always bring him lots of food, and his appetite gradually grew, causing him to grow rapidly. Finally, with no other option, Annie had to send him to the Nokasas Mountains to live in the wild for a while. That period was the loneliest time for Xiuxua. Without Annie, Xiuxua couldn't sleep well day and night. He channeled this loneliness into motivation, dedicating himself entirely to improving his strength, hoping that one day Annie would be astonished to find him. He often lay on the ground, gazing at the moon and secretly smiling, imagining how surprised Annie would be to see him again. As expected, when Annie saw Xiuxiu again in the Noxian Mountains, she was truly shocked. Breaking through to the Liyuan realm was no easy feat. He almost lost his life. The instant he broke through, lightning flashed and thunder roared, massive bolts of lightning striking him haphazardly. No matter how he dodged, it was useless. He was left barely alive, thankfully surviving. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless, even contemplating dying in the mountains. But when he saw Annie again, that feeling of peace returned. Everything cleared up. Even the dangers he faced in the Austin Empire didn't bother him. Being with Annie was enough for him. He absolutely didn't want to experience that loneliness again. But now, what should he do? How could he face Annie, his closest person, and also the one who killed his mother? Xiuxiu let out a mournful cry and turned to rush into the forest. "Hey! Wait!" Nurse shouted, but was stopped by the Grand Elder. "Let him go." Xiuxiu ran wildly through the forest, not caring where he was going, just charging forward with his head down, roaring incessantly. His tiger-like roars echoed throughout the forest. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and tears welled in his eyes. How could he accept such a cruel reality? He didn't know how long he had been running when a barrier of lightning blocked his path. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. The lightning pierced through the barrier, destroying the array inside. In a single strike, he shattered the barrier. Several thunder white tigers suddenly rushed out from the side, staring at Xiuxiu in horror, roaring, "Who are you? How dare you destroy the thunderous light barrier of my white tiger mountain?" But Xiuxiu completely ignored them, charging straight upwards. The thunder white tigers, all at the transformation realm and possessing immense strength, immediately attacked upon seeing Xiuxiu's continued charge. Several extremely resilient lightning chains wrapped around Xiuxiu's limbs, causing her to lose her balance and crash heavily to the ground. The thunder white tigers exchanged glances, one of them asking, This guy feels like one of our own? What feeling? I think so too. But I don't know why I never seen him in White Tiger Mountain. Is he new here? Who knows? Let's take him to the king, and see what to do with him." With that, they bound Xiuxiu tightly and carried her away. Xiuxiu gave up struggling, staring blankly at the sky, tears still streaming down her face. Before long, they arrived at a cave. The cave was spacious, and on a stone platform lay a massive, white thunder tiger. Although it looked majestic and powerful, it appeared somewhat listless. This was none other than the White Tiger King Tiger. "Your Majesty, we captured a fellow human on the mountain." The White Tiger King slightly opened his eyes, asking wearily, "A fellow human? What are you capturing? Where is the Grand Elder?" A white tiger explained, "The Grand Elder went down the mountain. Someone was looking for him, so we didn't want to disturb him. This fellow human is a bit strange. We haven't seen him on the mountain, so we brought him here specifically to show him to you." The White Tiger King was curious, slightly raising his head to look at the figure bound hand and foot. He frowned. He's definitely not from White Tiger Mountain, and his bloodline is somewhat impure. It seems. The White Tiger King pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something. His eyes narrowed sharply, and just as he was about to speak, overwhelmed by emotion, he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. "Quick! Cough, cough. Bring him here quickly. Cough, cough, cough." The white tigers quickly lifted Xiuxiu over. The White Tiger King struggled to his feet, and brought his face close to Xiuxiu's. Xiuxiu, regaining her senses, looked at the White Tiger King. In that instant of eye contact, a surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within them. "You are?" The White Tiger King's face lit up with emotion. Xiuxiu's eyes blurred again. This was his only family in the world, his biological father. "Father?" As these two words escaped Xiuxiu's lips, the White Tiger King trembled, letting out a long, resounding roar that echoed for miles. "My son has returned." Tears streamed down the White Tiger King's face. For so many years, Xiuxiu and his mother had been a source of deep sorrow for him. Years ago, a moment of impulsiveness had resulted in the snow leopard becoming pregnant, but he hadn't expected the second elder to oppose it so vehemently, even going so far as to hunt down Xiuxiu's mother. Fortunately, Xiuxiu's mother was also very strong, and with the protection of her own clan, they managed to escape. However, the Thunder Rat launched a massive attack, threatening the entire White Tiger Mountain, which prevented him from finding the mother and son. Now, his son has returned, finally returning at this crucial moment. Suddenly, the White Tiger King's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Shishua's face. Xiaoxue was shocked and cried out, "Father! Father! What's wrong with you?" His hands and feet were bound, unable to move, but he still struggled desperately to move to the White Tiger King's side, crying out, "Father! You can't die! I just found you! You can't die!" The White Tigers under his command were stunned at first, then immediately reacted. One quickly ran to find the priest, while the others rushed forward and carefully helped the White Tiger King back onto the stone platform. Only then did they realize that this foreign White Tiger was actually the son of the White Tiger King. This was no small matter, so they hurriedly prepared to untie Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue was finally freed from his restraints. He rushed to the White Tiger King's side, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, "Father! Father!" The White Tiger King weakly lifted his eyelids, a faint smile of relief appearing on his face. He said softly, "Hee hee, it's so good that I can see you before I die, cough cough cough." He then coughed violently. "Why? Why did you all leave me?" Xiaoxue cried, kneeling before the White Tiger King, his heart filled with pain and resentment. The White Tiger King sighed, "Your mother and I fell in love at first sight. I originally wanted to keep her on White Tiger Mountain, but unfortunately, it was wishful thinking on my part. There were too many voices of opposition within the family. To protect you and your child, I had no choice but to secretly let her leave. I am not a good father. I failed to protect my wife and child. This miserable state I am in now is all my own fault. Your brothers and sisters are all dead. What face do I have to continue living? Child, what is your name?" "Xiaoxue." "My name is Xiaoxue." The White Tiger King murmured, "Xiaoxue, haha. What a beautiful name." Cough cough cough. "I'm now transferring all my life's magic power to you. Whether you want to help White Tiger Mountain or not, I won't stop you. Your survival is my only hope." Xiaoxue shook her head, crying, "No. I want you to live. You can't die." The White Tiger King coughed twice more, cough cough. "I can't live anymore. These years of lingering on have already drained too much of my life force. I can't continue to be a burden to White Tiger Mountain. My child, you must live well, you must." Immediately, streaks of purple lightning flashed from the White Tiger King's body, and a pure energy touched Xishua's skin, instantly seeping into it. The surrounding White Tigers were all shocked. The White Tiger King had already activated his secret technique, and it was too late to stop him. They exchanged a glance and quickly said, "Quick! Go and call the Grand Elder." One White Tiger rushed out of the cave and ran down the mountain, telling the others to be on high alert and do their utmost to protect the White Tiger King and Xiaoxue. Down the mountain, the Grand Elder shook his head and sighed, saying to Annie, "Human, I can see that you and Xiaoxue have a deep bond, and it's not bound by a contract, which is very rare. Although you killed her mother, even if you hadn't done it, she wouldn't be alive now. The result of that secret technique is the death of the caster, so you don't need to blame yourself too much." Annie felt a little lost. At this moment, Born's time was almost up. He flashed and returned to the netherworld. Without Born, Annie felt even emptier inside. Margot stepped forward and patted her shoulder, comforting her. "It's all right. I believe Xiaoxue will understand you. After all, you've been together for so long, longer than his parents have spent with him. This relationship is genuine." Annie hadn't expected Margot to comfort her at this moment, and her heart warmed instantly. "Third sister, thank you." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed from the side, aimed directly at Nur. The lightning was extremely powerful. Even the air smelled slightly burnt. Nur couldn't react at all. He hadn't expected anyone to attack him at this time, and could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck him. Although the Grand Elder was powerful, he was old and his reactions weren't as quick. He only managed to shout, "Watch out." A deafening roar followed, and Nur was sent flying. His fur was singed and curled from the electricity, his eyes rolled back, and his pale blue armor shattered. At the last second, Annie almost instinctively cast a wind elemental armor on Nur. Although it was just a basic spell, it was this armor that saved Nur's life. The Grand Elder rushed forward to check on Nur's injuries. He found him severely wounded, lying on the ground, barely alive. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "Who? Which scoundrel dared to attack my White Tiger Mountain?" "Squeak Gattuso, long time no see." A sharp voice rang out from the forest, followed by a rustling sound. Upon hearing this voice, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Annie frowned and slowly took 2 steps back, sensing an extremely powerful killing intent approaching. Gradually, a dense mass of dark shadows emerged from the thick forest. Upon closer inspection, It was an endless swarm of lightning rats. One of the lightning rats possessed an exceptionally strong aura, its body crackling with electricity, making it impossible to look directly at it. The Grand Elder stared intently at the lightning rat. Although there was a huge difference in size between them, the lightning rat actually possessed a more imposing aura than the Grand Elder. Shuri, have you finally lost your patience? Shuri's eyes turned sinisterly to Nur lying on the ground. Ignoring the Grand Elder, he addressed Annie and the others. It's rare to see elves and humans working together. Juniors, I advise you not to get involved in this. Otherwise, even if I kill you all, the Elf King can't say anything. Alisa knew Shuri was right, but she still didn't move. The Grand Elder said, Alisa, leave. This has nothing to do with you. Staying here is useless. Alisa gritted her teeth. Her strength was indeed useless in a battle of this level. She grabbed Annie's hand, intending to leave, but Annie wouldn't budge. Alisa, you go, but I can't go. Xiuxia is still on the mountain. Alisa was stunned. Yes. Xiuxia was still on the mountain. Annie couldn't just leave like that. And whispered in Alisa's ear, go find the Elf King. Reminded by Anne, Alisa immediately made up her mind and nodded emphatically. And then said to Margot, third sister, you should go with her too. Go find Angela and tell her little Snow is here. Margot had originally intended to stay, but hearing Anne's words, she seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, okay, I'll be right back. Don't be reckless, wait for us to return. Chapter 368. Annie flashed a bright smile and said, don't worry, I'm confident. At this moment, the swarm of lightning rats drew closer. Time was of the essence, so Alisa and Margot had to retreat first. Seeing everyone else leave except Annie, Shuri's eyes flashed with ferocity. Squeak. Human, if you don't leave, your life might be in danger. Without Alisa as a translator, Annie couldn't communicate with these magical beasts at all, and naturally couldn't understand what Shuri was saying. However, she had her own plans. She crouched down, and with a gentle flick of her finger, a ball of azure light appeared beneath Nur, lifting his body. Then she nodded to the Grand Elder, who immediately understood Annie's meaning. He roared like a tiger, his voice shaking the heavens, while Annie quickly carried Nur up the mountain. Shuri's eyes narrowed, his killing intent materializing as he pounced on Annie. However, the Grand Elder wouldn't let him pass so easily. A powerful net of lightning spread out, instantly blocking Shuri's path and allowing Annie to escape. Shuri roared angrily, squeak. You old geezer, I think you're tired of living. The Grand Elder also roared, humph. You damned rat, you're like a persistent ghost, openly breaking the agreement and starting a war. Do you know what you're doing? Shuri revealed a cold smile, squeak. I know those elves must have gone to find the Elf King, but it doesn't matter. The Elf King isn't in the Elf Forest these days, so no one will come to rescue you. Once I killed you all, what can the Elf King do even if he returns? Does he think he can settle scores with me? The Grand Elder, not expecting such treachery from his opponent, seized the opportunity of the Elf King's absence to launch a surprise attack on White Tiger Mountain. Gritting his teeth, he said, truly shameless. With me here, you won't set foot on White Tiger Mountain. Shuri licked his paw, squeak. You old codger, you should know you're no match for me. If you want to stop me here, call Tiger out. The Grand Elder said hatefully, back then, you were despicable and shameless, setting an ambush and attacking, which severely injured the king. If it weren't for that, how could you possibly be the king? Even our opponents wouldn't dare be so arrogant now. Shuri was unconcerned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sneak attack is also a form of strength. Who told him to underestimate me? He only has himself to blame. He has no one to blame but himself. At this point, Shuri didn't care anymore. Although Annie had escaped to the mountain with Nur, White Tiger Mountain was completely surrounded, swarming with lightning rats. No one could escape. Shuri gave a signal to the lightning rats beside him, and the swarm immediately sprang into action, charging towards White Tiger Mountain. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with fury. He roared, unleashing a lightning whip that instantly killed dozens of low-level lightning rats. But the swarm didn't stop, continuing its relentless charge. The Grand Elder's body crackled with electricity as he prepared for another attack, but soon, a bolt of lightning struck him, forcing him back several meters. Shuri said darkly, squeak. You old codger, I play with you today. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'm going to break your limbs, preserve your consciousness, and then let you watch how I kill Tiger. Ha ha ha, how exciting. What kind of expression will you have then? Enraged, the Grand Elder slammed his palm towards Xylahi. The Grand Elder was enormous, His claw alone was almost the size of Xylahe's. However, Xylahe was incredibly fast, dodging the attack in a flash and simultaneously biting down on the Grand Elder's forearm. Aya! The Grand Elder cried out in pain, then unleashed a burst of magic, blasting Xylahe away. With a tearing sound, Xylahe ripped a chunk of flesh from the Grand Elder's forearm, slowly chewed it, and swallowed it. His mouth was now full of blood and tiger fur, making him look particularly gruesome. Shuri licked his lips and said, "Squeak. You old codger, your meat is really awful sour and rotten. Young tiger meat is much better, like your son's. Haha, once I get up there, I'd definitely be the first to taste it." The Grand Elder was furious. Looking at the blood trickling down his arm, he gritted his teeth, spat out a bolt of lightning, and struck the wound, stopping the bleeding. Instantly, the smell of burnt meat filled the air. Shuri sniffed and laughed. "Squeak. It smells pretty good when it's roasted, ha ha ha." Then he flashed forward and launched a new attack on the Grand Elder. On the other side, Annie was running frantically with Nur, but Nur was huge, and Annie's magic power couldn't support it, making their speed very slow. Fortunately, the commotion below the mountain attracted the attention of the guards on the mountain. 2 white tigers came down the mountain and happened to meet Annie. Seeing Nur on the verge of death, they were immediately shocked. What's going on?" Annie didn't understand what the other party was talking about and could only gesture. Fortunately, these white tigers were very intelligent and quickly understood what Annie meant. "You mean the lightning rats are attacking? Then the Grand Elder is in danger. Let's go quickly." Annie quickly pointed at Nur and asked, "What about him?" The 2 white tigers exchanged glances. They couldn't just watch Nur die, so one of them carried him on its back and galloped up the mountain. Annie quickly followed. She needed to find Xiaoxua and get her away from here as soon as possible. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a group of lightning rats darted out from the side. They were much faster than Annie and caught up with them. Annie turned and released a water prison, washing away the closer lightning rats. Lightning rats were a species with short lifespans and weak strength, but their numbers were vast. With such a large population, powerful individuals were bound to emerge, like Xylahe. Besides, the lightning rat swarm also included many powerful magical beasts at the Fengyuan and Huayuan realms. They were the main force of this attack. After her attack, Annie immediately retreated, while the white tiger trying to descend the mountain was caught in the chaos and entangled by the enemy's experts. Thunder rumbled, and the battle instantly intensified. Annie couldn't worry about anything else, and could only rush up the mountain. However, 3 more powerful rats emerged from the swarm of lightning rats, unleashing purple lightning bolts at her. Annie's gaze sharpened, and she frantically activated her spirit division technique. A massive bone shield appeared before her, and with a deafening roar, 3 bolts of lightning struck the shield. The 3 lightning rats were clearly taken aback, not expecting their opponent to be a necromancer. But they quickly recovered and continued bombarding the bone shield. In no time, the shield was reduced to dust. Seeing the lightning rats' incredible speed, Annie knew that if she didn't stop them, Nur would soon be overtaken. She had no choice but to stop, her eyes turning cold as she stared at the 3 lightning rats. What a blunder. I didn't expect the lightning rats to attack White Tiger Mountain at this time. I should never have come. Annie felt a pang of regret, but it was too late for regrets now. The most urgent thing was to find Xiaoxua and leave together. After all, White Tiger Mountain was no match for the lightning rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 3 lightning rats roared angrily. 2 of them flanked from both sides. Annie slightly raised her hand. In this situation, she had no choice but to call for Born. A flash of dark light appeared, and a black hole materialized in the air. Born jumped out from within. Upon seeing the situation, he immediately understood the situation and, without hesitation, drew his soul-severing blade, slashing at the nearest lightning rat. Although the lightning rat was at the Qiyuan realm, it hadn't expected Born to be so fast. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and the lightning rat's head was severed. Nur, who had been unconscious, gradually awoke from the jolts. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Born slaying the lightning rat. His eyes widened in shock. He realized that the skeleton soldier hadn't used his full strength before, and this was his true power. Having landed a successful blow, Born didn't hesitate. With a backhand swing, a bone spear shot towards another lightning rat. The lightning rat, terrified, squeaked twice and moved towards its companion. A more powerful lightning rat shot out a bolt of lightning, deflecting the bone spear and averting the danger. Born landed, his eyes darting around. How could this happen so quickly? He asked. Annie said, There's no time to explain. The lightning rat launched a surprise attack. Xiaoxiu is on the mountain now. We need to find her quickly. I don't care what happens to White Tiger Mountain, but Xiaoxiu absolutely cannot be harmed. Born thought for a moment and said, by the way, since your strength increased, you haven't seemed to have tried summoning multiple undead. Do you have a way to summon them in a targeted manner? Targeted summoning? Annie asked, what do you mean by targeted summoning? Born explained, when we fought the Black Flame King before, didn't he summon a zombie dragon and 2 ghouls at once? I found it strange at the time. What are the odds of summoning 2 ghouls in a row? During this time, I was in the netherworld, searching for clues about Asmodeus to fulfill my promise. I inadvertently learned from other undead summoners that when a necromancer summons a second undead, there's a high probability that the first undead will be affected. The influence of the spirit summoned a spirit related to the first undead. I was wondering if you were like that too. Annie blinked her big eyes. I have enough with Brother Born. I never thought about summoning a second undead, so I don't know anything about these things. Born smiled, then you should try this time, and see if you can summon my undead commander. If you succeed, we can stop the Thunder Rat here, and you can go to the mountain to find Xiaoxiu. Annie nodded. She couldn't afford to think too much now. She immediately activated her death power again. Born felt a power flow into him, then through the spatial barrier, leading to the dark realm of the undead. With a thought, Born guided the wisp of power in one direction, and a dark passage formed. 3 undead slowly emerged from it, Akeem, Burford, and Poker. These 3 had been cultivating diligently during this period, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In particular, recently, Born had brought them some origin of the mystic realm from the magic realm. Although the quality was not high, only medium, it had still allowed them to successfully break through to the Qi Yuan realm, greatly increasing their strength. Furthermore, Born made a special trip to the Balzab Legion to explain the situation to Claude in person, leaving Alan and Poker in Sharp Blade City. From that moment on, Alan and Poker officially left the Balzab Legion and joined the Sharp Blade Legion. Born hadn't expected to succeed so quickly. Summoning the 3 of them, he laughed loudly, ha ha, now that's great, brothers. We can have a big fight in the prime material plane. Poker looked bewildered. What the heck, what's all this? A rat meeting? Akeem, with a cold face, silently pulled out a bone spike from his body. Why bother with all that? Born, tell me, what do you want us to do? Born smiled wryly. Simple, exterminate the rats. These 2 short words revealed the objective of the mission. Akeem immediately leaped forward like lightning, instantly piercing dozens of lightning rats with the bone spike in his hand. You damn hedgehog, why are you trying to run ahead? Watch this. Pock clapped his hands together, and a suit of bone armor, glowing with black fire, appeared on his body. He then charged forward, his massive hands slashing repeatedly, scattering the lightning rats. Burford slowly drew his long sword, following behind Akeem, picking off the stragglers with each strike. The battle situation changed dramatically. The lightning rat swarm, which had initially advanced halfway up the mountain, was now being pushed back by the 3 undead, their battle line shifting several dozen meters downhill. Born nodded, satisfied with the 3's fighting prowess, and then said to Annie, go quickly. We hold them off here. We be fine for a while, as long as they don't send out any experts about the transformation realm. Annie's face was somewhat pale. Summoning 4 undead at once had taken a heavy toll on her. Even the Black Flame King at the transformation realm wouldn't have dared to do that. At this moment, the Thunder White Tiger from the mountain also arrived to reinforce them. Seeing 4 undead helping them fight off the lightning rats, they were greatly surprised. Fortunately, Nur had already explained Annie's identity, and they knew these undead must be on their side, so they quickly joined the battle, and proceeded smoothly to the mountaintop, where there was a huge cave. Lightning flickered within. Annie was about to enter when she was stopped by the guard at the entrance. Annie anxiously said, Brother White Tiger, have you seen someone who looks a lot like you? Annie didn't know how to describe it properly. The guard grunted twice, which Annie couldn't understand. She could only frantically gesture, can you let me in and take a look? I just want to see from a distance. If Xiaoxiu isn't here, I leave immediately. But the guard still insisted on not letting Annie in, shaking his head no matter what she said. Annie was helpless. This guard seemed very strong, probably a master of the transformation realm. Even if she fought, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Chapter 369. Annie was extremely anxious. Time was of the essence. Even if Born and his men were strong, they were only at the Qi Yuan realm. Against experts at the Hua Yuan or even Feng Yuan realms, they would be no match. White Tiger Mountain had no strong warriors left. Defeat was inevitable. If they dragged this out any longer, none of them would escape. Desperate, Annie took out her breastplate and rummaged through it, looking for anything useful. Suddenly, she found a small booklet with 2 lonely pages floating on it. It was the very booklet she had snatched from Roy in the magical realm. At the time, she hadn't known its purpose, but seeing Roy's panicked expression, she knew it must be something extraordinary. Desperate, Annie tore off a piece of paper and pointed it behind the guard. "Brother White Tiger, look, what's that?" The guard was startled and quickly looked behind him. Annie swiftly stuck the paper to the guard's body. The paper flashed a dark light the moment it touched the guard and then disappeared. The guard, having seen nothing, turned back in confusion, staring at Annie. Annie glanced sideways, secretly anticipating what would happen next. But after a long time, nothing happened. Annie cursed inwardly. Was Roy lying to me? This piece of paper is useless. Frustrated, Annie turned to look elsewhere. The guard retreated to the cave entrance, remaining vigilant for any movement. Just then, Annie heard a loud bang behind her, followed by a scream, "Aya!" What happened? Annie quickly turned around, and saw the guard lying face down on the ground, clutching his head. A pile of rubble lay beside him. It seemed a rock had fallen from the cave ceiling and hit him on the head. "Brother White Tiger, are you all right?" Annie was about to go check on him, when suddenly the soil and rocks on the cave ceiling loosened again. Thud, thud, thud. A large rock fell down, burying the guard completely. Annie was shocked. What happened? But the guard was, after all, a powerful magical beast at the transformation realm. He roared, unleashing a surge of lightning that blasted away all the soil and rocks. However, just as he stood up, his foot slipped, and he fell uncontrollably to the ground with a thud, rolling twice before landing right at the edge of the cliff. The guard was startled and quickly tried to grab something to prevent himself from falling. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured even if he fell, getting back up would require a long detour. Just then, a vine appeared nearby. The guard was overjoyed and quickly grabbed it, but before he could even rejoice, the vine snapped as easily as paper. His eyes widened, his claws flailing wildly in the air, but he grasped nothing and could only watch helplessly as he plummeted down, letting out a desperate howl, "Aya!" This series of events left Annie dumbfounded. What was going on? The guard who had been blocking her way was now at the bottom of the cliff, the cave entrance wide open, with no obstacles in sight. Annie shook her head. Could this be the effect of that piece of paper? It's so magical. Without further hesitation, she quickly walked into the cave. The cave was enormous, giving Annie a sense of familiarity. It seemed that the Arctic Tiger King had also carved out a similar cave back in the polar snow mountains. It appeared that tiger-type magical beasts shared a similar aesthetic. Deeper into the cave, Annie finally found Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua's eyes were closed, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, as she lay prone on the ground. Opposite her stood a massive, thunderous white tiger, undoubtedly the White Tiger King tiger. Xiaoxua and the White Tiger King faced each other, seemingly connected by some bond. The White Tiger King's magical power was continuously flowing into Xiaoxua's body through this bond, the lightning rumbling as it transmitted. Annie was curious but dared not interrupt. What's going on? Suddenly, she remembered the elder's casual remark. The king told her the secret technique. This sentence contained a lot of information. Could it be that the White Tiger King was channeling his magic into Xiaoxua? That was too bizarre. He and Xiaoxua were not related. Annie's eyes widened. Could Xiaoxua be the White Tiger King's son? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The conflict between White Tiger Mountain and the Thunder Rat was irreconcilable, and she had indeed been chased by the Thunder Rat when she saved Xiaoxua. This made sense. But then, I can't just stand by and watch White Tiger Mountain die. Annie gave a bitter smile. The White Tiger King was Xiaoxua's father. She couldn't let Xiaoxua watch White Tiger Mountain be slaughtered. But what could she do now? Annie herself was only at the Qiyuan realm. She was powerless to turn the tide. Annie had made up her mind. Since White Tiger Mountain was doomed to defeat, they might as well abandon the place and let the Thunder White Tiger clan find a new habitat. Just then, the sounds of fierce fighting came from the cave entrance. Annie was startled. They already attacked so quickly? She rushed to the entrance and saw the Thunder Rat King, Shuri, holding the great elder's arm in his mouth and standing majestically on a boulder with a heavily injured elder beneath his feet, commanding his horde of thunder rats to launch a frenzied attack on the cave entrance. The severely wounded Nur, seeing his father so badly injured and humiliated, let out a desperate roar, but he was helpless. Even moving a finger was excruciatingly painful. Born in his group, along with hundreds of thunder white tigers, fought back fiercely. In an instant, corpses littered the ground. Several super-strong individuals among the Thunder Rat horde, whose strength had reached the Fengyuan realm, fought against the Thunder White Tiger clan's experts without being at a disadvantage. Upon seeing Annie, Born asked, "How is it? Did you find Xiaoxue?" Annie nodded, her expression strange, and said, "I found her, but..." Born's face turned serious. The situation is very clear now. If nothing unexpected happens, White Tiger Mountain will change hands. We should make plans as soon as possible. Annie pointed into the cave and said, "The White Tiger King is currently using a secret technique to infuse his magic power into Shishua's body. If we stop now, something bad might happen. How long can we hold out?" Born shook his head. "I don't know. As long as that Xiaoliha doesn't make a move, I think we can hold out for a while. But Xiaoliha isn't stupid. Once he's rested, he'd definitely make his move. He only needs to kill those few Thunder White Tigers at the Fengyuan realm. He won't need to do anything else." Annie frowned deeply. At this rate, not only was Shishua's survival uncertain, but even she herself didn't know if she could return alive. What could they possibly do to turn the situation around? Born was also at a loss, unsure what to do, and could only stall for time, as long as possible. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds erupted from the cave, and lightning even flashed directly from within, startling everyone present. Shuri narrowed his eyes, tossing the Grand Elder aside, and sneered, "Squeak. Tiger, you're still alive. You're really tough. Let me finish you off." With that, he flashed to the cave entrance. Annie's heart skipped a beat. Shuri was now less than 2 meters away from her. At this distance, no matter what attack Shuri launched, she would be powerless to resist. Shuri glanced at her indifferently, then sneered, "Squeak. Don't be nervous. Someone like you isn't worth my time. Let my brothers play with you. I'm going to see an old friend." Although Annie didn't understand what he said, she felt her whole body tense up, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end, a feeling of impending death making it hard to breathe. Shuri finished speaking and ignored her, walking straight into the cave. Annie swallowed hard, struggled slightly, overcame her fear, and quietly followed. Shuri naturally knew Annie had followed, but he didn't care. In his eyes, Annie was no different from an ant on the ground. Outside, the battle raged, but inside it was much quieter. The White Tiger King seemed to have completed the secret technique. Both the White Tiger King and Xiaoxue had woken up. Shuri was taken aback to see other white tigers in the cave. When he recognized Xiaoxue, his eyes widened, and he roared shrilly, "Squeak. Damn it, Tiger, how come you still have offspring? Shouldn't they all have been killed?" The White Tiger King frowned upon seeing Shuri. "Shuri, you haven't improved at all. Entering someone's room without knocking? What's the difference between you and a robber?" Hearing the White Tiger King's calm voice, Shuri grew even angrier, but he quickly composed himself and sneered, "Squeak. Don't be too happy yet. I don't think this brat has the ability to completely convert your magic. If I kill him now, what can you do?" The White Tiger King glared. "You dare touch him." Then, in his agitation, he coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Xylahe burst into laughter, "Squeak, squeak, squeak. How laughable. You're already like this, and you still dare to threaten me, squeak, squeak, squeak." The White Tiger King slowly stood up, his gaze extremely sharp, and took a step forward. "If you want to touch him, you have to step over my dead body first." Xylahe smiled contemptuously, and walked up to the White Tiger King. "You already used your secret technique. You're not even as strong as that little human girl behind me now, so your life is no longer important. Get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Xylahe casually waved his hand, and a powerful force acted on the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King's body shuddered, and he was uncontrollably thrown away, crashing heavily into the cave wall. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his spirit immediately slumped. Shishua's eyes narrowed, and she immediately cried out, "Father." Xiaoliha chuckled and walked toward Xiaoxue, "Squeak. Don't worry, I reunite you with him in a bit. You and your father will both die. Both of you will die, ha ha ha." Xiaoshue's eyes were bloodshot, almost spitting fire. The magic power he had just absorbed instantly went berserk, surging wildly through his body. Xiaoxue let out a painful roar. "Ah!" Boom! With a deafening roar, the shackles within Xiaoshue's body were broken once more. His strength instantly reached the transformation realm, his aura soaring. Above the cave ceiling, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the ceiling and revealing the sky. Shuri frowned, looking up at the sky. Dark clouds filled the air, and streaks of purple lightning flashed within them, like dragons winding their way forward. What is that? He wondered. Clearly, Shuri had never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, piercing the cave's ceiling and heading straight for Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue roared and swung her palm, striking the lightning directly. The lightning wasn't destroyed, instead, it shot towards Shuri. Shuri was startled. His magic erupted, and he spat out a bolt of lightning that collided with the lightning, creating a violent explosion. The ground shook violently, and Annie felt as if her ears were about to burst. Shuri's expression turned serious. He had never seen or even heard of such a phenomenon before. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Xiaoxue. Seeing him approach, Xiaoxue roared angrily, her body crackling with electricity, ready to fight to the death. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, this time with even greater power than before. Xiaoxue tried to block it with her front paws, but was knocked away. The lightning changed direction and shot towards Xylahe again. Shuri roared, "Squeak! This is never going to end!" He swung a claw, a lightning shield appearing before him. Lightning struck the shield, creating another deafening roar. Several more lightning bolts followed, each one sending Xiaoxue flying. The bolts would change direction and shoot back at Shuri, who, though unafraid, was increasingly frustrated by the relentless attacks. Finally, after more than 10 lightning strikes, the dark clouds above began to dissipate. Xiaoxue, charred black from the shock, gasping for breath, lay exhausted on the ground. Shuri, however, seemed unfazed. He sneered at Xiaoxue, "Not bad, little one. You got some skill, but not enough. Today I make you and your father disappear from this world forever, ha ha ha." At that moment, a loud shout rang out from the cave entrance. "Wait!" The voice was incredibly penetrating, instantly stunning everyone present. Shuri frowned and looked towards the cave entrance. Besides Annie, a green-robed figure had appeared there, and stared blankly at the green-robed man, her mind reeling. When did he get here? Why didn't I sense anything? The green-robed man slowly took a few steps forward, then removed his hood, revealing a pair of pointed ears. Shuri's eyes narrowed. It's you!" Annie also recognized the newcomer, and was equally astonished. "Chief Crick, the martial arts master?" Chapter 370. That's right, the newcomer was none other than Crick Nafon, the elven martial arts master who took Angela away in Torite Horai City years ago. So much time had passed, yet his appearance remained unchanged, still that of an aged man, but he was full of energy and possessed an astonishing aura, not to be underestimated. Shuri's eyes showed apprehension, but he still refused to give up. "Martial arts master, are you also connected to these dead cats, and intend to protect them?" Crick glanced at the already unconscious White Tiger King and said calmly, "I have no connection with the Thunder White Tiger clan, so I don't intend to save them. Do whatever you want, but he has to stay." As he spoke, he pointed to Xiaoxue, whose body was charred black. Shuri was stunned, looking at Xiaoxue with astonishment, utterly shocked. In the entire elf forest, everyone knew that the martial arts master was invincible, unapproachable even by the elf king. He was arguably the strongest being in the entire elf forest. However, since the destruction of the Nafon family, he had withdrawn from worldly affairs, spending his days among flowers and plants, never making a move for thousands of years. Yet, no one doubted his strength. This proud and powerful figure had actually come all the way to White Tiger Mountain today for a thunderous white tiger who was just a Qiyuan realm cultivator, but Xiaolihe was unwilling to give up. He had prepared for today's surprise attack for countless hours, waiting until the Elf King was away to have the opportunity to wipe out the entire White Tiger Mountain. Now, the battle was halfway through, and everything was going smoothly. The only unexpected thing was that the White Tiger King had a son here who had completed the secret technique inheritance. Now, even if the entire White Tiger Mountain was wiped out, it wouldn't matter. As long as Xiaoxue lived, she would be a thorn in Xiaolihe's side, an eternal thorn. Krieg noticed Shuri's hesitation. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Shuri asked unwillingly, "May I ask what the relationship is between the martial arts master and him?" Krieg replied calmly, "You don't need to know that. I'm here for only one purpose, to take him away. Whether you like it or not, I'm doing it." Shuri's face, already darkened further. After a period of internal struggle, he knew he was no match for Krieg. Without lingering, he turned and left, saying bitterly, "Fine. I give you face today. This guy is forbidden from ever appearing in the White Tiger Mountain area again. White Tiger Mountain is now under the jurisdiction of my Thunder Rat, and all Thunder White Tigers are my slaves. Take him away. Krieg frowned slightly but remained silent. As the martial arts master of the elf race, he didn't actually have the authority to order Shuri around, but Shuri's actions were entirely due to Krieg's power. Under these circumstances, Krieg couldn't push too hard. Seeing that Krieg had tacitly agreed, Shuri left the cave without looking back, leaving only Krieg, Annie, Xiaoxue, and the White Tiger King inside. Suddenly, a beautiful blue figure appeared in the sky. Annie's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked up. She saw a woman with a pair of thin blue wings fluttering gently, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily in front of Annie. A beautiful, ethereal, yet incredibly familiar face appeared before Annie. Annie's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she cried out, "Sister Angela!" Without hesitation, she rushed forward and hugged the person before her tightly. Angela, her eyes also filled with tears, gently stroked Annie's hair, choking back sobs. "Miss, I'm so sorry I couldn't stay with you all this time, making you suffer." Annie hugged Angela tightly, burying her head in her chest, tears soaking her clothes. Almost 3 years had passed. Since their parting in Torai, Annie had never heard from Angela again. She had never been separated from Angela for so long since childhood, and this time, she felt an immense loneliness. Without Angela, she had to do everything herself. And while doing everything, she would think of Angela. When eating, she would think that Angela's cooking would taste even better. When washing clothes, she would remember the fragrance of clothes Angela had washed. When sleeping, she would remember Angela's warm embrace. Today, Annie finally saw Angela as she wished. It was still the familiar face, the familiar voice, the familiar scent. Annie took a deep breath, and her heart calmed down considerably. Angela cradled Annie's face, examining her closely for a moment, then said with a pang of heartache, "I worried about you every day these past few years. Seeing you're alright puts my mind at ease." Annie wiped away her tears, released Angela, and rushed to Xiaoxue's side. "Xiaoxue. You? How are you?" Xiaoxue was weak, her eyes glazed as she looked at Annie. Their eyes met, and though speechless, they both understood each other's feelings. Xiaoxue forced herself to sit up and channeled her magic to draw a magic circle in the air. Angela could see clearly that it was a contract spell. She wanted to sign an equal symbiotic contract with Annie. Without hesitation, Annie directly channeled a portion of her soul power into the magic circle. This amount far exceeded the maximum required for an equal symbiotic contract. A complex expression appeared in Xiaoxue's eyes. Then she sighed, and also channeled a wisp of her soul power. The magic circle flickered slightly, etching an imprint deep within their souls. Little Shui. Annie tried to call out to Little Shui through soul communication. Little Shui looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Annie, I'm sorry, I worried you." Annie shook her head. "Don't talk about that now. Let's quickly check on the White Tiger King." Reminded by Annie, Little Shui quickly staggered to the White Tiger King's side. The White Tiger King was bleeding from his mouth and nose, his eyes trembling slightly, as he slowly opened them. Little Shui cried out excitedly, "Father, how are you?" The White Tiger King weakly opened his mouth. "Child, I'm dying. White Tiger Mountain. I'm leaving it to you. You must live." The White Tiger King mustered his strength, reaching out a claw to touch Little Shui's face. But the claw only reached halfway before stopping in midair, and then falling limply to the ground. Xiaoxue was struck dumb. He had finally reunited with his father, but their reunion was short-lived, and now they were facing another heart-wrenching separation. The pain overwhelmed him, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, fainting instantly. "Xiaoxue." Annie rushed to support him, but Xiaoxue was far too large, and Annie could only use wind magic to assist him. Angela also checked on Xiaoxue and sighed, "He's alright, just overwhelmed with grief. Let's get him out of here quickly. We can't stay any longer." Crick stood to the side, his eyes calm and unmoved, seemingly unaffected by the scene of this heart-wrenching separation. At that moment, Bourne and the others entered the cave. He was also surprised to see Angela, wondering when she had arrived. "Yo, Angela, long time no see." Bourne waved and greeted her. Angela scratched her head. Bourne? What happened to you?" Bourne smiled awkwardly. "That's a long story, but now is not the time. The battle outside has stopped. The Thunder Rat has completely subdued the Thunder Tiger. We lost. What do we do next?" Crick gave Bourne a disgusted look. "A conscious skeleton soldier, how strange. As an undead, you must be very strong, right?" Bourne nodded. "The martial arts master is indeed very knowledgeable." Crick pointed to Little Snow lying on the ground and said, "Then you're in charge of carrying him down. The rest of you come with me." I make sure you leave safely." Without a word, Poker stepped forward and carried Little Snow on his back. Poker was quite large, so carrying Little Snow didn't feel awkward. Bourne, Akeem, and Burford returned to the netherworld together to avoid further draining Annie's magic. The group emerged from the cave together. Krieg led the way, followed closely by Pa carrying Snow on his back, with Annie and Angela bringing up the rear. As soon as they came out, Shirahai greeted them, accompanied by a bound woman, Margot. Since Margot was human, Ratna hadn't killed her in the battle, she was simply tied up, awaiting Shirahai's judgment. Shirahai, knowing Krieg was coming, initially intended to execute Margot outright, but considering the dire consequences of angering Krieg, he brought her in to consult Krieg's opinion. Krieg frowned, glancing at Angela. Angela nodded, and Krieg, understanding, said calmly, "Leave this human to me too. I guarantee they won't appear in the White Tiger Mountain area again." Shuri secretly felt relieved. After all, it was just a human, so it didn't matter. He readily untied the human and handed him over to Krieg and his group. Under the watchful eyes of numerous lightning rats, the group slowly descended the mountain. Along the way, they saw countless corpses of lightning rats and thunderous white tigers. The scene was gruesome. Annie was horrified. Among them were powerful figures at the Transformation Realm, and even the Abundant Realm. At the foot of the mountain, they even saw the corpse of the Great Elder, killed by Shuri's own hands. Annie felt a pang of sorrow. Little Snow had just found her clan, yet in just one day, it had been reduced to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was all too cruel. Margot, head bowed, followed Annie and whispered, "This is only part of it. The Thunder Rats attack from 3 sides, and the battle is incredibly fierce. Over 80% of the Thunder White Tigers have been killed or wounded. If the fighting continues, they might truly be wiped out." Angela sighed, "This is the world of magical beasts. Might makes right. Whoever has the biggest fist gets to obey." It's said that the Thunder White Tiger clan was like that back then, relying on their strength to bully other magical beasts everywhere. The Thunder Rats were one of them. It seems that Shuri was also bullied by the White Tiger King before, which is why he harbored resentment and sought revenge. Crick said calmly, "If the White Tiger King hadn't had some connections with the Elf King back then, White Tiger Mountain would have been destroyed long ago." Shuri was very well prepared back then, wiping out most of the main force of White Tiger Mountain in one fell swoop. But this is normal. Such scenes often play out in the Elf Forest or other places. That's how magical beasts are. Annie looked at the unconscious Xiaoxue, her heart aching. She had watched Xiaoxue grow up, never imagining she would have such a tragic family history. Now, orphaned, her family enslaved, and even her, once her closest confidant, was actually her mother's killer. Although he had voluntarily signed a contract with her, it was merely a compromise to avoid separation. Without the contract, what reason would he have to stay by her side? After the battle and the conversation, Poker roughly understood what had happened. Most importantly, he sensed that Xiaoxue had regained consciousness, but simply didn't want to wake up. Others might not know, but Poker, carrying Xiaoxue at such close proximity, could clearly feel the twitching of her muscles. As Poker walked, he said softly, "Xiaoxue, right? Don't overthink it. If you feel you can't face Annie, you could always just leave. But since you stayed, you should face the truth. She's not your mother's killer, it's Xylahi. If Xylahi hadn't attacked White Tiger Mountain and slaughtered the White Tiger King's offspring, your parents wouldn't have died. He's your true enemy. However, with your current strength, revenge is a pipe dream. I advise you to stay by Annie's side and work hard to improve your strength. Only then will you have a chance to take revenge yourself." Poker's words instantly awakened Xiaoxue. Her body trembled slightly. "Yes. What am I overthinking? Why can't I face Annie? If Annie is really my enemy, why did I sign a contract with her? Now, I have no parents, she is my only family. If I don't rely on her, who else can I rely on?" However, even though he understood this, Xiaoxue was still in a dilemma. After all that had happened, he could only continue to feign unconsciousness and deal with it when they arrived at their destination. This put Poker in a difficult position. Before long, Poker's time was up, and Annie had no choice but to let him return to the underworld first. Xiaoxue was placed on the ground, and everyone rested where they were. Margot asked, "Where are we going now?" Angela replied, "To the Rhine family. The martial arts master and I are staying there." Annie then asked, "Did you run into Elisa?" Angela nodded. Elisa used the elven way of communication to send a message to the Rhine family ahead of time. However, the Elven King is away recently, so they told the martial arts master, and we set off immediately. We met Elisa on the way, and they should have arrived at the Rhine family by now. Ah? Margot was taken aback. You mean they only just arrived at the Rhine family? How could you? How could it be so fast? Angela covered her mouth and laughed. Miss Margot, it's been so long. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Angela Naven, daughter of an elven princess. I possess one of the 4 great auxiliary magics, flight magic. Margot's mouth dropped open. She never imagined that a seemingly insignificant little maid in her family back then was actually the daughter of an elven princess, and that she had even surpassed her in growth. Chapter 371. Angela continued, I use flight magic, so naturally I'm faster. And the martial arts master is even faster, though I don't know how he did it. He seems to have arrived before me. Crick scoffed, I always have you training, and you're always complaining about this or that. Now you know your shortcomings? Your flight magic speed isn't even as fast as mine, how embarrassing. Angela retorted, you can't say that. You're the strongest martial arts master in the entire elf forest. Isn't it normal that I'm not as good as you? Crick said calmly, if you think like that, that's bad. My lifespan is coming to an end, less than 100 years. The hope of reviving the Naven family rests solely on your shoulders. You can't be complacent and let my efforts go to waste. Angela pouted. Clearly, Crick's training of Angela during this period had been extremely strict, otherwise, Angela wouldn't have been able to break through faster than Annie, who had entered the magical realm in such a short time. With a hint of anticipation, Annie asked, Master of Martial Arts, I have a question for you. Since you don't enter the magical realm, how do you break through to higher realms? Crick's eyes were deep as he replied, telling you is fine, but you humans simply can't use it. This is the power of bloodline. Our elven ancestor was the eldest son of the Creator God, possessing extraordinary wisdom and immense strength. He loved life and yearned for freedom. Even today, his bloodline power is not to be underestimated. Therefore, even without entering the magical realm, we can still smoothly break through to higher realms without having to painstakingly search for that so-called origin of the mysterious realm. Annie asked doubtfully, so, does that mean the ancestors of demons, magical beasts, orcs, giants, and dwarves were also children of the Creator God? And they didn't need to enter that magical realm? Crick nodded, you're right. Orcs and magical beasts share a common ancestor. The orcs were created through the union of magical beasts and humans, which is why their bloodline power is much weaker. Demons and the undead also share a common ancestor, but later, due to ideological differences, they split into 2 groups. Annie understood. I see. So what were the ancestors of humans? Humans? Crick scoffed. Humans are parasites that evolved from the world itself after the Creator God created it. Your appearance completely shattered the balance of this world. You are insatiably greedy, expanding recklessly, and wantonly plundering the world's resources. Ultimately, you will reap what you sow, and can only obtain a breakthrough opportunity through the magical realm. Annie was somewhat confused. What should I say? Angela retorted, Master of Martial Arts, don't use that tone. Speaking of which, I'm half human, so am I a parasite too? Krieg glared at her. You talk too much. After a brief rest, Annie quickly regained her magic and summoned Pock again. Pock immediately complained, Miss Annie, you can't just fleece one sheep. Get the others to do some work too. Annie smiled awkwardly. Brother Pock, sorry, but you're strong, after all. Pock rubbed his forehead. I just look big, that doesn't mean I'm strong. Born is just as strong as me. Oh well, it's good to help the captain, I'd be a porter for once. He then hoisted Xiaoxua back onto his back, whispering, Hey Xiaoxua, can you stop pretending to be dead? I, the dignified undead lord, am here to be your porter. Xiaoxua groaned twice. He'd been pretending to be unconscious for so long, but he was actually quite uncomfortable, feeling uneasy all over. Bach laughed, You're quite concerned about your image, kid. Want me to create an opportunity for you? That way, your waking up won't seem so abrupt. Xiaoxua's heart skipped a beat. Before he could refuse, he heard Bach yell, Ouch! And was immediately thrown away, landing with a thud on the ground. Margot kicked Poker, who was sprawled on the ground. How can you be so useless? You can't even move a wounded person properly. Poker scratched his head and slowly got up from the ground. Hee, I tripped just now. Sorry. Annie quickly ran over to check on Xiaoxua's injuries. At this moment, Xiaoxua also slowly woke up. Annie was overjoyed. Xiaoxua, you're awake. How are you feeling? Xiaoxua didn't dare to look Annie in the eye, turning her head to the side, and murmured, I'm okay. That's great. Annie hugged Xiaoxua tightly. I'm so glad you're alright. I thought I was going to lose you forever. Shishua felt a warmth in her heart. He gently nuzzled Annie's head. I'm alright. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to face you before, but actually, you're the closest person to me, the person I trust most, there's no doubt about that. Poker watched the two hugging, somewhat confused. What are they talking about? Margot pouted. Aren't you Annie's summoner of the dead? Don't you know? Poker scratched his head. But I haven't signed the contract yet. Now that Shishua was awake, there was no need for Poker to stay any longer. He explained the situation to Annie, indicating that there were still many things in the netherworld that required his attention, and then left. The remaining group continued towards the Ryan family's village. Before long, they arrived. Annie's mouth dropped open at the sight of the village, a tapestry of blooming flowers. Tall trees dotted the village, each with a small wooden house perched atop one, vines entwining the houses, and flowers blooming everywhere, a vibrant scene of life. Angela smiled and said, Welcome to the Ryan family. The village elves, seeing the group, quickly gathered around. The younger elves looked at Crick with adoration, while their gazes towards Annie, and the others held a degree of wariness. Crick gave a brief explanation in Elvish, then led the group inside. Suddenly, two elves rushed out from the side, shouting excitedly, Annie, you're back. Annie turned and saw it was Alyssa and Starks. She nodded and smiled. Thanks to you two for helping us seek help from the Master of Martial Arts, otherwise we might not have made it back. Alyssa waved her hand. It's nothing, don't mention it. You're friends of the Master of Martial Arts, so you're friends of the elves. It's only right that we help. Crick's eye twitched, even he himself. When did you finally admit to being friends with Annie? Crick led everyone directly to his small garden, leisurely poured himself a glass of water, drank it in one gulp, and said, All right, now you can tell me why you came to the elf forest. Annie shrugged, It's simple, I just wanted to visit Sister Angela, see if she's been bullied here, and then take a detour back to the Norma Empire. Angela exclaimed with delight, Are we finally going back? Then she looked at Crick expectantly, Can I go back with you? No. Crick refused Angela's request without hesitation. Angela immediately wilted. TCH, no, all you ever say is no. Crick said calmly, I already said it. Once you reach the Supreme Origin Realm, you can do whatever you want. Angela complained, You're already thousands of years old, and you're still only at the Supreme Origin Realm. How long am I supposed to cultivate? Crick shook his head and sighed, These are the shackles binding this continent. If I can't break free of these shackles, I'll never be able to break through to the Supreme Origin Realm in my lifetime. But you're different. You don't need that many years to reach the Supreme Origin Realm. Then, Crick didn't dwell on the topic any further and said to Annie, As you can see, Angela is doing very well here. Don't worry, rest here for a while, and then hurry up and leave. Go ahead. If the Elf King finds out I brought humans in, he'd probably argue with me again. Annie gave a wry smile. The Elf King doesn't like humans either? Elisa said with a strange expression, To be honest, the entire elf race doesn't really like humans. It's just a matter of degree. The Dark family dislikes humans the most, followed by the Ryan family. The Ryan family saved human settlements many times in battle, but instead of being grateful, humans took it all for granted. The Ryan family eventually stopped showing them any mercy. Crick corrected her. Back then, some of the Ryan family's territories were occupied by orcs. After the humans conquered them, they not only didn't return them to the Ryan family, but even took them for themselves. That's when the Ryan family saw the true face of humans. And shook her head. In that case, we really need to leave quickly. Margot asked, How far is it from here to the Norma Empire? Crick thought for a moment and said, Not far, about 300 kilometers. Margot was speechless. 300 kilometers, and you say it's not far? Then, thinking about it, given Crick's speed, it probably wasn't far indeed. Angela said sadly, Miss, I'm sorry I can't accompany you back, but I can take you to the edge of the elf forest. Crick interrupted, leaving Angela speechless. She had meant to say the edge of the misty forest. Annie smiled and said, I'm relieved to see you safe and sound. It's all right, we've been through the misty forest several times already. We're quite familiar with it. Crick leaned back leisurely in a wicker chair. Don't be careless. The misty forest isn't as peaceful as it seems. Powerful magical beasts abound. But I give you a map marking the gathering places of powerful magical beasts. You better avoid those areas. Annie was overjoyed. Thank you, Master of Martial Arts. With this map, we can reach the Norma Empire smoothly. Crick closed his eyes slightly. All right, rest here for a day, and continue your journey tomorrow. I doubt the Elf King will return so soon. Alyssa asked curiously, why did the Elf King suddenly go out? Did something happen? Crick opened one eye. Little girl, don't ask about what happened up there. Your forest family lives in the Far East, near the sea. This storm probably won't affect you, don't worry. This sentence startled Annie. It seemed the Elf King's departure was for some major purpose, one that could affect the entire elf race. Would the human world be affected? Annie immediately recalled Pope Leo V's departure from Norma City to the Hairy Empire. It seemed these important figures were all brewing something. That night, Annie and Angela had a long talk. Having not seen each other for a long time, they had so much to say. Annie recounted her situation to Angela in detail. Angela listened intently, occasionally letting out gasps of surprise at tense moments. She truly hadn't expected Annie to overcome so many difficulties alone, return from the magical realm, and successfully break through to the Qi-Yuan realm. It was truly admirable. And sighed. Alas, the difficult thing now is how I'm going to face Marquis Jonathan when we return to the Empire. Although Keller is long dead, at least in Marquis Jonathan's eyes, he's still alive and a hero of the Empire. If I tell him Keller is really dead, he'd definitely be devastated. After all, Keller is his only son. Angela asked, how is Keller's body now? And took Keller out of the breastplate and gently placed him on the ground. Thanks to the unicorn hide, the body hadn't decomposed and remained in its original state, except for a large hole in his chest and pale golden cracks covering his body, as if it might burst at any moment. Angela pondered for a moment and said, how about I ask the martial arts master to think of a solution? After all, he's a Supreme Realm expert. Perhaps he can offer some help. You can keep Keller's body here with me for now. When you get back, just say Keller stayed in the Austin Empire. They can't really go to the Austin Empire to verify that, so don't worry. Annie nodded. That's the only way. The next day, Annie left Keller's body in the Rhine family's village and set off with Angela. Crick didn't come along, but he warned Angela that if she left the elf forest, she would be confined for a year. Angela dared not take the risk. After all, Crick always kept his word, and if she were really confined for a year, she would probably go insane. After traveling for about a week, they finally reached the edge of the elf forest. Angela kept her promise and didn't step out again. After a tearful farewell, Annie, Margot, and Xiaoxua once again embarked on their journey home. This time, they had the map Crick had given them. Following the map's instructions, and avoiding the powerful magical beasts, they could safely reach the outer edge of the misty forest. Annie slowly unfolded the map, looking at the places circled in red ink. She marveled at Crick's skill. He had traversed so many places and marked them all. He truly deserved to be called the strongest of the elves. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she stared blankly at a red circle. Margot, noticing this, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Annie pointed to the spot and said gravely, this is where we encountered the demon poison dragon. Margot leaned closer to look and saw a large red symbol marked extreme danger. Chapter 372. Margot was taken aback. Extremely dangerous? I doubt there are more than 3 places that Crick would mark with this symbol, but here's one. Could it indicate another magical beast? Annie shook her head. Impossible. There's only the demon poison dragon there. We caused such a commotion there back then. If there were other magical beasts, they would have appeared long ago. That's strange. Margot was also at a loss. You said it yourself. That demon poison dragon is only at the outer Yuan realm. How could it be extremely dangerous? Annie looked at the distance above and hesitated. Should we go take a look? Margot was startled, then shook her head repeatedly. I won't go. I know it's dangerous there. Why are we even going? Annie laughed, but when I went there were so many treasures in that demon poison dragon's lair. And this breastplate of mine was stolen from the demon poison dragon by Uncle Nickel back then. Maybe there are other good things there. Margot still shook her head. Even if there are good things, you have to be alive to take them. Anyway, I'm not going. Annie stepped forward and hugged Margot tightly, pleading, oh sister, please, just go take a look. If we can't beat them, we can still run away, just go take a look. Margot's forehead creased with exasperation. You can't always be so reckless. It's all because of that guy Nickel who corrupted you. I'm going to settle the score with him when we get back. So you agree? Annie's eyes sparkled. Margot gritted her teeth, unable to resist Annie's offensive, and could only compromise. Fine, I go along with your crazy antics, but listen carefully. If there's any danger, you must retreat immediately, safety first. Yay! Annie hugged Margot tightly again, overjoyed. Third sister is the best. Margot's face flushed red, letting Annie hug her like that. Deep down, she was overjoyed. She hadn't felt this kind of family affection in a long time. It felt warm and reassuring. Having made up their minds, they decided to adjust their route slightly. After traveling for about 2 more days, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. Annie immediately saw the eerie, misty canyon. As always, it was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the bottom. Margot stood on the cliff edge, looking down. How are we going to get down? Annie recalled a scene from years ago, took 2 ropes from her breastplate, tied them together, and secured one end to a tree trunk. She threw the other end over the cliff. Margot swallowed hard. I'm afraid I won't be strong enough to climb to the bottom. Annie smiled. It's all right, I'm here. With that, she summoned Bourne and Poker. Bourne looked around, his brows furrowing. Annie, what brings you here again? Are you going to cause trouble for that demon poison dragon again? Annie smiled and nodded. Yes, that demon poison dragon holds many secrets, and I must find out. Also, didn't you notice? The top-secret treasure chest we opened in the magical realm is very similar to the one we found in the demon poison dragon's lair, isn't it? Bourne paused, thinking carefully for a moment, then his eyes narrowed. Now that you mention it, it's true. So, could that treasure chest contain? Margot suddenly interjected, I'm quite curious. What treasure did you get from the top-secret chest? Annie scratched her head. That's hard to explain. It's just a cultivation technique, but it's exactly the kind I need. A cultivation technique? Margot shook her head. I never seen one before, but I heard that very few exist. This truly is a priceless treasure. So, this demon poison dragon must have something good too. We can't miss out. Annie rubbed her hands excitedly. Bourne grabbed Annie's arm, saying, Don't get too excited. I think this demonic poison dragon is no ordinary creature. We need to be cautious. Annie asked doubtfully, but when we came here before, it was only at the Out of Yuan realm. What's there to worry about? Bourne shook his head. You can't say that. Back then was back then. So much time has passed. Who knows if this poison dragon valley has changed? Margot added, Yes, look, even Chief Martial Arts Crick marked this place as extremely dangerous. There must be a reason. He would never mark a Out of Yuan realm magical beast as extremely dangerous. Annie smiled. What does it matter what the danger is? We're just going to take a look. It's not like we're really going to fight the demonic poison dragon again. Besides, we already been here once, so this time we know the way better. If it doesn't work out, we can always turn back. Bourne had been listening silently for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hey Annie, you're really something. We only had a few days apiece, and you already found me such a dangerous job. Do you even remember you haven't signed a contract with me yet? Annie stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Brother Poker, I make it up to you later. I don't want to, Poker said without hesitation. Brother Poker wants to live a few more days. Seeing everyone's strong opposition, Annie thought for a moment and gave up. Fine, since no one wants to go, I won't force you. We can come back another time. After all, the demon poison dragon is here. It's been here for who knows how many years. It's not going to run away. That's right. Poker laughed. A good child listens. Annie put her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks. I'm not a child anymore, okay? Bourne was a little surprised. Annie, influenced by Nicole, always wanted to take risks, and it was basically futile to persuade her otherwise. He didn't expect that Poker's few words would dissuade her. It really is true that one thing can subdue another. Poker waved his hand. All right, there's nothing more for me here. I should go back to work. He then prepared to return to the netherworld. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, instantly whipping up the thick fog in the valley and crashing against the cliff face with a series of whooshing sounds. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected sight. Then, peering through a gap in the fog, they saw a huge, yellow, vertically shaped pupil staring at them. The eye was devoid of any emotion, as if it only saw prey, and a chilling killing intent emanated from it. Everyone felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Poker shouted, "Run!" Without hesitation, everyone turned and ran, using all their strength to escape as quickly as possible. Poker and Bourne stayed on the cliff edge, buying Annie and the others more time. Annie didn't know how long she had run. After a while, she sensed that Bourne and Poker had returned to the netherworld, so she quickly used telepathy to ask Bourne, "How did it go?" Bourne replied, "That thing didn't come up, it just stood there staring for a while, and then the thick fog automatically dissipated." Annie was horrified. There really are powerful magical beasts in that valley, but why didn't we encounter them last time we came? That eye clearly doesn't belong to that venomous dragon. Bourne shook his head. I don't know. This is really unbelievable. That magical beast is so powerful. Why would it allow a venomous dragon to live with it in the same canyon? And just now why didn't it chase after us? It just watched from the bottom of the valley. After Bourne's comment, Annie realized what he meant. Yes. The murderous intent it released in its eyes was very obvious, but it didn't chase after us. This means it still has reservations. As for what those reservations are, we'd probably have to investigate. Bourne was speechless. Investigate again? Forget it. You should hurry back to Misty City. Everyone's waiting for you to come back. Finally, Annie abandoned her adventurous idea and continued towards Misty City. The path ahead was more familiar. After all, she had traversed it before, and the environment in the misty forest hadn't changed much, making it easier to find her way. In the distance, they saw the towering polar snow-capped mountains again, their peaks still covered in snow, looking like white giants standing between heaven and earth. Annie turned to Little Snow. Hee, should we go visit your relative? Shushua pouted. It's just a polar tiger, and only at the origin realm. What's so interesting about it? It was just lucky to occupy this snow mountain. Now that the polar demon flower is gone, it's probably already moved away. Annie stroked her chin. That makes sense. But I really feel bad for stealing its polar demon flower back then. How about we go up and take a look? If it's still there, I give it a low-quality secret realm origin. How about that? Shishua's eye twitched. You really have a twisted sense of humor. Okay, anyway, there's no danger here. Let's go! With that, the group began to walk up the snow mountain. However, when they reached the halfway point, they saw another group of people climbing up from another direction. There were 6 of them, all dressed as adventurers, probably from Misty City. Annie felt a surge of warmth, and was about to greet them, when Margot grabbed her arm. No! We don't even know their identities yet. It's inappropriate to approach them so abruptly. Annie thought about it and agreed. So much time had passed, the Holy See might have already issued a continent-wide warrant for her arrest. These people, though dressed as adventurers, had unclear allegiance, and she wondered if they would pass on her information to the Holy See. So they quietly followed behind the group, continuing up the mountain. Big brother, is there really a polar tiger king on this mountain? No doubt about it. I came here once when I was still with the Holy See, but I was ambushed by a bunch of scoundrels, and didn't get the polar demon flower. But the polar tiger king is a treasure trove, we can't waste it. That's good. With Big Brother's strength, capturing the polar tiger king will be a piece of cake, won't it? And followed behind, hearing everything clearly. It turned out the other person was a former follower of Clement's, presumably implicated in the events of that year, who had left the church and become an adventurer. You see, in the adventurer's profession, light mages are highly sought after. This guy seemed to be doing quite well. She just wondered about his current strength. Niccolo? Margot exclaimed in surprise. Annie was taken aback. You know him? Margot nodded. We worked together in the church in Gore City before. He's close to Clement, but his strength isn't as good as Clement's. Anyway, he's a very marginal figure. He probably doesn't know about you. Annie smiled wryly. But he knows me. We had some conflicts here back then. Clement should have told you, right? Margot slapped her forehead. Oh dear, look at my memory. Annie said, it seems they're after the polar tiger. Back then, the polar tiger was only at the 9th level of the origin realm. I wonder if he's improved since then. Shushua scoffed. Even if he has improved, he's probably not as good as you. After all, there are no resources in this forest. He should have had the polar demon flower, which could have helped him break through faster, but you stole that flower. Annie scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Arctic Tiger's den again. There were no traces of the battle. The bodies of the Royal Knights and Magic Academy students were long gone, their fates unknown, whether eaten by the Arctic Tiger or other magical beasts. Niccolo and his group set up some simple traps, and made some noise outside the den. Immediately, a tiger's roar echoed from within. Annie paused slightly, then looked at Shushua with a mocking smile. Heh, you said he hadn't improved much, but now it seems he's at least at the Liyuan realm. Shushua pouted, only at the Liyuan realm after all these years, truly trash. While Annie and the others weren't afraid of Liyuan realm magical beasts, Niccolo and his group were different. When the polar tiger charged out, the traps were almost useless. 2 of them were instantly killed with a single blow. Niccolo was terrified. He had never seen such a powerful magical beast before, and didn't know what to do. It was only after the adventurer beside him pulled him back that he reacted and tried to run away, but he was no match for the polar tiger's speed. Ever since the polar demon flower was stolen from the polar tiger, it had become even more hostile towards humans. Seeing humans again at its doorstep caused it to unleash a power even greater than its usual strength. Boom! Another loud crash, and 2 adventurers were impaled by ice spikes, pinned to the ground. Niccolo was utterly terrified, regretting coming all this way. It was pure suicide. Of the 6, only the 2 of them remained. The other, in his panic, had jumped off the nearby cliff and was probably dead too. Niccolo collapsed to the ground, watching the Arctic tiger approach step by step. A sudden heat rose in his groin, and a foul stench wafted out. The Arctic tiger gave a disgusted look, roared, and then shot an ice spike towards Niccolo's head. It's over, Niccolo thought despairingly, closing his eyes and awaiting death. However, suddenly, with a crisp clang, the ice spike was deflected by some unknown force, falling limply to the side, while 2 figures abruptly appeared before him. Niccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, because he recognized both of them. Chapter 373. Margot? Niccolo exclaimed. Margot glanced at him indifferently. You're not doing so well these days. Can't even beat a tiger. Niccolo's face flushed red. This isn't an ordinary tiger. I originally thought it was only at the primordial realm, but I didn't expect this. Margot laughed. After all this time, even grass should have grown an inch by now. You're still so careless. At this moment, another huge figure leaped out from behind. It was Xiaoxue. The Arctic tiger was clearly startled by Xiaoxue's appearance, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Thunder, white tiger! Niccolo exclaimed, but what happened next made his jaw drop. The Arctic tiger carefully examined Xiaoxue, then its pupils suddenly contracted, and it plopped down on the ground, lowering its head deeply, displaying absolute obedience. You? Xiaoxue was also somewhat confused, not knowing what this Arctic tiger was doing. Prince, I finally found you, the polar tiger said to Xiaoxue in a trembling voice. Xiaoxue was taken aback. You know me? The polar tiger raised its head. Our polar tiger clan lives alone, and our population is small. My father used to live with your mother's family in White Tiger Mountain. Later, your mother fled, and my father followed to protect her. But during the pursuit of the Thunder Rat, my father died, and I fell off a cliff, and was swept here by the river. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue quickly helped the polar tiger up. You really are my mother's old friend? The polar tiger nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Back then, I was weak, only at the 8th level of the origin realm. My father gave me the seed of the polar demon flower, so that I could improve quickly. Later, I planted it in this cave, but unfortunately. At this point, it looked at Niccolo and the others. Xiaoxue looked embarrassed. Annie asked curiously, Xiaoxue, what did he say? Xiaoxue could only tell Annie everything the polar tiger had said. Annie blushed and quickly took out a secret realm origin from her protective mirror. Originally, she had planned to use a low-quality one, but after learning that he was an old friend of Xiaoxue's mother, Annie took out a medium-quality secret realm origin. Polar tiger, I'm so sorry. I took your polar demon flower back then. Consider this my compensation. Annie handed over the secret realm origin. The polar tiger was stunned. He hadn't expected that the person who stole the polar demon flower was now standing alive in front of him. For countless days and nights, he had been filled with resentment, wishing he could devour this person alive. But now, how could he dare? After all, the other person's relationship with Xiaoxue was not ordinary. Polar tiger accepted the secret realm origin. He didn't know how to use it, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it possessed powerful magical energy, a power that transcended elemental magic, capable of providing a profound awakening. Polar tiger was overjoyed. The secret realm origin might even be more effective than the polar demon flower. He had turned misfortune into a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Polar tiger said, then asked, Prince, how did you find this place? Little Snow scratched her head. Actually, I came here before, but I didn't go up the mountain. I met Annie, and the others at the foot. This time, I mainly came to see you, but I didn't expect to encounter this. Polar tiger smiled wryly. I don't know why either. The human world seems to know of my existence. Adventurers come to bother me from time to time, but those people are weak, they're just food for me. Niccolo shuddered. If Margot hadn't arrived, he probably would have become Arctic tiger's food too. Xiaoxue laughed, I don't care about the others, but leave this one to me. Also, White Tiger Mountain has been decommissioned. The Thunder Rat King, Shuri, killed my father and a group of elders, and occupied White Tiger Mountain. If you don't have anything else to do, don't go back. I think the environment here is nice. You should cultivate here properly. If I had the chance, I come to see you again. Arctic Tiger didn't show any surprise at the fall of White Tiger Mountain. Instead, he said, they deserved it. Who told him to force Miss away? Poor mother, 6 months pregnant, and still being hunted down. When we were separated, she was already seriously injured. It's a miracle she gave birth to you. Then how did you recognize me? Shushu asked curiously. A glint flashed in Polar Tiger's eyes. It's an aura. You have Mrs. Aura on you. She must have transferred her power to you. I never forget this aura. Xiaoshui sighed. After so many people's accounts, the sequence of events from back then was gradually becoming clearer. Xiaoshui's mother ultimately died. Although Annie was responsible, even without Annie, she wouldn't have survived. Severely injured by the Thunder Rat and suffering a backlash after using her secret technique, her life was already at its end. It just so happened that Annie appeared. Perhaps it was fate. Since they were already on the mountain, the group wasn't in a hurry to go down. At Polar Tiger's insistence, they decided to rest on the mountain for a while, and set off again the next day. The group sat in Polar Tiger's cave, lit a fire, and ate and chatted. With Nicolo, who had just come from Misty City, around, Annie naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to gather information. Nicolo, how's the situation in the Empire now? Nicolo didn't quite remember Annie, but with Margot present, he answered truthfully, oh, Reiner is indeed a good emperor. In recent years, he has issued many policies to encourage commerce and trade and a free economy. Resources in various territories are becoming increasingly abundant, and people's lives are getting better and better. Especially the Gore territory, it seems to have strengthened its cooperation with the Adventurers Guild, introducing many new things, and developing rapidly. Margot asked, is there any news from the Holy See? Nicolo scratched his head, I'm not entirely sure about that. After all, I've been away from the Holy See for some time. But when you go back, you can inquire about it. After all, you're a favorite of the Gore City Church. Margot smiled wryly. Only one person from the Norma Empire had been selected to enter the Divine Beast Mountain in several years. She was indeed an exception. Nicolo continued, however, no one who leaves the Norma Empire has ever returned. You're probably the first I know of, and you come back from the Misty Forest. Did you have a mission? Margot gestured, keep it a secret. Nicolo didn't dare ask further and continued, all right. Also, the situation in the West has been somewhat tense lately. His Majesty the Emperor is currently negotiating with envoys from the Harry Empire, seemingly because of the Regent Amada's matter. The two sides are having a very unpleasant argument, and Marquis Jonathan has led an army of 300,000 men straight to the border. The two sides are on the verge of war. Annie asked curiously, oh? Is that so? But even the squad leader of the Harry Empire has reached the Liyuan realm. Can our Norma Empire's army defeat him? Nicolo laughed. Don't we have a grand mage who protects the nation? That Nicol has already broken through to the peak of the Liyuan realm, and he's currently stationed at the border. Speaking of which, he's a legendary figure, the only Liyuan realm expert in the entire empire. He actually defeated a Qi Yuan realm expert from the Harry Empire at the border. Can you believe it? Although they fought under the guise of a friendly spar, stopping short of defeat, it's truly remarkable that he could win under such circumstances. Annie raised an eyebrow. Haha, Nicol has also broken through to the peak of the Liyuan realm. It seems he hasn't fallen behind all these years. So no one else in the Norma Empire has broken through to the Liyuan realm yet? Nicro nodded, yes. Thanks to the Empire's favorable situation and abundant resources these past few years, many have reached the peak of the Liyuan realm, but they still can't break through that final hurdle. Margot looked at Annie and asked, how many secret realm origins did you bring back? Annie counted on her fingers, Less than 100 high-quality ones, over 400 mid-quality ones, and about 1,000 low-quality ones. Margot nodded. So, we should be able to build a team of over 1,000 Liyuan realm experts. Secret realm origins? What are those? Nicro was somewhat confused. Margot's eyes darted around, and she asked, Nicro, do you want to work for me? Nicro swallowed hard, but I already left the church. Margot waved her hand, don't worry, I also left the church. They might even be hunting me down right now. But don't worry, if you work for me, I help you break through to the Liyuan realm. Nicolo's eyes narrowed. Is this true? He knew that in the entire Norma Empire, only Nicol had broken through to the Transcendental realm in the past century. If Margot was telling the truth, then Nicolo would be the second person in the Empire to do so, and covered her mouth and laughed. But first, you need to reach the peak of the Transcendental realm, otherwise it's all just empty talk. Nicolo gritted his teeth, fine. I do it with you. Anyway, I'm not a member of the Holy See anymore. Why be so timid as an adventurer? Life is short. 100 years is enough. I should achieve something. Margot winked at Annie, who immediately activated the spirit division technique. The elements of heaven and earth surged, and the surrounding magic power converged towards them. Nicolo felt the change in the elements and gasped in astonishment. Margot patted his shoulder and laughed. What are you waiting for? Start cultivating. Nicolo then realized what was happening and immediately focused his mind, entering a meditative state. With the aid of the spirit division technique, Nicolo felt his cultivation flowed effortlessly. Even when he relaxed completely, the elements of heaven and earth seemed to enter his body through his pores, causing his strength to surge by leaps and bounds. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, but with Annie's help, he broke through 2 levels overnight, reaching the peak of the outer origin realm. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright daylight. Annie stood smiling before him. How do you feel? Nicolo exclaimed with delight. I broke through. I really broke through. My goodness, I never felt a breakthrough so smooth. Ha ha. It's so awesome. Seeing Nicolo's exuberant expression, Annie took out a secret realm origin from her bosom and handed it to him. Here, take this. After fusing with it, you can break through to the separation origin realm. Nicolo's eyes widened. You're serious? And nodded. But not now. We need to get back to Misty City. You can fuse it tonight. No rush. No one's going to steal it from you. Nicolo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Anne to be so true to her word. He had only made a gesture, and she had given him such a valuable gift. Little did he know, Anne had many more such secret realms. The group bid farewell to the Arctic Tiger and left the Arctic Snow Mountain, heading towards Misty City. Along the way, looking at the familiar scenes, Annie was filled with emotion. The Empire was gradually becoming stable and powerful, and it was time for her to return. With that group of powerful warriors from the Liyuan realm, at least in small-scale battles, the Norma Empire wouldn't fear other countries. Gradually, they began to encounter other adventurers in the Misty Forest. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. According to Nicolo, after that war, many members of the Marcello family had become adventurers. After all, they couldn't survive in other armies, so it was better to go it alone. Many of them came to Misty City. After all, it was known as an adventurer's paradise. Soon afterward, they arrived at the familiar city walls. Many people were queuing to enter Misty City from the Misty Forest. Annie took out a bronze nameplate from her pocket, the one she had used when she was an adventurer, and looked at Margot and asked, Sister, what are you going to do? Margot smiled and took out the Vatican's emblem from her pocket, pinning it to her chest. This will do. The guard took the identification documents from the group, and after a quick check, found nothing amiss. He, however, became interested in Anne's name. Oh, you're called in too. Annie was taken aback. What? A lot of people have this name. The guard nodded. Of course, especially in Mist City. Everyone knows Annie is a great heroine of the Empire. Now, almost every family names their newborn daughter Annie. Annie felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She smiled awkwardly, took the nameplate from the guard, and entered the city. Mist City was still the same. Directly opposite the entrance to the Mist Forest was the Adventurers Guild building. Without a second thought, Annie went straight into the Adventurers Guild, while Margot and Nicolo waited outside. At the guild's counter, a woman in red was busy at work. A group of people surrounded her, chattering amongst themselves. Annie squeezed through the crowd, grinning at the woman. Sister Jeannie, long time no see. Jeannie was startled, looking up to meet Annie's small face. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she cried out, And Miss Annie! Everyone's attention was drawn to Jeannie's scream, and they all turned to look at Annie. One of the small-eyed youths scoffed, What's going on? Just a little brat. What's the big deal? Get out of the way. Don't delay my task verification. The others, seeing Annie's small stature and unremarkable appearance, scoffed, Hey, move aside. What's this little brat doing getting involved? Chapter 374. Jeannie's face immediately darkened. Do you even know who she is? The small-eyed youth said impatiently. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people named Annie. What's so surprising? Hurry up and process my mission. It's a bronze level 1, worth 10 gold coins. Jeannie was about to explode when Annie said, Never mind, Sister Jeannie, just tell me where Farid is. Jeannie pointed to the backyard. Lord Farid just returned recently. I go with you to find him. No need. Annie grinned. You go about your business, I know the way. With that, Annie skipped and hopped towards the backyard, while Jeannie was once again surrounded by the crowd. Upon entering the backyard, Annie looked around. The once mountain of goods had been cleared away, and the entire yard looked clean and tidy. Just then, a staff member saw her and immediately shouted, "Hey! Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the backyard? Get out of here!" Seeing that the man was unfamiliar, Annie replied, "Sorry, Sister Jeannie told me to come find Farid myself." "Where is he?" The staff member glared at her. "How dare you call Lord Farid by his name? Get out of here and stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." Annie was both amused and exasperated. She had been away for so many years that even the people of Misty City didn't recognize her. "No, no, no, I'm Annie. At least tell Farid that Annie is looking for him." "Annie?" The staff member paused, then sneered, "Isn't that a common name? All right, stop with the nonsense. The manager definitely won't see you. Get out of here." As he spoke, he tried to push Annie out. Annie was slightly angry. Even if she was just an ordinary adventurer, shouldn't he be speaking to her in such a tone? Besides, she had already stated that she had Jeannie's consent. A ring of wind elemental magic surged around Annie. Before the staff member's hand could even touch her, he was pushed back 3 steps by the force. The staff member was furious and shouted, "How dare you? You dare cause trouble in the Adventurers Guild? You're really tired of living." He rolled up his sleeves, raised his palm like a blade, and gathered blue magic in it before lashing out with a swift wind blade towards Annie. Annie narrowed her eyes. The opponent was probably at the peak of the Outer Yuan realm. This level of strength was considered good in Misty City, but it was still not enough in Annie's eyes. Annie snorted coldly, and directly reached out to grab the wind blade. Seeing Annie directly block the attack with her own body, the other party let out a cruel sneer. "Humph. You're courting death. Even without using a knife, the wind blade I unleashed is far beyond what a little girl like you can catch." However, the expected carnage didn't occur. The moment Annie's palm touched the wind blade, its magic seemed to be drained, vanishing instantly. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even sensed any magical fluctuations from her body. "You? How did you do that?" Annie didn't answer him directly. "Your strength is considerable in Misty City, yet I never seen you before. When did you arrive in Misty City?" The other person was taken aback. "I've been in Misty City for 3 years. Who exactly are you?" And said calmly, "I already said it. My name is Annie, Annie Gore." Upon hearing this, the other person's pupils constricted sharply. You're Annie from the Gore family? The hero of the Norma Empire?" At the mention of this, Annie felt a little embarrassed. "Hero or not, stop talking nonsense. Can I go find Farid now?" The other person looked Annie up and down, then pursed their lips and said, "I don't believe you. What proof do you have?" And was also starting to get impatient. "I'm stronger than you, that's the proof. You already reached the peak of the Yuan realm, right? Then you should know that breaking through to the Li Yuan realm is impossible in the Norma Empire, but I did it. Isn't that enough?" The other person narrowed their eyes. "You must have used some kind of magical item just now, otherwise there wouldn't have been no magical fluctuation at all." And smiled bitterly to herself. Just now, she had only used the spirit division technique to dissipate the other person's magical power. The difference between them was so great that she didn't even bother to use her own magical power. However, seeing how distrustful the other party was, there was nothing she could do. Annie raised a hand and pointed it at him. "Since you're so eager to see, then you better watch carefully." The other party was startled and immediately got into a fighting stance. He was quite resentful. After joining the Norma Empire Adventurers Guild, he had a smooth journey. Later, he was transferred to Misty City. Not long after, Farid was transferred away, and he became the acting manager here. But for some reason, Farid suddenly returned a few days ago. He couldn't figure out Farid's purpose, or what the higher-ups meant. He didn't want his path to advancement to be blocked, and to remain just an acting manager forever. Therefore, he had been in a bad mood these past few days, constantly thinking about how to break through to the Li Yuan realm, so he could quickly prove his abilities to the association. Then Annie appeared. This girl looked young, but showed him absolutely no respect, which infuriated him. He wanted to teach her a lesson, but he hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent. Could this girl really be the Imperial hero Annie Gore? Before he could figure it out, a stream of water surged from Annie's palm, sweeping towards him. He was shocked. This was clearly a water prison, but who could unleash such a powerful water prison? Was this still a beginner-level spell? With a deafening boom, he was unsurprisingly struck head-on by the water prison, directly swept into the air. "Awah!" He opened his mouth to scream, but instead swallowed a mouthful of water, his eyes rolling back in his head as he was submerged. The others in the backyard seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate. Farid was among them, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. Annie? Annie smiled sweetly at Farid, withdrew her magic, and the water prison shattered with a crash. The staff member fell to the ground with a splash, raising a spray of water. "Ha ha, Lord Farid, long time no see." Farid exclaimed happily, "My God. It really is you. You're back. That's incredible." Then, a worried expression appeared on his face. "You? How did you get back?" Annie scratched her head. "I took a detour through the misty forest, so I was much slower than you." "Hiss," Farid gasped. Taking a detour through the misty forest, that short sentence contained a wealth of information. Everyone knew what the misty forest was. Even the higher-ups of the Adventurers Guild dared not easily provoke the powerful magical beasts lurking within. Annie had actually managed to return safely from there. On the other hand, this also proved that no one else knew about Annie's return, at least only she knew for now. "The Holy See and the Austin Empire don't know you're back, right?" Annie nodded. "Yes, I left directly from Divine Beast Mountain. They thought I went to the Endless Sea, but actually I took a detour to the north and went to the Misty Forest. They're probably still wondering why they couldn't find me in the Endless Sea." Farid's brows furrowed even deeper. "Come in with me," he said, pulling Annie into the room. Only the staff member remained in the backyard, soaking wet and sprawled on the ground, head bowed, face flushed red with shame, contemplating suicide. He had utterly disgraced the entire Misty City branch. "Lord Farid," Annie asked, "I sparred with a staff member outside just now. You don't mind, do you?" Farid paused, then thought. Regarding what had just happened, she chuckled. "Oh, you mean Raphael? It's all right. That kid's sturdy, he won't break. I have something important to tell you, so listen carefully." Seeing Farid's seriousness, Annie also said solemnly, "All right, go ahead." Farid took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's far too dangerous for you to return to the Norma Empire as a Chi-Yuan level expert. If other forces find out, it could unleash a bloodbath. Especially the Austin and Harry empires. They absolutely won't allow this to happen. Either they force the Norma royal family to hand you over, or they unite and invade the Norma Empire." Annie was shocked. Why is this? Even if I'm at the Chi-Yuan level, I can't shake their foundations, can I? I remember the Austin Empire also has Supreme Yuan level experts. They wouldn't be afraid of someone as insignificant as me. Farid shook his head. "It's normal that you don't know about this. Even the current Norma royal family doesn't know. I only heard some rumors from Lord Jafari. It seems that in the war between humans and orc/demons 1,000 years ago, the human leader wasn't someone from the papacy, Austin, or Harry, but a man who appeared from a village in what is now the western Noxus Mountains. His name wasn't even allowed to be uttered. It was he who single-handedly killed the super-strong orcs and demons, thus securing victory in the war." "The western Noxus Mountains?" Annie was taken aback. That's Norma City, isn't it?" "You mean?" Farid's gaze. "That's right," Ridges said. "That man was so powerful that he wouldn't pledge allegiance to any faction. Therefore, hundreds of years later, he established a neutral nation, the Norma Empire." Annie swallowed hard. "That man lived for hundreds of years?" Farid nodded. "Yes, the current pope is over 300 years old. The stronger the power, the longer the lifespan, that's a law. And that man was known as the strongest human being. Living for hundreds of years wasn't a problem for him. The strongest human being." Annie felt this statement sounded familiar, but her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't recall where she heard it before. Farid continued, "That man mysteriously disappeared afterward. Before leaving, he told the entire continent that he had left the heart of the strong in the Norma Empire. Anyone who dared to attack the Norma Empire would have their heart of the strong reawakened and sweep across the continent. The major powers, wary of that man's strength, never truly attacked the Norma Empire, and most engaging in minor skirmishes. But that man's descendants were a complicated story. In the following century, dozens of coups erupted, plunging the entire Norma Empire into chaos, with countless powerful figures killed or wounded. It was during this opportunity that other powers on the continent united to impose a centuries-long blockade on the Norma Empire, stripping them of their right to enter the magical realm. After that, no one at the Li Yuan realm appeared in the entire Norma Empire until Nickel's arrival." Annie's eyes widened. "So this is what the history of the Empire is like. It's completely different from what we learned." Farid shook his head and sighed. "What you learned was only what the outside world wanted you to know. Even the Norma royal family has no records of this history anymore, let alone you." "Then what is their purpose in blockading the Norma Empire?" Annie asked. Farid tapped his fingers lightly on the table. That's how humans are. They need strong people to protect them, yet they fear the emergence of strong people. That man is indeed the leader of all humanity, but in the eyes of the major powers, he is also an insurmountable peak. The heart of a strongman that man left in the Norma Empire is a sword hanging over the heads of the major powers. It's fine if it remains quietly buried beneath this land, but if it's found and used to conquer all sides, it would be a catastrophe for the other powers on the continent. So now you know why they're preventing the Norma Empire from having any experts above the Li Yuan level? Annie's heart pounded. The stronger the individual, the higher the probability of finding the heart of a strongman. But haven't they ever considered searching for the heart of a strongman themselves? Farid smiled bitterly. Of course they have. For 100 years, countless strong individuals have frantically searched this land, even thoroughly searching the Norma Imperial Palace, but they haven't found the so-called heart of a strongman. Yet the major powers dare not act rashly, after all, that man. Let's be clear, nobody wants to be the first to stick their neck out. Annie leaned back in her chair, calming herself. So that's how it is. No wonder people outside gave me that look when they heard I was from Norma. Farid said gravely. So, your return now is extremely dangerous. Not only are you a Qi Yuan realm expert, but you also return from a magical secret realm. Your appearance could very well make the entire Norma Empire even stronger, which wouldn't be good for any power on the continent. The Norma Empire currently doesn't have the resources to challenge the major powers. Annie looked at Farid questioningly. What about the Adventurers Guild's attitude? Farid hesitated. Our attitude? Used to be neutral, but now we're definitely on your side. To be honest, our guild leader seems indifferent to whether the heart of the strong appears or not. Our blockade of the Norma Empire is just to cooperate with the actions of the major powers. We don't want to fall out with other forces. So even if the Norma Empire really becomes powerful, we won't oppose it. Chapter 375. And nodded slightly. So, I guess I have to keep a low profile since I'm back. Farid agreed. You're right, you have to keep a low profile. Not only are the Vatican people hunting you down everywhere, but the Austin Empire is involved too. The Duchy of Sharia has been reprimanded by the Austin royal family because of you, and Alonso and Puller, who entered the magical realm, have both been imprisoned. Annie's heart tightened. What did they do? Why are they imprisoned? Farid smiled bitterly. I don't know. But later the Vatican took Puller away, and Alonso, as the adopted son of the Grand Marshal of the Duchy of Sharia, was also redeemed and promised not to leave the duchy for 3 years. Inside? Annie asked. I can understand Alonso returning to the kingdom of Sharia, but why did the Holy See take Puller away? Farid shrugged. It said that the Holy Maiden wanted to recruit Puller as her bodyguard, and the Pope later agreed. Annie immediately felt relieved, as long as it wasn't the Holy Son seeking revenge on Puller. However, Annie was worried about what to do next. She definitely couldn't let too many people know her current identity, so she couldn't return to Gore City and Norma City. After all, many people there had seen her, and if she appeared rashly, the news would surely leak out. But staying in Misty City wasn't a solution either. Without contacting Douglas and Nickel, her mission couldn't be considered complete. Farid continued, Also, you better not let anyone else in the Adventurers Guild know you're back. Annie asked, Why? Farid explained, The Adventurers Guild is a melting pot. All sorts of people come from all walks of life. The Guild's founding philosophy was that loyalty didn't matter, as long as you were capable. But precisely because of this, the entire Guild is full of spies and informants from various factions. Of course, only truly trustworthy people hold high-ranking positions, and even those entering magical realms undergo rigorous background checks. And nodded. She had also noticed something amiss, just like back in Antioch City, where the branch leader, Adonis, clearly had intricate connections with the Holy See. Fortunately, few people knew this on her journey back, thanks to those also named and who had covered for her. Only 2 people know I'm back, Jeannie at the front desk, and the young man I just fought. Farid nodded. Oh, you mean Raphael? He should be fine too, since he's a native of the Norma Empire. Don't let his young age fool you. He's quite talented, already at the peak of the transcendental realm. I'm thinking if the higher-ups agree, maybe we can transfer him to the Hairy Empire, so he can break through to the separate realm. Annie sighed slightly. We can only break through by leaving our homeland. It's so unfair. Farid shrugged. There's nothing we can do about it. Even so, there's an unwritten agreement among the major powers that no more than 2 people can be taken out of the Norma Empire each year, ideally none at all. And recently, only the Holy See and our 2 families have taken people out of the Norma Empire. And thought for a moment. Now that she had disappeared, the Holy See and the Austin Empire would definitely not let her go. They would certainly send people to the Norma Empire to search for her. Of course, to avoid alerting them, they would definitely be acting in secret, so she had to be extra careful. In that case, she definitely couldn't go to Oren and her mother. They were her family, and would definitely be under the closest surveillance. Then, what about going to Reiner? That didn't seem feasible either. The palace was too conspicuous, and heavily guarded. There were definitely Holy See spies around the palace, making it extremely difficult to enter the inner palace undetected. Perhaps the entire Norma city was a high-risk area, and felt somewhat troubled. Should she ask Farid for help? Seeing Anne's predicament, Farid smiled. From the perspective of our Adventurers Guild, I cannot directly help you, but I can give you an idea. And smiled awkwardly. Haha, you saw through me again. But you already helped me enough, it would be impolite to ask for more help. Farid waved his hand. It's alright, Jafarli. The adult said, we're just making friends, helping out is the right thing to do. The Empire is stable now, only the western border is a bit chaotic. You know, Nickel is there, and it's very chaotic there right now. If you disguise yourselves as refugees, it shouldn't be too difficult to get through. Annie's eyes lit up. Yes, that's a good idea. As long as I find a way to contact him, he'd definitely know what I'm up to. Farid smiled and took out a map from the side, slowly unfolding it, and pointing to a small village in the western part of the Rambo territory, which was circled in red. Annie leaned closer, and saw 3 small characters written on it, Fana Village. Huh? Annie let out a soft exclamation, feeling the name sounded familiar. Farid sighed slightly. Do you remember Rafe? Annie's body trembled. Vice Dean? He's from Fana Village? Farid nodded. Yes, Rafe is from Fana Village. His family was harmed by the border guards of the Harry Empire, so he harbored deep hatred for the Harry Empire, and later died in a battle with Segura. Segura was later taken to the Harry Empire by Amina, and has now been reinstated, even improving his strength to the Qiyuan realm. He's currently serving as a vanguard captain on the border. However, even though he broke through, he's still a waste. He was defeated by Nickel on the battlefield and fled back in disgrace. Annie smiled bitterly. So the Qiyuan realm expert uncle defeated was him. It really is a case of enemies always meet. Reed put the map away. However, I can't go with you. This matter is too complex. Even the guild master probably wouldn't agree to get involved casually. So we can only assist you secretly. Annie sincerely thanked him. Thank you so much already. If it's difficult for you, don't force yourself. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you. I feel very bad for causing you trouble, but you're the only one I can find right now. Reed smiled. I explained to the people in the Misty City branch later that they will keep quiet about your return. From now on, besides me, don't contact anyone else in the Adventurers Guild, including Jeannie and the others. Their status is too low, they don't know many things and lack sensitivity. I'm afraid they might let something slip. Annie nodded, and after exchanging some more information, she left the Adventurers Guild. Margot was already getting impatient waiting at the entrance. Little Snow, a tiger-shaped magical beast, was a rare sight in Misty City, attracting a large crowd. Some even inquired about the price, causing Little Snow to bare its teeth. As soon as Annie emerged, she immediately led Margot and Little Snow away, heading straight to the residential area. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated little house, a hint of sadness appeared in Annie's eyes. This is the only inheritance my father left me. Margot gently patted her back. Did you live here back then? Father really put his heart into finding such a good location. Annie took out a key from her pocket. She had always treasured this key, and today she had finally returned to the place where it all began. Click! The lock opened, and the group entered. The room was furnished as before. The scenes from years ago seemed like yesterday, but looking back, 8 years had passed. Years ago, Anne and Nicole returned from the Misty Forest, only to be assassinated before even reaching the gates. After a hasty escape, they eventually reached Norma City. Later, when they returned to Misty City, they didn't stay there but instead resided directly in the city lord's mansion, closer to the city walls for better protection against attacks from the Marcello Legion. And truly never imagined that one day, she would be able to return here, back to this peaceful little house. She longed to stay here, with her mother, Angela, and her family, enjoying a peaceful life and saying goodbye to all the strife forever. But she couldn't do it. The Austin Empire, the Harry Empire, the Papacy, and even the other Shoreflower hadn't attacked the Norma Empire for centuries. The only explanation was fear of the so-called Heart of the Strong. But so many years had passed, and that Heart of the Strong had never manifested. Its deterrent power was far less than before. The current continental powers were already eyeing Norma like a piece of fat meat, and the Norma Empire was facing an unprecedented crisis. If the country is gone, the home is gone. Annie understood this principle. She couldn't ignore all of this and simply live a carefree life as an ordinary person, and went upstairs to her room. Pushing open the door, a cloud of dust rushed towards her. Annie lightly tapped her finger, and a layer of water mist sprayed out, suppressing the dust. No one had been here for 8 years. The entire room was covered in dust, making it impossible to step. Annie gave a wry smile, and could only start cleaning herself. Fortunately, Shushua helped by moving some heavy items out. Annie then used water elemental magic to wash the room, followed by fire elemental magic to dry it. After a while, she finally managed to clean it. Then she began tidying up the belongings. Everything she had moved from Gore Castle was still intact. These were all memories of her childhood. She carefully organized each item, and suddenly, she saw a notebook. Her heart skipped a beat. It was the Seer's Adventure Diary she had found in the tree hollow where Xiaoxue was born. Annie gently picked up the diary, dusted it off, and sat on the bed. This diary records Sir's adventures, including the part about the spirit-splitting technique. I brought it back and put it here, but I haven't finished reading it yet. Thinking this, Annie took a deep breath and opened the diary. The handwriting was crooked and messy, indicating that Sir wasn't highly educated and was indeed just an ordinary adventurer. Annie quickly flipped to the chapter she had read years ago, July 21st, 4030 of the New Era. Annie continued reading, the rest of the text detailing Sir's search for the spirit division technique within the Norma Empire. January 1st, 4032 of the New Era, another new year. I've been searching in the Gore territory for 2 years now. According to Lord Shadow, the spirit division technique should be nearby, but I still can't find it. Why is that? Now I can't even see Lord Shadow anymore, but the restriction he placed on me is still there. If I stop searching, I die instantly. I must search without stopping until the mission is completed. However, there were some gains today. Everyone had a great time on New Year's Eve. One priest drank a lot and kept boasting about his. Having served the Archbishop for many years, I learned a great deal, so I inquired about the cultivation technique. He was vague in his explanation, but gave me a clue, the Misty Forest. He said many magical beasts in the Misty Forest had escaped from a very mysterious prison, usually carrying many treasures. If the technique truly existed in the northern part of the Norma Empire, it must be in the Misty Forest. I had enough of the past 2 years in the Gore territory. It's time to go see the Misty Forest. After all, I'm an adventurer. The diary then recounts how he arrived in Misty City and entered the Misty Forest. It ends in October of 4032, presumably after which he died in the Misty Forest. Nearly 10 years had passed since Annie found the diary. Annie knew he wasn't killed by Shishua's mother. Syl seemed quite powerful, a formidable adventurer who had traversed valleys and peaks to reach the depths of the Misty Forest, where he must have been killed by some magical beast. His diary had been found by Shishua's mother by chance and taken to the tree hollow. That wasn't the main issue. Annie was simply very curious about the cage the priest had mentioned. Escaping from a cage and still carrying treasure was a truly baffling explanation. Another question intrigued Annie was the location of the mysterious cave. She quickly flipped through the pages, finding the day Syl had entered the cave, and finally located it, in the southern part of the Norma Empire, near the Velis Empire, and made up her mind that she must go and see for herself when she had the chance, at least to find out what the shadow really was. And closed her diary, put it aside, and continued packing. After she finished, Margot's voice came from downstairs, and have something to eat. And went downstairs, and saw that Margot had already bought some food from the street. The variety was dazzling and looked very appetizing. And laughed, sister, didn't you buy too much? We can't possibly finish it all. Margot laughed too, the prices back home are so low. The same amount of money wouldn't buy this much food in Austin. But don't worry about not finishing it all, we still have Shui. Shui looked at the table full of colorful pastries and pouted, isn't there any meat at all? Chapter 376. In the southwestern border camp of the Lumbo territory of the Norma Empire, Nickel, dressed in military uniform, sat in the middle chair, rubbing his temple with his right hand, his brows furrowed. A soldier knelt before him, holding a letter in both hands, and loudly proclaimed, Grand Mage, according to the latest intelligence, the Harry Empire has extended an invitation to the Austin Empire for assistance, intending to conduct a search within the Norma Empire to eliminate all Qiyuan realm experts. However, there has been no reply from Austin yet. Nevertheless, the Harry Empire has already begun its operation, mobilizing the Black Claw Mountain Legion, the closest force to this location, for reinforcement. It's likely this is aimed at you. Nickel sighed deeply. Why make such a fuss? It was just beating up that Segura, wasn't it? I didn't kill him. Besides, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the ability. He's a genuine Qi Yuan realm expert. Nathan, sitting to the left, also looked grave. The gap in national strength is still too great. Right now, the entire Norma Empire only has you as a Li Yuan level expert. We old guys have been stuck at the peak of Qi Yuan for more than a year or two. If we could all break through, then we definitely won't have to fear them. Thana village is near the southern territory, so Ailiel was also there, sitting to Nickel's right. There's no point in talking about this anymore. I heard that the Black Claw Mountain Legion is made up of bandits. Their fighting style is extremely fierce, and they don't care about war etiquette. We need to be careful. Jonathan said, right now, the two countries are only having small-scale skirmishes. It hasn't reached the point of a full-scale war. They shouldn't act recklessly. That's not necessarily true, Israel objected. After all this time, we've seen the true colors of the Harry Empire. They're just a bunch of bandits, acting without any scruples. They might provoke us first. We need to think about how to deal with them. Nicole smiled wryly. How can we deal with that? I only defeated Segura by luck. That guy just broke through, his realm was unstable, and his combat skills weren't as good as mine to begin with, which gave me an opportunity. But the Black Claw Mountain Legion is different. Their Qi Yuan realm experts have been famous for a long time. I'm afraid I can't handle them with my strength. Jonathan slammed his fist on the table. Since they sent Qi Yuan realm experts, can the Austin Empire just sit idly by? We need to talk to His Majesty quickly, and have him negotiate with the Austin Empire. Nicole shook his head. The Austin Empire is eyeing us covetously now. It seems Annie's identity was exposed over there. They're already being lenient by not kicking us while we're down. They definitely won't help us. Jonathan was still unwilling to give up. How will we know if we don't try? If you're hesitant, I go and talk to them. Anyway, my son's over there. If something happens to Annie, Keller won't escape either. What are you saying? Ailiel frowned. The situation is still unclear. Keller and the others might not even be in danger. We shouldn't worry too much. Didn't the Adventurers Guild have a good relationship with us before? Should we ask them for help? Nickel shook his head again. No, the Adventurers Guild is a neutral force. They won't offend the two great empires because of us. We have to solve this situation ourselves. Ailiel lowered his head. It's all our fault for being useless, unable to break through to the Li Yuan realm, otherwise we could have helped you. Nickel waved his hand with a smile. Don't say that. It's not your fault you couldn't break through. It's because of the blockade imposed on us by the major powers on the continent. As long as Annie can bring back the intelligence, we have a way to grow stronger, and won't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Jonathan's eyes flashed with worry. I wonder how Keller is doing. He was weak and sickly since childhood, and after recovering, his personality changed. He's become very carefree, and doesn't resemble me at all. Nickel didn't know how to answer, so he coughed twice. All right, now that things are clear, go and readjust your troop deployment. Place your superior forces in the rear. If the enemy really wants to fight, we retreat. As long as we're alive, we can always fight again. Don't engage in a direct confrontation, understand? Understood. The two replied simultaneously. After Jonathan and Ailiel left, Nickel felt a headache coming on. He had been pondering how to break through to the Qi Yuan realm, trying to recapture his former prowess, but to no avail. If he couldn't break through, he could only retreat with his men. But if he did break through, the enemy would find another excuse to attack the Norma Empire. It was a real dilemma. Building the Norma Empire into a force capable of rivaling the Harry Empire wouldn't be a quick fix. Nickel had to find a way to minimize losses. At least for now, there couldn't be any mishaps. Report. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the tent, an arrow in his hand. Nickel, who had been lost in thought, was startled by the soldier and said with a hint of anger, "What are you doing? You scared me." The soldier knelt before him, offering the arrow with both hands. Archmage, this was shot from the other side. Nickel was stunned. The other side? The Harry Empire? Nickel immediately picked up the arrow. A strip of cloth was tied to the end of the arrow. He removed the cloth and slowly unfolded it. It bore only one line of text. Tomorrow morning, a fair fight, Nesses. Nesses? Nickel frowned. Who is this? The soldier quickly replied, "This is the commander of the Black Claw Mountain Legion." Nickel's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, they already issued a challenge. And it's the commander issuing the challenge directly. What should I do? Just as he hesitated, a sound suddenly came from behind. A melodious voice rang out, "Hee, is there even a need to think about it? Just refuse already, you're not really going to go looking for trouble, are you?" Nickel was startled again, gritting his teeth as he looked behind him. A pretty figure was smiling at him. Nickel swallowed the sweet words he was about to say, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Kanya, please don't suddenly appear, you scared me half to death." Kanya sat down next to Nickel, looking at the strip of cloth in his hand. "It looks like it's going to rain, but it just won't. I'm suffocating." Nicole smiled wryly. "I told you, you didn't need to come along. It's always damp here, but you wouldn't listen." Kanya glanced at him. "What are you going to do? Refuse, and then walk away?" Nickel shook his head. "That definitely won't work. They think we're afraid and become even more aggressive. The entire Rambo territory might even fall." "So you want to fight?" Kanya asked. Nickel sighed. "That's the only way. At least before the battle, we need to agree that regardless of victory or defeat, they can't attack again." Kanya picked up the arrow and fiddled with it. "Do you think they agree?" Nickel said helplessly. "Even if they don't agree, there's nothing we can do. We're weaker than them now, and we're at a complete disadvantage if we fight. But war isn't decided by one or two people. The warriors of our Norma Empire have their own pride and beliefs. Even if we lose, we can teach them a lesson they won't forget." Kanya nodded. "Should I go with you? That way, our chances of winning will be better." Nickel quickly shook his head. "Absolutely not. You're one of our. You're a trump card. Everyone on the continent thinks I'm the only Liyuan realm expert in the entire Norma Empire, but they don't know you are too." Kanya leaned back in her chair, fiddling with her hair with her right hand. "Yes, back then when I healed you, the demon poison dragon's poison actually flowed back into my body. Luckily, we prepared enough antidote, otherwise I would have died. After that, I successfully broke through to the Liyuan realm. Hey, tell me, why don't we go find the demon poison dragon again? Maybe we can break through to the Qiyuan realm." A flicker of fear flashed in Nickel's eyes. "Let's forget it. The demon poison dragon isn't so easy to deal with, and the current situation doesn't allow me to run around recklessly." Immediately, Nickel picked up a pen and wrote a challenge, which he had a soldier deliver to the enemy camp. Seeing this, Kanya magically produced a package from behind her back and handed it to Nickel. Nickel asked with some confusion, "What's this?" Kanya smiled slyly, "Hee, since I can't help you directly on the field, I help you secretly. This is my latest invention. Keep it with you, it might have some amazing effects." Nickel shuddered upon hearing this. A new invention? It was obviously poison. As a professor at the Magic Academy, Kanya had only ever researched poisons. You're supposed to be a light mage. Why do you spend all your time researching these things?" Kanya shrugged. "What's wrong with poison? I think the poison is amazing. I even sensed a special kind of magic in it. Unlike any other magic, you just haven't noticed it yet." "Special magic?" Nickel was even more puzzled, but he didn't press the matter. "Fine, research it however you like. I need to rest. I have to duel that Ness's guy first thing tomorrow morning. What a hassle. I reckon we have to retreat after the duel." Kanya patted him on the shoulder. "You absolutely have to use my new invention. Let me see its effects." Nickel was exasperated. "So you want me to do your experiments?" The next morning, Nickel mounted his horse, sword in hand, and headed straight for the front lines. The entire village of Fana was now deserted. The villagers had been massacred by the Harry Empire, and those who escaped wouldn't return. 300,000 troops were stationed there, some brought by Nickel from the capital, others by Jonathan and Ailiel. The average strength of the army is at the early stage of the Yuan dynasty, with some captains and deputy generals reaching the middle and late stages, and even a few at the peak of the Yuan dynasty. This is all due to Liner's focus on improving the country's strength. The closer they got to the front lines, the more horrifying the scene became. Everywhere were ruins and rubble. Due to the invasion of the Hari Empire, the army had only hastily constructed fortifications, some rudimentary, and several had been destroyed in previous battles, now being continuously reinforced. When the soldiers saw Nickel arrive, they all saluted. Their faces were haggard, but their respect was genuine. Many of them were born in this area and had suffered from the Hari Empire's incursions for years, only able to vent their anger in silence. After all, even their lord was helpless. What could ordinary people like them do? Nicel's appearance helped them vent their anger. When the Hari Empire was bullying them with impunity, Nickel appeared out of nowhere, directly defeating the enemy general, and the Hari Empire's army was immediately routed. Nickel was their god, an invincible god. However, only Nickel himself knew the truth. The last victory was merely a fluke. Given enough time, Segura would surely defeat him. After all, the difference in cultivation level was immense, an insurmountable gap. Nisel arrived at the front lines, his heart heavy with worry. Jonathan had been waiting there for some time. "My lord." Nickel greeted him. "Is everything ready?" Jonathan bowed slightly. "Grand Mage, I already had plans made in the rear. As soon as the fighting begins, we retreat directly to the nearest city, Keton. Its defenses are relatively strong. We can hold out for a while." Nisel nodded. "Where is Iliel?" Jonathan replied. "He's gone to command his army's retreat. He returned afterward. The Southern Territory has just suffered a war, and hasn't recovered yet. He must make preparations in advance." This was also Nickel's greatest worry. During the Marcello Rebellion, both the Northern and Southern Territories suffered devastating losses, with a sharp decline in population and significant damage to town defenses. In recent years, Reiner had focused on improving people's livelihoods, neglecting the repair of these defenses. Many towns still bore the marks of the battles of yesteryear, making them utterly incapable of withstanding an attack from the Hari Empire. If the Hari Empire were to actually invade, they might very well advance south or north, bypassing the heavily fortified Rambo territory, and launch a fatal blow against Norma's city. "Tell him not to come back. Defend his own territory," Nickel said gravely. Jonathan nodded, beckoned a soldier over, gave him a few instructions, and then said, "I also prepared some magic cannons, all purchased from the Austin Empire. I had them enhanced by mages from the Adventurers Guild. They can withstand Qiyuan level experts. If they really want to fight, I won't let them get away with it." Nicole nodded, but he knew that while the magic cannons were powerful, they had long reload times, were inconvenient to operate, and lacked accuracy. They were unlikely to truly harm a Qiyuan level expert unless the opponent stood motionless at the cannon's muzzle, waiting to be bombarded. Time passed slowly. On the opposite border wall of the Hari Empire, densely packed figures gradually appeared. These people wore black armor, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine even from a distance. Nickel narrowed his eyes, staring at a huge black shadow. The person was at least 2 meters tall, with an extremely terrifying aura. A pair of eyes full of killing intent pierced through the distance of hundreds of meters and met Nickel's gaze. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder before a battle. Chapter 377. The 2-meter-tall iron towering man leaped down from the city wall, which was dozens of meters high. A ring of azure light shone around him, and gusts of wind elemental power supported his feet, allowing him to slowly descend to the ground. This move made Nickel's eyes narrow. This control over magic was truly astonishing. At least with his own strength, he could never achieve such a feat. Before the fight even began, his opponent had already given him this warning. The soldiers of the Norma Empire raised their weapons, ready for battle. Jonathan gestured for everyone to remain calm. Nisel took a deep breath, dismounted, and walked slowly out. The two met in an open area. Looking closely at the 2-meter-tall man, Nickel felt a sense of suffocation. Composing himself, he asked, "I am Nickel Polyvia, the Grand Mage Protector of the Norma Empire." "Who are you?" The man replied in a muffled voice, "Nessus, commander of the Black Claw Mountain Legion." "You're Nickel? You look rather ordinary." "That Segura guy is useless. You actually defeated him despite being a much stronger opponent." Nickel smiled slightly. "Heh, I fought him more than once, so I'm quite familiar with his attack methods. Therefore, it's not surprising that I was able to defeat him despite being a much stronger opponent. As for you, how do you plan to have a fair fight with me? Your strength should be. I'm much stronger, aren't I? Are you suggesting I bully the weak?" Nessus remained unmoved. "If we're going to fight, we go all out. I won't hold back my strength to fight you. Don't be delusional. In war between nations, strength is everything. If you're weak, you deserve to be beaten." Nickel's eyes immediately turned cold. "Humph. Don't you all know why I'm weak? For hundreds of years, your major powers have completely blockaded our Norma Empire. Forget Qiyuan, we have very few experts even at the Liyuan realm. Breaking through is all down to luck. Under such an unequal relationship, how dare you talk about a fair fight?" Nessus narrowed his eyes. "I heard you broke through to the Liyuan realm without using any external force. That's impressive, but strength is strength. If you lack strength yourself, don't blame us for sealing you off. Enough talk, today I show you how true powerhouses fight." Nessus was about to attack when Nickel waved his hand. "Hey, wait!" Nessus was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "What?" Is there something else? Nickel snorted. Are you mistaken? I came here specifically not just to duel you. A duel between the two of us is fine. But matters of state must be decided first. Nessus sneered. TCH, enough nonsense. My duel with you is my personal matter, unrelated to the Empire. But if you win, I can guarantee a temporary halt to the attack, but your subsequent actions are out of your hands. Of course, you can't possibly defeat me. Nickel raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're that confident? Nessus licked his lips. Heh, I'm going to twist your head off and hang it on the city wall. Look, I even prepared the hook. He pointed back at the city wall, where someone was lowering a huge hook. Nickel swallowed hard. I think we don't need to be so polite. Nessus stared coldly at Nickel, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He slowly reached for the hilt of his sword, and with a metallic scraping sound, a sharp long sword was drawn. Nessus was already incredibly tall, and now, with the long sword gleaming in his hand, he looked like a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Nickel knew further words were pointless, so he drew his long sword as well, gathering all his magic power in his palm. As the magic surged, a layer of azure light suddenly appeared around Nickel's hand, quickly attaching to the blade. This was one of his most proficient spells. Wind Blade. Seeing this, Nessus couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Then, his magic power erupted like a volcano, and he took a large step forward. However, this seemingly ordinary step, amplified by magic, instantly covered more than 10 meters, arriving before Nickel in the blink of an eye. Nickel's pupils contracted sharply, inwardly exclaiming, such speed. Immediately, his body flashed to the right like lightning, while his longsword swung horizontally, aiming a vicious blow at Nessus's waist. Despite Nessus's imposing stature, his movements were anything but clumsy. With a flash of his eyes, he swiftly raised his arm, using the back of his blade to block Nickel's attack. The two longswords clashed, producing a crisp clang. Simultaneously, their magical energies collided violently. Nickel immediately felt a powerful force surge through him, as if he had just struck not an enemy, but a colossal, impenetrable diamond. Nickel gritted his teeth, trying to exert more force, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the long sword an inch. Haha, nothing more. Nessus laughed twice, his magical energy surging, sending Nickel flying more than 10 meters away. At the same time, he closed in, his longsword aimed directly at Nickel's chest. Nickel was horrified. The difference in strength was simply too vast, far beyond what combat skills could overcome. Without hesitation, he reached for a bottle, one of the poisons Cania had given him yesterday, and threw it at Nessus without even uncorking it. Nessus was unfazed. His longsword pierced the bottle, and a green mist immediately billowed out. Nickel quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Nessus was completely bewildered. He inadvertently took a deep breath and then coughed violently, cough, cough, cough. What the hell? He then waved his hand, and a gust of wind dispersed the green mist. Nessus was clearly furious and roared, I thought you were some kind of expert, but you're just a petty scoundrel who uses these little tricks. What a waste of my time. Die! With that, he charged forward again. Just as he was about to channel his magic, he suddenly felt his body twitch, and he lost his balance, falling forward. Nickel's eyes narrowed. Hey! It worked! A flash of blue light appeared beneath his feet, and his longsword traced a graceful arc, aiming for Nessus's neck. However, Nessus, being a super strong warrior, reacted quickly. His magic erupted, and he flipped over, leaping past Nicholas before landing unsteadily on the ground. Nicholas, having missed his attack, immediately retaliated. This time, Nessus was prepared, roaring as he swung his long sword to block the attack, simultaneously sending Nicholas flying again. Shameless bastard. Using poison. Are all Normans this shameless? Nessus, realizing his predicament, roared in fury. Nickel wasn't about to waste words. Taking advantage of the poison's effects, he launched another attack. Nessus stood with his sword at the ready, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph, you think mere poison can restrain me? Wishful thinking. As he spoke, he channeled his magic, neutralizing most of the poison's toxicity. Although some effects remained, they were negligible. Nicole immediately sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Nessus's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. He slightly crouched, gathered his strength, and charged forward, his longsword slashing down fiercely. You brat, where do you think you're going now? Nicole gritted his teeth and pulled another bottle from his robes, throwing it at Nessus. Having learned his lesson, Nessus dodged, ignoring the bottle, and continued his attack on Nickel. However, Nickel wasn't unprepared. He had infused the bottle with magic before throwing it. As the bottle reached Nessus, it exploded, spewing out its contents, this time, a red liquid. Sizzle. The red liquid, propelled by inertia, landed squarely on Nessus, making a corrosive sound. Aya! Nessus cried out in pain. It's hot! It's hot! Nessus quickly tried to wipe the liquid off, but it seemed to have a life of its own, spreading rapidly. In no time, Nessus's entire body was scalded red, resembling a giant, overcooked lobster. Nickel, seizing the opportunity, immediately unleashed 5 attacks, each aimed at vital points. Nessus dodged and parried, howling incessantly, his face contorted in agony. Seeing Nickel's overwhelming advantage, the Norma Empire's army erupted in cheers. Jonathan, beaming, grabbed the returning Iliel, shouting, "Yeah! Go! Take down that big guy! Kill!" Iliel looked helpless. Both he and Jonathan could see that Nessus was far stronger than Nickel. If it weren't for the surprise poison, Nickel would likely have been beheaded in the first move. The current state of the fight was remarkable. On the other hand, the hairy Empire soldiers glared fiercely, as if ready to pounce and tear Nickel to pieces. Only one man stood by, arms crossed, chuckling to himself. This was Segura. Last time, Segura was defeated by Nickel again at the border. When news of this reached the royal family, they were furious, berating Segura for his incompetence and dispatching the Black Claw Mountain Legion, stationed over 300 miles away, to reinforce him. Nessus was the commander of the Black Claw Mountain Legion. 10 years ago, he was a bandit, ruling the Black Claw Mountains, committing atrocities of burning, killing, and looting. Later, the Empire sent elite troops to attack the Black Claw Mountains. The battle was fierce, but bandits were no match for regular troops. The general who led the army at the time, seeing Nessus's bravery and skill, took a liking to him and advised the royal family to recruit the Black Claw Mountain bandits. The royal family, unconcerned, agreed, thus giving rise to the Black Claw Mountain Legion. Initially, the Black Claw Mountain Legion was incorporated into the local army. However, these bandits were inherently untamed and difficult to control, and the local army couldn't manage them. Furthermore, with Nessus breaking through to the first level of the transformation realm, the entire Black Claw Mountain became independent, forming its own legion. Nessus was greatly dissatisfied upon receiving the order to support the border defense. He had been living comfortably in the Black Claw Mountain area, practically a local tyrant, yet he was being forced to cross hundreds of miles to fight in this godforsaken place. However, it was a royal order, and he couldn't refuse. He was completely unconcerned about the so-called Grand Mage of the Norma Empire mentioned in the order. From what he heard, this so-called Grand Mage was merely a peak-level Yuan mage, far weaker than him. He could kill him with a flick of his finger, nothing to be proud of. However, intelligence claimed that he had defeated Segura, a Qi Yuan realm cultivator, which had affected the morale of the Hari Empire's army. Nessus believed that to regain morale, they should fight fire with fire, engage in another duel, and defeat their opponent fair and square. When he arrived, Segura went to greet him from afar, but Nessus treated him coldly. A mere Qi Yuan realm captain? He had 5 or 6 Qi Yuan realm experts under his command. He didn't even consider such a person worthy of his attention. Nessus scoffed at the precautions Segura mentioned. What precautions were needed against someone 2 major realms lower than himself? Segura felt the contempt and was very displeased. If his army were stronger, he wouldn't have needed to ask for help. In reality, because the number of secret realm origins that could be brought out from the magical secret realm was limited, even low-quality secret realm origins were extremely precious. Therefore, in the Harry and Austin Empire's army, most people were only at the Chu Yuan realm, or even the Bin Yuan realm. Those above the Li Yuan realm were basically officers. Segura's border defense brigade belonged to the most peripheral and weakest army of the Hari Empire. In terms of combat strength alone, it was even inferior to the Norma Empire's army, only having a slightly higher number of experts at the Li Yuan realm. If it weren't for the fear of being outmatched and making a bigger fool of himself, Segura would have already attacked, instead of putting up with this humiliation. Seeing Nessus suffer a setback, he secretly rejoiced. "Serves you right for mocking me. Now you know how powerful you are?" However, despite his secret schadenfreude, he didn't truly want Nickel to win. At least making Nessus's victory difficult would make it seem like his previous defeat wasn't his fault. At this moment, Nessus circulated his magic again, shaking off the red liquid that clung to his body, feeling much better. During this time, Nickel had attacked him at least 10 times, and he had only been able to parry, lacking the energy to retaliate. Now that he had recovered, veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth clenched, and he was consumed by rage. What should have been a sure victory in the duel had turned into such a sorry state, which was quite embarrassing. He decided to stop holding back, suddenly extending his left hand and gripping Nickel tightly, slowly uttering 4 words. Withering Wind. Chapter 378. Nickel frowned, instantly feeling as if his feet were tightly bound by something. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. A chill ran down his spine. Damn it! It's a restrictive spell. Nessus roared angrily. Shameless Norman. Let me end this boring fight. Die! With that, he charged at Nickel, his right hand raised high, his long sword slashing down. If this strike landed, Nickel would be cleaved in two. Aya! Nickel screamed, channeling his magic to break free. But his feet moved only slowly, at a snail's pace to Nessus, making him no match for his attack. Oh no! The Archmage is in danger. Jonathan shouted, about to rush to help, but was stopped by Iliel. Don't go. With your strength, you'd just be throwing your life away. In reality, even if Jonathan wanted to help, he wouldn't have the chance. The outcome was decided in an instant. It all depended on whether Nickel could dodge the opponent's fatal blow. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, forming a light shield in front of Nickel. Nessus narrowed his eyes, and slashed at the shield. With a crisp clang, a storm of magic erupted. The shield flickered twice before shattering. Nessus's blade didn't falter, he slashed again. Nickel quickly seized the opportunity to parry, but the opponent's strength was too great, instantly throwing Nickel away. Nickel spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and crashed to the ground. Nickel spat out another mouthful of blood, his face paling further. Jonathan quickly rushed forward, helped Nickel up, and checked his injuries. Fortunately, there were no external wounds. He was only injured by the powerful shockwave from the opponent. Nessus, having landed a successful blow, was about to pursue when he suddenly saw the Normans swarming in. He immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Are we still fighting? Do you all want to attack together?" Iliel coldly replied, "You're bullying the weak. Even if you win, so what? If Nickel had your strength, he wouldn't be afraid of you." Humph. Nessus snorted, "Nonsense. Strength is all cultivated. Who can he blame if he's less skilled? If you're not satisfied, then come at me all at once. I'm not afraid of you." Iliel and Jonathan immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight to the death, but Nickel grabbed Jonathan's sleeve tightly and said, "You two, go back." Jonathan was stunned. You're already injured like this, how can you fight?" Nickel whispered in Jonathan's ear, "Take your men and leave quickly. I buy you some time. Only 1 hour, at most 1 hour." Jonathan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Nickel in surprise. You want to?" Iliel grabbed Jonathan, shook his head, and cut him off. Given the current situation, his suggestion is the best option. "What bullshit best option?" Jonathan roared, "You're the Empire's Grand Mage, the protector of the nation. If you die here, what will the people of the Empire think? What will the soldiers think? You must leave first, or at least with us. I absolutely refuse to leave you here alone." Nickel felt a headache coming on. "You old fogey, I'm fed up. What does it matter if one Nickel dies? The Norma Empire will have thousands more Nickels. The most important thing is that you can go back and organize the defenses, protecting the gates of the Norma Empire." Jonathan waved his hand. "You can't scold me. I don't care about any of that. I've been fighting since I was 12, and I never abandoned my comrades to run away. What you say won't change anything." Nickel gave Iliel a wink. A determined glint flashed in Iliel's eyes. He suddenly grabbed Jonathan, a flash of fire beneath his feet, and with a bang, pulled him aside. "Iliel! What are you doing?" Jonathan struggled violently, roaring. Iliel said sternly, "Uncle Jonathan, you are a soldier. Soldiers should obey orders. The Archmage has already issued the order. Are you going to disobey?" Jonathan's voice trembled slightly. But we can't just watch him die. In this situation, does he have any chance of survival?" Iliel sighed. "In any case, we cannot let the Archmage down. If we don't leave, we might all die here, and then his sacrifice would be meaningless." Jonathan gritted his teeth. He was somewhat unwilling. In his years of battlefield experience, he had never felt so frustrated. However, he knew Iliel was right. Iliel had led his men away, and then returned to help command the Rambeau family's army. At this moment, a woman in a long dress floated over and smiled slightly at Jonathan, saying, "Don't worry, you should retreat quickly. I will bring Nickel back safely." Jonathan was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in surprise. "Professor Cania. Professor Cania, when did you arrive?" Cania grinned, "I came with Nicole, you just didn't know." "Enough of that, Time waits for no one. Jonathan shook his head. No way, your strength is inferior to ours. How can we let a girl stay while we, a bunch of grown men, run away? Kanya frowned, a mischievous grin on her face as she leaned closer to Jonathan. Marquis Jonathan, you should know my methods, don't push me too far. Jonathan shuddered. He didn't know Kanya had already broken through to the peak of the Liyuan realm. Only Nicole and Reiner knew Kanya's Liyuan level of power in the entire Norma Empire. Everyone else was unaware. Even so, Jonathan dared not easily offend this infamous problem girl, who was renowned throughout the Empire. Rumor had it that you shouldn't offend her, even more than the Emperor. Jonathan's eyes flickered, and he said hesitantly, Then you all have to be careful. We wait for you to return in Ketan. Kanya waved impatiently, Go on. Ailill quickly pulled Jonathan away, directing the main force to retreat. Kanya, however, slowly walked to the center of the field and stood shoulder to shoulder with Nicole. Nicole smiled bitterly, You should go too. If you die, then the Empire will truly have no chance. Kanya slapped Nicole on the back, making Nicole wince in pain. What nonsense are you talking about? Why should you die? This professor personally took action. There's no reason for you to die. Nessus scrutinized the woman who had just appeared, a surge of annoyance rising within him. Who are you? Don't interfere with our duel. Kanya glanced at him sideways, saying calmly, You big oaf, you rely on your strength to bully those weaker than you. Is there any fairness in this duel? How about this, I give you a chance. If you can defeat both of us at the same time, then you win this duel. How about it? Nessus frowned. The two of you? But in his view, 1 Norma and 2 Norma were essentially the same. Under absolute power, no matter what tricks the opponent played, it was useless. Fine. Since you're also courting death, then come at me together. Let me see if the two of you can give me some amusement. Nessus laughed wildly, raising his long sword and pointing it directly at Nicole. Nicole, enduring his injuries, leaped backward, while Kanya waved his hand, sending a beam of light shooting out. Nessus's heart skipped a beat, and he deflected the light arrow with his sword. A light mage? You're from the Holy See? Kanya chuckled. I used to be, but not anymore. She then moved nimbly, casually tapping Nicole's body with her finger. Instantly, a suit of light armor appeared on Nicole, shimmering with a faint aura. Nicole immediately felt his injuries being suppressed, and his movements became much easier. Knowing that she wasn't from the Holy See, Nessus felt slightly relieved. Humph. That shield of light you cast earlier was also you. I didn't expect the Norma Empire to have 2 mages at the Transcendent Realm. It seems our information was wrong. Kanya drew a wand, wiped it on her clothes, and said, Oh? What? If I were from the Holy See, would you be afraid to attack? Nessus scoffed. The Vatican is nothing. A bunch of old geezers running a bunch of charlatan organizations. Nothing to be afraid of. Kanya narrowed his eyes. It seemed the rumors were true. The Harry Empire's relationship with the Vatican wasn't good. King Leo V and Peter's trip to the Harry Empire earlier was probably for this reason. Otherwise, why bring so many Golden Dragon Knights? It certainly wasn't for the coronation of this little emperor, Reiner. Heh, what would the Vatican think if they knew what you said? Nessus scoffed. That's none of your business. Let's end this boring fight. With that, he launched another attack. Nicole, having rested enough, charged towards his opponent. Nessus was taken aback, not expecting his opponent to take the initiative. He laughed wildly and swung his sword. But Nicole didn't take the hit head-on. Instead, he sidestepped, throwing another bottle with his left hand, Kanya's last bottle. As he threw the bottle, Nicole leaped backward, Kanya giving him a speed boost, making his retreat even faster. Bang! The bottle exploded in front of Nessus without warning, releasing a cloud of pale blue mist. Nessus was furious. This was the 3rd time he'd been hit by it. He roared repeatedly, Are you done yet? Are you going to fight or not? You're always throwing bottles. How many do you have? Despite his anger, he used wind magic to disperse the mist. Still unsure of the toxins in the mist, Nessus could only stand there, carefully sensing the situation, afraid to make a move. But Nicole wouldn't give him a chance to react. As soon as the mist cleared, he rushed forward, thrusting his sword towards Nessus's chest. Nessus snorted coldly, raising his hand to block, but in that instant, he felt his arm become unresponsive, his right hand, gripping the hilt of the sword, simply wouldn't lift. Nessus cursed and simultaneously channeled his magic to erect a wind shield. Fortunately, the flow of magic wasn't significantly affected, and the wind shield was released instantly. Nicole's blade struck the wind shield, producing a hissing sound. Beads of sweat appeared on Nicole's forehead. He tried his best to break through the wind shield, but a wind shield released by a transformation realm expert was not so easily shattered. After a brief stalemate, Nessus suppressed the poison within his body, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Kanya immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Nickel didn't hesitate, immediately sheathing his blade and retreating. At the same time, Nessus's longsword slashed out, unleashing a powerful strike that chased after Nickel. Nickel spun around, somersaulted, and finally dodged the attack. The strike landed on the ground behind him, leaving a deep crack. "You can't beat me with just these poisons!" Nessus roared. Kanya remained calm. Her goal wasn't to defeat Nessus, simply stalling him was enough. Once the main force was far enough away, she would leave with Nicole. On the walls of the Hairy Empire, Segura watched the battle unfold, his brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time he realized Kanya was also a powerful figure at the Transcendent Realm. The opponent had indeed been hiding his strength well. Looking into the distance, he saw the Norma Empire's army still standing in perfect formation, their banners fluttering, exuding a chilling aura. However, Jonathan and Ailill were nowhere to be seen. But Segura wasn't worried about them escaping. What difference did it make? They were just two minor figures at the Transcendent Realm. In his eyes, people of that level posed no threat whatsoever. However, a vague unease lingered in his heart, and he said to the Black Claw Mountain general beside him, "Let's finish this quickly. Dragging it out like this might lead to unforeseen circumstances." The Black Claw Mountain general, also a Chi Yuan third-tier expert, snorted coldly, "If you want to say something, go say it yourself. Big Brother hates being rushed during duels. Besides, look, the battle is almost over. Who wants to invite trouble?" Segura looked closely, and saw that Nessus had launched a fierce attack. Even with the help of Poison, Nickel and Kanya, working together, could only retreat step by step. Before long, Nessus found another opening and repelled Nickel. Nickel coughed up blood again, and fell heavily to the ground, this time more seriously injured. His radiant armor shattered, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Kanya frowned, gave a soft shout, and fired a beam of light. Nessus casually blocked it, but unexpectedly, the beam was attached to a vial of poison, and purple powder sprayed out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kanya grabbed Nickel, and tried to escape, while the Norma Empire soldiers roared and charged towards Nessus. "No! They're escaping. Stop them!" Segura immediately realized something was wrong and shouted. But at this distance, there was no time to react. Nessus unleashed his full magical power, dispersing the purple poison gas, and simultaneously flashed forward, quickly catching up with Kanya. Kanya, carrying a grown man, couldn't run fast, and was greatly surprised to be caught. He gritted his teeth, and fired two beams of light behind him. But Nessus had anticipated this. He didn't even touch them, but instead dodged to the side, his longsword slashing directly at Nickel's head. Chapter 379. Kanya, already holding Nicole tightly, was helpless when Nessus's blade came hurtling towards her. She sighed inwardly, "Is this how it ends? I still can't do it?" Nessus's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could almost guarantee that his strike would decapitate Nicole. Although she was also at the peak of the Liyuan realm, she was clearly not skilled in combat, and posed no threat. Victory was assured. However, at that moment, a pale bone blade suddenly appeared between them. Nessus's longsword slammed into the white blade, but it didn't budge it an inch. Kanya was also stunned. Looking to the side, she was shocked. Her eyes widened as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. Nickel sensed the magical fluctuations around him, and turned to look. When he saw the owner of the white blade, he trembled with excitement, murmuring a name, Born. Yes, it was indeed Born. They had met before, back in Misty City, when Annie first summoned Born. Later, Annie revealed Keller's true identity to Nickel, so Nickel was naturally very familiar with Born. Born chuckled, forcefully pushing Nessus away. The powerful force sent Nessus staggering back about 10 steps, looking at Born with a surprised expression. "An undead?" Nessus's eyes deepened. "Does your Norma Empire have any connection with the other shore flower?" Nickel was somewhat bewildered. "What other shore flower? Do we have such a flower in Norma?" Nickel's answer surprised Nessus. Nessus shook his head. "Forget it, it's just a skeleton. Watch me smash you to pieces." He had indeed been knocked back by Born, but in his opinion, it was merely the immense strength unique to the undead. He didn't believe this skeleton was stronger than him. Born twirled his sword, a cold smile playing on his lips. As Nessus approached, he spun around on the spot. Nessus's longsword grazed his back, failing to harm him in the slightest, while his right foot rose and delivered a powerful kick, striking Nessus squarely in the chest. The blow was solid, and without any fancy flourish. Nessus felt an immense force surge through him. This force was pure, devoid of any magic, simply brute force. Nessus roared, unleashing all his magic to resist, barely managing to withstand the pressure, but still staggering back 3 steps, staring at Bourne in shock. Nickel was stunned. He knew Bourne's appearance meant there was hope, but he hadn't expected Bourne to kick his opponent away so easily. Didn't this mean Bourne was even stronger than Nessus? Kania rubbed her eyes. That strong? Bourne grinned at her and waved. Hee hee, that's how strong I am. Long time no see, you too. He then slowly walked to Nessus's side. Nessus was completely disoriented and confused, unaware that Bourne was already there. Bourne poked Nessus with his finger. Hey, big guy, no spacing out here. Everyone was stunned. This skeleton could talk? But was it speaking human language? Nessus was furious, pointing a trembling finger at Bourne and saying, You, who are you? Where is your summoner? Bourne shrugged. What do you want with her? Do you want to fight? Nessus gathered his thoughts and lowered his voice. You're so strong, you must be a member of the other Shore Flower, right? What does this have to do with the other Shore Flower? Why did they suddenly get involved? Realizing the other party had misunderstood, Bourne didn't intend to clear things up. Instead, he said, Go back and tell your emperor not to. You're still thinking about taking over here? Nessus roared. You're nothing but a bunch of mutts being chased and beaten by the papacy, and you think you can threaten our royal family? How laughable. Oh, is that so? Bourne smiled and took 2 steps forward. Then what are you if you can't even beat mutts? Nessus unconsciously took a step back, his eyes glancing at Nickel and Kania. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, You two just wait. I go back and find out what happened before I come back to take your dog lives. After uttering these harsh words, Nessus fled back without looking back. Bourne didn't stop him. As long as his goal was achieved, that was enough. Nicole quickly stepped forward and asked, Bourne, what brings you here? Where's Annie? Bourne laughed. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go! We're going to Kedon City. Kania shook her head. With a strong man like you here, why would we need to go to Kedon City? Bourne said helplessly, You can't say that. Although I fooled him just now, once he goes back and inquires, he know I was making it up. If the Harry Empire believes I'm from the Norma Empire, then the problem will be serious. The Holy See and the Austin Empire might even get involved. So, we better feign weakness and pretend a fugitive necromancer helped you. That way, at least we won't alarm those important figures. Nickel nodded hastily. You're right. The Austin Empire used to be on our side, but ever since they learned that a primal mage like me had appeared among the Norma, their attitude has changed drastically. If they find out now that there's another primal mage, who knows what will happen? Then, under Nickel's command, the remaining troops retreated northeast, arriving at Kedon City, nearly 300 miles away. Kedon City was located in the southwest of the Limbo territory, covering a vast area, comprising 5 villages and 3 fortified towns, one of which was Fana Village. Upon arriving at Kedon City, Jonathan and Iliel stared in shock at Nickel and Kania, who were supporting each other. They hadn't expected the two to return so quickly, and hurriedly opened the city gates to welcome them in. Meanwhile, Bon had already returned to the Netherworld. Although there were many corpses on the battlefield, he didn't intend to use possession at this time. As soon as Nickel entered the city, he called out, Where's Annie? Where is Annie? Jonathan was bewildered. Archmage, have you gone mad? Isn't Annie in the Austin Empire? Nickel frowned. She didn't come to Kedon? But Bon said she did. Just then, a clear voice called out from behind, Uncle. The voice was filled with endless longing and anticipation. Nicole shuddered, his body seemingly frozen in place. His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment as he stared ahead, his hands clenched into fists, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't utter a sound. After a long while, Nickel finally snapped out of his daze. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, then turned around with some difficulty, his gaze sweeping around before finally finding that familiar figure. When that pretty face came into view, his heart suddenly raced, his blood boiled, and an inexplicable emotion surged into his heart, bringing tears to his eyes. Annie! Annie! Nickel's voice trembled with emotion, his eyes welling with tears, his vision blurring. Annie smiled, tears glistening in her eyes, and rushed to him, embracing him tightly around his broad shoulders. Uncle, I'm back. Nickel felt a tightness in his throat. He had waited so long for this uncle, so many nights he had dreamed of calling out, and now it had finally become reality. He struggled to control the surging emotions within him, stiffly holding Anne in his arms, gently stroking her soft hair, feeling that familiar warmth and touch. Yes. This was Anne. She was really back. Tears could no longer be held back, streaming down his cheeks and dripping onto Anne's shoulders. Watching this touching scene, Jonathan and Ailill were also moved, silently wiping away tears. Margot stood quietly to the side, sighing softly. This scene reminded her of herself. How was she going to face Nicole now? Annie, you lost weight. Nicole looked closely at Anne, his voice slightly choked. He reached out and gently stroked Anne's face, his eyes filled with concern and heartache. Annie struggled to control her emotions, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She then tightly grasped Nicole's hand, looking at the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and asked with heartache, "Uncle, your injury?" Nicole simply smiled slightly, shook his head, and comforted her, "It's nothing. What's a little injury like this? I fell from a 100-meter-high cliff and didn't die." His tone was relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. Annie couldn't help but chuckle. She recalled the time when they were being chased by Pansy. The situation was critical, and they had no choice but to jump off the cliff. If Xiaoxua hadn't unleashed her lightning power at the crucial moment, they would probably all be dead by now. Nicole looked around, his gaze settling on Margot not far away. He paused slightly, then asked uncertainly, You're Margot?" His eyes were filled with doubt and surprise, as if he couldn't believe that the person before him was the same Margot he once knew. Margot nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time, Uncle." Nicole scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not used to you calling me that. Just call me Nicole." Then he asked him, "Where's Angela? Where is she?" Annie sighed upon hearing this, then recounted their encounter with the elves in the kingdom of Shalia, Angela's forced abduction, and Annie's later journey to the elf forest where she reunited with Angela. Everyone listened, their eyes widening in astonishment. My God! Angela is actually a descendant of the elf royal family. This is unbelievable. Jonathan explained dramatically. Kanya chuckled softly. I sensed something unusual about that little girl a long time ago, and I was right. But it's quite unexpected that she has elven royal blood. Then, Annie looked around and said, Uncle, let's find a place to talk in detail. My return must be kept strictly confidential. We can't reveal it to anyone else. Nicole's expression turned serious, and he nodded. That's right, Marquis Jonathan. Thank you for your trouble. Jonathan nodded and began leading the way. Kedon City was his territory, so he was naturally more familiar with everything here. Before long, the group arrived at a secret chamber in the city lord's mansion. Throughout the entire time, Annie and Margot wore hoods, concealing their true faces. Xiao Shui didn't follow them into the city, but instead hid in the nearby mountains and forests. After all, his appearance was too conspicuous, making even some disguise difficult. Upon arriving, Annie immediately introduced Niccolo to everyone. This is Niccolo. We met in the Misty Forest. He's one of ours, and he's now broken through to the Liyuan realm. Nicole had already noticed him, but hadn't asked anything. Hearing Annie's introduction, he was greatly surprised. Ah, you mean, he's also a Norman? Niccolo nodded, stepped forward, and bowed, saying, Greetings, Grand Mage. I was originally a member of the Church of Gore City, but I was punished for committing a transgression in the Arctic Snow Mountains. Later, I left the church and became an adventurer. This matter is somewhat related to you. Nicole instantly remembered, pointing at Niccolo in astonishment. You wouldn't be one of Clement's men, right? Niccolo chuckled bitterly. That's right. I was originally one of Clement's men, but that guy dumped all the blame on me and ran off to the Austin Empire. If I ever see that **** again, I'm going to give him a good beating. Margot laughed. If you run into him again, you might not be able to beat him. He returned from the magical realm a few months ago, and his strength is probably at the Qi Yuan realm now. Jonathan suddenly asked, Hey, I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. Where is Keller? And Margot, Niccolo, and Kanya were all stunned, their bodies stiffening. They knew that Bourne was Keller, but they had no idea how to answer Jonathan's question. And swallowed hard and slowly said, Well, Keller has a mission in the Austin Empire, so he asked us to come back first. Once we improved our strength, we can go directly to Austin to bring him back. A hint of disappointment flashed in Jonathan's eyes, but he quickly laughed heartily. Ha ha, as expected of my son. Good. I personally go pick him up then. It seemed she had managed to keep it a secret, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But this matter could only be kept secret for a while. Ailill changed the subject. Miss Margot, You mentioned the magical realm earlier. What is that? At the mention of serious matters, and immediately became serious and slowly said, the magical realm is the fundamental reason why our Norma Empire has been unable to produce a transcendent realm expert for the past 100 years. What? Everyone was shocked. And continued, according to the information I brought back from the Austin Empire, the magic realm was formed in ancient times when the great gods gathered the primordial power of the continent to protect its stability, creating the magic realm we see today. The magic realm contains the origin of the realm. Without the origin of the realm, we cannot break through to higher realms. Chapter 380. Nicole frowned and said, that's strange. Why were Xiaoxua and I able to break through? Annie replied, that relates to another matter, the origin of our human race. When I was with the elves, I learned some ancient stories. It said that the creator god had several children, and his power was distributed among them. These children are the ancestors of the elves, demons, magical beasts, undead, giants, and dwarves. Our human race wasn't created by the creator god, but appeared on this continent on its own during the long course of history. Therefore, those races can obtain the power to break through to higher realms through bloodline inheritance, but we humans can't. We can only rely on external forces, and that external force is the secret realm origin. If I'm not mistaken, the essence of the secret realm origin is the power of creation. Nicole was deeply shocked by these words. This is unbelievable. Kania nodded, deeply agreeing, in that case, everything. That makes sense. But how do we open the magic realm? And said that's the key? When I entered the magic realm, I carefully observed the entrance's structure, and found that the magic array wasn't complicated. I believe that with Dean Douglas's vast knowledge, he can quickly decipher it. Most importantly, the main component felt familiar to me. Margot paused, then seemed to realize something. You mean the source of magic? And nodded. That's right, the source of magic. We always obtain magic scrolls from the source of magic, but we don't know what it actually is. Based on my deduction, the source of magic is actually a fragment of a passage connecting the continent and the magic realm. It connects the magic realm and the skywalking continent. The reason we can obtain magic scrolls from the source of magic is actually because we obtained them from some special space. Those scrolls were already there, we just needed to guide them with our own magic. Margot frowned. It's like when we obtained the secret treasure from the crystal mine? Annie nodded. Yes, I think those magic scrolls are actually part of the secret treasure. As for why those treasures can't emerge from the source of magic, I guess the energy is too immense to pass through those broken fragments and enter the Skywalker continent. Nicole asked, if that's the case, then these things will eventually be taken away, and there won't be any left. But I see many magic scrolls being taken out every day, and it doesn't seem to be depleted. Annie smiled and asked, then you should have seen how many resources are needed to activate the source of magic. Nicole was taken aback, recalling his previous experience obtaining scrolls from the source of magic. It seemed that each time it consumed a large amount of magic crystals or magic cores. These things weren't easy to obtain. The entire Norma Empire only had one crystal mine, located in the southern region. It was precisely because Marcello owned that mine that he was able to cultivate a powerful army. However, the magic crystals produced there are of extremely poor quality, hundreds of times worse than those from the magic realm. Even so, a single crystal can sell for about 10 gold coins. Magic cores are even more expensive, as they are obtained from magical beasts. To obtain a magic core, one must fight the beast to the death, which is why adventurers are so persistent. Obtaining a high-quality magic core is practically a guarantee of a comfortable life. Therefore, it seems that simply possessing magical resources is not enough. Enormous financial resources are also required. This is the main reason why major powers cannot endlessly obtain magic scrolls from magical resources. Even so, the number of magic scrolls obtained from the source of magic across the continent over thousands of years is incalculable. Who, or what organization, is providing such a vast quantity of magic scrolls? Nicole pondered this, feeling a chill run down his spine. This world definitely harbors a colossal secret he has no right to know. A secret that compels all the mages on the continent to flock to it, one after another. Seeing everyone's expressions, Annie knew she had said enough, and slowly took out 4 secret realms and a large bag of magic crystals from her protective mirror. Jonathan picked up a crystal and examined it closely for a while, his eyes instantly lighting up. This crystal's quality is so high? It's unbelievable. Annie said, these were obtained from the magic realm. High-quality realm origins are quite rare, and I only have a limited number. You must use these for yourselves. Only when your strength is strong can you guarantee the future development of the Norma Empire, In reality, Annie was the biggest beneficiary of the magic realm. The cultivation resources she obtained from the water realm alone were many times more than those of other forces. Plus, she had spatial artifacts, allowing her to bring out even more than the holy sons and daughters of the Holy See. Nicole picked up a realm origin, feeling the surging power within, and couldn't help but marvel. This power is truly amazing. Then you should start fusing now. I estimate the Harry Empire won't attack so quickly. Even if they do, my third sister and I are here, and Xiaoxue is outside. That's enough to ensure the safety of Ketan City, Annie said. Ailill, already impatient, immediately began cultivating on the spot. The others followed suit without hesitation. Nicole looked at Anne and exclaimed, "And you really grown up. Your uncle is starting to rely on you." And smiled slightly, "Isn't this what I should do? Uncle, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to set foot in Ketan City." Nessus ran back into the city walls, looking dejected and gloomy. Suppressing his inner smugness, Segura feigned concern and stepped forward, asking, "Commander, are you all right?" Nessus glared at him fiercely, "You useless piece of trash. You didn't even know the people from the other shore flower were here. What are you good for?" Segura pouted and muttered under his breath, "You lost and then took it out on me." "What did you say?" Segura quickly waved his hands, "Nothing. Nothing. It's just that I really didn't know anything about the other shore flower. Shouldn't we ask the capital about this?" Nessus waved his hand, "Ask what? We only just started fighting, and we're already going back to ask all sorts of questions? What will those old guys think of me? What will they think of the brothers from Black Claw Mountain?" Then what do you mean?" Segura asked cautiously. Nessus gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute, someone." A soldier ran up respectfully and asked, "What are your orders, sir?" "Bring Brian here." A short while later, a hunched old man slowly walked over, followed by a one-armed youth. Both men had identical eyes, filled with a sinister aura. "Lord Nessus, what brings you here?" the old man asked slowly. Nessus stared at the other man and said calmly, "Brian, you were ordered to infiltrate the Norma Empire and participated in the battle between Marcello and Jonathan's armies. Do you know anything about the connection between the other shore flower and the Norma Empire?" Brian's eyes flickered slightly. "The other shore flower? I've been in the Norma Empire for almost 12 years, and have never seen anyone from the other shore flower. As a fellow necromancer, how could I not know of their existence? All the necromancers in the Norma Empire are on the very periphery, at the very bottom. If the other shore flower had infiltrated the Norma Empire, I don't think this situation would have occurred." Nessus narrowed his eyes. "But you saw it just now. What was that skeleton?" "That was a sentient skeleton soldier, something an ordinary necromancer couldn't summon." Brian. Speechless, he scratched his head and said, "Just now. I'm old, I dozed off, I didn't see." Nessus, Just as Nessus was about to explode, the one-armed youth, who had been standing silently behind Brian, spoke up. "I think I should know who that was." Everyone was stunned, and Brian looked at him with some surprise. "Brand, do you know the origin of that skeleton soldier?" Brand looked at his severed arm and said with a resentful expression, "Although I don't know the skeleton soldier, I recognize the knife in his hand. I will never forget that pale white blade in my life. It was that knife that cut off my arm." Brian frowned. Didn't you say that it was a guard from the Gore family who injured you? How did it turn into a skeleton soldier?" Brand shook his head. "It was indeed a guard in armor, but I couldn't see his face. He didn't even say a word to me, remaining silent the entire time. Now, thinking back, the way he suddenly vanished was exactly the same as when the necromancy ended. He must have been Annie's summoned necromancy." "What?" Nessus exclaimed. "You mean Annie? The one wanted by both the Holy See and the Austin Empire?" "Exactly," Brand said. "When I assassinated Annie, she had just awakened the power of death. It was truly difficult. It's unbelievable that her summoned undead possess such formidable power. But the facts are undeniable. I can't be mistaken about that pale white blade." Nessus's expression gradually turned serious. "So Annie has returned? That's troublesome. According to the intelligence Dason brought back, Annie's strength should have reached the 8th level of the Qiyuan realm, or even higher. Although I'm not afraid of her, her undead are quite troublesome." In reality, Born's cultivation level had only just caught up with Annie's, reaching around the 7th level of the Qiyuan realm, but this level was still no match for Nessus. The reason Born was able to defeat Nessus was mainly because Nessus had preconceived notions, assuming Born was one of the other Shore Flowers people. Coupled with Born's superior combat skills and the immense strength unique to undead, Nessus suffered a great loss. Undead are adept at melee combat. That's common knowledge. Brian said. Don't take it too personally. If you get serious, those skeleton soldiers might not be your match. Nessus nodded. Yes, if his summoner is indeed Annie, then she must not have reached the transformation realm. As long as we fight with magic, he won't have a chance. Brian changed the subject. But we can't let our guard down. This Annie is not easy to deal with. She caused great losses to the Holy Son of the Holy See, and the third prince of the Austin Empire in the magic realm. Segura agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, to be honest, I also suffered because of this Annie back then. If she hadn't gone to find some herbs and revived Nickel, I wouldn't be in this situation. Since this matter is related to her, we should report it to the capital as soon as possible. Nessus narrowed his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. After a long while, he smiled slightly and said, "Humph. A little girl at the Chi-Yuan realm has scared you like this? You even want to report it to the capital? How laughable." Segura curled her lip. Who was that scrambling back just now? What did you say? Segura quickly waved her hand. Nothing. Nothing. Whatever you say. Nessus snorted. I was indeed careless just now. You all go, and lead the troops now. We attack their camp directly and force Annie out, preferably capture her alive. Hee. If I capture Annie alive, that will be a great achievement. Just as Nessus was indulging in wild fantasies, a soldier suddenly ran over and loudly reporting, Commander, the Norma have retreated. What? Nessus's eyes widened. He quickly ran to the city wall and looked into the distance. He saw that in the Norma camp, military flags were flying everywhere, fluttering in the wind, and there were even several soldiers standing there. But upon closer inspection, he realized that those soldiers were actually straw dummies. Nessus's heart sank. What's going on? Segura also noticed something unusual. If Annie really came back, there's absolutely no reason for them to retreat. Even if a battle broke out, they could defend for a while. They wouldn't just hand over the entire village of Fana to us, would they? Brian stepped forward slowly, hands behind his back. It seems there's only one explanation. What explanation? Nessus asked quickly. The summoner of that skeleton soldier is definitely Annie. What do you mean? Nessus asked, puzzled. Brian's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Everyone knows Annie is wanted by both the papacy and the Austin Empire. She must know this herself. The fact that she didn't show herself, but instead sent her skeleton soldiers, shows she's afraid to reveal her identity. Then she had Nickel retreat, which further proves she doesn't want to confront us directly, or rather, she's afraid to, since she can't act herself. Nessus frowned. Now that it's confirmed, can't we directly join forces with the Austin Empire to launch a full-scale attack? No, Brian said firmly. Although we confirmed Annie is indeed here, we don't have concrete evidence. They won't agree. Not only that, they send people to investigate personally. Then the entire Norma Empire will be full of Austin spies. Do you think we still have a chance? Chapter 381. Nessus frowned. Then what should we do? Just let them go. Brian said, the best way right now is to report to the capital and request reinforcements to raise the Rambo territory and capture Annie alive. That way, the papacy and the Austin Empire will have nothing to say, and the royal family will reward your bravery. Nessus shook his head. If we report to the capital, what chance will Black Claw Mountain have? Annie is nothing. We can fight her ourselves much faster. By the time the people from the capital arrive, Annie will have vanished. Brian narrowed his eyes. He understood that Nessus wanted to take all the credit for himself, so he didn't try to dissuade him further. All right. Since Lord Nessus has such ambition, we are willing to follow you on this expedition and capture Annie alive. Nessus laughed twice. Ha, good. Before they go far, quickly give the order for a full-scale attack. Yes. After receiving the order, all the generals jogged back to their camp. Nessus suddenly remembered something and asked Brian, by the way, didn't you bring a kid back from the Rambo family? Where is he? Brian gave a wry smile. You mean Dickel? That kid has become quite ruthless since betraying his family. I was worried he caused you trouble, so I put him in charge of a small squad in the army. Nessus laughed. Ha. Isn't ruthlessness a good thing? How's his strength now? Brian smiled. Speaking of strength, this kid's talent is quite remarkable. He's already broken through to the 4th level of the Liyuan realm. How about letting him fight his father? Nessus was stunned. 4th level of the Liyuan realm? Are all Normans this talented? That's infuriating. He spat. Normans don't deserve such a high level. Let him go to the vanguard. It would be best if he died in the first siege. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bran's eyes. He was also a Norma, abandoned by his parents as a child after awakening the power of death. He was found by bandits in the wild, and taken to their stronghold. Unfortunately, the bandits treated him poorly, using him only as a laborer, giving him little food and leaving him barely clothed, like a slave. Later, by chance, he was discovered by the wandering Brian, who took him in as his apprentice, teaching him cultivation methods. Slowly, he grew stronger, and the first thing he did after breaking through to the second level of the Origin realm was to slaughter the entire stronghold. Later, he followed Brian on his travels throughout the Norma Empire, and was assigned to wait in the territory of Gore. During this time, he conducted many horrific experiments with the undead in Misty City. Later, he was rescued by Margot and left Gore City, continuing his rampage outside Misty City, which led to him being hunted by Orin's men. During this time, after receiving a secret letter from Margot, he helped Margot intercept Annie, but failed and lost an arm in the process. Afterward, he left the Gore territory and found his master, Brian, in the Perrin territory. Brian continued to keep him by his side, assisting Marcello in launching a coup that swept across the entire Norma Empire. After the coup failed, he followed his master to the Harry Empire, where he learned that his master was actually a spy for the Harry Empire. However, this didn't matter much, as he didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Norma Empire. But hearing Ness's words now, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. Brian keenly sensed Bran's abnormality, and quickly tugged at his sleeve. Bran then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Brian gathered his thoughts and slowly said, "This Dickel is still useful. It's a waste to let him die here. Let's just forget about it. Besides, I didn't bring him with me this time. Who knows when he arrives?" Nessus thought it made sense, and said with a smirk, "All right. I listen to you." The Black Claw Mountain Legion, along with Segura's border guards, totaling 30,000 men, marched out from the border of the Hari Empire, sweeping through Fana village and 2 other villages, but finding nothing. The villagers had all evacuated, leaving only a few scarecrows in tattered armor. Segura stared at one of the scarecrows, lost in thought. The scarecrow had some red bird feathers stuck to its head, its face smeared with some indescribable yellowish-brown substance, emitting a foul stench, and 3 large characters written on its body, "Segura." "Who the hell has such a twisted sense of humor?" Segura exclaimed angrily, kicking the scarecrow to the ground. However, just as the scarecrow collapsed, a bright light shot out from its chest. Segura cried out in alarm, but it was too late to dodge. With a bang, the scarecrow exploded. Although the explosion wasn't very powerful, it released a cloud of green powder, which Segura, startled, inhaled in large amounts. "What's going on?" Nessus, noticing the commotion, roared angrily. Seeing it was Segura, he became even angrier. "Segura, why aren't you moving? What are you dawdling about here for?" Segura choked on the powder, coughing incessantly, cough cough cough. "Sorry, cough cough cough." The next moment, he felt a numbness throughout his body, and he uncontrollably fell forward. He tried to lift his legs to brace himself, but his legs wouldn't obey him, and he could only watch helplessly as he collapsed. But right in front of him lay the wreckage of the exploding scarecrow, inside which lay a massive heap of cow dung. Pfft. Silence. The entire room fell silent. Bran swallowed hard, hesitatingly saying, I didn't expect Lord Segura to have such a heavy palate." Segura quickly circulated his magic to neutralize the toxins in his body, then got up from the ground, but his face was covered in cow dung, and a stench emanated from him. Everyone unconsciously took a few steps back, including Nessus. "Ah! Lord Nessus, you let me explain." Nessus took 2 more steps back. You stay away from me, no need to explain, I understand, you go ahead and eat, we won't disturb you." Bran gagged beside him. This only made things worse. The others couldn't help themselves, covering their mouths and retching as they ran away. Segura was furious. This must be Nickel's doing. It's infuriating. He's always playing these ridiculous tricks. But what he didn't know was that it was actually Canya's doing. However, Nickel taking the blame didn't matter much. After all, they were enemies. One more job wouldn't make a difference. Having learned their lesson from Segura, no one dared to touch these scarecrows again. Nessus knew that this operation would definitely attract the attention of the papacy and the Austin Empire. He had to act quickly, otherwise the Austin Empire would use this as a pretext to help the Norma Empire against the Harry Empire. This would put him in the wrong and inevitably lead to punishment from the Harry royal family. But if he successfully captured Kedon City and took Annie prisoner, the situation would be different. Annie was not only a wanted criminal by both the papacy and the Austin Empire, but also a Qi Yuan realm expert. This had broken the Norma Empire's tacit agreement against the existence of Qi Yuan realm experts. If Annie was in his hands, he would be a hero, not only a hero of the Harry Empire, but a hero of the entire human world. He immediately ordered a faster march, determined to reach Ketan that very night and attack the city overnight. As night deepened, the Harry Empire's army lit torches, and finally arrived at Ketan close to dawn. Ketan was prepared to defend itself. Commanding the troops was Nicholas, a newcomer, but with authorization from Nickel and Jonathan, he could freely mobilize the army. Nicholas essentially followed Anne's orders. He had completely submitted to Anne. After all these years, he had not only let go of his past grievances, but also greatly admired her for her deeds. Furthermore, Anne had recently saved him from the clutches of the Arctic Tiger King, and he now held her in utter devotion. Of course, Anne hadn't saved him lightly. There were three main reasons. First, Margot knew him and knew he wasn't a bad person, relatively honest, otherwise, he wouldn't have been framed by Clementine. Second, although he had broken away from the papacy, he still had friends there and could gather information from them. Finally, because he was the first Norman Anne encountered upon her return, and since she had already rescued him, she figured she might as well keep him around to help, giving her another ally. Nicolo lived up to expectations, working diligently and fulfilling Anne's requests to the best of his ability, including using his former connections in the papacy to gather information. This allowed them to evade numerous spies from the papacy and the Austin Empire along the way. Therefore, Anne felt relatively at ease entrusting the army to Nicholas's command. She and Margot disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers, and stayed by Nicholas's side, while Margot protected them outside the secret room of the city lord's mansion. Flames raged both inside and outside Ketan City. Nicolo, having just broken through to the Liyuan realm, was still somewhat apprehensive facing the powerful warriors of the Harry Empire, especially after learning that their leader, Nessus, was a Hua Yuan realm expert. Fortunately, Annie assured him he was absolutely safe. "Miss Annie, it seems they're planning an attack tonight," Nicolo said with some worry. Annie nodded slightly. "It's all right. Have all the magic cannons ready. Although we can't completely stop their attack, we can buy them as much time as possible. I intervene when necessary." With Annie's words, Nicolo felt relieved. Although Annie alone might not be a match for Nessus, there were still Xiaoxue, Margot, and Bon. With these four powerful warriors together, they could easily handle even one more Nessus, let alone another. They just couldn't reveal their identities yet. After the army assembled below the city, Nessus gave the order, and the vanguard, equipped with various siege weapons, charged forward. Another 1,000 elite troops circled around from the south, seemingly intending to break through and cut off Ketan's rear. However, Annie had anticipated this. She ordered 3,000 heavily armored soldiers to ambush the main route south of the city, and also sent Xiaoxue there. On the city walls, Annie had positioned 12 magical heavy cannons, waiting for the enemy's onslaught. When they were about 200 meters away, Nicolo gave the order, and all 12 magical heavy cannons fired simultaneously, the explosions shattering the sky. Black Claw Mountain, having transitioned from bandits to a regular army, had its own methods for dealing with this type of attack. They placed heavily armored shield bearers at the front, weaving a massive magical shield to withstand the magical cannon fire. Boom! The explosions were deafening, causing eardrums to ache. Soldiers in the front ranks even bled from all 7 orifices, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. On the battlefield, fainting was tantamount to death. They would soon be trampled by their own comrades or thrown outside the defenses to be blasted to pieces by magic cannons. The vanguard's first wave of attack was quickly thwarted. Nessus immediately dispatched a second wave, assisting with 2 experts at the Liyuan realm. This time, they successfully broke through the firepower and reached the city walls. Engineers immediately erected ladders, while the rest attacked the city gates. Boom! 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 The sounds of the explosions pounding the city gates were heart-wrenching. Nikolai immediately ordered his soldiers to pour oil down. Wherever the oil touched, flames erupted. Some unprepared soldiers were instantly engulfed by the fire, screaming as they collapsed to the ground, soon becoming still. The air gradually filled with the smell of burning. Seeing the situation was about to turn, Nessus immediately ordered all his Liyuan realm experts to attack, including Segura. Segura was extremely unwilling. He was supposed to command the siege, but now the other party not only held a higher rank, but was also stronger. Even if he didn't want to, he had to obey orders. Seeing that all of Nessus's men had mobilized, Annie waved her hand, immediately summoning Born, Akeem, Poker, and Burford. She had already discussed this with Born, They would be the ones to attack, all wearing the Lambo family armor, and trying to avoid using magic as much as possible to withstand the enemy's attacks. This was perfect for the undead. They immediately donned their armor, picked out their preferred weapons, and leaped over the city walls. The Black Claw Mountain soldiers, seeing the 4 men jump down from the walls, roared and charged forward. But soon, the soldiers at the front were decapitated, their bodies thrown into the air, blood splattering everywhere like a fountain. Before the soldiers behind could even process what was happening, they felt a chill on their necks, and their vision was already soaring into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. In almost 2 breaths, Bon and his 3 men had cleared a large clearing below the city wall. Segura gasped, thinking to himself, when did the Norma Empire acquire these 4 formidable figures? I'd never seen them before. But before he could think further, several of Ness's lieutenants had already charged forward and engaged the 4 in battle. Segura quietly circled around to the side. He didn't want to engage in a direct confrontation so soon. After all, winning this battle wouldn't be his achievement, and losing probably wouldn't be his fault either. Why rush in? It would be better to secretly storm the city wall. If he could seize the initiative single-handedly, perhaps he could change the old man in the capital's opinion of him. Chapter 382. At this moment, due to the appearance of Bourne and his group, the Black Claw Mountain forces were unable to break through the city walls. However, Ness's men quickly tied down Bourne and his group, giving everyone time to build a ramp. Soon, a breach appeared, and soldiers rushed onto the walls. Segura rushed forward without hesitation, only to bump into someone head-on, Niccolo. Niccolo noticed the gap in the defenses and immediately rushed over, just in time to encounter Segura. Although he didn't recognize Segura, he could tell from the other's aura that he was definitely a master. Without hesitation, he immediately thrust his sword towards Segura's chest. Segura dodged to the side, extending a palm strike. Flames erupted instantly, and Niccolo, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by the flames, sending him flying backward. Segura was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized this person wasn't Nickel. However, judging from the attack just now, this person was also a powerful cultivator at the Liyuan realm. What was going on? Had the Norma Empire already cracked the secret of advancement? This was incredible. If the major powers knew this news, they would probably be in an uproar. Segura secretly thought, if I capture this person and find out the secret of his breakthrough, I have accomplished a great feat. Thinking this, Segura was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to capture Nickel. However, at that moment, a surge of water gushed out, completely enveloping him. He struggled fiercely, but the more he struggled, the more uncomfortable he became, unconsciously swallowing several mouthfuls of water. And looked at this man, one of the main culprits, who had once turned the Norma Empire upside down, and felt a pang of regret. Back then, because of such a seemingly useless person, even the strongest cultivators of Norma were helpless, losing a large number of experts before barely managing to defeat him. It's easy to imagine how weak the Norma Empire has become. Due to the blockade, the talents of the Norma people have been completely suppressed. To outsiders, the people here are no different from ordinary ants. A gentle force healed Nicolo's wounds. Nicolo looked up and met Margot's face. As Anne's half-sister, Margot resembled her mother more than Anne. Margot's mother was also a great beauty, and Margot had inherited her best features, possessing both feminine grace and a touch of heroism. Nicolo was stunned, his heart pounding. After Margot finished healing, she said, "Get up, go help the others. We take care of this." Nicolo snapped out of his daze, quickly shaking his head. Okay. He scrambled to his feet and ran out. Seeing that Segura's eyes were rolling back in his head, Annie finally released him. The water prison dissipated, and Segura fell to the ground with a thud, coughing violently while greedily inhaling air. Huff, who are you? Huff. Annie didn't answer his questions, but simply waved her hands to either side. A group of soldiers quickly bound Segura. Segura was too weak to resist, and could only be manipulated, looking at Annie with a bewildered expression. However, Annie wore a veil and a black robe, revealing only her eyes. Segura received no useful information before being bound and carried away. Having dealt with Segura, Annie looked through the city walls towards Nessus, far away on the other side. The main threat from the Hairy Empire's attack was Nessus, a powerful cultivator at the Transformation Realm. Annie had never fought a Transformation Realm mage before, and she was somewhat uncertain about her chances. However, she knew that Nessus wouldn't act so easily. After what happened with Bon, he would be somewhat wary. Below the city walls, Bourne, leading 4 men, was worth 1,000 soldiers, successfully holding back the enemy's experts. After more than an hour of continuous fighting, the Black Claw Mountain forces were exhausted, but Bourne and his companions remained vigorous, their offensive showing no signs of weakening. Brian remained hidden to the side, not intervening. After all, he was a necromancer, and openly intervening would attract the attention of the Holy See. However, even without intervening, he had discerned some clues. These four had not released a single trace of magic, but as a necromancer, his perception of death was extremely keen. He quickly sensed the power of death emanating from their auras and formed a rough guess. He stealthily moved to the side, casually picked up a blood-stained spear from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and sharply focused his gaze on one of them. Then, he secretly exerted force and hurled the spear. Burfoot was the weakest of the four, but his excellent close combat skills allowed him to hold off several Liyuan realm experts. Suddenly, he felt a whooshing sound behind his head. He turned his head slightly, and with a sharp clang, a corner of his helmet was pierced, revealing pale bones beneath. Fortunately, Burford reacted quickly enough to avoid being directly hit by the spear, otherwise, he would likely have died on the spot. Which **** is that? Burfoot roared in anger, looking back to see a withered old man staring at him menacingly, sending chills down his spine. Akeem also sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped in front of Burford, saying in a deep voice, "This man is a Qiyuan realm expert. You're no match for him. Leave him to me." But Brian didn't continue the attack. He had achieved his goal. What had just been revealed from the armor was bone. The warrior was clearly a skeleton. He knew that completely exposing the identities of these four here was far too difficult. Knowing their identities was enough. He immediately withdrew, avoiding any further contact with Akeem. Akeem was also taken aback. Brian's actions were completely unexpected. Meanwhile, the others, exhausted of their magic, gradually retreated, and this wave of attacks was finally over. Seeing this, Bourne gave an order, and the four returned to the Netherworld. They had gained a lot from this battle. The fallen soldiers provided them with a large amount of life force, enough for their cultivation levels to advance again. And frowned, watching the Hairy Empire's army recede like a tide, still feeling uneasy. Nessus was definitely not one to give up easily. His pursuit already proved his purpose. At this moment, a soldier ran up and reported to Niclo, "Sir, the southern resistance has failed. The enemy has opened up the eastern passage, and now a large number of Hairy Empire troops are blocking the rear of Ketan City," and raised an eyebrow. "Just as I thought." Margot frowned. "What happened? Wasn't it only a small force that went south to encircle us? And Xiaoxue is there too. How could they have broken through?" And shook her head. "It seems Nessus also knows that he can't win in one battle tonight, and he's prepared for a protracted war. Although Xiaoxue is powerful, he doesn't dare to go all out, and the number of people he can hold off is limited. The enemy must have secretly redeployed another force to break through our defenses. What do we do now?" Niclo asked, and smiled slightly. "No rush. Uncle and the others still need some time to break through. Since they want to surround us, let's just wait it out. Is the food in the city enough?" Niclo turned and immediately ordered a citywide curfew, while simultaneously taking stock of the city's food supplies. Margot said, "It should be enough. After all, this place is right next to the border. So many soldiers were stationed in Fana village before, they must have needed a large supply of food." And he waved her hand, "Don't worry about that now. We need to strengthen the city's defenses, and send scouts to gather intelligence in the surrounding area. We must react immediately if the enemy makes any move. This concerns everyone's lives. If the city falls, no one will escape." Niclo nodded, "Okay. I arrange it right away." That day, news of the Hairy Empire's army invading the Norma Empire's territory spread like wildfire, and almost all the major powers in the human world were paying close attention to the development of the situation. The next day, the Austin Empire and the Holy See issued a joint statement condemning the Hairy Empire's aggressive actions and demanding that the Hairy Empire immediately provide a clear reason. The Adventurers Guild followed suit, supplying the Norma Empire with even more magical weapons, including magic cannons and special magical items, at the lowest possible price, demonstrating their support for the Norma Empire. Other surrounding smaller empires, including the 10 major powers of the unclaimed territories and the Velis royal family, also issued statements opposing the Hairy Empire's military actions and demanding its immediate withdrawal. By the third day, only the Endless Sea in the Far East and the neighboring Amras remained silent. The only force supporting the Hairy Empire was the other Shore Flower, but their support was like a sword pointed at them, not only failing to have a positive effect, but also making the Hairy Empire's situation even more awkward. The Harry Empire's royal family was furious and immediately dispatched an investigation team to investigate the Black Claw Mountain Legion's actions. However, the journey from the Harry Empire's capital, Shurken City, to Ketan City was extremely long, so the royal family sent General Resider of the northern frontier to investigate first. But sending such a high-ranking figure only made other forces more uneasy. The Holy See reacted the fastest, immediately halting the Harry Empire's actions and warning that if the Harry Empire continued to send experts above the Qi Yuan realm into the Norma Empire, it would immediately launch a holy war against the Harry Empire. At the same time, the Adventurers Guild directly mobilized almost all the forces along the border between the Harry and Norma Empires, forming a defensive line stretching 3 kilometers, refusing any Harry Empire personnel to pass through again. Under pressure from multiple sides, the Harry Empire had no choice but to give up and demanded that Nessus immediately withdraw his troops. Nessus paid no heed to any of this. Since the old men in the capital were already tied down by other forces, it didn't matter what he did here. As long as he didn't act, those powerful figures couldn't act either, or they would stand against the entire human world. In the past few days, Nessus launched several more attacks, but unfortunately, they were all thwarted by Nicholas. However, Ketan City was now an isolated city, completely surrounded from the front and back, unable to receive supplies from the outside. The magic cannon's ammunition was also almost exhausted. However, the situation at Black Claw Mountain was equally dire. The Adventurers Guild had cut off their retreat, making it virtually impossible to transport supplies from the Harry Empire. They were forced to forage locally, plundering food from surrounding villages. Even so, their magical weapons were nearly depleted, leaving them with no choice but to fight barehanded. On the 5th day, the door to the secret chamber of the Lord's mansion in Ketan City finally opened. Nickel, Kania, Jonathan, and Iliel had all successfully broken through. Because they had all fused with high-quality secret realm origins, their advancement speed remained undiminished after the breakthrough, directly reaching around the mid-stage of their cultivation realm. Nysel felt brimming with power. This breakthrough felt significantly different from his previous breakthrough to the Li Yuan realm. First, this time he directly broke through to the 3rd stage of Qi Yuan, without any hesitation, as if everything had flowed naturally. Second, this breakthrough had no side effects, unlike the poisoning incident, which sealed his strength for years and nearly cost him his life. Kania was overjoyed. She never imagined she would one day break through to the Qi Yuan realm. It all felt so unreal. Jonathan and Iliel were even more excited, eager to go to the battlefield and test their newfound strength the moment they emerged from seclusion. This idea was quickly and firmly rejected by Annie. Absolutely not. You must understand that the Harry Empire hasn't truly sent any experts because of pressure from other forces. But if you appear in the public eye, everyone will think that we Norma people have mastered the method of breakthrough. Then it won't just be the Harry Empire, the Vatican, the Austin Empire, and other major powers will rise up against us. At that point, whether our Norma Empire can continue to exist will be uncertain. Jonathan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly waved his hands. Okay. We do whatever you say. If you say no fighting, we won't fight. Iliel then asked, but now it's not a question of whether to fight or not. The city's food and resources are exhausted. In a few days, the soldiers in the city will probably have no food. What should we do? And said, we're in a difficult situation, and they're not having an easy time either. Ryder must have been trying to find a solution during this time. The 30,000 men of the Harry Empire aren't a large number, and they already lost some in the fighting these past few days. Not many are left. If Brother Orin could send troops to support us from the north, Nessus. It won't last long, we have to retreat. Nicole nodded. You're right. Orin didn't come to help before mainly because he was worried the Harry Empire would invade from the northern border. Now that the Adventurers Guild has helped us form a defensive line, and the major powers are eyeing the Harry Empire covetously, they won't dare invade again. Without these worries, Orin will definitely come to our aid. And said with concern, however, when he comes, he definitely brings spies from the Holy See and the Austin Empire with him. You better hide well then, don't give yourself away. Margot and I won't show ourselves easily unless we avoid their spies. Chapter 383. The group nodded. Jonathan said, we're aware of this. The papacy and the Austin Empire did send many people into our territory, but they haven't done anything significant, they're just gathering information. Therefore, we didn't stop them. We only recently learned they were looking for you. Warren and Norma City are currently under close surveillance. Nickel was also being monitored, but he recently came to the front lines, which allowed him to shake off those people. Nickel continued, I suspect Nessus didn't report the encounter with the skeleton soldiers back to the Harry Empire's royal family. Otherwise, this news would likely have reached the papacy and the Austin Empire as well. That would have made the spies hidden in the Norma Empire extremely suspicious. They swarmed here like flies. And agreed, indeed, because the fighting here is fierce, Ketan is besieged, and those scouts can't get in, but they can go and scout out Nessus's situation. With their help, Nessus is probably in a real bind. He definitely wants to take all the credit, and doesn't want anyone else to share. Margot sneered, "Humph. With his meager abilities, he thinks he can take Ketan? Does he think we're useless?" Nicole smiled bitterly. "You know what? If you hadn't shown up, Ketan probably wouldn't have held out for long." Just then, a soldier reported that Nessus had launched his 10th attack, and judging from the momentum, it seemed he was using all his strength to take Ketan in one fell swoop. And smiled, it seems Nessus can't sit still anymore. The pressure from all sides is on him. If he doesn't succeed this time, he definitely retreat. Nicole, you be in command this time, go quickly. Nicro responded and jogged up the city wall. He never dreamed he would one day be a great general, commanding thousands of troops. Jonathan and the others followed him up the wall. Although they wouldn't directly participate in the battle, they needed to observe the situation and lend a hand when necessary. This time, Nessus adopted a multi-pronged attack strategy. He concentrated his main forces on the front, but launched simultaneous attacks on the two flanks, intending to disperse the city's defenses. Although the Black Claw Mountain Legion was outnumbered, their strength lay in their superior numbers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were fighting 3 against 1. Nessus also deployed all his magical cannons this time. Before launching the charge, he bombarded the city wall relentlessly, exhausting all his magic cores and crystals. This tactic proved effective. Because Ketan City was an old city, and its remote location meant its defenses weren't particularly strong, a large breach quickly appeared. Nessus was overjoyed, and immediately led his entire army into battle, accompanied by his most skilled warriors. Of course, Segura was no longer in the ranks. Since the second round of the siege, Segura had vanished. Nessus was naturally furious, but helpless. He could only curse Segura as a useless piece of trash, and needless to say, Segura had been captured. He had been sent by the royal family to support Segura, but now Segura had been captured instead. Didn't this prove his incompetence? This was intolerable. He planned that after capturing Ketan, he would teach the Norma a lesson and show them his power, and stood on the city wall, watching the surging Black Claw Mountain army, and sighed, shaking her head. Sigh. Nessus has personally led the attack. If I don't intervene, things might get complicated. But if I do, the papacy and Austin's people will quickly discover it. Kanya tilted his head and chuckled. Right now, all the spies are outside the city, not inside, right? And nodded. Of course not inside. Nessus's men have completely surrounded Ketan. How could they possibly get in? Kanya clapped his hands. That solves it. We lure him into the city, then kill him together. No one will know. Even if the spies know Nessus is dead, they won't know how he died. We can just say he fell to his death. And paused, then smiled wryly. Professor Kanya is really resourceful. Do you think such a lie can fool those old foxes? Kanya shook his head. Who cares? As long as we don't admit to killing them, what can they do to us? Are they going to use a fabricated charge to bother us? And pondered for a moment, finding Kanya's words reasonable, and clapped her hands. All right. Let's do it this way. So how do we lure Nessus into the city? If Nessus can get into the city, wouldn't those spies also be able to infiltrate? Nicole said, it's not that easy. Nessus just wants to find me. I lure him in myself. The others will stand guard on both sides. No one except him can pass. Jonathan and Ailill both nodded in agreement. With everyone in agreement, they immediately set to work. At this moment, close combat had broken out at the breach in the city wall. The Black Claw Mountain soldiers, having been holding back for so long, were filled with resentment and fought with even greater ferocity. The soldiers of Ketan City were retreating steadily, their situation precarious. Fortunately, Niccolo arrived in time with a group of elite troops, holding off the pressure and pushing the battle line forward by several dozen meters. However, Nessus quickly attacked, letting out a long howl and unleashing a wind blade at Niccolo. Niccolo rolled away, not daring to underestimate the attack. Even Segura had easily wounded him. Nessus was even less likely to be injured. He immediately retreated. Immediately afterward, a figure in blue swept past him, slashing 3 times at Nessus. Nessus looked closely and recognized the person as the long-absent Niccolo. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Niccolo, you've finally shown up. No more cowering like a coward. With that, he parried Nicolo's attack. Nicol held back some of his strength, only unleashing the power of the Liyuan realm, thus concealing his true power in this exchange. Humph. Nessus, I think you're the one who's courting death. Have you forgotten how you were utterly humiliated by a mere skeleton soldier? Nicol mocked. Nessus blushed. He had underestimated his opponent, giving him an opening and forcing him to retreat, but he hadn't actually lost. He immediately roared, You think you can get away with anything with just a necromancer? Tell me honestly, has Annie returned? Nicol was startled. So that's it. Nessus's target from the beginning wasn't him, but Annie. He had already guessed that Annie had returned. Seeing Nicol's expression, Nessus became even more certain. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, just as I thought. My chance to rise above others has arrived. As long as I capture Annie alive, who can stop me? Nicol's eyes were icy. Want to capture Annie alive? Then we see what you're capable of. He turned and left. Nessus's gaze sharpened. Don't even think about running. He leaped after him, the two transforming into streaks of azure light, shooting rapidly towards the city. Brian and the others following behind Nessus were about to give chase, but after only 2 steps, 4 more armored warriors appeared in their path, each exuding a deep aura. Brian tried to break through several times, but all attempts failed. These 4 warriors were incredibly strong and swift, yet they didn't release any magic, just like before. Brian was helpless, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He turned to his back and said, Brand, you leave here first, go back to the Hairy Empire. If I don't return, you have to fend for yourself. Brand was slightly taken aback. Why? Master you. Brian sighed, I have a bad feeling. Nessus was clearly lured into the city on purpose. If he dies inside, no one will have direct evidence to accuse the Norma Empire. Even if this attack fails, we all be doomed. Brand anxiously said, Then Master, let's go together. Can't we just leave them behind? Brain shook his head. Don't worry, I encountered countless situations like this over the years, and I'm still alive and well. You go back first, I come find you later. Left with no other choice, Brand obeyed Brian's instructions and immediately left the group, heading towards the Hairy Empire. Inside the city, Nessus channeled his magic at full power, relentlessly pursuing Nicol, occasionally unleashing wind blades from behind. Nicol dodged left and right, narrowly escaping several attacks, but his agility, honed in the misty forest, far surpassed that of ordinary mages. Nessus, after considerable effort, finally managed to corner Nicol in a dead end. Seeing Nicol gradually stop, a fierce glint flashed in Nessus's eyes. Ha ha, weren't you so good at running? Why aren't you running anymore? Nicol didn't reply, but slowly turned around, his gaze icy as he looked at Nessus. Nessus felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze and roared, Humph. Enough time's wasted, Nicol. I show you what happens when you anger the Harrys. Before he finished speaking, he charged at Nicol, his azure magic erupting and enveloping the blade, radiating a chilling sharpness. The strike was powerful and heavy. Due to the narrow alley, Nicol had nowhere to dodge. It was easy to imagine that if Nicol took the blow head-on, he would be severely injured, possibly even cut in 2. The difference in strength between them was too great. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down. Nessus hurriedly stopped his attack, swinging his blade to parry. With a deafening boom, the lightning exploded on the blade, arcing electricity, and giving the surrounding air a burnt smell. Nessus felt the immense power emanating from the blade, the power of the transformation realm. His pupils constricted sharply, and he cried out in alarm. He turned to flee, but as soon as he turned, he saw 2 petite figures standing at the alley entrance. Without a doubt, they were 2 women. Nessus shuddered, recalling the Vatican's wanted poster, a continent-wide manhunt for heretics and Goer and Margot Goer. A reward of 1 million magic crystals will be given for their capture alive. A reward of 500,000 magic crystals will be given for their death. A reward of 1,000 magic crystals will be given for any useful clues. And? Margot? Nessus almost cried out in shock. He hadn't expected these 2 to actually be here, and together at that. And then Margot slowly removed their hoods, revealing 2 exquisite faces. Nessus was utterly astonished. In his memory, Annie was a necromancer, and Margot was a light mage. Neither of them possessed the power of lightning. So who had unleashed that lightning? Could there be another expert? Bang! A muffled footstep sounded behind him. Nessus whirled around and saw a white tiger land beside Nicol, its body crackling with electricity. Needless to say, the lightning had been unleashed by this white tiger. It's over. Nessus's mind went blank. He had clearly fallen into someone's trap. No matter how hard he racked his brains. I never expected there would be a transformation realm magical beast here. This is unbelievable. Nickel said calmly, Nessus, you better surrender quickly, or you force us to take action. Nessus gave a bitter laugh. Hey Nickel, I think you deliberately lured me here so that others wouldn't know that your Norma Empire has a transformation realm expert. In that case, do I have any way out? Will you let me go back alive? Nickel said, I give you two choices, go back dead, or surrender alive. The choice is yours. Nessus frowned. Surrender alive? You be that kind? Nicole laughed. We're not as cold-blooded as you. If you surrender, we lock you up until everything's settled. Settle down? Nessus was shocked. What exactly are you planning? Annie interrupted. You don't need to know that now. Hurry up and choose. We have limited time. Nessus was silent for a long time, then sighed. Alas, so be it. I dominated my life, but I never thought I'd fall here. Surrender is impossible. In our Black Claw Mountain Legion, there's no such thing as surrender. Come on. Let me see what you're capable of. With that, his aura surged, clearly indicating he was going all out, ready to fight to the death. Annie frowned slightly. These fearless people were the most difficult to deal with. Without waiting for Nessus to act, she waved her hand, and a stream of water shot out, engulfing Nessus. Nessus's eyes narrowed, and with a single slash, he cleaved the water prison in two. He realized that Annie and Margot hadn't yet broken through to the transformation realm. His best chance of escape was to create an opening at the alley entrance. With this in mind, he immediately unleashed his magic power. A flash of azure light appeared beneath his feet, and he charged towards Annie. Margot silently chanted an incantation, waving her staff. A golden light fell to the ground, striking Nessus. Nessus inwardly cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Instantly, he felt as if his legs were filled with lead, making it extremely difficult to lift them. Chapter 384. Xiuxua seized the opportunity and pounced, intending to capture Nessus. However, at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Nessus swung his sword, severing both his legs. Blood gushed out, and with a roar, a surge of azure magic erupted from the severed legs, propelling him high into the air, past Annie and Margot, and out of the alley. No one expected Nessus to be so decisive, but they absolutely could not let him escape, or the Norma Empire would face a great crisis. Without hesitation, Annie unleashed the power of death. A phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the air, and a terrifying sonic wave erupted, audible even to the soldiers fighting on the city walls. Roar! 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 The sound was terrifying. Nessus, caught off guard and focused only on escaping, was struck by the sonic wave, momentarily losing his senses and plummeting from the sky. Xiuxua, not daring to be careless, struck out directly with her palm. The dazed Nessus was completely unprepared, and by the time he opened his eyes, Xiuxua's massive claw was already upon him. With a crisp crack, red and white matter splattered out. Nessus's head was smashed like a watermelon, the scene gruesome. Annie sighed at the sight. I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn, refusing to surrender even in death. Nicole turned and asked, now that we dealt with Nessus, what's next? Annie replied, Nessus is dead, the rest are no threat. Brother Warren's men should be arriving soon. If we hold out a little longer, the Black Claw Mountain Legion will inevitably retreat. Nickel nodded and said, all right. You all go and rest, leave the rest to us. Then, Nickel headed directly west of the city. The battle in Ketten City had reached its climax. Bourne and the others, having received Annie's orders, withdrew from the front lines back to the Netherworld. Jonathan, Iliel, and Kania took their original positions. Although they hadn't unleashed their full power beyond the Liyuan realm, they were more than capable of holding off the enemy's attack. Upon arriving, Nickel immediately joined the battle, instantly killing 2 Liyuan experts and shocking the enemy. Upon seeing Nickel emerge, Brian immediately sensed something was wrong and demanded, where is Lord Nessus? Where is Lord Nessus? Nickel sneered, humph, that piece of trash is dead. Did you think our Norma Empire lacked weapons to deal with Transformation Realm experts? How naive. We've been a nation for over 300 years. Brian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked around. He saw figures moving about in the distance, spies from the Holy See and Austin's forces, coming to investigate. Nickel's words had clearly been amplified, allowing them to hear as well. This meant that Nickel had killed Nessus, a Transformation Realm expert, but only using magical weapons, not his personal strength. This was terrible. The attack had completely failed. With their commander dead, what was the point of continuing? As the second strongest member of the operation, Brian naturally had command. He immediately ordered a full retreat to avoid further losses. However, at that moment, a large army suddenly appeared from the north, estimated to be at least 30 or 40,000 strong. Nickel was overjoyed, for that must be the Gore family's army. He immediately ordered the entire army to launch a counterattack against the Harry Empire. This level of military engagement was not something one or two experts could control. Brian was immediately alarmed. The Black Claw Mountain soldiers had been fighting continuously for days, and were already exhausted. Their morale and magical power were at a low point. This was not a good time to fight. But the opposing army didn't care about that. The soldiers of Ketten City were alright, having only fought with great difficulty, but the soldiers of the Gore family were different. They had come from afar specifically to crush the Harry Empire's army. One by one, soldiers with bloodshot eyes charged forward, howling, and a massacre ensued. The soldiers of Black Claw Mountain never dreamed that they would one day die a horrible death on the battlefield in the Norma Empire. The pursuit lasted a day and a night. 10,000 Black Claw Mountain soldiers were annihilated, and the rest fled Norma Empire territory in disarray. Among them were 2 Li Yuan realm experts, and 1 Qi Yuan realm expert, who were killed in the chaos of battle, a heavy loss indeed. The world was shocked. The Norma Empire had actually defeated the Harry Empire's army? This was simply unbelievable. Brian returned to the Harry Empire. As the highest-ranking general to return alive, he was taken directly to the frontline command headquarters. All the powerful figures dispatched by the Harry Empire's royal family had gathered there, including a member of the royal family. Jack Harry. Jack was a prince of the Harry Empire, Emperor Harry's cousin, and one of the few supreme-level experts in the Harry Empire. He had come personally, as a representative of the royal family, to handle the incident. The command headquarters was filled not only with people from the Harry Empire, but also with Jafarli of the Adventurers Guild, Augustine of the Holy See, Prince Fry of the Austin Empire, and important figures from various smaller factions. Their gathering was truly a scene of the century. Jack spoke first. Brian, tell me, what exactly happened? Where is Nessus? Brian lowered his head, his wrinkles appearing even deeper. Your Highness, this attack on Ketten was purely Nessus's personal act, but it was not without reason. He speculated that, and whom the papacy and the Austin Empire are after, might be in Ketten. What? Augustine immediately exclaimed, are you telling the truth? Brian shook his head. This is merely Nessus's speculation. Our attack failed, so we didn't find any further evidence, but I think this speculation is very credible, for 2 reasons. What 2 reasons? Tell me quickly, Jack urged. Brian slowly said, first, when we were at the border, Nessus fought Nickel for the first time, and Nickel was no match for him. But at the critical moment, a skeleton soldier appeared. That skeleton soldier claimed to be from the other shore flower, and many people witnessed this. Augustine snorted, humph. What's so special about that? We already investigated thoroughly. Annie has no connection with the other shore flower. They even seem to have some conflicts in the magical realm. Brian nodded, that's true. Based on my understanding of Annie, she couldn't possibly be from the other shore flower. But the fact is, the other shore flower wasn't involved in this incident, and I believe the members of the Holy See have also noticed this. So what about this skeleton soldier? The only explanation is that the skeleton soldier was Annie's summoned undead. Jafari fiddled with his hat, casually asking, where's the evidence? Brian coughed twice. I have an apprentice who returned to the Harry Empire before me. You should know him, his name is Brand. He had some contact with and he recognized the knife in the skeleton soldier's hand as belonging to one of Anne's guards from back then. If I'm not mistaken, that guard was that skeleton soldier. Jafari sneered, what a joke. To conclude that the skeleton soldier was Anne's summoned undead based solely on a knife? That's absurd. Jack frowned, continuing, let's leave that aside for now. What's the other point? Brian slowly said, the other point is Nessus's death. As everyone knows, Nessus was a powerful cultivator at the transformation realm, yet he died mysteriously in the cave. In Dun City, there's only one explanation. Someone even more powerful than Nessus has appeared in the Norma Empire. I can't help but suspect that this person is Annie. Fry tapped the table with his knuckles. As far as I know, Annie gained a lot in the magic realm, and has indeed reached the 8th level of the Qi Yuan realm, or even higher. However, there's still a gap between her and Nessus. Even if they really fought, she wouldn't be able to kill Nessus in such a short time. Augustine said, Nessus is only at the 1st level of the Hua Yuan realm, and he just broke through recently. Annie isn't alone, she has a contracted magical beast, the Thunder White Tiger, which is stronger than her. Plus, Margot is with her. With the three of them working together, and with an ambush set up in Dun City, killing Nessus wouldn't be difficult. Jafari shook his head and chuckled. I think that's nonsense. Everyone heard what Nickel said on the city wall. He clearly stated that they used the Norma Empire's magical weapons to kill Nessus. What does that have to do with Annie? Jack retorted. Don't you find that strange? Back then, our border squad leader, Segura, was only at the first level of the Yuan realm, yet he encountered no opponents in Norma City. And now, just a few years later, the Norma Empire possesses weapons capable of confronting experts at the transformation realm. That's too abnormal. Jafari tilted his head. Is it wrong? You're not Norma. How do you know they haven't improved over the years? Jack shook his head and said, I think this is very problematic. Does the Norma Empire currently have any experts at the Qi Yuan or even transformation realm? This is highly questionable. Annie emerged from the magical realm carrying a vast amount of cultivation resources. If she successfully returns to the Norma Empire, our centuries-long blockade will be in vain. I have no interest in blockading the Norma Empire. Jafari waved his hand. Why don't we take this opportunity to loosen the blockade? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned cold. Jafari sensed the change in atmosphere and laughed. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Why are you all taking it seriously? Augustine retorted irritably. Is this something you can joke about? Anyway, the Norma Empire is indeed highly suspicious right now, but taking military action against them is far too risky. If we really force out that powerful heart, we all be doomed. Jack scoffed. If the heart of the strong truly existed, it would have appeared long ago. 100 years ago, their Austin Empire even seized some territory from the Norma Empire, and the heart of the strong didn't show up. What do you mean by seized? That was a transaction, understand? Fry immediately retorted. Back then, both sides agreed and signed a contract. Our Austin Empire provided resources and weapons, and they ceded part of the northern Noxus Mountains to us. It was a mutually agreeable arrangement. How can you call it seizure? Jack curled his lip. Anyway, I don't think this heart of the strong is trustworthy. Maybe that man is just bluffing us. If we don't take action now, the Norma Empire really won't be able to control us. All eyes turned to Augustine again. He represented the Holy See, and his attitude influenced everyone else. Augustine paused for a moment before speaking. I still maintain that resorting to force is too risky, but we can't just let things run rampant. How about this? We each contribute some personnel to form a joint investigation team to conduct an investigation within the Norma Empire. All personnel already investigating within the Norma Empire must withdraw to ensure the fairness of the investigation results. Jack said, but your Holy See and Adventurers Guild already have personnel in the Norma Empire. Isn't that unfair? Augustine said, the followers of the Norma Empire are basically isolated, rarely interacting with Divine Beast Mountain. I think the Adventurers Guild is in the same situation, isn't it? Jafari shrugged. While we don't have such regulations, the entire Norma Empire is under lockdown, and the Norma Empire's Adventurers Guild is relatively independent. Augustine asked, any other questions? Fry then asked, how many people should each of us send? Are there any restrictions on their cultivation levels? Augustine thought for a moment and said, let's each send 10. There can only be one expert at the transformation realm, one at the Qi Yuan realm, 3 at the departure realm, and the rest must be at or below the departure realm. Everyone nodded. This way, the overall numbers and strength of each faction would be roughly equal, and there wouldn't be any major problems. Although the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild had a slight advantage, it wasn't a significant issue. Augustine added, but if you send any other personnel into the Norma Empire without authorization, don't blame us for being impolite. I will directly instruct my men to kill anyone not part of the investigation team on site. A chill ran down everyone's spine. They knew Augustine's character. He was a man of his word. Back in the Rambo territory, after cleaning up the mess, Orin left 10,000 men to guard the border, while the rest returned to Ketten City. Nickel, Jonathan, and Iliel immediately went to greet him. Orin, great. You come just in time. Nickel smiled and patted Orin on the shoulder. Orin smirked. I really didn't expect the Hairy Empire to actually dare to invade directly. If it weren't for the Adventurers Guild's help, I really wouldn't have been able to get away. Jonathan winked at him and quietly asked, are your spies still around? At this, Orin's face fell. Don't even mention it. Those guys are like leeches, following me around all day long. It's so annoying. As he spoke, he glanced at several white-robed figures who had suddenly stood up beside him. It was obvious at a glance that they were from the Holy See. Chapter 385. Iliel cleared his throat and said loudly, oh dear, we suffered heavy losses in this battle. To prevent the Harry Empire from attacking again, we need to quickly discuss our next strategy. Let's go to the secret chamber to talk in detail. Oren was taken aback, then seemed to understand, and quickly nodded, all right. Everyone else, stay outside and guard the inner city. No one is allowed to enter. This was clearly addressed to the few people from the papacy, but they didn't react much. After all, this was an internal matter of the Norma Empire, and they couldn't interfere too much. Oren followed the group to the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion. 2 people were already sitting there, dressed in black robes, and wearing hoods that obscured their faces. Oren was slightly surprised and asked suspiciously, "Who are these 2? Nicole chuckled, "What? Don't you recognize your own sister?" Upon hearing this, Oren trembled, looking at the 2 in disbelief. The 2 slowly removed their hoods, revealing 2 exquisite faces. Annie grinned, "Big brother, long time no see." Margot's eyes darted around, and she stammered, "Big brother." "Good heavens!" Oren exclaimed, "Margot? You? What are you doing here?" Compared to Annie, Margot's appearance surprised him even more. He had always known that Margot harbored resentment towards Annie, and given their naturally incompatible magical attributes, Oren couldn't fathom how they could both be here at the same time. Margot pursed her lips. She was still somewhat afraid of her older brother. "I came with Annie." Oren strode up to the 2 girls and, to everyone's surprise, embraced them tightly, choking back tears. "I'm so glad you're all right." Margot's nose stung with tears. This was the first time her older brother had ever hugged her. During their childhood, as the eldest son in the family, Oren naturally bore a heavy responsibility. Drew treated Oren as his successor, being very strict and demanding. Any slight mishap would result in scolding. This upbringing fostered Oren's resilient character. To outsiders, Oren resembled Drew in both his approach to things and his attitude towards others, leading everyone to jokingly call him Little Drew. In front of his younger siblings, Oren always maintained a persona of strength, courage, power, and confidence. He seemed like a flawless, perfect person, striving to be a good role model for them. Margot remembered Oren as someone who rarely showed emotion, seemingly devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Yet, she could still sense his care and love for his younger siblings, evident in small, everyday details. For example, on Margot's birthdays, Oren always gave her the most thoughtful gifts, something she always admired but never bought, others handmade trinkets, some of which Margot still uses today. Feeling Oren's slight tremor, Margot felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This was family. This was the feeling of home. Annie gently patted Oren's back. "Big brother, we're all right. We're back to see you now, aren't we?" Oren took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, released the 2, and resumed his resolute expression. "Margot, I was really worried when I heard you were wanted by the Vatican. You always had a strong personality. If something happened to you, even if I died, I wouldn't be able to face Father." Margot said emotionally, "Brother, don't say that. I let everyone down. Actually, I should have come back sooner. If I had used my influence in the Vatican, maybe Father." Oren shook his head. "It's no use. Don't you know what kind of people the Vatican is? It's all fate. But I really didn't expect you to reconcile with Annie." Margot lowered her head and said, "That's all in the past. I was blinded by jealousy and hatred, and even I was used." As she said this, a murderous glint flashed in Margot's eyes. Annie was also slightly taken aback. "Used? Who used you?" Margot looked up. "The Harry Empire." "What?" Oren exclaimed. "You were used by the Harry Empire? When did this happen?" Margot slowly said, "I just found out myself. A couple of days ago on the battlefield, I saw an acquaintance." "You know this person too, brother?" Oren frowned deeply and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" "Brand." "What?" Oren's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. "That necromancer? What's he doing here? Could he be a spy sent by the Harry Empire?" Margot nodded. "I think it's very possible. Back then, he used me, and did some things that I didn't want to do for Annie. Later, I went to the Austin Empire and lost contact with him." Oren suddenly realized, slamming his fist on the table. "So that's it. No wonder Brand could move freely in the territory. You've been helping him all along. That man is truly despicable." Margot said weakly, Aren't you angry with me?" Oren's expression softened, and he patted Margot's hair. "You were deceived. How can I blame you? All that's in the past, but we need to settle this score with Brand." And said, "Brand is just a nobody, nothing to fear. We have limited time now. I need to tell you my next plan, the rest is up to you. My third sister and I aren't suitable to get involved right now." Oren nodded, found a seat, and everyone else sat around the table. Only Annie, Margot, Oren, Jonathan, Iliel, and Kania were in the room. After everyone was seated, Annie slowly began, "My third sister and I discovered the secret to breakthroughs in the Holy See and the Austin Empire. The key lies in something called the Secret Realm Origin. This time, we brought back a large quantity of Secret Realm Origin, enough for the Empire to cultivate a group of experts at the Liyuan or even Qiyuan realms. Now, what we need to do is select some trustworthy individuals and train a team of 1,000. This team is the hope for the rise of our Norma Empire." Everyone's expressions were solemn. This matter concerned the future of the entire Norma Empire, and could not afford the slightest mistake. Olin asked, "Should His Majesty know about this?" Annie nodded. "Yes, but it must be kept secret. The fewer people besides His Majesty Reiner who know this, the better." Nickel said, "That's simple. After the previous battles, the Southern Territory is still under construction, and has a relatively small population. Plus, the terrain is complex, making it easy to hide troops. I think the location should be on the outskirts of Marco City in the south. That would be most appropriate." Israel nodded in agreement. "No problem, leave this to me. I immediately prepare a piece of land enough for 1,000 people to train secretly." Jonathan asked, "Since we're forming a secret force, we need to decide who will lead it. We can't all go ourselves, that would be too conspicuous." Nickel thought for a moment and said, "We have too few men to go. Let's have the Magic Academy handle it. They're magic professors. Organizing the training shouldn't be a problem for them." Warren added, "In that case, each of our 3 territories will send 2 or 3 people, and that will be enough." And continued, "My third sister and I will also stay there to help everyone improve their cultivation. My plan is to build this team within a year. However, at the same time, Dean Douglas must focus on researching the mysteries of the secret realm and finding a way to break it. Otherwise, we be like water without roots. If any of these 1,000 people die, we lose one more, and we won't be able to train any more experts." Iliel said, "All right, I build a research lab specifically for Dean Douglas to focus on his research in the suburbs." Nicole nodded, "Then I leave this matter to you. I head back to Norma City today to mobilize manpower to report to you. The rest of you, hurry up too." "Okay." Everyone responded in unison. This moment was etched into the annals of the Norma Empire, and even the annals of the entire human world. The Ketan Conference was born, laying the foundation for the grand blueprint for the Norma Empire's rise. After the conference, Iliel immediately and secretly escorted Anne and Margot to a village outside Marco's city. This village, abandoned after the previous war, was now overgrown with weeds and deserted. Its location, surrounded by mountains, made the road into the village extremely rugged and difficult, perfect as a hiding place. Anne was very satisfied with the location and immediately began planning. She also summoned Born and others to ask for their opinions. Boker and Akeem, having previously built undead cities, had some experience in this area and offered many suggestions, which greatly benefited Iliel. He immediately decided to begin construction, according to Boker and Akeem's advice. Nickel and his group moved very quickly. Within half a month, nearly 1,000 people arrived from all over the Norma Empire. The Norma City contingent was led by Douglas, and included many familiar faces, such as Mommy, Kania, Doran, and Danica. The Gore Territory contingent was led by Koff, who also brought members of the former Phoenix adventurers. Leeti's Johnny, Amy, and Tokoto later served under Warren, making them highly trustworthy. The Rambo Territory contingent was led by Katniss, with General Nice and Adair as his deputies. Iliel's foundation was weak, and they had few men to begin with, so they had to send their sister Gina to lead the group. However, one person in their group surprised Annie, Naven. Naven was once Annie's teammate, having passed the practical assessment together. However, he was threatened by Guy and others and forced to betray Annie. Yet, it was because of him that Annie and the others were able to find the broken temple. Seeing Annie again brought back memories. Naven felt his face flush. Although the matter was later resolved satisfactorily, and Annie and Keller forgave him, he was still filled with remorse. He lowered his head and said to Annie, "Anna, it's been so long," and smiled slightly at him and extended her right hand. "Naven, we finally met again." Naven was startled and quickly reached out to shake her hand. "What happened back then?" "No need to say anything," Annie immediately interrupted. "Things from back then are long gone. All I remember is you completing the practical assessment with us, and now we're comrades again." Tears welled in Naven's eyes. "Anna, don't worry, this time I will absolutely go through fire and water, for you, for me, for the entire empire, even unto death. Gina laughed and patted Nathan on the shoulder. I haven't heard such passionate words from you in a long time. Annie also laughed. Anyway, there's plenty of time. You don't need to go through fire and water. Just focus on improving your strength. Apart from the team leaders and deputies, the rest were all handpicked to ensure absolute loyalty and reliability. Annie was also very generous, directly taking out 1 million magic crystals and piling them into a small mountain, requiring everyone to reach the peak of the Outer Yuan realm within 3 months. If they could complete the goal first, they would be rewarded with a medium-quality secret realm origin, first come, first served. Everyone's fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Regardless of the harshness of the surrounding environment or the leaky roofs, they would cultivate wherever they could find a covered shed. Ailill, left with no other choice, had to gather another group to begin building this secret base. Of course, Annie would still call on Bon and the others to help. With the help of the undead, the construction progressed many times faster. A month passed quickly. With the help of the magic crystals, everyone's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Half of them had already completed their target task, reaching the peak of the Outer Yuan realm. Everyone was amazed. Previously, advancing even a small realm required countless resources and time. Now, breakthroughs were so easy. As agreed, Annie distributed the medium-quality secret realm to those who had completed it first. Meanwhile, construction on Ailill's side was also largely complete. At least a training ground large enough to accommodate 1,000 people had been built, meaning they no longer had to endure the elements. This was already quite good. With the training ground in place, Annie gathered everyone together. She summoned Born as well, and the two sat in the center, simultaneously circulating the spirit division and soul fusion technique. Pure magical energy surged forth, and everyone worked diligently. Those with secret realms immediately began fusing, while those without continued cultivating using magic crystals, increasing their progress several times over. The happiest of all was Douglas, who had been assigned a high-quality secret realm. He finally broke through the barrier to the Liyuan realm that had plagued him for centuries. A surge of immense power erupted from his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, causing him to groan with pleasure. Douglas's magical energy had accumulated for a long time, and this fusion with a high-quality secret realm allowed him to break through without stopping. Boom! 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 He continued to break through until he reached the 7th level of the Liyuan realm, before finally stopping. Chapter 386. And was also quite surprised. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. Fortunately, the continuous breakthroughs didn't have any adverse effects on Douglas. In the days that followed, Douglas found a place and, together with Kania, began researching the secret realm origin. Annie gave him 1 high-quality, 1 medium-quality, and 1 low-quality secret realm origin each as raw materials for their experiments. Kania seemed somewhat reluctant, but in the entire Norma Empire, only Douglas could control her. Everything in the secret base gradually got on track. With Annie's help, the 1,000 people were frantically improving their strength. It was like a giant furnace, constantly forging top-tier powerhouses. Meanwhile, a historic event was taking place in the Norma Empire's palace. In the reception hall, Reiner looked at the various representatives of the delegation before him and coldly asked, "What brings you all here this time? Why such a grand display?" Clement slowly stood up. As the envoy of the papacy on this visit, this gave him a certain sense of superiority. "Your Majesty, you should know that Miss N of the Marquis Gore family in your country secretly crossed the border to the Austin Empire. Now, she has not only broken through to the Qi Yuan realm, but has also caused significant losses to the Holy See. We have come here to find out whether, and has returned to the Norma Empire." Upon hearing this, Reiner laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. Don't you know whether, and has returned or not? From Divine Beast Mountain to the Norma Empire is more than several thousand miles, passing through several checkpoints of the Austin Empire. If you don't know, then I know even less." Greta's face was grim. As one of the few who had met Annie once in the magical realm, he had been sent to the Norma Empire by Prince Fry. However, he held little hope for this mission. "Your Majesty Reiner," he said bluntly, "forgive my frankness, but we are not here on our own initiative. We are merely completing a mission. We would be grateful if you could grant us this favor." Reiner coldly replied, "Grant you favors? Who will grant me favors? My Norma Empire has been blockaded by you lot for centuries, and you won't even tell us why. Who am I supposed to hold accountable for this?" Ethan said with a forced smile, "Reiner, don't push your luck. Even though you're the Emperor of the Norma Empire, you're only at the Outer Yuan realm. How dare you treat us like this? If you push me too far, I tie you up." Reiner clenched his fists angrily. Some time ago, after Nickel returned, he secretly gave him a secret realm origin. With the power of the secret realm origin and the magic crystal, he had now broken through to the separate Yuan realm. However, compared to these people, his strength was still insufficient. But being humiliated like this by the people of the Hairy Empire still made him extremely angry. Humph. Is this how rude your Hairy Empire is? Don't think you can scare me with words like that. Even if you tie me up, it won't work. My Norma Empire has plenty of good men, one less won't make a difference. These words were spoken with force, causing Dason to frown slightly. Just as he was about to retort, Farid said calmly, I seem to remember that a month ago, the Hairy Empire was utterly defeated by Nickel's army, and even their legion commander was beheaded. Isn't that right? Dason's face flushed crimson. This was arguably the most humiliating defeat for the Hairy Empire in nearly a century, a direct military defeat by the Norma Empire, unprecedented in history. Although pressure from various quarters, coupled with the intervention of the Adventurers Guild preventing the Hairy Empire from deploying its full strength, was still enough to make the Hairy Empire a laughingstock for some time to come. Mycroft waved his hand impatiently. Stop arguing. What's there to argue about? We need to finish our mission quickly, so we can go back and report. I don't want to stay here a second longer, it's too boring. Nickel coldly observed the group, his mind perfectly clear. These various forces claimed to be looking for Annie, but Annie had only offended the papacy and the Austin Empire. What did she have to do with Harry, Velas, and Amaras? Why were they getting involved? There was only one answer. They wanted to see if the Norma Empire truly had any experts above the Li Yuan realm, and had already told Douglas and Nickel about the heart of a strongman. Based on Douglas's research into the Empire's history, he believed this answer was perfectly reasonable. The Empire's founding emperor was incomparably powerful, said to be a hero of all humanity. Even other races on the Skywalker continent could only look up to him. He had participated in the Great War against the Orcs 1,000 years ago, and for the next several centuries, he had lived in seclusion west of the Noxus Mountains, in the present-day location of Norma City. At that time, the Austin and Hairy Empires had been at war for many years due to border issues, causing widespread suffering. After Emperor Norma left the country, he immediately sought out the Austin and Hairy royal families to mediate and demarcate a territory on each side's border, thus establishing the Norma Empire as a buffer between the two countries. This tit-for-tat approach greatly displeased the two major empires, but due to his power, they could only swallow their anger. However, the Norma Emperor disappeared without a trace 2 years after the founding of the empire, and the Norma Empire subsequently fell into a period of power struggle. For some reason, even after the Norma Emperor's passing, the Austin and Hairy Empires did not launch a single attack on the Norma Empire for 200 years. Now, it all makes sense. As for why the Norma Empire declined to this point, the Austin and Hairy Empires must have played a part. While they dared not directly attack the Norma Empire, they could certainly engage in covert maneuvers. This led to the Norma Empire's declining national strength 100 years after its founding. Even the Magic Academy responsible for training magicians lost important documents, making it impossible to cultivate powerhouses at the Li Yuan realm. Coupled with the Empire's relatively scarce resources, the mages within its borders could not obtain sufficient magical energy, resulting in the current situation. Now that a transformation realm expert from the Hairy Empire has mysteriously died in the Norma Empire, these people have begun to stir. They fear that the Norma Empire has rediscovered a method for breakthroughs, and has cultivated experts above the Qi Yuan realm. They fear the strength of the Norma Empire, fear that this sleeping lion has awakened once more. Clement said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, whether you agree or not, this search operation must proceed. However, please rest assured that each of our forces will only send one Transformation Realm expert, one Qi Yuan expert, and 3 Li Yuan experts. The rest will be below the Qi Yuan realm, and will absolutely not cause you any trouble. Reiner scoffed, That's easy for you to say. What if such a large group of you invades our territory and commits crimes? Can I just kill them all? Seeing the murderous intent in Reiner's eyes, Clement felt a chill run down his spine. After all, the other was the Emperor, possessing imperial majesty, while Clement was merely a minor religious follower who had been lucky enough to be promoted to the Divine Beast Mountain. This mission was, in a way, a test for him. Those who came to negotiate with the palace this time were all Qi Yuan level experts. The Hua Yuan level experts from various forces had already entered the Norma Empire with their men to conduct search operations. They didn't even wait for the royal family's attitude. Sending these Qi Yuan level experts was just a formality, a gesture of respect to the Norma royal family. Mycroft stood up abruptly, patted his backside, and said, Fine, I'm leaving. Say what you want. I'm going to find second brother. If I don't go now, he steal all the credit. Reiner turned to look at Nickel, who whispered, second brother is the commander of the Soul Control Legion of the Amraz Empire. He ranks second in the entire Amraz military system, hence the nickname second brother. His strength is at the peak of the Hua Yuan level, and his attack methods are unpredictable and cunning, making him extremely difficult to deal with. While the various forces were entering the Norma Empire, Nickel had already obtained basic information about the key figures of each force from the Adventurers Guild. Dason also stood up. General Redside should have begun his operation by now, so I won't linger any longer. Farewell. Reiner's face darkened further. These people completely disregarded the Norma Empire, coming and going as they pleased. Reiner clenched his fists, a sense of pent-up frustration welling up within him. He could only blame himself for being too weak, for his country being too weak. The weak are vulnerable to attack and bullying. Reiner's desire to become stronger had never been so intense. Nicole gently tugged at Reiner's sleeve and shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, please be patient for a while. We are currently too weak to fight them. We need to bide our time and wait until Annie's plan is complete before launching our counterattack. Reiner sighed deeply and could only nod in understanding. Seeing that the representatives of the Harry Empire and the Amraz Empire had left, the others saw no need to stay any longer and departed the palace. Only one person remained, Farid. Nickel smiled slightly and bowed to Farid. Manager Farid, thank you for what happened before. Farid laughed, haha, don't mention it, it's nothing. After all, you and I are old acquaintances. Even without the higher-up's request, I would still help you. However, my abilities are limited, and this is all I can do. Nicole said gratefully, it's enough. I know the Adventurers Guild is taking a great risk to help me. If other forces knew your stance, it would probably be detrimental to you. Farid waved his hand, however. This time our guild didn't send a mage at the transformation realm, just me and Finus. After all, there's not much to investigate. Nickel smiled wryly. Indeed, you were the first person Annie saw after returning. But we might need your help to cover for us later. Farid smiled, that's no problem. We pretend to investigate near Norma City. As soon as anything happens in the south, we rush over immediately. Reiner stepped forward gratefully, saying, thank you so much. From now on, the Adventurers Guild will be a distinguished guest of the Empire, and we are willing to engage in deeper exchanges with the guild. Farid nodded. The guild master had long intended this, but unfortunately, the Pope and others consistently opposed it, so this is the only option. That day, a large influx of foreign mages suddenly flooded into the Norma Empire, conducting a thorough search of the entire empire. Of course, all of this was under the surveillance of the Norma royal family, and Reiner dispatched thousands of spies to observe their every move. And on the other hand, completely ignored all of this. Although Nicole immediately relayed the message to the secret base, Annie only instructed Ailiel not to come to the base in the near future, making no other arrangements. Of course, Ailiel knew that even if he didn't enter the base, secrecy was crucial, especially for the soldiers and workers who had participated in the base's construction. He needed to be given special instructions to ensure nothing was revealed. Just then, Ailiel received the first wave of the investigation team. The leader was an old man, seemingly quite advanced in years. Though somewhat frail, he was remarkably energetic, radiating an aura of authority, as if he had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ailiel silently swallowed, sensing this man was not to be trifled with, and quickly stepped forward. You must be an investigation team sent by the Austin Empire. I am Ailiel, the lord of the Marco territory. The old man glanced at him indifferently and snorted lightly. Young man, you go about your business. We look around ourselves, you don't need to worry about us. Ailiel certainly couldn't let them investigate freely, otherwise, if they stumbled upon a secret base, it would be disastrous. I see you traveled a long way and must be tired. Why don't you come to my Marquis's mansion to rest? I prepare a good meal tonight to entertain you all. It would be my way of showing hospitality. The old man smiled faintly, turned to a young man beside him, and asked, Greta, are you hungry? Greta was taken aback, unsure of the old man's meaning, but seeing the glint of light in the old man's cloudy eyes, he forced himself to say, I'm fine. The old man laughed heartily, ha ha, I didn't expect the prince's heir to be so resilient to hunger. You're not hungry, but I am. Let's go! Let's go see that Marquis's mansion. With that, he strode into Marco City. Marco City was renovated on the site of the former parent city, and the Marquis's mansion remained largely unchanged. Having changed hands several times, only the weathered walls of the castle showed signs of age. Upon seeing the Marquis' mansion, the old man's eyes lit up. Oh! This Marquis' mansion has quite a story. Israel's eyes dimmed, and he said with some sadness, "This was originally my father's castle. After my father's death, it was occupied by Marcello and underwent some reconstruction. Later, Marcello was defeated, and the Norma Emperor granted the land back to me, which is how the current Marquis' mansion came to be." The old man nodded. "What a roller coaster ride. But in the end, it's back in your hands. Keep going. Young people have plenty of opportunities." Israel smiled and said, "I'm already a Marquis. What opportunities do I have left? Do I want to declare myself king?" The old man looked at him with a half smile. "What's wrong with declaring yourself king? In the history of your Norma Empire, there has only been one duke. Don't you want that honor?" Chapter 387. Ailill swallowed hard. "You can't say that. That duke's achievements overshadowed the emperor, and he even rebelled in the end. I don't want to end up like him." The old man shrugged. "Suit yourself." Ailill then asked, "I haven't yet asked your name. May I ask who you are?" Greta introduced from the side, "This is Marshal Evar of the Duchy of Sharia, the head of our Austin Empire's investigation team. I am his deputy, Greta." Evar chuckled. "Don't underestimate Greta just because he's young. He's already reached the Qi Yuan realm, and should be able to break through to the Hua Yuan realm in less than half a year. He's truly a young man." "A hero indeed," Greta said modestly. "It's nothing. Alonso is far more capable than me. I heard he's already broken through to the peak of the Qi Yuan realm. I'm far inferior to him." Mentioning Alonso, Evar's face showed pride, but quickly turned worried. Alas! Influenced by Puel, he'd likely find it difficult to gain favor in the Empire. Greta shook his head. As long as the strength is there, the Empire won't let talent go to waste. After all, he came from the magic realm. Wouldn't it be a waste to discard him? Besides, no one expected Puel's situation. What does it have to do with him? Hearing Greta's words, Evar felt better. The group chatted as they walked, arriving at the Marquis' mansion's main hall. Ailill was still somewhat nervous, although everything seemed relatively smooth, and the other side hadn't made any major moves yet. The group took their seats, and the servants began serving the dishes. Ailill first raised his glass, saying to Evar, "On behalf of the Norma Empire, I welcome you all. If you need anything, please let me know. I will do my best to assist you." Evar smiled faintly and raised his glass in response. "It's all right. I know this investigation hasn't been friendly to you, but it's our duty. I hope you can understand. We try to keep things as quiet as possible and avoid causing you any trouble." Israel nodded. "Thank you very much," he said, downing his drink in one gulp. Evar also took a large gulp of wine, exclaiming, "The wine from the Norma Empire is truly excellent. Another glass, please." The group clinked glasses, and soon night fell. Everyone from the Austin Empire was completely drunk, including Evar, whose old face was flushed, but whose steps remained steady. Ailill helped him up and suggested, "Why don't you stay at our Marquis' manor tonight? We have plenty of rooms." Ivar laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Good. I never expected to meet such an interesting young man like you in the Norma Empire. All right. You can arrange things for today." Ailill was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to prepare 100 rooms. In fact, he had already prepared these. As long as he could handle this group, the rest would be easy. He personally escorted Ivar to the castle's guest room, the largest and most luxurious, reserved for the most distinguished guests. "Marshal Ivar, are you satisfied with this place?" Ivar smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, not bad. Much better than my barracks." Ailill helped him to bed. "If you're satisfied, then I won't disturb you any longer. Get some rest." Ivar waved with a smile. "Go ahead. Don't worry about me, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed." Ailill responded, turned, and left the room, closing the door behind him. The moment the door closed, the smile on Evar's face vanished. He glanced around the room, then stood up, walked to the window, opened it, and looked outside. He saw many figures moving about, suggesting a large force. A slight smile played on his lips. Heh, still so young. Impatience. For the next few days, Evar stayed at the Marquis' mansion, sending Greta out with men to investigate, instructing them not to venture too far, just to investigate within the northern part of Marco's territory. Ailill was somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask further. Wasn't this good? If they weren't investigating seriously, then he didn't need to worry. Even so, Ailill still dispatched a large number of men to observe their movements, even at night, to prevent them from discovering the secret base. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the empire, A troop of black armored cavalry slowly arrived at Misty City. Jackson and his men greeted them at the city gate. After Old Cough left, he entrusted the entire Misty City to Jackson's management. Originally, the foreign investigation team should have been personally received by Orin, but with members of the Holy See still in Gore City, Orin was unable to attend to them. In fact, the entire Gore territory was the key area of investigation, because Orin was Annie's elder brother. Annie was born and raised there, and any clues would likely be found there. Therefore, the Holy See's primary target was the Gore territory. This black armored cavalry unit belonged to Amras. Mycroft grumbled throughout the journey, reluctant to be assigned to investigate here, as it was far from Amras. However, they had no choice. The Rambo territory was being investigated by the Harry Empire, and the southern Marco territory was being investigated by the Austin and Velas empires, so they had to choose this location. Jackson didn't want to clash with the other man. After all, his strength far surpassed his own. I am Jackson, acting Lord of Misty City, welcoming everyone from Amras. Mycroft waved his hand, shoving Jackson aside. Get out of the way, you're blocking the way. Jackson's face darkened, thinking to himself, how rude of this man. People from small countries are always so uncouth. Although displeased, he said nothing. At this moment, another equally tall man approached. He had a very broad face, a large black mole beside his left lip, a buzz cut, and a diagonal scar on his forehead. He grinned at Jackson, but the smile was terrifying, like a demon crawling out of hell. Young man, don't be offended. Jackson shuddered and quickly waved his hand. It's all right, it's all right. May I ask who you are? The burly man laughed. I'm the leader of this Amras investigation team, Kiridima. They all call me second brother, you can call me that too. Jackson swallowed hard. So you're General Kiridima, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please come into the city. I prepared food and wine at the city lord's mansion, just waiting for you. Kiridima laughed loudly, ha ha ha, the city lord is too kind. Let's take a good look at the scenery of Misty City. This Kiridima seemed polite enough, but his demeanor made it hard to relax. Jackson tried his best to maintain a smile, and led the way. At the banquet, Mycroft ate heartily, as if no one else was around, completely oblivious to the stares of those around him. Between bites, he complained, this bread is so hard, it's rotten to my teeth. And this soup, why is it so sour? How can anyone eat this? Do you Norma people usually eat this? Jackson's expression grew increasingly grim. Our Misty City is on the periphery of the entire Norma Empire. Although it looks large, it's actually mostly inhabited by adventurers, so their living standards are naturally low. Please forgive us. Kiridima forked a piece of meat onto his plate, carefully cut it into small pieces, dipped it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, closed his eyes, and savored the taste before saying, not bad, not bad. This beef is very chewy, firm, tender, and juicy. What breed is it? Jackson's mood improved slightly. These are flame bulls hunted from the misty forest. These bulls only migrate from the north at this time of year. You're all lucky to be able to taste this kind of beef. Mycroft, hearing this, grabbed a piece of meat, took a big bite, chewed twice, and threw it aside. TCH. I thought it was something special. It's just ordinary beef. All that hype. Several veins bulged on Jackson's forehead. He was naturally hot-tempered, and normally, he would have already exploded at this kind of person. However, Locke had specifically instructed him to avoid conflict as much as possible, and Nickel had also sent a message telling him to treat the Amras people well, and not to antagonize them. Frustrated, Jackson could only frantically pinch his thigh to prevent his temper from flaring up and landing a punch. Hee, please excuse my poor taste, young Master Mycroft. This beef is indeed nothing special, but it's quite good for Misty City. Is there anything else you like to eat? I can have someone fetch it for you. Mycroft hastily ate a little bit of staple food, then lay back, patted his round belly, and said, forget it, I'm full, what's the point of eating any more? I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Second brother, are you coming or not? Kiridima was still nonchalantly munching on his beef, smiling faintly, I'm not full yet, you go and rest first. I call you when it's time to move. Mycroft stood up and asked Jackson, hey, is there a place to sleep? Jackson was furious, cursing inwardly, I let you sleep in the doghouse, will you? But outwardly, he took a deep breath and gave a polite smile, saying, of course, we already prepared. Let me show you the way. With that, Jackson led Mycroft to a guest room in the city lord's mansion. The decorations here weren't as luxurious as the Marquis's mansion, but they were still quite nice. Mycroft casually sprawled onto the bed, not even changing his clothes or taking off his shoes, and was even vigorously picking his teeth, making Jackson's eyes twitch. Seeing Jackson standing in the doorway, stunned, Mycroft frowned and said, "What are you still doing here? Close the door right now, I'm going to sleep." "Damn it!" Jackson couldn't contain his anger any longer, grabbed the doorknob, and slammed the door shut. Bang! The loud noise startled Mycroft, who was lying on the bed. "Damn! That's pretty strong." Jackson took a few deep breaths in the hallway, trying to calm himself down, muttering to himself, "Don't get angry, don't get angry, I have a mission, I can't get angry." After a while, he calmed down, put on a smile again, and walked back to the banquet hall. Kairidama was still eating slowly when Jackson returned. Smiling, he said, "I'm so sorry, that's just how our young master is. Please forgive him." Jackson waved his hand. "What are you saying? Young Master Mycroft is truly genuine, it's very rare." Kairidama laughed, "Haha, don't let his carefree demeanor fool you. As a child, he was incredibly timid, terrified of even mice. He could jump from over 20 meters high without getting hurt. Isn't that amazing?" Jackson was taken aback. This guy was revealing his embarrassing past. But it sounded quite satisfying. That arrogant kid used to be so pathetic. Thinking about it made Jackson feel much better. The two then started chatting casually. Despite Kairidama's intimidating appearance, his speech and actions were slow, deliberate, and quite polite. Gradually, Jackson lowered his guard. After Kairidama finished eating and drinking, Jackson personally escorted him to his guest room. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, but once the door was closed, Jackson's expression turned cold. He rubbed his stiff face and turned to the guard beside him, asking, "That Mycroft didn't go out, did he?" The guard nodded. "I've been keeping watch at the door the whole time. He didn't make a sound." "Don't worry." Jackson breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was still a little worried. After all, Annie had entered the Norma Empire from here, and many people in Misty City knew her. Whether anyone had recognized her when she entered the city from the Misty Forest was hard to say. So, if we really let the people of Amaras investigate freely, they might actually find some clues, and that would be terrible. So, that Mycroft should be asleep. Jackson stroked his chin. "I remember this guy carried a big package. What could be inside?" The guard swallowed hard. "Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of." Jackson gave him a look, and the guard immediately pressed his ear to the door, listening for any sounds inside. After a while, he nodded and said, "Sir, there's no sound. He must be asleep." Jackson took a deep breath. Old Man Kraft said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." It shouldn't be too much to ask what cards they have up their sleeve. He reached for the doorknob, channeling a wisp of water elemental magic into the lock, so that turning the doorknob wouldn't make much noise. Huff. Jackson carefully turned the doorknob. The door wasn't locked and opened easily. He tiptoed through the crack and peeked into the room. Then, the room was empty. Where was Mycroft? Jackson's eyes narrowed, and he rushed into the room. What happened? Where is he? The guard was equally bewildered. Huh? He should be right here. He hasn't come out. We were all watching from the doorway. Chapter 388. Jackson scanned the room, his gaze suddenly falling on the open window. He immediately ran over and looked out. Since the room was on the 3rd floor, about 20 meters above the ground, it was impossible for a normal person to get down from the window without tools. Precisely because of this, Jackson hadn't placed anyone to watch outside the window. Jackson suddenly remembered what Kairidama had said earlier, to be able to jump directly from a height of over 20 meters without getting hurt. Jackson unconsciously cursed, "How dare they scheme against me? Go find him. You must find this Mycroft." The guard weakly said, "Sir, even if we find him, what then? He's stronger than us." Jackson roared, "Who cares if he's stronger than you? Just follow him. Don't let him investigate alone." "Yes, sir." The guard ran out and immediately gathered a group of men to search for Mycroft's whereabouts in the city. By the window of another room in the city lord's mansion, Kairidama smiled slightly, watching the soldiers rushing below. "Mycroft, it's up to you now. Don't let me down." Mycroft secretly slipped out of the city lord's mansion, dusting himself off. It had been too long since he jumped from a height, and he slipped and fallen flat on his backside. He couldn't help it, after all, he'd been pampered for too long, and his skills had deteriorated. However, he didn't care too much. On the way here, Kairidama had told him that this trip into Misty City was a golden opportunity. If you were to ask where Annie's connection to the Norma Empire was deepest, it would be Gore City, Norma City, and Misty City. However, Gore City and Norma City were always under close surveillance, while Misty City received little attention. This wasn't surprising, given the presence of adventurers everywhere, and the Misty Forest to the north. To reach Misty City, one had to pass through Norma City and Gore City first, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. However, Kairidama didn't think so. Since Annie had managed to escape from Divine Beast Mountain safely, she must possess extraordinary abilities. People who don't follow the usual path often do unexpected things, such as traversing the vast and dangerous Misty Forest. If Annie really did return from Misty City, then the clues here would be extremely important. However, Kairidama was also very clear that their entry into the city would definitely be monitored by the City Lord's mansion. Although their strength was far superior, they couldn't openly make a move. Once they did, they might be investigated by the Holy See and others. Therefore, Kairidama let Mycroft act alone. It was always more convenient for one person than a group. As long as Kairidama and the rest of the men stayed at the City Lord's mansion, Jackson wouldn't dare send too many people to find Mycroft. In this way, with Mycroft's abilities, shaking off the soldiers would be a piece of cake. By this time, Mycroft had already changed out of his black armor. The large bundle he had carried was actually just containing clothes. He put his armor into his pack and stored it at a shop. These kinds of storage shops were everywhere in Misty City, very convenient. Mycroft, now dressed differently, blended into the crowd, indistinguishable from others. A few soldiers occasionally walked by, but none noticed anything amiss. A smile played on Mycroft's lips. Now he could begin his investigation. Before coming, they had done their homework, learning about the places Annie frequented in Misty City, the first being the small buildings in the residential area. Mycroft stood in front of the small building, stroking his chin, running his hand along the wall, then glancing at the passers-by, he smirked and said, This building looks ordinary, but actually, the doors and windows have some defensive measures. Breaking in would be too conspicuous. Perhaps we should come back tonight. Next, he arrived at the Adventure Zone, where there were even more people. Due to Reiner's development policy of recuperation and rest in recent years, everyone was eager to cultivate. However, progress through meditation at home was too slow. Real combat was necessary for faster breakthroughs. Therefore, everyone was willing to come to Misty City as adventurers, increasing their combat experience by hunting magical beasts. Mycroft walked on until he came to a magic core shop. The shop was packed with people, bustling with noise. Many were gathered around the counter, haggling with the shopkeeper. Mycroft squeezed through the crowd and saw a well-proportioned young man behind the counter, holding a short sword. A pale blue magic core was inlaid in the hilt of the sword. It looked exquisitely crafted and of exceptional quality. Outside the counter, a burly man in leather armor said indignantly, 100 gold coins? Too expensive. Make it cheaper, we're old acquaintances. The young man seemed a little shy, as if unaccustomed to this kind of conversation. However, a pretty woman behind him spoke up loudly, Hawk, didn't you just hunt a sawtooth boar recently? How come you can't even afford 100 gold coins? This short sword of mine is inlaid with a high-grade water elemental magic core. That core alone is worth a fortune. 100 gold coins is a bargain. Go look around. Is there anywhere cheaper? Hawk shouted. Who said I can't afford it? Don't look down on me. 100 it is. Who's afraid of who? With that, he pulled a bag of gold coins from his pocket and slammed it on the counter. The young man pocketed the gold coins and handed over the short sword. Hawk proudly took the sword in his hand, examining it closely, clearly quite fond of it. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Hey, little cad, where's my scabbard? Before little Car could speak, the woman behind him said, The scabbard is extra. 5 gold coins. Holy crap. Aurora, are you robbing me? 5 gold coins for a lousy scabbard? Hawk immediately yelled. Aurora didn't even look up. One price, take it or leave it. You can buy scabbards at other shops. Our scabbards are all inlaid with magic cores. They have additional functions, so naturally they're more expensive. Hawk muttered, Fine, I won't buy from you, honestly. He waved his hand and pushed his way through the crowd. The other adventurers surged forward, each choosing what they wanted. Mycroft glanced around. What they sold here were mostly things adventurers frequently used, such as weapons, armor, and even some special magical items. Mycroft rubbed his eyes and glanced at the sign again, Nickel Magic Core Shop. What's going on in this world? A magic core shop selling weapons and armor? That's outrageous. An adventurer nearby heard him and asked with a laugh, You're new here, aren't you? This Nickel Magic Core Shop is the most famous place around here. Mycroft raised an eyebrow. Oh! How is it famous? Just because it sells things different from what's advertised. The adventurer shook his head. Of course not. The original owner of this Nickel Magic Core Shop was our Norma Empire's Grand Mage, Nickel Bolidia. Back when he was an adventurer, he sold magic cores in this shop. Later, Nickel transferred the shop to Little Card and Aurora, two exceptionally skilled craftsmen. The weapons and armor they crafted are top-notch, in no way inferior to those made by the Imperial Court. Mycroft's heart skipped a beat. Oh! So Little Card and Aurora must be related to Annie, right? Annie? The adventurer was taken aback. Which Annie are you talking about? This question also stumped Mycroft. Are there many Annies? The adventurer exclaimed, there are at least 100 or so Annies in the entire Misty City right now. When the name of Hero Annie spread back, almost every family with a daughter changed their name to Annie. Mycroft was speechless. I'm talking about Hero Annie. Does she know Little Card? The adventurer thought for a moment. It's said that Hero Annie's wand was forged by Little Card, but they never seem to have met in person. They always met through Nickel. But that's not necessarily true. Hero Annie came back a few times later, maybe they met. Mycroft was delighted. It seemed he had found the right place. However, going up to ask now probably wouldn't yield any results, and with so many people around, it wasn't convenient. He'd better wait until later. Thinking this, Mycroft turned and left Nickel's magic core shop, continuing deeper into the city. The slums of Misty City were gone. Thanks to Old Coff's efforts, they had merged with the Adventure Zone. The impoverished residents either ran small shops or cultivated crops in the villages outside the city to make a living. The city lord's mansion also provided subsidies to ensure their livelihood. As a result, the Adventure Zone had grown larger, and the security had improved. Mycroft walked to the edge of the misty forest, where a massive wall separated the town from the forest. Only a huge gate stood open, and many people were coming and going. At Old Craft's behest, Misty City abolished the entrance fee to the Misty Forest, replacing it with a rescue fee. A dedicated rescue team was even established. Any adventurer team encountering insurmountable danger in the Misty Forest could seek help from the city lord's mansion. Successful rescues would be rewarded, with fees typically reaching hundreds of gold coins. This meant the city lord's tax revenue didn't actually decrease significantly. Instead, it attracted even more adventurers. Mycroft looked at the soldiers at the gate, stroking his chin. If Annie had indeed returned from the Misty Forest, she would definitely pass through this gate, and the soldiers here would see her. However, these soldiers might not recognize Annie, or if they did, it would have been years ago. Annie had changed drastically. She looked very different from her childhood self. Only those very familiar with her would likely recognize her immediately. Furthermore, asking these soldiers would be unwise. These soldiers belonged to the city lord's mansion, and were under Jackson's command. They certainly knew of the Amara's investigation team's arrival, and were already prepared. Trying to extract any information from them was simply a pipe dream. Mycroft turned around and glanced at the imposing adventurers guild beside him. It was a melting pot of people, a perfect place to gather information. So Mycroft pulled out an adventurer's identification card from his pocket, showed it to the guard at the entrance for verification, and then entered the adventurers guild's main hall. There were indeed many people there, all gathered around the quest board, searching for suitable quests. Mycroft squeezed in to take a look. He saw that there were about 100 quests on the board, and staff were constantly posting new ones. It seemed Misty City truly lived up to its reputation as an adventurer's paradise. Suddenly, a man shouted, "Anyone interested in hunting the petrified giant python? Team up! Team up!" Several adventurers immediately raised their hands, shouting, "I'm in! I'm a Tier 1 Water Elemental Mage! I'm a Tier 2 Fire Elemental Mage! Me too!" Seeing the enthusiastic scene, Mycroft secretly admired them. If it weren't for the blockade of the Norma Empire, with their fighting spirit, they would probably already be powerful figures. The Norma Empire truly had unlimited potential. Just then, two voices suddenly reached Mycroft's ears, making his heart leap. "I'm a Tier 3 Necromancer! I'm a Tier 3 Light Mage!" Mycroft immediately became interested. This adventurers guild in Misty City was too interesting. Even necromancers could register as adventurers? "Hey, Chuckler, what are you doing here? Didn't you just accept another quest?" someone asked. The necromancer, Chuckler, chuckled. "Heh, what? Can't you take on several quests at once? I can handle them all. What's it to you?" The quest giver frowned. "Chuckler, we don't look down on your abilities. It's just that you failed your last quest and had to call in the city lord's mansion for help, losing a lot of money." "We?" Chuckler retorted. "Why bring that up? Who hasn't called in the city lord's mansion for help? Let me tell you, I was Hero Annie's teacher back in the day. She even asked me for help with her cultivation problems. And you're looking down on me. Bullshit. Hero Annie's teacher was clearly Nickel. Someone mocked. Chuckler, red-faced and visibly angry, confronted the man, but Mycroft had no interest in hearing the rest, as he had already caught a whiff of a clue. In the end, Chuckler failed to form a team. He sat down sullenly, ordered a large beer, and drank it alone. Mycroft slowly sat down opposite him, watching him with a grin. Chuckler was taken aback. Seeing the man's burly build and menacing face, he assumed he was looking for trouble. Brother, I advise you not to cause trouble, This drink is on me. Before Chuckler could finish, Mycroft interrupted, You're Chuckler, right? I want to ask you some questions. He placed a bag of gold coins on the table. Chuckler suspiciously picked up the coins and weighed them in his hand. There were about 1,000. A chill ran down his spine, and he became wary. What kind of questions do you want? Let me make it clear, if I can't answer, I still take the money. Mycroft's eyes twitched. These people from the Norma Empire were certainly not polite. No problem, I just consider it making friends. Actually, I greatly admire Hero Annie. I wonder what Hero Annie looks like. As her teacher, you must have met her, right? Chapter 389. Chuckle chuckled upon hearing this. Haha, you're such a grown man. Do you still have this kind of complex? Mycroft looked speechless. Aren't there plenty of people in our empire who admire her? I'm not the only one. Chuckle nodded. That's true, but very few people ask me this question. He then fell into thought. Annie has fair skin, big eyes, a high nose, and long blonde hair. Mycroft interrupted. Wait. I can't imagine it from that description. Do you know where she is? I won't bother her, I just admire her from afar. At least I know where my idol is. What does she look like? Chuckler was taken aback. You're looking for her. Mycroft nodded. Don't worry, I know her whereabouts are a sensitive topic right now, but I'm not a bad person. I'm just looking, I have no other purpose. Chuckler waved his hand. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I don't know either. Annie disappeared from the Empire a few years ago, and nobody knows where she went. Maybe her Uncle Nickel knows. Why don't you go ask him? Damn it! Mycroft was furious. If I could find out about Nickel, would I be asking you? Turns out you're just a braggart, wasting my time. He grabbed the gold coin from Chuckler's hand. Chuckler called out, Hey! What are you doing? Mycroft curled his lip. You're nothing, and you want my gold coin? You got some nerve. Didn't we agree that even if there's no news, I wouldn't return the gold coin? Did I agree to that? Mycroft stormed out of the Adventurers Guild, his face contorted with rage, muttering curses under his breath. He was completely unaware that someone had been lurking behind him suspiciously since the beginning. After investigating all afternoon, Mycroft was hungry. He glanced at the sky, figuring he could still catch a bite, and headed straight for the tavern next to the Adventurers Guild. The tavern was brightly decorated, as if some celebration was taking place. Mycroft went inside and saw a large banner hanging above the entrance. Welcome back, our best waiter since opening, Finney's. Holy crap! Mycroft was stunned. This Finney's, could it be that Finney's? A fiery figure flashed through his mind, the Adventurers Guild's manager, who had also entered the previous magical realm, and whom he had encountered a few times. Just to be on the safe side, Mycroft pulled up his hood. If he remembered the other person might remember him too. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we solemnly welcome back Miss Finney's, our tavern's 5-time consecutive outstanding waitress. A young man shouted from the stage. Many adventurers in the audience looked extremely excited, waving and screaming, Ah! Finney's, I missed you so much. Finney's, you're finally back. Finney's, look how big our son is. Followed by a series of loud punches. Amid the cheers, a slender figure emerged from backstage. Her long, fiery red hair was very distinctive, and her eyes sparkled with laughter as she waved, How is everyone? I'm back to see you all. Holy crap! Mycroft, jostled and pushed around by the crowd, was stunned when he saw this person. The Adventurers Guild's manager used to work as a waiter here? What kind of amazing tavern is this? The host continued loudly, To celebrate Finney's return, all drinks are free today. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Yay! Awesome. Let's party. Let's party today. Ha ha ha. The music blared, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Dozens of waiters, carrying trays, weaved through the crowd, serving beer to every guest, including Mycroft. Mycroft could only stand now, as there was nowhere to sit. He took a small sip of beer, finding it quite delicious. However, since Finney's was also there, he dared not linger. If he were discovered, things would get complicated. After all, Phineas was no pushover, and shaking her off wouldn't be easy. Just as Mycroft was about to leave, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted in cheers, the shouts growing louder and louder. Mycroft turned around and saw Phineas, dressed in pub attire, carrying 2 huge trays with at least a dozen beers on them, serving drinks to the customers. Judging from the direction, she seemed to be heading in his direction. "Holy crap!" Mycroft exclaimed in surprise, quickly pushing his way through the crowd to get out. But there were just too many people, and with Phineas walking towards him, others were also surging towards him, making it impossible for him to get out, or rather, his behavior was different from most people. Phineas quickly noticed the guy struggling to get out, and she strode over to him, the crowd making way for her. "Hey buddy, the party's just started, are you leaving already?" Phineas said with a smile. Mycroft stiffened slightly. He didn't turn around, but coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, I just remembered I have something to take care of at home. I need to hurry back, sorry." Taking advantage of the crowd's disarray, he quickly slipped away. Phineas scratched his head. This guy's so strange, looks like he really does have something important to do at home. But soon, Phineas was swept back onto the stage by the revelers, and the strange man was forgotten. Mycroft escaped from the tavern, staggering and panting against the side. He dared not use magic, afraid of being recognized. It had taken a lot of effort to squeeze out by brute force, and he felt even hungrier. He bought a biscuit from a roadside vendor, stuffed it haphazardly into his mouth, felt a little better, and then headed towards Nickel's Magic Core shop. It was late, and there were hardly any people left at the Magic Core shop. Little Card and Aurora were packing up and tallying up the day's profits. Mycroft strode to the counter. Little Card glanced at him and said, "Sorry, we're closed. Come back tomorrow." Mycroft looked at the closed sign and smiled nonchalantly. "Heh, I didn't come to buy magic cores. Not even weapons, you're closed for today," Aurora said. Mycroft's forehead creased with a slight ache. He forced a smile. "Actually, I'm Annie's friend. I wanted to come over." Before he could finish, Aurora asked, "Which Annie? From the east or west of town? Tall or thin? Round face or square face?" Mycroft slapped his forehead. "How could I forget that?" he exclaimed. "I'm talking about the hero and Gore." Little Card and Aurora exchanged a glance. Little Card asked, "Who exactly are you?" Mycroft chuckled. "To be honest, I'm from the western part of the Empire. And saved me there before, and I was very grateful. I came here specifically to repay her, but then she disappeared. I couldn't find her, so I came to Misty City to see if I could find any clues." Little Card sized Mycroft up and down, noticing his adventurer's attire, and became somewhat wary. In fact, very few people knew that and had gone to the Austin Empire, and Little Card was one of the few who knew the inside story. When Nickel came to ask him to help forge weapons and equipment, he offered to reforge Anne's wand, but Nickel said she had left Norma for Austin. However, Little Card also knew that this kind of information was top secret, and he couldn't just tell anyone. "I suggest you stop looking," Little Card said. "Why?" Mycroft asked, somewhat puzzled. Little Card shrugged. "I can't tell you, but just know this. No matter how hard you look, you won't find her. If she wants to see you, she find you." Mycroft was still a little unconvinced. "You know where she is, right?" Little Card was about to answer when Aurora pulled him behind her. "Hey, big guy, if you want to find Annie, you should go straight to Norma City. The people at the Magic Academy definitely know better than we do. Now, please get out of here immediately. We're closed and no longer accepting customers." Mycroft slammed his fist on the counter with a loud bang. "You bitch, I'm talking to you nicely, can't you understand? I need to know where Annie is. If you don't tell me, I tear the shop down, you believe me?" Facing Mycroft's threat, Aurora remained unfazed. "Go ahead and tear it down. This shop was left behind by the Archmage Nickel, the protector of the nation. If you tear it down, you'd be going to jail. Damn it!" Mycroft turned, slammed the shop door shut, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Aurora. Little Card sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped in front of Aurora. "What are you doing?" Mycroft shoved Little Card in the chest. Little Card, who frequently forged weapons and armor, was physically stronger than most. Without Mycroft using magic, he couldn't budge him. "Huh?" Mycroft chuckled softly. "You look small, but you're surprisingly strong." Little Card remained unfazed. "Brother, causing trouble here isn't a wise move. Get out now, and I pretend nothing happened." Mycroft didn't care, increasing his grip, and the two began to wrestle. Mycroft, being a Chi Yuan realm expert, had his body enhanced by magic, and little Card quickly couldn't hold on any longer. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body began to lean slightly backward. Aurora seized the opportunity to try and open the shop door, but Mycroft reacted quickly, releasing a wisp of magic from his hand to force little Card back. In a flash, he appeared beside Aurora and grabbed her arm. Aurora screamed, "What are you doing? Let me go! Help! Help!" Hearing Aurora's cries, Mycroft, fearing discovery, knocked Aurora unconscious with a single blow. Little Card angrily said, "How could you do this? You violated Imperial law. Do you know that?" "Imperial law?" Mycroft scoffed. "What bullshit law? It has nothing to do with me. Think carefully now. If you tell me where Annie is, I let you go, otherwise." He placed his hand on Aurora's neck, as if a slight twist would snap it. "No!" Little Card panicked. He had never imagined encountering something like this in Misty City. "Let her go first, I explain everything." Mycroft, carrying Aurora in one hand, slowly walked behind the counter and said coldly, "Don't try anything funny with me. I can kill you all like crushing 2 ants." Little Card nodded. "Don't be impulsive. If you kill someone in Misty City, you definitely can't escape. The City Lord's mansion has many experts at the Transcendent Realm. Even if you're strong, can you really defeat them?" Mycroft, amused, he chuckled. "Heh, you mean those good-for-nothings in the City Lord's mansion? Don't be ridiculous, I could wipe them out with one hand." "Enough nonsense, all I want is to know where Annie is. If you answer honestly, I let you go." Little Card swallowed hard. The other party definitely had ulterior motives for finding Annie, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. "I don't know." Mycroft's eyes widened, and he increased the pressure on Aurora's neck, causing the skin to visibly indent. "Think carefully before you answer." Little Card hurriedly said, "I really don't know. Annie disappeared several years ago. Few people in the entire empire know her whereabouts. How could a blacksmith like me know such a confidential matter?" Mycroft frowned. "You must be quite familiar with Annie, right?" Little Card shook his head. "Comparatively, I'm more familiar with Nicole. I only met Annie once. However, I did forge her previous weapon, but that was commissioned by Nicole." Seeing the slight evasiveness in Little Card's eyes, Mycroft knew he was still hiding something. He grabbed a short sword and held it against Aurora's throat, saying viciously, "Boy, I advise you to tell the truth. My patience is limited." Mycroft's movement was forceful. The tip of the blade had already cut Aurora's skin, drawing bright red blood. Little Card was frantic yet helpless. He didn't want to betray Annie, but he also couldn't lose Aurora. He already owed Aurora too much. They had finally achieved their current life, and he didn't want to watch their newly acquired happiness shatter like this. "Let go!" Little Card roared. "If you hurt her even a little, I fight you to the death. And you won't get any news about Annie." Mycroft was slightly taken aback. The other's reaction surprised him as well. He slowly moved the knife away a little and threatened, "Then tell me quickly. As long as you confess honestly, I won't hurt her." Little Card gritted his teeth, his heart filled with turmoil. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Hey, Little Card, Aurora, are you there?" Little Card's eyes lit up. It was Jackson's voice. Mycroft also recognized Jackson's voice. His brows furrowed deeply. Being interrupted at this crucial moment by Jackson made him very unhappy, but Jackson was, after all, the acting City Lord of Misty City, and as Amra's representative, he couldn't afford to clash with Jackson. Chapter 390. Mycroft knew that no matter how much he threatened him now, Little Card wouldn't say anything more. He could only angrily push Aurora into Little Card's arms and say, "I let you off the hook for today, but don't tell anyone about me. If I find out you let it slip, I come and kill you both tomorrow night, understand?" Little Card hugged Aurora and nodded vigorously. Mycroft didn't know if Little Card was sincere or lying, but he had no choice but to quickly climb out the window. After Mycroft left, Little Card immediately ran to the door and opened it. Jackson and a group of soldiers from the City Lord's mansion stood outside. Jackson frowned and said, "Why did it take you so long to open?" Little Card felt a little relieved and shook his head with a smile. "Sorry, it's nothing. Aurora and I were just going over today's accounts, so we didn't open immediately." "What brings you here today?" Jackson looked inside, not seeing Aurora, and was somewhat suspicious, but still said, "You need to be careful lately. A group of people have come to town looking for Annie. I'm afraid they find you. If they do, you must tell me, okay?" Little Card's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to tell them about Mycroft, but remembering Mycroft's warning, he swallowed his words. "Yeah, it's okay. I don't know where Annie is. How could he find me?" Don't worry, if I run into them, I definitely report it to the City Lord's mansion. Jackson nodded and patted little Card on the shoulder. Alright, give my regards to Aurora. Get some rest. With that, he turned and left with his men. Mycroft, hiding to the side, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Little Card hadn't revealed his secret after all. It seemed he could investigate freely for a while longer. But it was already night, and he needed a place to stay. The City Lord's mansion was out of the question. Where could he go? Was he, the son of the Grand Chancellor of Amrez, really going to have to sleep on the streets? Just as he was feeling somewhat lost, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching from behind. Without thinking, his right hand swiftly flashed to his waist, a long sword appearing in his hand. He turned and pressed the blade against the other man's throat. The other man was a young man, staring at him in terror, his hands raised high, clearly terrified. Mycroft frowned and demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing following me?" The young man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I'm Raphael. I heard you're looking for Annie." Raphael? Mycroft thought for a moment, realizing he hadn't seen this person before, and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Raphael nodded. "I heard that Major Powers has sent investigation teams to the Norma Empire. You must be one of them, right? I see you gathered a lot of information about Annie today. Are you all looking for Annie?" Mycroft found this amusing. This man clearly knew more than most. He put down his knife and asked, "You're not from the City Lord's mansion, are you? How do you know these things?" Raphael touched his neck and chuckled. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that I have the information you want." Mycroft's eyes widened. "Huh? You know where Annie is?" Raphael shook his head. "No. Are you kidding me?" Mycroft raised his fist as if to hit him. Raphael quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't get excited, but I did see Annie. Just recently." "Huh?" Mycroft grabbed his collar. "Can't you just finish what you were saying?" Fine. Let me go." Raphael struggled to break free from Mycroft's grasp, straightened his collar, and said, "Annie is in the Norma Empire now. I met her at the Adventurers Guild a little over a month ago. She was with another woman, and then they left Misty City and headed south." "A month ago?" Mycroft. After a moment's thought, Mycroft slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Isn't that when Nessus attacked Ketten City?" "Sure enough, Nessus was killed by Annie." "I knew it. The Norma Empire wouldn't have such powerful weapons to kill a transformation realm expert." "That makes sense. Transformation realm?" Raphael's heart skipped a beat. This was a realm he never dared to dream of, and Annie had actually managed to kill such a powerful figure. Just how powerful was Annie? He began to regret revealing Annie's information today. He had taken a huge risk. However, his hatred for Annie compelled him to continue. Actually, the Adventurers Guild and Annie's relationship is quite special. If you really want to know where Annie is, starting with the Adventurers Guild is a good option. Mycroft narrowed his eyes slightly. Adventurers Guild? Hey, you know quite a lot. The Adventurers Guild's close relationship with Annie is now common knowledge. They were seen working together in the magical realm, and it's said that when Annie was in Sharia City, she was nearly killed by the Archbishop of the Holy See, but it was the Adventurers Guild's chief steward who saved her. This news held little value for Mycroft, but it was unusual for a Norman to say it. It at least indicated that this Norman knew more than the average person. "We never met before. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Norman Empire for telling me so much about Annie?" Mycroft asked. Raphael swallowed hard. He was terrified, not only of the Norma Empire, but also of the Adventurers Guild. "So I'm telling you this information. Can you take me with you? I don't want to stay in the Norma Empire any longer. There are no cultivation resources here, and no way to break through to a higher realm. I want to go to a freer world." Mycroft laughed. "Haha, you're quite interesting. Do you know where I'm from? If you're coming with me, you should at least know where we're going." Raphael shook his head. "I don't need to know where you're from. Once I leave the Norma Empire, I be free. Who cares where I go?" Mycroft nodded. "All right. Since you say so, I take you. But before that, you must continue to gather information about Annie for me. Also, if any experts above the Chi-Yuan realm appear in the Norma Empire, you must inform me immediately." Raphael nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. I do it right away." After Raphael left, Mycroft stroked his chin. He was now certain that Annie was indeed in the Norma Empire. Since she had returned, she must be hiding somewhere. She had previously killed Nessus, the commander of the Black Claw Mountain Legion of the Hairy Empire, in Ketten City. Therefore, she certainly wouldn't remain in the Limbo territory. Norma City and the Gore territory were key search areas, so she wouldn't be hiding there either. That left only one possibility: the Marco territory. Thinking this, Mycroft was incredibly excited. He felt he was close to the truth, and there was no need to waste any more time in Misty City. He immediately returned to the city lord's mansion. Jackson was somewhat surprised to see him return. He had thought he was lost forever, but unexpectedly, he had come back on his own. But the next moment, Mycroft stormed into Kyridima's room. Kyridima was already asleep when the door was suddenly kicked open. Mycroft yelled at the top of his lungs, "Second brother! Second brother! Wake up! I have news!" Kyridima rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? People are going to laugh at you." Jackson stood dumbfounded in the doorway, somewhat bewildered. He had clearly heard Mycroft's words. He had found out about Annie. How could that be? Never mind. Mycroft didn't even turn around, pulling Kyridima out of bed and hastily dressing him. "Get up quickly, we have to leave. We can't let others get there first." Kyridima had no choice but to get dressed and ordered everyone else to wake up. Everyone was awakened from their sleep, looking at each other blankly, not knowing what had happened. Mycroft said directly to Jackson, "Open the city gates immediately. We need to leave the city." "Huh?" Jackson was taken aback. "It's so late. Why don't you rest for the night? I personally escort you out of the city first thing tomorrow morning." "Stop talking nonsense," Mycroft shouted. "I'm leaving the city tonight, understand? Who cares if you escort me?" Honestly, Jackson had no choice but to comply. He ordered the city gates opened, and the entire Amra's investigation team set off, leaving Misty City overnight. At the same time, Jackson personally wrote a secret letter and ordered it to be sent to Norma City by fast horse. He sensed something was amiss and needed to inform Nickel so he could prepare. 10 days later, the Amra's investigation team arrived in Marco's territory. Ailil arrived with a small force to greet them. He had just received the news and was startled when he learned of the Amra's investigation team's sudden arrival. Fortunately, Nickel was also there to help him maintain order in Marco City, allowing him to deal with the Amra's people and see what their intentions were. Nickel had received a secret letter from Misty City earlier. The letter contained only 2 encrypted sentences. "The operation has been exposed, Amra's is heading south." Although the letter didn't specify the Amra's investigation team's destination, Nickel had a premonition that since they had received the information, Ailil would be paying close attention. Therefore, Nickel immediately dropped everything and rushed to Marco City before Amra's arrived in Marco's territory, holding a secret meeting with Ailil to arrange the necessary details. Now, as Ailil watched the slowly approaching Amra's investigation team, he secretly praised Nickel's accurate prediction. Kyridima maintained a friendly demeanor, nodding slightly to Ailil. "Greetings, young general. Is this already Marco's territory?" The other party was clearly feigning ignorance, but Ailil didn't expose him, politely replying, "I am Marco, Marquis Ailil of the Empire. This is my territory. May I ask what this place is for?" While outwardly polite, he inwardly chuckled, "You're playing dumb with me, so I play dumb too. Let's see who can outdo whom." Kyridima laughed, "Oh, so you're Marquis Marco. How rude of you. We are the Amra's Empire's investigation team, ordered to investigate this place. But rest assured, we're just going through the motions and won't bother you." Ailil inwardly scoffed, "A mere formality? A forced march from north to south, and you call that a formality? Who are you trying to fool?" However, outwardly, he still smiled and said, "That's wonderful. My Marco territory has never hosted friends from Amra's before. We must have a long talk." Kyridima waved his hand and said, "Oh, Your Excellency, you're too kind. Investigating is our duty. We wouldn't be so kind as to trouble you further." Ailil was about to speak when Mycroft impatiently interrupted them. "What are you two arguing about? Aren't you wasting time? I've been running all this way, and I'm starving. Go find something to eat." Ailil's eye twitched, thinking to himself, where did this country bumpkin come from? Kyridima scratched his head awkwardly. "Ha, this is our Prime Minister's son, Mycroft. He's always been quite straightforward. Please don't take offense, Your Excellency." Ailil forced a smile and said, it's all right. Since young Master Mycroft is hungry, please come into the city. I have someone prepare a meal. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Thank you very much." This place was some distance from Marco City, but because it was closer to Norma City, its development was quite good. The previous war had caused considerable damage, and even after so many years, the scars of the battles were still somewhat visible. Marco explained the city's layout to everyone along the way, chatting about various things, but avoiding any mention of the investigation. Kiritama didn't interrupt him, simply listening with a smile, occasionally nodding and offering a word of praise. Ailill sneered inwardly, looks like these people aren't so difficult to deal with after all. However, just as they arrived at the city lord's mansion, Ailill suddenly realized that Mycroft was gone. He had been in the group just moments before, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Seeing Ailill's surprised and uncertain gaze, Kiritama asked with a smile, "My lord, what are you looking for?" Where is Prince Mycroft? Where did he go?" He. Kiritama seemed to have anticipated this question. Young men are rather playful. He probably saw something interesting and wandered around the city. "It's all right. He come looking for you in a bit." Ailill glanced at the Marco soldiers beside him, who all shook their heads. He sensed something was amiss. Such a grown man vanished just like that, and not only had he not seen him, but even the soldiers beside him hadn't seen him disappear. This was too unusual. Chapter 391. Ailill's face was extremely grim. This was no joke. Nickel had ordered him to keep a close eye on these people, and prevent them from finding any more clues. But now, an important figure in their group had disappeared right before his eyes. How could he explain this? Just as Ailill was racking his brains for a solution, an aged yet powerful voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh! Isn't this Amriza's friend? What a coincidence!" Upon hearing this voice, Kiritama's eyes narrowed instantly, his gaze fixed intently on the person. "Ivar! What are you doing here?" "Ivar?" Ailill was taken aback. Ivar shouldn't be. In Marco City? Wasn't Nickel watching him from there? How did he end up here? But when he turned around, he saw Ivar approaching slowly with a dejected man. The two of them chuckled. He, this old man was getting a bit bored in the city, so I came out for a walk. I hope Marquis Marco won't mind. I just happened to run into this young man on my way here. I guessed he was lost, so I brought him along." Israel's eyes widened. The man beside Ivar was none other than the vanished Mycroft. Mycroft was hanging his head, looking utterly defeated, like a rooster that had lost a fight, and occasionally glancing at Ivar with fearful eyes. Kiritama frowned, looking Mycroft up and down. Seeing that he had no injuries, he became even more puzzled. This guy was usually fearless, so why had he suddenly changed his ways today? Had he been completely subdued by this old man? Young people are always more curious. It's normal for him to wander around since he's only in the Norma Empire. "Thank you, Marshal, for bringing him back." Ivar waved his hand. "It's nothing, just something I did along the way. The young man is very strong, quite good, much better than my son." Kiritama pulled Mycroft to his side, smiling, and said, "Marshal, you flatter me. Everyone knows your adopted son, Alonso, is a prodigy, ranking among the best in the entire Austin Empire." Ivar put his hands behind his back and strolled to the door, saying, "That's all hearsay. Alonso still needs more training. Unlike young Master Mycroft, who accepted such an important mission right away, he's clearly extraordinary." Kiritama's expression remained unchanged, still smiling as he followed. "Marshal, you're too modest. I wonder if you found anything during your investigation here recently." Ivar raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Kiritama heard this. A look of delight crossed his face, but then Ivar continued, "Whether you have it or not, what does it have to do with you?" Kiritama touched his nose, a cold glint in his eyes. "Marshal, we also received the news, and came here specifically to investigate. If you have any leads, we hope we can share them." Ivar smiled, glancing back at him. "Kiritama, you're not young anymore, how can your thinking be so childish?" "You?" Kiritama frowned. "Marshal, what do you mean by this?" Ivar snorted coldly. "What do I mean? I should be asking you what you mean. My Austin Empire investigation team is investigating here, and you suddenly come running over without saying a word. What do you want? What do you take our Austin Empire for?" Faced with Ivar's barrage of questions, Kiritama was speechless, while the usually hot-tempered Mycroft lowered his head, cowering behind Kiritama like a timid wife, not daring to look at Ivar. It was unclear what methods Ivar had used to make Mycroft so wary. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ailill said with a forced smile, "You two have come from afar, let's not spoil the mood. Come, I prepared some fine wine and food, let's sit down and talk." Ivar smiled slightly. "Very well, your excellency is truly hospitable, I will gladly accept." With that, he led the way into the city lord's mansion. Kiritama took a deep breath and whispered to Mycroft, "What happened? How did you end up with him?" Mycroft looked bitter. "That old is inhuman. I had already shaken off those soldiers, and was about to leave the city through the west gate to investigate when I suddenly ran into him. He wouldn't say a word and tried to drag me away. I refused, and he actually cast a crucifix on me. I almost lost my life. Crushing curse? Kairidama gasped. I heard that Evar was familiar with a forbidden spell. I didn't expect it to be true. How powerful is that Crociatus curse? Mycroft's eyes showed fear, and he shook his head, saying, I don't think he used his full strength, but I can't take it anymore. If he added any more force, I'm afraid I really pass out. Seeing that Mycroft didn't seem to be faking it, Kairidama felt a little more serious. He had acted recklessly in Misty City before because there were no Transformation Realm experts there. He, Kairidama, was the boss, and he could do whatever he wanted, but things are different now. Evar is a veteran powerhouse of the Austin Empire. Don't let his peak Transformation Realm fool you. His actual combat strength is comparable to a low-level Fengyuan Realm expert. In comparison, Kairidama is somewhat weaker, and he doesn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Evar. Once everyone is seated, Kairidama gets straight to the point. Marshal, we have a reason for coming uninvited this time. It was our mistake not informing you beforehand. Please forgive us. Evar smiled, picked up a piece of bread, and began to slice it finely. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Tell me, what are you here to investigate? Kairidama felt conflicted. This clue was something they had painstakingly found in Misty City. If they told Evar now, wouldn't they be doing someone else's work for them? But if they didn't tell him, Evar would definitely not agree to their actions here. After a fierce internal struggle, Kairidama finally relented. After all, if he spoke up, Austin would get some credit, and he couldn't leave himself with nothing. He glanced at Iliel, who tactfully stood up. All right, you two continue your conversation. I won't disturb you any longer. The food and drinks are all served. If you need anything, just ask me, he said, and then withdrew. Ivar, a smile lingering on his lips, watched Kairidama quietly. Kairidama cleared his throat and slowly said, Actually, we have concrete clues that Annie is here, and we want to search the area again. Ivar's eyes sharpened immediately. You say Annie is here? My Austin Empire closed all its borders immediately after Annie's incident, sending experts to guard the border crossings. Not a single person has escaped. How can you be so sure she's in the Norma Empire? Kairidama nodded. You're right, but she didn't come from the border. She crossed the vast misty forest to reach the Norma Empire. Nonsense. Evar slammed his knife and fork on the table. You don't know what the misty forest is? I know it's teeming with powerful magical beasts, some even reaching the Fengyuan realm. Even Imperial experts dare not venture deep there. How could a mere girl like her possibly cross the misty forest alone and safely reach the Norma Empire? Do you know the dangers involved? Kairidama said seriously, Of course I know, but it's the truth. We personally investigated in Misty City. Someone saw her appear in Misty City, just before Nessus died in Kenton City. That's utter nonsense. Evar scoffed. A nobody from Misty City. Maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you. You actually believe such nonsense? You're a disgrace to Amras. Kairidama's face flushed red. He hadn't expected the other party to disbelieve him so completely. This news is absolutely true. The other party is from the Adventurers Guild, and wants to leave the guild to follow us to Amras. I already told him to wait for us at the border. Evar laughed instead. Then you can't believe it even more. The Adventurers Guild is also one of the investigation members for this operation. He might just be trying to lead you in the wrong direction. Why are you still so obediently taking the bait? Kairidama still refused to give up, but what if it's true? We have to try. We've been investigating here for over 10 days now, and we haven't found any clues. We finally got a lead, so we have to follow it and find something, right? Evar waved his hand. Search however you like, just don't come looking for me. I prefer peace and quiet. Too many people will only make a racket. Seeing that Evar was unmoved, Kairidama had no choice but to say, All right then, since the marshal has said so, we won't force you. We rest and resupply here today, and tomorrow we continue south. Evar dipped a slice of bread and cheese, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly, saying whatever. The next day, Amra's investigation team, escorted by Austin's investigation team and Marco's army, headed south towards the southern part of Marco's territory, the area under the responsibility of Velas's investigation team. After seeing Kairidama off, Iliel breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party was still in his territory, at least they were far from the secret base, and there was no longer a risk of exposure. However, he also had doubts in his mind. Evar's actions were rather unusual. Logically, As the head of the Austin Empire's investigation team, Evar should have been the most active investigator besides the papacy. However, aside from eating and sleeping, he spent his days drinking tea and reading newspapers, leaving all the investigation work to Greta. Most importantly, Evar demanded that Greta thoroughly investigate all cities except Marco, conveniently avoiding the secret hideout. This all seemed prearranged. Ailill also told Nickel about this, but Nickel stated that they had no contact with Evar, let alone any cooperation, which was very strange. Because of the presence of the foreign investigation team, no one went to the secret hideout during this period to avoid being discovered, and therefore, there was no way to directly question and, so the matter was left unresolved. Within the secret stronghold, in just 2 months, some had already broken through to the Liyuan realm. This speed was a miracle across the entire continent, but in Annie's eyes, it was far from enough. Before the secret stronghold was completely sealed off, she left a lot of cultivation resources for Nickel, instructing him to take them to those outside, including Jonathan, Ailill, Reiner, and Oren, urging them not to stop cultivating. She estimated that these individuals had already broken through to the Qi Yuan realm by now. Annie had distributed most of the secret realm resources, leaving only a few. These were reserved for those who needed to break through to the Qi Yuan realm, but achieving that would likely require much more time. Of course, Annie's own cultivation hadn't suffered. She summoned Born daily to cultivate the spirit division and soul fusion technique together. Before long, she had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi Yuan realm, and Born gradually caught up, reaching the 8th level. When time allowed, Annie would also discuss magic with Born. Inspired by the spirit division chapter, Annie increasingly felt that this world held many secrets. That day, just as Annie and Born were discussing the top secret treasure chest, a voice broke the silence. "Yo! Not bad, you two little ones. It's been so long, your strength has improved quite a bit." Upon hearing this voice, Born and Annie simultaneously trembled and excitedly cried out, "Teacher!" Knife Maniac laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, little skeleton, I recovered quite well this time, thanks to the skull you gave me, which restored 1/10 of my soul power." Born happily asked, "Teacher, how are you feeling now?" Dao Quang laughed, "I feel incredibly powerful right now, ha ha ha." "That's wonderful." Annie was also very happy. Then she remembered a few questions that had been bothering her, so she immediately asked, "Senior, I have a few questions I'd like to ask." Dao Quang said magnanimously, "Ask away. Now that you've grown stronger, it's time to learn some things." Annie nodded and asked, "Senior, what exactly is the magic we're using now?" Dao Quang smiled slightly, "Very good. You've begun to discover the essence of magic. In fact, magic is the fundamental power that runs this world. It evolved from the power of the Creator God." "I knew it," Annie thought to herself. "Understanding?" Annie asked. "Then what about the magic scrolls we obtained from the source of magic?" Dao Quang frowned, took a deep breath, and said, "Someone inscribed an automatically running magic circle, endlessly inscribing scroll after scroll of the magic he had learned, and then transmitting them to you through a special channel." "What?" Annie had considered many possibilities, but she never imagined that all of this was man-made. Born also frowned. "This is unbelievable. If the other party inscribed all the magic he had learned, could he possibly cast all elemental magic?" Dao Quang didn't answer Born's question, but instead calmly asked in return, "What do you think magic is?" Chapter 392. Born was bewildered by the question. "Magic? What is magic? Isn't magic just some magical spells that pop and crackle?" "Foolish." Dao Quang cursed. "Magic is actually the external manifestation of magical power operating through different methods and paths." Born was a little confused and asked, "Does this have any special meaning?" Dao Quang continued to explain, "That's the point. Since magic is simply the operation of magical power, why are there magic scrolls? And what are recorded on those scrolls?" Annie fell into deep thought. She carefully recalled all the magic scrolls she had obtained before. These scrolls, once opened, would enter her mind, assisting her in operating magical power along certain routes to successfully cast spells. Before Annie and Born could figure it out, Dao Quang continued, "You all have to chant incantations when casting most spells, but what's the purpose of those incantations? Why don't the basic elemental spells require incantations?" This question was a wake-up call. Annie's eyes widened, and she unconsciously began circulating her own magic, carefully sensing its flow. "You mean, we don't actually need magic scrolls to cast various spells? We just have to figure out the path and method of magic flow ourselves?" "That's right. Little Annie is much smarter." Dao Quang laughed. The magic scrolls you obtained are actually just magic circles set up by a powerful being in the divine plane to educate their disciples. This magic circle, by chance, connected to a spatial rift and ended up here. The so-called fragments of magical origin are actually a kind of spatial positioning magic, which connects the current space to a designated space. Born exclaimed in surprise. But I also seen the origin of magic in the netherworld. Could that also be spatial positioning? Dao Kuang nodded. That's right. You probably saw it at the Temple of Death, right? That was a spatial positioning magic jointly set up by several death gods. Those in the netherworld were positioned in other places, while those in the prime material plane are even more ancient. Annie was also greatly amazed. That powerful being is incredible. He single-handedly benefited the entire skywalking continent. Dao Kuang laughed. That's nothing. His realm far surpasses your understanding, and the so-called magic scrolls he gave you are just cheap knockoffs, not worth mentioning. Huh? Born scratched his head. I remember someone even got high-level magic from them. Were those also cheap knockoffs? Goods? Dao Kuang laughed loudly. What high-level magic? How laughable. Only a plane as corrupt as this would consider something like that a treasure. Truly powerful magic is effortless, like those 2 scrolls left for you in the soul-severing blade. Have you learned them? Born thought of invisibility and soul-stealing spells. He had to admit, these 2 spells were relatively easy to learn, but their power was by no means weak. Teacher, I learned them, but I'm not proficient enough. Could you give me some pointers when you have time? Dao Kuang said, you're lucky. Not only did you get these 2 spells from the soul-severing blade, but you also got the resurrection spell from death. That spell isn't simple either. It seems you're indeed lucky. But don't be arrogant. These are just basics. True masters disdain these kinds of spells. Annie asked again, then what about the magic realm? The creatures inside can reincarnate endlessly. Is that also a kind of magic circle? Dao Kuang shook his head. It's not a magic circle, but a chaotic state of rules. The magic realm existed in ancient times, though it wasn't called a magic realm then. Later, after the War of the Gods, several supreme beings from the god plane joined forces to transfer and concentrate all the pure magic power of the prime material plane there, thus creating the magic realm. In fact, the creatures in the magic realm were all brought from the prime material plane, and the space within is extremely unstable, resetting every 4 years. Once you find its pattern, anyone can achieve immortality there. So it's an existence equal to the prime material plane? Born asked. Dao Kuang nodded, that's right. It should be a flawed remnant left behind by the creator god when creating this world. Annie suddenly understood, then asked, do you know how to open the magic realm? Dao Kuang awkwardly rubbed his nose, I'm not entirely sure about that. I only know its origin, but I haven't been there myself. Annie and Born both covered their mouths and laughed at the fact that Dao Kuang didn't know something. Dao Kuang coughed twice, ahem, it's probably not anything complicated. It's just that I haven't paid much attention to it before. If I see the entrance, I definitely know how to open it. This was a bit of a problem. When Annie entered the magic realm before, she entered through the church's entrance, but at that time, not only was Dao Kuang still asleep, but even Born couldn't be contacted. Where could they find the entrance to the realm now? Senior, there's no entrance to the secret realm, but we brought back some origins of the secret realm. Are these useful? Annie asked. Dao Kuang chuckled, what nonsense about origins of the secret realm. It's all a hoax. Those are just scattered divine power, fragments of the creator god's power, diluted countless times. Huh? Born exclaimed, stunned. Scattered divine power? What's that? Dao Kuang explained, I don't know if you heard of it, but the creator god divided his power into several parts and gave them to his children. His children, through constant struggle and evolution, became the various races of the current main plane. These races all rely on the undetectable power of the creator god within them to break through to higher realms. This is the ancient cultivation tradition, but there's one exception. Humans. Annie blurted out, I know that. I learned about it from the elf martial arts master. Humans seem to be a species that arose spontaneously on this continent, lacking the bloodline of any creator god, and therefore unable to break through to higher realms on their own. Dao Kuang nodded, you're right. Therefore, humans became the most aggressive race on the main plane. They would slaughter and enslave other races, extracting their bloodline power to help themselves break through. But this situation didn't last long. Soon, the powerful races united to suppress humanity. However, humans were extremely tenacious. Their reproductive capacity surpassed all other races, giving them an absolute numerical advantage, but still insufficient to rival these races. Later, A powerful figure emerged among humans. This powerful figure changed the entire world, and it was because of him that the subsequent War of the Gods was indirectly caused. Who is he? Annie asked. Dao Quang's gaze seemed to pierce through distant time and space, returning to ancient times. That arrogant, invincible figure seemed to stand right before him. He doesn't belong to this world, but he is indeed a human. He changed humanity's cultivation methods, bringing something called cultivation techniques. The spirit division and soul fusion technique you cultivate was created by him based on the laws of this world. Bourne felt the hairs on his back stand on end. Not belonging to this world? Then he's just like him. But why is he so powerful, while he's just a skeleton soldier? Bourne felt extremely frustrated and couldn't help but shout, I refuse to accept this. Huh? What's wrong with you? Dao Quang said speechlessly. He's an ancient god, how can you convince him? With your current strength, he could kill you with a single breath. Just who is he? Bourne asked angrily. Dao Quang laughed, which deity? Your description is quite strange. Back then, he arrived riding a crane, carrying a long sword and wearing a long robe. Every move he made exuded the demeanor of a master. Wherever his heart led, his sword pointed, the sword moved with his will, killing silently from 1,000 miles away. Yet, such a powerful person always taught humanity to be kind and harmonious. He even actively helped other races establish friendly relations with humanity. Alas! What a pity. In the final War of the Gods, he exhausted all his power, completely closing the passage to the divine plane, and perished himself. Throughout his life, he considered humanity. No, he considered all living beings on this continent, but never himself. Annie listened with awe. How could someone as powerful and noble as him indirectly cause the War of the Gods? Dao Quang sighed. Because he disrupted the balance of this world. The cultivation methods he brought completely overturned the rules of the Creator God. So, the races with the blood of the Creator God united to resist humanity. But he was simply too powerful, and his cultivation methods were faster and more efficient. This led to divisions among these races, forming many schools of thought. These schools ultimately clashed over conflicting interests, resulting in a war that spread from the bottom up, affecting even the gods. This is the War of the Gods. Annie listened with a sense of melancholy. Was there no race that could understand him? Was there no one on his side? Dao Quang smiled bitterly. Yes. The only one on his side was the undead. The undead? Annie and Bourne were both shocked. They couldn't believe that such a powerful being had this connection with the undead. That's right. Dao Quang's tone was tinged with bitterness. It's the undead race. The undead are a tragic race, composed of the souls of various dead beings, drawn by the power of the Creator God, forever wandering the netherworld, enduring endless torment and pain. But this very race stood firmly by that person's side, inheriting his will. That's why only the prime material plane and the netherworld possess the so-called fragments of the magic source. Bourne immediately picked up on the detail in Dao Quang's words. So, the scrolls and the magic source are also related to that person? Dao Quang nodded. You could say that, because the two people who inscribed that magic array were both that person's disciples. One was human, and the other was undead. Annie listened with rapt attention, while Bourne suddenly thought of a question and quickly asked, Teacher, if the powerful beings of the god realm and the undead realm cannot enter the magic realm, how will they break through? Dao Quang smiled faintly. Why would they need a magic realm? Once your cultivation reaches the Yuan stage, you will be able to fly and traverse the earth, comprehend the supreme magic path, and draw power from the void. Although the time required will be longer, your lifespan will also be extended. Cultivation will then be a natural progression, no longer requiring that damn secret realm. I see. Annie clapped her hands and said, So, once we reach the god plane, we can also draw energy from the void. That energy is different from the power of the Creator God. It's the purest, most fundamental power. Dao Quang praised, Little Annie is so clever. Your current cultivation relies entirely on the power of the Creator God, but after reaching the supreme realm, the boost from this power will be very limited. Of course, we talk about that again when you reach that level. Annie nodded slightly. After listening to Dao Quang's words, she felt her understanding of magic and spells had deepened. She couldn't help but take out her wand and begin experimenting. First, she channeled her magic along the path of a necromancy spell, then changed the intensity and direction midway. The magic instantly surged, rampaging through her body, causing large beads of sweat to appear on her forehead from the pain. Dao Quang chuckled, slowly releasing a wisp of power to smooth out the magic within Annie's body. Little Annie, how was it? Annie plopped down on the ground, panting. Oh my god, I felt like I was about to explode. Dao Quang laughed, of course. If you arbitrarily modify the strength and path of your magic, it will cause chaos, impacting your body, and in severe cases, triggering a self-destruction. Creating magic isn't that simple, you haven't mastered it yet. Annie said disappointedly. I thought I could unleash some strange magic. At this moment, Dao Quang's attention was drawn to the wand in Annie's hand, and he asked curiously, where did you get this wand? Annie looked at the wand and said, oh, I got it from a magical realm. Many treasures fell from the sky, and this was one of them. Fell from the sky? Dao Quang was taken aback. That's interesting. Born asked Old Master, is there anything special about this? Actually, we're also very curious about where these treasures came from, especially the fragments of the Spirit Division chapter among them. What? Dao Quang frowned. Are you sure? Annie nodded. Of course I'm sure, I already successfully cultivated it. Dao Quang's expression gradually turned serious. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. You don't need to worry about this for now, just focus on improving your strength. Little skeleton, have you already met Asmodeus? Born smiled. Yes, master, you know her? Dao Quang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I know more than just her. But you absolutely mustn't tell her about me. It's not appropriate for her to know yet. Born nodded. Okay, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about you. Chapter 393. In the days that followed, with Dao Quang awakened, and having such an encyclopedia at her disposal, Annie naturally didn't waste her time. She had endless questions every day, and Dao Quang patiently answered them all. Meanwhile, Annie also checked on Douglas's research progress, asking Dao Quang for more feedback. Of course, all this feedback was relayed to Douglas through Annie. With Dao Quang's help, Douglas's research progress improved dramatically. He constantly praised Annie's quick wit and ability to help solve many difficult problems. Annie felt a little embarrassed, since Dao Quang had told her all this, and she was merely relaying it. During this time, Ailiel kept a close eye on the movements of Austin and the Amra's investigation team. Emma remained as busy as before, constantly running around and conducting thorough searches in other cities, but he made no move regarding Marco City and its surrounding area. Amras, however, still wanted to search the northern part of Marco's territory, but fearing Evar's strength, he dared not confront them directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. These were all under Ailiel's control, and didn't cause any major disturbances. Under this calm, Ailiel secretly transported some supplies to the secret base, as it couldn't be self-sufficient and relied on external supplies. Ailiel was extremely cautious, usually operating at night, and transporting small quantities frequently to avoid attracting attention. Another 3 months passed. Annie and Margot successfully broke through to the Transformation Realm, and 5 others broke through to the Qi-Yuan Realm: Douglas, Koph, Mommy, Katniss, and Genius. The others had generally reached the high level of the Li-Yuan Realm. Kanya had already broken through once before, but this time she focused more on researching magical realms, so her progress was limited, only reaching the 7th level of the Qi-Yuan Realm before stopping. Such a 1,000-strong team would be a force to be reckoned with in any power on the continent. Everyone was incredibly excited. They had never dreamed they would reach such a level, and naturally, they were extremely grateful to Annie and the others. These people were carefully selected, not only absolutely loyal to the Empire, but also deeply admiring of Annie and the others. During this time, Annie had patiently explained the precautions for cultivation to them, and at the same time, she used the soul division and soul fusion technique to gather the magical power of heaven and earth to promote everyone's cultivation. Everyone had witnessed this. Compared to the fruitful harvest in the secret base, the investigation teams from various forces outside found nothing. In particular, the Holy See finally couldn't bear it any longer and issued a summons, gathering all the leaders of the investigation teams in Handel City. The reason it was Handel City instead of Gore City was naturally to avoid Olin's view. A group of top experts at the Transformation Realm gathered in the church of Handel City. Handel City is located in the northwest of the Goer territory. It had already been searched by Kalidima and his men, but found nothing. Later, the Holy See sent people to search again, but this place had no special connection with Annie, and in fact, Annie had never been here. Therefore, it was not the focus of the search. Justin coldly looked at everyone present and slowly asked, "You have been searching the Norma Empire for 3 months. Have you found anything?" He had been doing well as a guard at the 11th peak when he suddenly received Augustine's order and rushed to the Norma Empire with Clement. This even delayed his cultivation. He was furious. He hadn't expected that after 3 months of investigation, He had found nothing, which was a complete waste of time. He didn't have a good expression on his face. The group exchanged glances, no one speaking first. In fact, everyone present was a veteran powerhouse, older than Justin, and being treated like this by a junior made them somewhat displeased. Finally, Evar spoke first. Our investigation found no clues about Annie in the northern part of Marco's territory, nor any powerhouses at the Liyuan realm. The strongest is Marquis Iliel, whose strength is only at the peak of the Chuyuan realm, nothing special. Farid followed. The situation in Norma City is similar. Apart from Nicole reaching the Liyuan realm, there's nothing else special. But everyone knows about Nicole's situation, so there's nothing more to say. Isn't that obvious? Resider scoffed. Is this all the Adventurers Guild can do? There are so many people in Norma City connected to Annie. Have you investigated them all? Facing Resider's questioning, Farid remained unfazed. Of course we investigated. If you don't trust us, you can. I go investigate again, Evar said. What's there to investigate in Norma City? We spent who knows how long we stayed there with the Holy See, and we didn't find anything. The Norma people aren't stupid, they know we focus our investigation on Norma City. Even if they have any clues, they won't expose them there. Red coldly replied, things are different now. These days, even the smallest thing can be a clue pointing to the truth. Farid retorted, since Lord Red says so, then I'd like to see what you found out this time. Red was speechless. What had he found? He had practically nothing in the Rambo territory, and Jonathan treated him coldly, sending a large group of people to follow them every day. They couldn't fight back, and they couldn't shake them off. Seeing the endless argument, Justin grew increasingly annoyed. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. The crowd glared at him angrily. A glint of light flashed in Evar's cloudy eyes, as he glared at Justin and roared, insolence. Who do you think you are? This outburst made Justin's heart skip a beat. Feeling the hostile gazes directed at him, he swallowed hard, realizing his earlier words had indeed gone too far. Marshall, please don't be angry, I wasn't talking about you. Redside's eyes widened. So you mean I was talking about you? Justin regretted his words. This wasn't the time to argue with him. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, Farid chuckled and tried to smooth things over, saying, hee, everyone, don't mind him. I think Commander Justin is just feeling down because he didn't find anything, and he just spoke offhand. This seemed to be an attempt to smooth things over for Justin, but it was actually a veiled jab at his lack of success. Justin's face flushed red. He had been at Divine Beast Mountain for too long and was unprepared for this situation. He nervously asked, who said I didn't find anything? Red raised an eyebrow. Oh, then tell me, did you find any clues about Annie? Did you find a Chuyuan realm expert? Justin took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly said, while I didn't find any clues about Annie, nor did I find a Chuyuan realm expert, I discovered something unusual about the Gore family. Farid frowned, a hint of worry on his face. What could be unusual about the Gore family? Hearing this, everyone involuntarily turned to look at him. Evar glanced at Farid indifferently. The two were sitting very close, and Evar reached for a teacup on the table, but his hand slipped, and the cup fell, spilling tea all over the table. Everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion. No one noticed Farid's expression. Farid was startled, turning around to meet Evar's unwavering gaze. His heart skipped a beat. He realized he had almost slipped up and given himself away. He knew perfectly well that with Annie's return, there would be changes within the Gore family, but he couldn't show any reaction. Otherwise, given his relationship with Annie, anyone could guess what was going on just by looking at his expression. Evar chuckled, I'm getting old and useless. I can't even hold a teacup properly anymore. Please excuse my poor appearance. Farid immediately stepped forward to help Evar pick up his teacup and wipe the table clean. Marshall, you flatter me. You're in excellent health. There's no such thing as old. Evar ignored Farid and instead asked Justin, don't let me interrupt you. Continue what you were about to say. Justin snapped out of his reverie and continued, oh right. The Gore family is a bit unusual. First, there's Oren Gore. Although he appears very calm and composed, I think he's a bit too calm. I came here to investigate his sister. Why doesn't he care at all? Lately, he's mostly been cultivating in his room. Everyone knows he's reached the peak of the Outer Yuan realm. Although the Norma people don't know that breakthroughs require the secret realm origin, their experience over the past century should have taught them that such cultivation is futile, yet he seems to enjoy it immensely. Isn't that strange? Evar smiled faintly. I'm not surprised. There are always some resilient individuals among the Normans. Oren, at such a young age, was already a marquis, it's understandable that he's ambitious and accomplished at a young age, and his diligent cultivation is to be expected. Justin nodded. That's just one point. There's something even more unusual. The Lord of Mist City was changed. Just a month before our investigation team arrived, Oren ordered the Lord of Mist City to be replaced by Jackson, while the original Lord, Koff, disappeared. We couldn't find him anywhere in the entire Gore territory. Kiritama frowned. That Jackson wasn't the Lord before. I was quite curious at the time, but I didn't ask further. Reside asked, Kiritama, I remember you were in charge of Mist City. You suddenly ran out of Mist City and rushed all the way to. What's going on with Cross? Kiritama frowned. Actually, I found some clues, but after searching, I didn't find anything. Justin's eyes lit up. Oh! What clues did you find? Kiritama sighed. Actually, when I was investigating in Misty City, I met someone who said he saw Annie, just a few days before Nessus was killed. What? Justin exclaimed. Why didn't you say so sooner? Kiritama said helplessly, I guessed that since Annie has returned, she might be hiding in Marco's territory, so I went there to search, but I still found nothing. Justin's eyes shone. In other words, Annie has definitely appeared in Norma City. Oren, Nickel, and all those guys were lying. Evar waved, Hey kid, don't get excited yet. We don't even know if it's true or not. Justin was taken aback, then realized that one person's testimony alone wasn't enough to prove Annie had returned to Norma, unless they had actually found her. But Justin wasn't willing to give up any hope. He immediately asked Kiritama, who is that person? Where is he now? Kiritama replied, his name is Raphael. He's from the Adventurers Guild in Misty City. I told him to wait for us at the border before I left, and that he would come back to Amras with us. I don't know if he went. Farid's expression changed. Raphael? That actually betrayed the Adventurers Guild and went to Amras. Not only did he go, but he also betrayed Annie's information. Farid's eyes practically spit fire. Justin paused, then looked at Farid coldly and asked, Manager Farid, I remember you used to be the head of the Misty City Adventurers Guild, right? Farid frowned. That was in the past. What? You think I know anything about Annie? Justin scoffed. Who doesn't know about your Adventurers Guild's relationship with Annie? Frankly, I don't understand why Lord Augustine agreed to let you participate in the investigation. You should be the ones being investigated. Farid retorted, It's true we have a relationship with Annie, but that doesn't mean the Adventurers Guild knows anything about her. We've done our best in the investigation. Everyone has witnessed that. Resider slammed his fist on the table. I quit. Just get rid of that Nick. Why not just arrest and torture Air and Oren, then everything will be clear. Why make it so complicated? Kiritama chimed in, I also think that's the simplest way. It's just two people, not a full-scale attack on the Norma Empire, so it shouldn't trigger that thing. At the mention of that thing, everyone's expressions turned grim. Evar frowned. Oren is the Marquis of Norma, and Nickel is the Grand Mage of the nation and the Dean of the Magic Academy. If you arrest these two, I'm afraid Reiner will fight you to the death. What is he? Redside scoffed, just a weak emperor. He wouldn't last half a move against me. What can he do to me? Farid felt a sense of foreboding. Judging from this, these people were likely to really make a move, and then Oren and Nickel would be doomed. Justin frowned and remained silent for a long while. Then, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he slowly spoke, Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The fact that Divine Beast Mountain gave me the authority to make temporary decisions is precisely to allow me to investigate freely. Right now, our investigation is being rather hesitant and timid. It's time to change that. Chapter 394. Dark clouds loomed overhead. People hurried along the central street of Norma City. Although it was midday, the sky was as black as night, and a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire city. A magnificent horse galloped in, carrying a striking figure in fiery red. She urged the horse on, her brow furrowed, her face filled with anxiety. This was Finis. She galloped all the way to the palace. The guards, seeing her, rushed forward to stop her. Finis immediately pulled a token from her pocket and shouted, I am Finis, the manager of the Adventurers Guild. I have urgent business with His Majesty Reiner. Please make way. The guards immediately and respectfully stepped aside, opening the palace gates to allow Finis to enter the palace without hindrance. Previously, Reiner had given Farid a specially made token, which allowed members of the Adventurers Guild to enter the palace smoothly in emergencies. Now, this token proved its worth. Finis galloped through the palace, drawing gasps from passing guards and maids, who wondered what had happened. Soon, 2 horses caught up, members of the Royal Knights, who had received the message and come to guide them. The 3 arrived together in Emperor Reiner's study. Reiner was reviewing reports from various regions when suddenly a guard at the door announced loudly, "Your Majesty, Finis, the head of the Adventurers Guild, requests an audience." Reiner's pen paused instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He immediately stood up, opened the door, and went out. Upon opening the door, he saw Finis standing there anxiously. Without further ado, Reiner asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Finis bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, Farid has been placed under house arrest." Reiner's mind went blank. His worst fears had come true. He immediately told the Royal Knights, "Quick! Go and summon the Archmage." A short while later, Nickel arrived at the study. He had already learned some details from the knights. After entering, he closed the door and strode to Finis. "What happened? Who dared to place Farid under house arrest?" Reiner sighed. "Who else could it be? Of course, it's those people from the Holy See leading the charge. Farid has just broken through to the transformation realm. He's no match for them. Resistance could make things worse. It's already remarkable that he managed to get Finis to come and deliver the message." Nickel gulped down some tea, sat down, and said, "Finis, were you with Farid before?" Finis nodded. "Yes, a week ago, the Holy See issued a summons, inviting various investigation teams. The leaders met at the church in Handel City to discuss their next steps, and Farid took me with him. However, I didn't go in. Instead, I hid in a nearby village. Farid told me this meeting was unusual, and if he didn't come out within 3 days, I should bring the token to you. 3 days later, he hadn't appeared, but I was still unwilling to give up. So, I disguised myself and entered Handel City to investigate. I heard from the church people that he was under house arrest. Realizing something was wrong, I immediately left the city and rushed back." After listening to Finis' account, Nicole frowned. "Anne's relationship with you is common knowledge. I suspected something was amiss when the Vatican invited you before this investigation. I think it was a smokescreen, trying to find a loophole through the Adventurers Guild. Unfortunately, Farid is a cautious man. They gained nothing in these 3 months, and now they finally lost patience." Reiner nodded. "Yes, my spies have seen plenty of Vatican members in the city. They're also keeping an eye on the Adventurers Guild's movements." "Nickel, what do you think is the real reason for Farid's house arrest?" Nicole sighed. "I'm afraid a battle is inevitable." "Report?" Suddenly, an urgent report came from outside the door. The 3 of them stood up almost simultaneously, exchanged glances, and all saw seriousness in each other's eyes. Nickel rushed to the door and pushed it open. Standing there was a panting soldier, wearing armor bearing the insignia of the Goel family. Nickel immediately pulled him into the study and said in a deep voice, "Speak quickly, what happened?" The soldier looked at the 3 people in the room, then knelt down on the ground, trembling as he said, "Something terrible has happened. My Marquis has been captured." "What?" Finis exclaimed in shock. "You said Orin has been captured?" Reiner slammed his hand on the table, the force shattering it. "Humph. Outrageous. These guys really dare to act recklessly on the territory of my Norma Empire, capturing my Marquis. Do they really think we're pushovers, to be bullied as we please?" Nickel sensed something was wrong. The purpose of capturing Orin was obvious. It meant they suspected Annie was in the Norma Empire. If Annie were to return and see anyone, only 2 people were the most likely suspects, Orin and himself. Thinking of this possibility, Nickel gave a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, it seems we have no choice but to resort to our last resort." Reiner frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Now is not the time. Go to Marco City immediately and ask Annie's opinion. If she thinks the time is right, then act. If not, we can only wait and see." Nickel nodded. His situation was also very dangerous now. No matter the final outcome, he had to stay by Annie's side, and couldn't act alone. Reiner sent a royal knight with him to relay the message back. No sooner had Nickel left than a group of uninvited guests arrived in Norma City. Led by the papacy, followed closely by the Harry Empire and the Amras Empire, they stormed directly towards the palace. Reiner immediately ordered all royal knights and the Imperial Guard to be on high alert, forbidding anyone from entering the palace. At the same time, Finis also gathered all the members of the Adventurers Guild in Norma City, waiting at the palace gates. Fortunately, however, the enemy did not directly storm the palace gates. Although Resider wanted to do so, he knew the consequences. Justin stepped forward slowly and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I am Justin, the 11th Peak Knight Commander of the Holy See of Light. I have been ordered to investigate matters concerning Anne. Now, there is evidence pointing to and being in the Norma Empire. We need to question your country's Archmage, Nicol Polivia. We request your country's full cooperation. Reiner's face was frosty. Cooperation? What cooperation? Nicol is not in the palace right now, and he has already revealed everything he knows. There's nothing more to ask. Since you have leads, why not follow them? Wouldn't that be faster? Justin, anticipating things wouldn't go so smoothly, sneered, Your Majesty, since Nicol isn't in the palace, may we go in and take a look? Reiner snorted heavily. Humph. Insolence. Is the palace a place you can search at will? Even the Pope can't just search the Imperial Palace, that's a bottom line. TCH, Reiner, what's the panic if Nicol isn't in the palace? What could we possibly covet in your dilapidated palace, except for the key to the secret realm? Red said dismissively. Kyritama nudged Red's side with his elbow and whispered, Hey, the key to the secret realm? Are you kidding me? Redside shrugged. Anyway, Annie's back. We can't hide this anymore. The key to the water elemental secret realm just happened to fall into the Norma Empire's territory. They didn't know what it was, just treasured it. The water elemental secret realm hasn't been opened for centuries. Justin frowned. Why are you saying all that? Does it matter? Redside reluctantly shut up, but Kyritama was very interested. It was the key to the water elemental secret realm. Wouldn't it be a huge profit to get our hands on it? It's useless in the hands of the Norma Empire anyway, so why not? Due to Reiner's resolute attitude, the group couldn't enter the palace. Justin said helplessly, How about this? Since Orin is already in our hands, let them interrogate him quickly. We surround the palace here. If there's progress in Gore City, that's best. If Orin doesn't confess, we can wait here for Nicol to show up. Redside asked, What if Nicol doesn't show up? He's staying in the palace perfectly fine, there's no need for him to come out. Justin smiled slightly. If he won't come out, we force him. Didn't we bring his sister here? You mean Annie's mother? Red swallowed hard. Is that all right? Justin waved his hand. We even captured her brother, so what if she's her mother? Are you scared? Red scoffed. Scared of my ass. Annie has only just broken through to the transformation realm. What's there to be afraid of? I'm mainly worried about pushing Nicol too hard. He might fight us to the death. The clues are on these two, we can't afford to lose them. Justin's lips curled into a cruel smile. He turned and said, Milia, go bring that woman here. Milia obediently nodded and brought a woman-bound hand and foot down from a carriage behind them. It was Annie's mother, Nicol's sister, Eva Poliria. On the Imperial City walls, upon seeing Eva, Reiner and his men's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot veins filling their vision. You really think the Norma Empire is easy to bully? Release her right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Facing Reiner's threat, Justin responded with a cold laugh. Your Majesty Reiner, we only asked Lady Eva to come and help, we haven't neglected her. Look, she's even gained quite a bit of weight recently. Damn it! Reiner roared in fury. Eva's identity was extremely special. She was not only the wife of the late Marquis Drew, but also the mother of the Imperial hero, and the sister of the Grand Mage Nicol, the protector of the nation. With these multiple identities, it could be said that Eva was currently the most noble woman in the entire empire. Rice said, If your Majesty invites Nicol out for a discussion, we will naturally send Lady Eva back, and we guarantee that not a hair on her head will be harmed. Reiner was about to rebuke her, but seeing the calm expression on Eva's face and the resolute look in her eyes, his heart trembled, and his anger subsided considerably. He thought to himself, Lady Eva truly deserves to be called the mother of a hero. Such courage is rare even in our entire empire. I must rescue her. Reiner took 2 deep breaths to calm himself and began to carefully consider his options. Their purpose in capturing Lady Eva is simply to force Nicol to appear. If they could force Annie out, that would be even better. However, Nicol and Annie are not in the palace right now. I certainly cannot allow them to enter the palace to search, that would be detrimental to the Emperor's authority. It's about protecting the royal family's face, and they certainly won't give up until they see Nicol, so this won't save Lady Eva. Fortunately, they have some reservations. They don't dare to really harm Lady Eva, which is a crucial bargaining chip for finding Nicol or Anne. Having figured this out, Reiner already had a plan in mind, stall. As long as he could stall until Nicol, and then came up with a solution, that would be enough. After all, they wouldn't dare to actually make a move, and right now, what the Empire needed most was time. Gentlemen, let me make this clear. The Archmage is not currently in the palace. Staying here any longer is pointless. Justin said, As the Archmage who protects the nation, your Majesty must know his whereabouts. Since he's not in the palace, tell me, where is he? Reiner sneered. You really don't understand at all. I never interfere in the Archmage's affairs. He can go wherever he wants without reporting to anyone. Justin frowned. Your Majesty, are you truly unwilling to cooperate? Reiner replied, It's not that I'm unwilling to cooperate, but rather that I genuinely cannot. If you don't mind, just wait outside the palace. Perhaps Nickel will hear you're here and come looking for you himself. Red glanced at Eva. Nysel certainly won't leave Eva unattended. He hasn't appeared yet, so he might not be in the palace. But once this news gets out, perhaps. Justin sighed. It seems that's the only option. Then he shouted, Your Majesty, we will wait here for 3 days. If Nickel doesn't appear after 3 days, then Lady Eva might not be so lucky. Reiner's eyes narrowed. If the other party really intended to harm Eva, he couldn't stand idly by, but the disparity in strength was too great. The Royal Knights were no match for their opponents. He immediately made a decision. Since that's the case, you can wait here. But if you dare touch Lady Eva, I will use all the power of the nation to seek justice. Justin curled his lip and turned to Milia, saying, Take this woman back and keep her under strict guard. The rest of you, set up camp here. Milia nodded, helping Eva back to the carriage. Once inside, Milia untied the ropes binding Eva, her face full of guilt. Madam, I'm sorry you suffered. Eva smiled and shook her head. It's not your fault, in fact, I should thank you. With you here, I suffer less. Milia quickly said, No need to thank me. Annie and I are classmates. Her mother is in trouble, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Classmate? Aren't you from Divine Beast Mountain? Eva asked. Milia gave a wry smile. That's a long story. Chapter 395. Reiner returned to the palace, his mind a jumbled mess. He certainly didn't want Nickel to appear. Although Nickel had broken through to the Qi Yuan realm, he was still no match for these transformation Yuan experts. Coming would only be suicide. While Annie had a fighting chance, one punch couldn't fight 4 hands, especially since the opponents were all veteran transformation Yuan peak experts, their strength formidable. But what could he do now? If they couldn't see Nickel, they would definitely target Eva. If something happened to Eva, how could he explain it to Annie? Reiner furiously scratched his disheveled hair. The weak are vulnerable. That was the law. The powerful opponents were fearless, arbitrarily arresting and interrogating imperial nobles, while he, as the emperor, could only watch helplessly. Reiner felt an unprecedented humiliation. He clenched his fists, but was utterly powerless. This was the feeling of weakness, the feeling of being bullied. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Kennen asked anxiously from the side. Kennen is now the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Knights, responsible for guarding the main gate of the palace. His father, Earl da Costa, is the Grand Master of the Royal Knights, and had previously accompanied Finnis to the Marco territory. Lighter side, the Empire is on the verge of collapse. All we can do now is endure, and wait for Annie, and the others to make their move before we have a chance. He then smiled and glanced at Kennen. I remember you and Annie were classmates before, and you seem to have some conflicts. Kennen looked somewhat embarrassed. That was all because I was young and immature, following Guy and the others recklessly. Thinking about it now, I feel quite ashamed. Reiner patted him on the shoulder. Your father firmly supported me back then, which is why I let him become the Knight Commander. You must also work hard and never repeat the mistakes of the past. Kennen's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, rest assured, my loyalty to the Empire and to your Majesty is unwavering. Reiner nodded and instructed, never mind that for now. Have someone keep an eye on them. If there's any unusual activity, report it to me immediately. At the same time, transmit as much information as possible, exactly as it is. Don't worry, they probably won't stop you. The purpose is to lure Nickel out anyway, so spreading the news will benefit them. Yes, sir. In the dungeon of the Gold City Church, Orin sat disheveled in a tattered chair, his hands bound behind his back, his face bearing some scars, his expression somewhat listless, but his eyes still held a stubbornness and determination. Opposite him sat Marshal Evar of the Duchy of Sharia and Mikros, grandson of the Velis Empire. Their expressions differed. Evar seemed distracted, even dozing, while Mikros was expressionless, his gaze seemingly lingering beyond Olin, fixed on the window. The three sat there in silence. After a long while, Evar seemed to wake from a daze, yawning and saying, Ahem, are you done asking? Mikros's thoughts gradually returned, and he turned and smiled, done asking, but he won't say. Evar stood up, dusting himself off. That's good. Mission accomplished for today. What's for dinner? Mikros also stood up, thought for a moment, and said, "It seems to be stewed beef. I heard it was specially transported from Misty City. It's very fresh." Evar turned and walked out of the cell, pointing at Oren and saying to the guards at the door, "Send him some meat. Don't let him starve to death. He's an important witness." The guards at the door were all from the Vatican. They exchanged glances. By custom, they only gave prisoners a small amount of food, such as bread as hard as a brick or raw potatoes. This was enough to sustain the prisoner's life, while subjecting them to the torment of hunger, psychologically weakening their defenses, and making interrogation easier. But now Evar was saying he wanted to send him meat, which was somewhat against protocol. Miklos said calmly, "The marshal has given the order. Why aren't you moving? Are you trying to disobey?" A guard replied, "Lord Justin said before that the interrogation is your responsibility, but the prisoner's detention is the responsibility of our Holy See. Whether or not they are fed is also according to our Holy See's rules." Evar narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Evar's unfriendly gaze, the guard felt a little guilty. After all, the other party was a transformation realm expert. Teaching him a lesson would be easy. Even if Justin returned, he probably wouldn't be able to justify himself. So he stammered, "Just today, it's been a few days." Evar smiled upon hearing this, said nothing, and leisurely left. Miklos didn't follow, but quietly observed Evar's departing figure. He then said to Hughes beside him, "The old marshal's stance is strange." Hughes asked, puzzled, "How so?" "He seems a bit senile, and usually seems lazy, and doesn't care much about anything. I heard even the search was carried out by Greta." Miklos shook his head. "I don't know. Logically speaking, the Austin royal family must have had a deeper meaning in sending him here, and seems to have entered through the kingdom of Sharia back then, and she has some connections with the Sharia royal family. I speculate that the Austin royal family wants to use this mission to test the loyalty of the Sharia kingdom, or perhaps they want to use this as an excuse to further weaken Sharia's strength." Hughes was startled. "You mean, the Austin royal family wants to take action against the Duchy of Sharia?" Miklos remained non-committal. "I can't be sure yet, but everyone knows that the Austin royal family is currently in chaos. The old emperor is on his deathbed, and the eldest prince, who was originally the most likely heir to the throne, has had to reconsider his successor because of a small matter. Now, the royal family is divided, and it's hard to know what the outcome will be. The Duchy of Sharia's current position is very special. Previously, because of its weak strength, he was disliked by everyone, but now Fry has suddenly approached us again. It's definitely not the old emperor's intention. Everyone knows Fry and the old emperor are at odds, so the situation is more complicated than we imagined." Hughes asked, "Fry has also become involved in the investigation against the Norma Empire. Didn't he choose Evar because he wanted to win over Sharia?" Miklos sighed, "Hughes, you need to see the essence of the matter. Now Fry has placed his grandson in the palace, originally to represent him in birthday celebrations, but he has inadvertently become involved in the royal struggle. Is this really a coincidence? Now he has no need to win over Sharia. No matter the outcome of this investigation, he can use it as an excuse to question the loyalty of the Sharia royal family, completely excluding the Duchy of Sharia from the power struggle. All forces will avoid Sharia like the plague. What will the result be?" Hughes thought for a moment, then his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be he wants to reshuffle the deck? Miklos gave Hughes an approving look. "Not bad, you improved. I suspect he does want to reshuffle the deck. Sharia's strength is among the weakest in the entire Austin Empire. There are 3 newly emerging territories stronger than it, and 2 of those 3 have some connection to Fry. If Sharia is annexed, Frey's power will become the strongest in the empire overnight. Then, who will hold the throne? Will there be any suspense?" Hughes listened, his heart pounding. But wouldn't that be tantamount to a rebellion?" Miklos scoffed. "A rebellion? What is a rebellion? In this world, the strong rule. Even if the old emperor were still alive, those princes would fight over his will. But it's just a piece of waste paper, utterly useless against 1,000,000 iron cavalry." A short while later, the 2 returned to their residence. Hughes was about to say something more when Miklos suddenly frowned and made a shushing gesture to Hughes. Hughes was startled, quickly straightening up and nervously looking around. Miklos took a deep breath and asked loudly, "Which brother is here? Why not show yourself?" From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged, clapping his hands and saying, as expected of the grandson of the Velis Empire, "Your observational skills are truly admirable." Upon hearing this voice, Miklos and Velis both stiffened, their eyes filled with disbelief. When the other person stepped out of the shadows and revealed their face, Hughes could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Annie? Annie? But before he could speak, Miklos covered his mouth, his gaze piercing as he looked at the person opposite him. Annie. What are you doing here? Yes, it was Anne, when the papacy summoned Evar to handle, and had already sensed something was wrong. She set off for Gore that very day, but she was too late. The papacy acted swiftly, immediately taking control of the entire city. And, left with no other option, dared not act rashly. It wasn't until the day before yesterday, when the papacy's men, Harry and Amaras, left, that she managed to infiltrate the city. These past few days, she had been extremely anxious. Logically, if the papacy hadn't found any clues, they shouldn't have touched Oren. But now that they had, it meant they had indeed found something. This meant Oren would definitely be severely tortured. So, upon entering, she went straight to the city lord's prison, but it was empty. She guessed it must be the church's prison, and that's why she rushed over, just in time to see Evar and Mikros finish their interrogation. Annie suppressed her urge to immediately rescue Oren and followed Miklos to their residence. After all, Miklos had only recently reached the peak of the Chi-Yuan realm, and his strength was considerably weaker than Ivar's, making him relatively easier to deal with. However, she hadn't expected to be discovered as soon as she reached the door. Miklos, long time no see. Annie waved calmly. Miklos released Hughes and said indifferently, You should know your current situation, right? What? Have you come to surrender? Hughes gasped for breath, his right hand already resting on the long sword at his waist, and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, why won't you let me call for help? The two of us might not be a match for you. Miklos shook his head, signaling him to remain silent, and smiled faintly. If you want to call someone, that's fine, but that would spoil the fun. I came with you today because I want to make a deal. Miklos looked around, then opened his door and said, Come in. Hughes looked at Miklos in surprise, wondering what he was thinking. Your Highness. She's in. This. It's all right, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Miklos waved his hand, interrupting Hughes, and smiled and nodded, following the two into the room. The room was simply furnished, a guest room used by the church to receive guests. The three sat around a small round table. Miklos spoke first. How do you want to trade? What are your bargaining chips? Annie's lips curled into a smile. I be frank. I plan to revive the Norma Empire. You should know I have the ability to do so, but now is not the time to directly clash with powerful forces like the papacy in Austin. If possible, I hope to cooperate with you. Miklos asked calmly, How will we cooperate? What will we get? Annie looked. She glanced at Hughes and said, The Veles Empire is located in the heart of the southern desert, with an arid climate, so water elemental mages are extremely scarce. To develop and grow, you need water elemental mages, which is why you have the position of Rain Master. Hughes asked, So what? Can you create water elemental mages for us? Annie smiled faintly. That won't work, but I can give you a water elemental spirit. This magical creature is composed of pure magic power, and its strength has reached the Feng-Yuan realm. It can protect your country and provide for the daily needs of your people, killing two birds with one stone. How about it? What? Hughes exclaimed in surprise. You're not joking, are you? With your cultivation level, you can summon a water elemental spirit from the Feng-Yuan realm? Annie shook her head. Of course not. But you might not know, I went to the water secret realm once before, and brought out a water elemental spirit. To express his gratitude, he's willing to do me a favor. I haven't decided yet, but if you agree, I can have him help you. A flicker of surprise crossed Miklos's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Where is the water elemental spirit? Annie shrugged. Still in the magic secret realm. Miklos then asked, how will he get out? And smiled and said, naturally, I go get him. Don't worry, since I was able to bring him out of the water realm, I can surely bring him out of the magic realm. Hughes said, the realm is closed, and your cultivation level has surpassed the Yuan realm. How can you go in? Could it be? Miklos took a deep breath. You need to reach the Yuan realm. Who knows how long that will take? Besides, this matter is too mysterious. We can't afford to gamble. And said calmly, I know you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Not only do I know about this, but the Brew and Bizon brothers in the Endless Sea also know. You can go and verify with them. Chapter 396. The Endless Sea did indeed send Bizon, but only a small group of about 3. Blue didn't come along. Their purpose wasn't to investigate, but to observe how things developed. Bizon was currently in Gold City, but quite far from the church, located in the south of the city. Miklos immediately stood up and walked outside. Hughes quickly followed, asking, "Your Highness, are we really going to ask?" Miklos said, "This matter is of utmost importance. If we can truly obtain the help of a water elemental spirit at the Fengyuan realm, we can definitely reclaim some lost territory." Hughes swallowed hard. You mean to declare war on the unclaimed wasteland? And didn't know much about Veles, only that they were a desert empire bordering the southern part of the Norma Empire, and that they had a very powerful figure, said to be a top-tier expert capable of rivaling the Adventurers Guild president. Hearing Hughes's words, it seemed that Veles had lost some territory to the unclaimed lands. He said, "Miklos, if we cooperate, I can help you reclaim your lost land. After all, we're allies, helping each other is only right." Miklos waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that. With your current strength, even self-preservation is a problem. Now, let's go find Bizin to verify this. If what you say is true, then there's still a possibility of cooperation. If it's false, then don't blame us." The three then set off together. Annie followed behind Miklos, and naturally no one paid her any attention. They left openly through the church's main entrance, heading south until they arrived at a residential area. Orin had arranged accommodations here for the people of the Endless Sea, and Bizin was also there. Miklos knocked on the door naturally. A blue-haired woman opened it, looking at the three of them curiously. "Who are you?" "I'm Miklos, the head of the Veles investigation team. I want to speak with Bizin to get some information," Miklos said. "Miklos?" A voice came from behind the woman. The woman stepped aside, revealing the room. It was fairly spacious, and the others from the Endless Sea were sitting together, discussing something. Bizin was among them. He stood up, walked to the door, and frowned, asking, "What do you want with me?" Miklos waited a moment. Annie didn't speak, remaining quietly standing to one side, her face obscured by a cloak. Miklos understood Annie's meaning. She didn't want to reveal her identity, thus ensuring the information's authenticity. So Miklos spoke up, "I have something I'd like to ask you about the water elemental spirit." Bizin's eyes narrowed, and he frowned, saying, "What water elemental spirit?" "I don't know." Miklos smiled. "Don't worry," Annie told me. "She wants to make a deal with me using the water elemental spirit. I'm mainly here to investigate." Bizin snorted coldly, "I know nothing about what you're saying. Go away. We have other things to do, so we won't entertain you any longer." He was about to close the door. At that moment, Annie called softly, "Wait." Hearing this voice, Bizin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the cloaked woman. Annie slowly removed her cloak, flashing Bizin a wide smile. "Hi, Bizin, long time no see." Bizin was overjoyed. "Annie, it really is you." But then, he looked puzzled. "You? How did you get with Miklos?" And gave a wry smile. "It's a long story, but what Miklos said was true. I hope you can agree to let Big Blue help Veles for a while, so I can get their help." Bizin nodded quickly. "Of course, no problem. You and Born rescued Big Blue, I believe he agree." And shook her head. "No, it's mainly because of your mirror moon in the water. Don't worry, I owe you this, and I repay you handsomely in the future." Bizin waved his hand. "It's nothing, you're too kind. We're friends who've been through thick and thin together. We were originally supposed to." They were discussing how to rescue Marquis Orin. "Now that you're back, that's perfect." Hearing that Bizin and the others were discussing rescuing Orin, Annie felt a warmth in her heart. "Thank you, but you don't need to get involved in this matter, lest you get yourself into trouble." Then she looked at Miklos and said, "Now you believe me, right?" Miklos frowned. "You have such a good relationship with the Endless Sea, how do I know if you colluded with them beforehand?" Annie sighed. "I have no way to prove it now. Believe it or not, the facts are there. If you take me back to the Holy See, the Holy See will at most award you a Medal of Honor. But if you cooperate with me, then we can become powerful in the future, and no one will dare to bully us anymore. The choice is yours." Miklos stared directly into Annie's eyes, trying to discern something, but after a long pause, he only saw sincerity. Miklos sighed softly and asked, "One last question, what's your relationship with Evar?" Annie hesitated, then replied, "That's a complicated question. I don't know what Marshal Evar's attitude towards me right now, but from the investigation, it seems he's somewhat biased towards me, though I'm not sure." Bizin suddenly said, "Annie, you don't need to doubt it, Marshal Evar is on your side." Annie asked, "Why do you say that?" Bizin scratched his head, "Because the Marshal seems to have known about our relationship for a long time, secretly sent someone to inform us, and is willing to assist us in rescuing Marquis Orin." Upon hearing this, Miklos understood. It seems Marshal Evar has also seen through Phrase. A little scheme, trying to turn the tables. Annie didn't understand what Miklos meant, but that wasn't the point anymore. So what's your stance now? Miklos smiled slightly. Hee, we can help you conceal your identity and whereabouts, but that's all. We won't risk a direct confrontation with the Holy See for such vague things. I believe you understand. Annie nodded. That's enough. Next, please take me back to the church. I need to talk to the marshal. Miklos frowned. You're going to go see him like that? Aren't you afraid he's just trying to trick you? Annie shook her head and smiled. He has no reason to do that. To put it bluntly, he had the opportunity to find me before, but not only did he fail to find me, he also helped me drive away Kyritama. It was this incident that made me doubt his attitude. But why would he do that? Hughes asked, puzzled. He should know this investigation was a trap set for him by Fry. Miklos gave a mysterious smile and slowly said, of course he knows. That's precisely why he did it. I reckon Austin's going to turn on us soon. Following Miklos' words, Annie quickly grasped the crux of the matter. She exchanged a knowing glance with Miklos. Then, under Miklos' cover, Annie successfully returned to the church and arrived outside Evar's door. As a powerful cultivator at the Transformation Realm, no one worried about Evar encountering any danger, so no one guarded the door. Annie gently pushed the door. It wasn't locked and opened easily. The room was pitch black. Annie tiptoed inside, looked around, and saw a bed. She walked over, but after only 2 steps, a hand patted her shoulder. Little girl, you got some nerve. Annie jumped back in fright. A light then illuminated the room, revealing Evar standing there with a smile, holding an oil lamp. Annie forced a smile. Marshal, you're truly amazing. Even after my breakthrough, I still couldn't escape your detection. Evar laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. If you could so easily reach my bedside, I wouldn't have earned my marshal title. Tell me, what brings you here so late at night? Annie hesitated, unsure how to begin. I think. You want to drag me into this, don't you? Evar blurted out. Huh? And was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. Well, it's not exactly dragging me into this, is it? Ha ha ha. Evar laughed. All right, I'm happy to see you safe and sound, so I won't tease you anymore. If it were for the sake of the Empire, I should have arrested you immediately and sent you back to Austin. But the situation is different now. My Duchy of Sharia is in imminent danger, and only you can save us. Seeing Evar smile, and felt a pang of sadness. This man, over 100 years old, had gone to such lengths for the sake of the Duchy of Sharia. It was truly remarkable. Marshal, are you saying Prince Fry is preparing to attack you? A bitter expression appeared on Evar's face. Not preparing, but already. He sent me here for this very purpose. If I don't find you, it will be considered collusion between us, tantamount to treason, and the other lords can then launch a coordinated attack on my Duchy of Sharia. And if you do find me? And asked. Evar sighed, that would be even worse. You know Lil's temperament. If I take you back to Austin, he spared no effort to secretly rescue you. That would completely fall into Frey's trap, leaving no room for reconciliation. My kingdom of Sharia would surely perish. And slowly said, so you think? I think of raising an army. Evar said decisively, although now is not a good time, I have no other choice. If I don't show some strength, those lords will think I'm easy to bully. Are you confident? And asked. No. Evar said bluntly, but I'm prepared. I made contact with the Duchy of Harrington. Their situation is similar to ours. We're in the north and the south, so we can support each other. And shook her head. That's probably not enough. So I'm betting. Evar's eyes gleamed. I'm betting you find me. Me? And was taken aback. Why me? I remember back in Sharia City, you didn't think much of me. But things are different now. Evar said. Back then, I wanted to endure, but now the Empire won't give me the chance. Plus, what you've done has shown me your resilience and fighting spirit. You managed to salvage a mess like the Norma Empire. Your potential is immense. Perhaps even you don't realize it yourself. And gave a wry smile. Marshal, you overestimate me. I only just broken through to the Transformation Realm. My strength is negligible, and it will be difficult for me to contend with the Austin royal family. Evar waved his hand. Don't worry. I thought this through. As long as we win on the Austin battlefield and support an emperor to the throne, establishing a firm foothold, Austin will be our backer. The Norma Empire won't have to worry about who it wants to fight. And frowned. But the Austin royal family has Supreme Realm experts. We're probably no match for them. Evar smiled. The Supreme Realm experts are all in seclusion. The most powerful ones we have right now are at the Abundant Realm, 6 in total. One of them has some connections with Duke Bathuel, and has been helping us all along. He won't stand idly by. What about the other 5? And asked. Evar continued, 2 are reclusive, staying in the palace and not interfering in the power struggles between lords. The other is the younger brother of the previous Duke of Harrington, who will naturally side with us. We only really need to worry about 2 people. They support the Cartwright and Abate territories respectively, and these 2 territories themselves have newly emerged Fengyuan powerhouses, making them the most difficult to deal with. Is that all right? And asked with some concern. Of course there's a problem. Evar sighed. But this is all we can do now. I can hold off one person, but we need to find a way to help the other. That's where you come in. Annie smiled bitterly. My strength is too weak. I'm afraid I can't be of much help. A glimmer of hope flashed in Evar's eyes. I heard that when you escaped from Divine Beast Mountain, someone helped you fend off the Holy Sea's pursuit. Is that true? Annie suddenly realized. Oh, that's what you mean. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I can't contact the person who helped me back then, and they could only help me that one time. I still owe them a favor. Evar sighed upon hearing this. Is there really no way? And thought for a moment and said, it's not that there isn't. If we can join forces with Veles, with the 3rd strongest person on the continent in charge, not only the Austin royal family, but even the Holy See would probably have to be wary. Veles? Evar frowned. They probably wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Besides, if the Desert Eagle really makes a move, those old guys in Austin will definitely get restless. And smiled and said, even if he actually makes a move, the Veles Empire should have quite a few experts at the Fengyuan realm. Chapter 397. Evar shook his head. That probably won't work. Veles has always been neutral, and given their geographical location, sending troops to the Austin Empire would require crossing unclaimed lands. Difficult. Absolutely too difficult. Anne's eyes darted around, and she asked, what about the Endless Sea? Evar frowned and thought for a moment. The situation in the Endless Sea isn't ideal either. They're experiencing internal strife, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. It seems the Austin royal family is involved. Anne smiled. That's perfect. I have a very good relationship with the 2 princes of the Endless Sea. If I have the chance, I can go there, help them resolve their internal problems, and then persuade them to send troops. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with one stone? Evar shook his head with a wry smile. Only you would dare say something like that, but now? The situation is urgent. Is there still time to resolve the matter in the Endless Sea? Annie smiled slightly and said, I think it's fine. We just need to buy time. There are only a few people connected to me. At worst, I just take them all with me. The Holy See wouldn't target the royal family, would they? Evar pondered for a moment, then finally made up his mind. All right. I take another gamble. Annie, go ahead and do it. The Holy See has placed Farid under house arrest this time, and the Adventurers Guild won't let it go easily. As soon as they make a move, I take Veles's men and pretend to engage them. You stay behind and take Orin away. But have you decided where you're going? Annie nodded. I decided, to the Elf Forest. What? Evar's eyes widened instantly. You're not kidding, are you? Annie solemnly said, don't worry, this time I'm taking all my family with me, including my mother, brother Orin, and Uncle Nickel. Sister Margot and Xiaoxue will take them, and I go to the Endless Sea alone. That way, the church will have no reason to continue making things difficult for the Norma Empire. Evar took a deep breath. He naturally knew what the Elf Forest meant. 1,000 years ago, the territory of the Sharia Kingdom was seized from the elves. In a sense, the 2 sides were mortal enemies. If you're already certain, then I have nothing more to say. I try to stall for time, but things have come to this point, and I estimate Fry won't wait long. We only have a year at most. Are you confident? Annie smiled. A year is enough. A day later, the Adventurers Guild reacted very quickly, immediately dispatching Jafari to handle the matter. However, Jafari didn't go directly to Gore City, but instead arrived in Norma City first, retrieving Eva from the church. Given Jaffar's strength, Justin and his men didn't dare utter a sound and immediately handed over the hostage. Meanwhile, a small group of adventurers from the Adventurers Guild appeared outside Gore City. Led by Finis, she hadn't found Anne in Marco's territory, but had met Margot. From Margot, she learned that Anne had already arrived in Gore City, so she rushed to provide support. Thus, Evar and Mikros quickly reached an agreement and simultaneously dispatched troops to meet the enemy. And encountered no obstacles, and successfully rescued Orin, reuniting with Bizin before heading north towards Misty City. Evar and Mikros were only putting on an act. They quickly explained the situation to Finistan. Finistan was astonished, and upon understanding Annie's plan, immediately sent someone to relay the message to Jafari. Jafari was currently meeting with various parties outside Norma City. The Fongyuan realm experts from other forces naturally arrived upon hearing the news. Jafari launched into a tirade without hesitation. What exactly do you want? You dare touch people from my Adventurers Guild? Do you really think our Adventurers Guild is a pushover? Augustine remained silent. After all, they were in the wrong, and the people from the Hairy Empire hadn't come, meaning no one was on his side. However, Augustine wasn't one to back down. After a long pause, he finally said, "Your people may have concealed Annie's whereabouts, which... it was a last resort." "Bullshit," Jafari retorted. "Do you have any evidence? Arresting my men without proof? Is this the level of competence your Holy See is? You're making a laughingstock of the world." Augustine glared at Justin, who shrank back. This was inherently risky. Initially, they captured Orin, thinking they could use some methods to get him to talk, but they underestimated Orin's willpower. Even after enduring torture, Orin remained silent. Left with no other choice, they had to abandon Orin and bring Eva to Norma City. Failing to find Nickel in Norma City, he already knew he was doomed. The Adventurers Guild would definitely retaliate against the Holy See, making the subsequent investigation even more difficult. Karidima whispered, "Excuse me, I have to say something." "Shut up." Jafari roared. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak?" Augustine raised an eyebrow. "Let him talk. What harm could it do? Are you afraid he say something detrimental to you?" Jafari scoffed. "Augustine, you're really getting worse with age." "What? One spider lily isn't enough for you to deal with?" Augustine gritted his teeth. The spider lily had always been a key focus of his attention. In recent years, the spider lily had established a new base somewhere and mastered the method to open magical realms, growing increasingly powerful. Grand Protector Simon had ordered a search across the entire continent to find the spider lily's new stronghold. Therefore, Augustine's main focus wasn't on the Norma Empire, and Justin's actions this time hadn't been reported to him beforehand, leading to his current predicament. "Jafari, stop changing the subject. We're talking about the Norma Empire. We've been investigating for months now, and we haven't found anything. What do you suggest we do?" Jafari chuckled. "Isn't that normal? If we haven't found anything, then we haven't found anything. What's there to say? I think this investigation was completely unnecessary. Whether Annie will return to the Norma Empire is uncertain, but the fact that a Qi Yuan or even Hua Yuan realm expert appeared in the Norma Empire, you actually believe that? That's absurd." Fry, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. "But Nessus did die in the Norma Empire. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, the Norma Empire remains a suspect." Jafari waved his hand, saying, "Wasn't this already settled? The Norma Empire still has some magic cannons and magic arrays left behind. It wouldn't be surprising if they lured Nessus into Ketan City and set up an ambush to kill him. On the contrary, the Hairy Empire sent a transformation realm expert, and we haven't settled that score yet." He glared at Resider. Resider swallowed hard. No one here was on his side. The Holy See had previously expressed dissatisfaction with the Hairy Empire's missionary work, and the Austin Empire also had friction with the Hairy Empire. Now that the Adventurers Guild had brought this matter to the forefront, Resider was in an even more awkward position. Everyone, I have no say in this matter. Let's wait for the royal family's opinion." Wait my foot." Jafari waved his hand impatiently. "In my opinion, everyone should withdraw from the Norma Empire, and the investigation should be terminated. Continuing like this isn't a solution, it's only making the Norma Empire feel threatened, which will backfire, and you all suffer the consequences." Augustine objected. "I disagree. Don't twist the facts. The Norma Empire's suspicion hasn't been ruled out, but that has nothing to do with whether the Hairy Empire violated the agreement. You're Adventurers Guild. If you don't want to investigate anymore, you can leave on your own, we won't stop you. But those who want to continue the investigation can stay, but they must abide by the agreement and prevent this from happening again." Jafari knew it was impossible to get these guys to leave, but he wanted them to at least pay a price. "Here's the deal. Since your people from the Holy See attack my people this time, my demands won't be too unreasonable. You suspend your investigation for a month, and Justin, Kairidima, and Resed, the leaders, will be punished. After that, you can do whatever you want. Our Adventurers Guild will no longer intervene." How about that? While it was said they would no longer intervene, Augustine knew this was impossible. The Adventurers Guild spies were spread throughout the entire Norma Empire, merely shifting from the open to the shadows. But this was already quite good, so he agreed, okay, let's discuss this. They definitely impose some punishment, but the investigation can't be interrupted for so long. How about half a month? 2 months? Damn it! After some bargaining and heated arguments, and with Jafarli's insistence, Augustine and Fry finally agreed to halt the investigation for a month. They also planned to withdraw Justin, who had participated in the house arrest of Farid, from the Norma Empire, and prohibit the Harry Empire and the Amras Empire from continuing the investigation. Only the Holy See, Austin, and Velis remained. Fry did want to recall Evar, but in reality, Evar had only participated in the interrogation of Orin and hadn't harmed Farid, so there was no reason to recall him. He could only let him continue leading the investigation. With the investigation suspended, and Nicole successfully reunited in Misty City. Nicole also brought Eva and Margot along. Eva, unaware of Anne's presence, only reacted upon seeing her, standing frozen in place, and felt a lump in her throat. She should have gone to see her mother immediately upon returning, but the investigation by the Vatican and others had prevented her from acting rashly. Now, they were finally together. And you lost weight. Eva's hands trembled as she gently stroked Anne's face, and grasped Eva's hand, murmuring, "Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry to have worried you." 2 streams of tears flowed from Eva's eyes, yet a smile graced her face, a smile of joy. "I prayed for you day and night, hoping you'd be safe, but I know your mission is of utmost importance. I can't stop you, that would be too selfish. But as a mother, I truly wish someone could take your place, so you wouldn't have to suffer so much." And threw herself into Eva's arms, deeply inhaling that familiar scent, and choked out, "I'm sorry for making you worry, for making you suffer, I'm so sorry." Nicole patted Anne's shoulder and said, "It's alright, Justin didn't make things difficult for you. It's a rare and joyous occasion for our whole family to be together." And forced a smile, then sighed, "But soon we have to part again. Uncle, did you receive my message?" "Really?" Nicole nodded gravely. "Yes, I understand. Are we really going to go this far? Even the Adventurers Guild can't protect us?" Margot replied, "The Adventurers Guild doesn't currently have the strength to confront the Holy See head-on. If the Holy See is certain Annie is in the Norma Empire, they will definitely send more people to search for her, and your safety will be difficult to guarantee. I think Annie's arrangement is reasonable. We all leave the Norma Empire and hide in the Elf Forest. Angela is there, she will help us." Orin nodded. Indeed, their actions this time have been extremely excessive, but Justin and the others haven't received any serious punishment, which speaks volumes. They will reopen the investigation in a month, and things will be even more complicated. We can't stay here any longer. Nicole asked with some worry, "What about those 1,000 men? What about Jonathan and Iliel?" Annie sighed, "They're not close to me, so they're not in much danger. Besides, the Adventurers Guild, the Duchy of Sharia, and the Velis Empire have all made deals with me to cover our operation. That's all we can hope for now." Nicole then asked, "When do we set off?" "Now," Annie said decisively. "Time is our most precious resource. You must set off for the Elf Forest now and find Angela." "And what about you?" Eva asked worriedly. Annie forced a smile. "I'm going back to the Endless Sea with Prince Bizin to help them solve some problems." Eva's heart tightened. They had only just met, and now they had to part again. Then you must be careful, eat more, don't get too thin." Annie nodded. "I know. Don't worry, just wait for me in the Elf Forest. I come and get you when I've prepared everything." Bizin looked at the two of them, reluctant to part, and hesitated. "Actually, there's no need to rush, is there? How about staying another day?" "No." Annie gritted her teeth. "We can't wait even a day now. Every extra day brings more uncertainty. The Adventurers Guild doesn't have any more experts left in the Norma Empire. The fact that we all disappeared together will be discovered sooner or later. We can't wait any longer." Nicole nodded as well. "Indeed, our whereabouts are being closely monitored by the Holy See and others. Our simultaneous disappearance will arouse their suspicion. Let's act as soon as possible." Immediately, everyone changed into adventurers' attire, and, led by Nicole, passed through the entrance to Misty City and entered the Misty Forest. After watching them walk away, Annie's eyes hardened, and she left Misty City with Bizin and the others, heading east. Chapter 398. Iva had already made arrangements. King Lyre personally assigned Maudley to oversee the entire process, ensuring Annie and her party could cross the border smoothly and without hindrance. However, The two sides avoided excessive contact to prevent any suspicious activity, and remained hidden inside the carriage throughout the journey, not even venturing out to eat or sleep. Bizin remained vigilant, avoiding the church and the city of Sharia as much as possible, given that the Imperial Dragon Knights were stationed south of Sharia. After passing through the Duchy of Sharia, they arrived at the Thompson Territory, one of the 10 great territories, ruled by the Thompson family. The Thompson family was a vassal of the first prince. Previously, the first prince had no interest in vying for the throne, and thus focused on developing this territory. Under his diligent governance, the Thompson Territory had risen from last place to the top 3 of the 10 great territories, and a powerful expert at the Fengyuan realm had emerged. The once barren land was now lush with crops, a true transformation. However, the eldest prince's actions did not earn the old emperor's approval. It's said that on the old emperor's birthday, the eldest prince brought a gift that turned out to be their newly cultivated potatoes, leading to an extremely awkward situation. Now that the old emperor is critically ill, the eldest prince has not returned to his territory, but remains in the palace to accompany him, leaving all affairs of the territory to the Thompson family. The head of the Thompson family is Marquis Rand Thompson, a super strong individual who has broken through to the Fengyuan realm. Like the eldest prince, he has no ambition, but is extremely passionate about cultivation and very strict with his children. However, he has some minor conflicts with the Duchy of Sharia, and the reason is surprisingly a woman. In his youth, while traveling in the Duchy of Sharia, he met Kelly, the daughter of the former commander of the Elma Independent Regiment. He was quickly captivated by her beauty and fell in love. However, before he could express his feelings, political turmoil erupted in the Duchy of Sharia. The commander of the Elma Independent Regiment was persecuted for political reasons, and Kelly fled during the chaos, her whereabouts unknown. This incident always bothered Rand. Later, due to his exceptional potential, he was noticed by the eldest prince and became a key figure in the family's cultivation, gradually rising to the position of clan leader. When Bathalai was king of Sharia, he also extended an olive branch to Rand, but Rand coldly rejected it. This resentment continued into Lyre's generation. Therefore, Lyre didn't bother to approach the Thompson family directly, but instead said Bizin to negotiate with them himself to see if they could provide any assistance along the way. Bizin agreed and arranged for documents to be delivered to the Thompson family in advance. However, Rand, naturally unconcerned with such a trivial matter, casually waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to handle it. The person responsible for this was his eldest son, Quentin Thompson. Unlike his father, Quentin was extremely power-hungry. While he wasn't outwardly respectful of the eldest prince's actions, he harbored many complaints behind the scenes, even considering leaving the family and siding with the second prince. However, he also knew the dangers of leaving the family, especially now that the old emperor's opinion was wavering. If the second prince lost power, his fate would be dire. Although he couldn't side with the second prince, Quentin still wanted to make a name for himself, and didn't want to live forever in his father's shadow. Recently, the Empire's policy towards the Endless Sea had changed, seemingly indicating dissatisfaction with the current leader, and a desire to install someone else in power. Quentin astutely grasped this point, securing exclusive trading rights from the royal family. He traded solely with the Grand Elder of the Endless Sea, prohibiting other territories from contacting the Endless Sea. This allowed the Grand Elder of the Endless Sea to establish a trade monopoly, gaining greater influence within the region. Things were developing exactly as Quentin had envisioned. If things continued this way, the Endless Sea would ultimately become a puppet of the Thompson family, and Quentin would secure a place for himself within the imperial power structure. Rand made no comment on Quentin's actions. If Quentin succeeded, it would be a good thing, so Rand turned a blind eye. Upon receiving the official documents, Quentin learned that Bizin was passing through. He sneered inwardly that Bizin Brat doesn't even know whose territory this is. Since he's so ungrateful, I won't be polite either. Men, prepare things, we're going to meet them. Bizin and his party had already entered Thompson's territory. Several days of travel had left them exhausted, but thinking of the matters to be dealt with later, they mustered their spirits. As before, Bizin preferred to take a detour, avoiding the church and protecting Annie as much as possible. Therefore, their group took a detour north, approaching the misty forest. The journey was relatively smooth. They had all the necessary documents, and even though relations between the Endless Sea and Austin were currently strained, as a prince traveling, no one would cause him too much trouble, otherwise, it would be a loss of face. The letter sent to the Thompson family hadn't received a reply. He didn't know if it was because they simply didn't want to reply, or for some other reason. The group successfully traversed Thompson's territory, and soon arrived at the sea. Bizin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, we're finally here," and poked her head out of the carriage and smiled. "You had a hard time these past few days. Now it's sea voyage next. Would you like to rest?" Bizen shook his head. "No, we can rest at sea. I already had someone bring the ship to the vicinity of this port. Once we're at sea, it's our domain." Immediately, someone called out, "Little Prince, look! Isn't that our ship?" Bizen looked up and saw a light blue sailboat on the shore. Its hull was spindle-shaped and wide, a stark contrast to the other ships nearby. "Let's go! Let's go!" The group immediately set off. However, just then, a violent explosion rang out. To everyone's shock, the ship exploded on the spot, flames shooting into the sky. A large hole was blasted in the hull, splitting it in two. The crew members jumped into the sea to escape, creating utter chaos. What happened?" Bizen was shocked, then reacted and shouted, "Quick! Help!" Everyone rushed over and helped pull the people from the endless sea ashore, but the ship was already burned, and the two sections of the hull slowly sank into the sea. Bizen pulled one of the people aside and asked, "What happened? How did the ship suddenly explode?" The man was also shaken and stammered, "Little Prince, I don't know. We've been waiting for you here for a whole day, and nothing unusual happened. Suddenly we heard an explosion, and then it all happened like this." Bizen frowned, about to ask something else, when he suddenly heard someone approach behind him say, "Oh, isn't this our brother from the endless sea? What's with this ship?" Bizen turned around and saw a group of people surrounding a man who was slowly walking towards them. The man was impeccably dressed, handsome, and somewhat dashing, but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. "And you are?" The man smiled. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. Sorry, I am Quentin Thompson, the eldest son of the lord of this place." "Quentin?" Bizen's eyes narrowed. He knew that name all too well. He and his brother had previously investigated the Grand Elder's background and discovered that his trading partner was this Quentin. This kind of thing wasn't difficult to investigate. After all, maritime trade required ships, and if such a big target couldn't be found, they wouldn't be princes. However, Quentin's stated purpose was for the development of the endless sea. After all, the entire empire no longer traded with the endless sea, and only he was willing to trade. But his trading partner was only the Grand Elder, which already indicated his stance. Bizen took a deep breath, pointed to the still burning wreckage of the ship at sea, and said calmly, "Lord Quentin, I know you have a deal with the Grand Elder, but isn't using such methods against me a bit too despicable?" This wasn't just Bizen's wild guess. These people appeared the moment the ship exploded, and the fact that they still carried residual magical energy, without any attempt to conceal it, was enough to explain everything. Quentin shrugged. "Oh dear, you must be Prince Bizen. Don't misunderstand, I just arrived. Our family received a letter from you saying you were passing through here. We wanted to give you a proper welcome, but we couldn't find any trace of you along the way, so we thought we'd just wait at the port. Who knew we encounter something like this?" Bizen secretly rejoiced, thankful he had taken a detour. Otherwise, encountering this guy on the road would have been much more troublesome. "Thank you for your kindness, but no need for your hospitality. Now that we're at the seaside, we can handle the rest ourselves." Quentin laughed. "But your ship is destroyed. How are you going to set sail? Why don't you rest nearby, and I make some arrangements for you?" Bizen felt a pang of regret. When he came from the endless sea, he landed at Divine Beast Mountain, and then followed the church to the Norma Empire, ostensibly to assist in the search for Annie. But now that he was back, he couldn't ask the church for help again, which was why he chose this route. Who knew that this would happen just before setting sail? It seemed Quentin had his eye on him, and was determined to cause him trouble. Now that the ship was destroyed, they couldn't leave the sea for a while. What to do? Just as Bizen was having a headache, and whispered a few words in his ear. Bizen paused slightly, then nodded and said to Quentin, "In that case, we have no other choice. Let's rest in the city for today, and leave as soon as the spare ship arrives tomorrow." A smile crept onto Quentin's lips. He had originally set up an ambush on Bizen's likely route, but Bizen hadn't taken that route at all, rendering his previous plans futile. Now that he finally had his chance, he wasn't going to let Bizen go so easily. Although he couldn't do anything to Bizen openly, he could still cause some trouble for the young prince in secret. As night fell, Bizen and his party entered a nearby port city, Yorkshire, the largest port in the Thompson territory. There were many sailors and boatmen there. 2 years ago, all trade in the endless seas concentrated in York Harbor, creating prosperity for the region, especially at night when the streets and alleys were filled with people seeking pleasure. The group randomly found a hotel to stay in. Bizen carefully closed the door and eagerly asked Annie, "Annie, are you sure you can handle this? We definitely can't use the Thompson family ships. Building our own is a huge undertaking and will take a lot of time. Annie smiled. Don't worry, I already made arrangements. It's just that the ship might be a bit conspicuous. We need to leave under cover of darkness. Bizen said, that's not a problem. As long as you can actually build the ship, everything else is negotiable. Annie asked seriously, who exactly is this Quentin? Bizen sighed. Quentin is the eldest son of the Thompson family. From the investigation. Looking at him, he's very likely the one colluding with the Grand Elder. This time, if we want to reach the port quickly, we have to go through Thompson's territory. There's no other way. I originally thought that since the Vatican was leading this operation, they wouldn't make things difficult for us, but this guy is so brazen. I didn't think things through. And patted his shoulder and said, it's not your fault. This route is the most suitable. Even if we went through other ports, it might not have been this smooth. Now we only need one last step. But don't worry. Since this guy is coming to cause trouble, we can't let him control us. What's your plan? Bizen asked. And smiled slightly. Just wait and see. Night fell silent, the entire port fast asleep. Yet, in the darkness, several figures moved swiftly through the alleyways. Dressed in black and masked, their eyes gleaming with a cold light, their movements were disciplined and orderly, clearly well-trained soldiers. These men in black quickly assembled at the inn where Bizen and his companions were staying. The innkeeper, seemingly prepared, immediately opened the door and let them in. On a distant platform, Quentin sat leisurely in a chair, a wine glass in his hand, watching the scene below with interest. How many men did you send? He asked. A man in black beside him replied respectfully, to ensure everything goes smoothly, we sent 30 men. That's enough to deal with them. Quentin took a sip of his wine, frowning. Don't be careless. That Bizen is a Peakchi Yuan realm expert, 1 foot in the Hua Yuan realm. Are you sure you're okay? The man in black nodded. Don't worry, we have 3 Peakchi Yuan realm experts this time. Taking down Bizen is no problem. Then we can pin the blame on the pirates, and everything will be fine. Hee hee. After a while, there was still no movement from inside the inn. Quentin frowned. Why haven't they made a move yet? The man in black was also a little uneasy. Maybe the drugs are taking effect. Although they made a move, it's not very loud. You used drugs? Quentin raised an eyebrow. The man in black laughed. Of course, we're professionals. Chapter 399. Quentin rolled his eyes at him. Professional my foot. You failed to assassinate that kid Sharia last time, and he even managed to enter the magical realm. What a disgrace. The man in black said sheepishly, that was an accident. When Pule participated in the imperial competition, Emar was also there, so he couldn't act. This time is different. These few blonde kids are a piece of cake, aren't they? Just watch the show. Quentin snorted and was about to take another sip of his drink when suddenly a commotion arose below, followed by a shout, we missed a shot. Quentin felt a sense of foreboding and demanded, what happened? The man in black looked puzzled. That's not right. How could we have missed a shot? Immediately afterward, all the men in black in the inn rushed out and ran towards the port. Quentin glared fiercely at the man in black. This is what you meant by foolproof. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat, completely bewildered and utterly confused. Sir, something's definitely wrong. I go check it out right now. Check it out my ass. Quentin slammed his glass on the ground. How are you watching? 5 grown men slipped away right under your noses, and you didn't even notice. I raised a bunch of good-for-nothings. Useless. The man in black gritted his teeth. He truly didn't know how Bizen and his group had gotten out. He sent over 30 people to keep watch. How could they have missed something? And their carriage was still there. Were they just going to leave it all behind? But there was no time to think about that now. They rushed to the port, only to be met with a burst of flames and a series of deafening explosions that shook the very earth. What happened? Quentin was shocked. The harbor was engulfed in flames, all the ships were consumed by the fire, and the crew members, who had stayed behind to rest, perished. The cargo on board was also set ablaze. A man in black scrambled over and reported, Sir, it's terrible. The people from the endless sea have escaped. What? Quentin roared. How did they escape? They didn't even have a ship. He quickly climbed to a higher vantage point and saw a pale, skeletal sailing ship slowly leaving the harbor, its silhouette indistinct amidst the flames. The man in black was equally astonished. What? What kind of ship is that? Quentin felt a chill run down his spine. The skeletal sailing ship seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It hadn't existed before. Bizen had only arrived at the port yesterday afternoon, with nothing but a carriage. Where did this bone sailing ship come from? He roared angrily at the man in black. What are you all standing around for? Put out the fire. Can you afford to compensate for the lost cargo? The man in black quickly replied, Yes, sir. On the bone sailing ship, Bizon reached out and stroked the bone railing, clicking his tongue in amazement. My God, how did you do that in such a short time, Born? Born leaned against the mast, smugly saying, I'm a lord in the underworld, with tens of thousands of undead under my command. This little thing is a piece of cake. Bizon exclaimed, If my endless seas had this kind of shipbuilding speed, I probably wouldn't be being held hostage by Austin. And looked at the fire in the port and smiled. Quentin has suffered a great loss this time. The trade between your Grand Elder and him will probably be suspended for a while, which will be convenient for our next actions. Bu Xian smiled and said, That's only temporary. The Grand Elder still has quite a few ships. Speaking of which, what are you planning to do? Although my brother and I will do our best to help you, many people in the clan still have traditional views and don't like outsiders. If you confront the Grand Elder head-on, it might backfire. Annie shrugged. I adapt to the situation once I arrive, but you need to explain to me clearly what the current situation is in the Endless Sea. Bu Xian explained in detail. The Endless Sea covers a vast area, but there are only 18 islands that can be inhabited. The islands vary in size, and the largest island is called Sea King Island, which is where my father is located. Each of the other islands has an island lord, and these island lords together form the Elder Council, among which the Grand Elder is the most powerful. Of the 17 islands, 6 support him and have benefited from related trade. 5 island lords side with my father, while the remaining 5 are undecided. They nominally support the ruler, but don't care who is in power, and are unwilling to get involved in the power struggle. Of course, these 5 islands are located on the edge of the Endless Sea, so even if a civil war breaks out, it probably won't affect them. My father is the strongest in the entire sea, followed by the Grand Elder. The other island lords are roughly equal in strength, all at the Qi Yuan Hua Yuan realm. Because the secret realm passage we opened is too small, there aren't many strong individuals. My brother and I entering the magic secret realm together has actually caused dissatisfaction among the other island lords. However, dissatisfaction aside, it was achieved through fair competition, so there's nothing to complain about. However, the Grand Elder, due to his trade with the Austin Empire, seems to have secretly acquired some high-quality secret realm origins, making his power no weaker than ours. Our only advantage on Sea King Island right now is that my father possesses the blessing of the Sea God, the only one in the entire tribe to do so. The blessing of the Sea God? Annie was taken aback. What's that? Bushin explained. When the people of the Endless Sea reach the age of 8, they must go to the Eye of the Sea God. It's an extremely dangerous sea area. It's usually calm, but a sudden storm can erupt, with towering waves. Many people die there every year, but most escape. Some are even blessed and gain power from it. My father is one such person. After leaving the Eye of the Sea God, his strength increased dramatically, more than double that of his peers. That's the blessing of the Sea God. Annie nodded. It was similar to their magic aptitude test, only much more dangerous and mysterious. Born asked, Then why is it called the blessing of the Sea God? What does it mean? Bizon replied, The Sea God is a deity worshipped by our people. Legend has it that in ancient times, we were the children of the Sea God, protected by him, and able to dominate the entire ocean. Of course, these are just legends, but the Eye of the Sea God is indeed incredibly mysterious. I went there once, but fortunately, I didn't encounter any danger. Annie asked, Then do you think there's anything different there? Bizon nodded yes. There is indeed a pure magical power there that can allow those with lower strength to break through barriers. Later, I even secretly approached it once, and I even heard something calling to me. Annie and Born exchanged a glance. The Eye of the Sea God was indeed quite wondrous. Soon, Born returned to the underworld, while the others rested on the ship. Reaching the Endless Sea would take some time, and everyone needed to conserve their energy for the challenges ahead. However, reality was far from smooth. Just as dawn broke the next day, a loud shout rang in everyone's ears, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Annie and Bizon rushed to the stern, where 3 large ships were slowly approaching. Judging from the insignia on their hulls, they belonged to the Thompson family. Bizon frowned. It seems they have spare ships. This is troublesome. Our ship is unarmed, putting us at a significant disadvantage in naval battle. Annie watched the approaching ships, lost in thought. The enemy had sent 3 warships. They seemed determined not to let them return to the Endless Sea. Since that was the case, Annie wasn't going to hold back. She immediately said, Bizin, do you have the guts to fight me? Bizin chuckled, you and I? Haven't we caused enough trouble already? Annie laughed too. How can we be afraid of these guys at sea? Come on. Get everyone ready for battle. On the Thompson family's warship, Quentin leaned on the mast, gazing into the distance, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Heck, you think you can run? That crappy ship can outrun my family's warships? How laughable. This time, I show you what I'm capable of. Load all the magic cannons, and on my command, launch an attack and riddle them with holes. Yes, sir. The crew shouted in unison. They hadn't fought a naval battle in a long time. Even when they went to wipe out pirates, it was just small-scale skirmishes. This time, even an important figure from the Thompson family had personally come to oversee the battle, so naturally, they wanted to make a good impression. The bone-sailing ships built by Bourne and his men were naturally crudely made. They were fine for drifting in the endless seas, but really inadequate for naval warfare, their speed simply not in the same league as the Thompson family's warships. As the distance between the two sides closed, Quentin's smile grew wider. If he could kill Bizin here and eliminate all witnesses, the Sea King's power would be severely weakened. Even if they investigated, he could blame it all on pirates. There were many pirates nearby, some quite powerful, and with the Grand Elder covering for him, even if the Sea King suspected him, he would have no evidence. Just as Quentin was contemplating the future, a shifty-looking man beside him whispered, Sir, the distance is about right. Quentin snapped out of his reverie, did a rough calculation, nodded, and raised his right hand. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his command to fire a volley of magic cannons, blasting the opposing bone-sailing ship to smithereens. But then, a sudden change occurred. Quentin's warship shuddered violently, and Quentin lost his footing, falling from the mast and landing hard on his backside. Immediately afterward, a sailor on the port side shouted, It's leaking. Quentin scrambled to his feet, yelling, What happened? How did it suddenly start leaking? Someone pointed to the sea and shouted, Look. What's that? Quentin rushed over and saw several gliders darting rapidly through the water, but there was no one on their backs. Quentin's eyes narrowed. He knew all too well what gliders represented. It seemed the enemy had struck before he could even attack. Find them now. They already boarded. Quentin roared, turning around. But he didn't need to remind them. The other warship on the left roared to life, bursting into flames. The crew screamed in agony, and chaos erupted. Quentin was furious. They hadn't even seen their opponents yet, and they were already in such a sorry state. If anyone found out, he'd lose all face. However, Quentin quickly saw two figures jump off the left warship, riding gliders, and rapidly approaching the right warship. He immediately understood their objective was clear, to stop their pursuit, not to confront them directly. Quentin immediately clenched his fist, channeling his magic to concentrate it into a lightning spear, then roared and hurled it fiercely. The lightning spear arced through the air, hurtling towards the two gliders in the water. Quentin, also a transformation realm expert, was confident his strength surpassed Bushin's. Even if this attack couldn't kill Bushin, it would at least halt his movements, thus turning the tide of the battle. However, to his surprise, a jet of water suddenly erupted from the sea, colliding head-on with the lightning spear. With a deafening roar, the spear exploded in midair. Despite its considerable power, it caused no harm to the gliders. What? Quentin exclaimed in shock. The power of that water jet was no less than his own lightning spear. What did this mean? It meant that his opponent had also reached the transformation realm, or even surpassed him. But he had met Bizin, and knew his strength inside and out. He couldn't be wrong unless the kid was exceptionally cunning. However, based on his investigation, the Bizin brothers were both open and honest, never hiding their strength. This was strange. Could it be that they had brought a powerful expert with them this time? Quentin was momentarily confused. Meanwhile, the two winged fish successfully reached the right-hand warship. A huge fire spirit appeared out of nowhere, slamming its fist into the hull. The hull shattered with a loud crash, as if made of paper. At the same time, the fire giant vanished without a trace. Fire? A fire elemental spirit? Quentin couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't noticed it when the left-hand warship was attacked, but this time he saw it with his own eyes. It was indeed a fire elemental spirit. When did the Endless Sea have fire elemental mages? Quentin felt his mind reeling. Since ancient times, the Endless Sea had never produced any mages other than water elementals. He didn't know if it was due to bloodline or geographical location, but there had never been an exception. The current situation can only mean one thing. There's someone in the Endless Sea team who isn't from the Endless Sea, and he's a fire elemental mage. Who is this person? Just as Quentin was lost in thought, Annie and Bizen had already returned to the Bone sailboat on their gliders. All three of the Thompson family's warships were severely damaged, and they probably wouldn't be able to catch up with them for the time being. Chapter 400. Annie collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Casting Enhanced Fire Spirit's Wrath had drained a significant amount of her magic power. This spell, which she had obtained from Finnis in the magic realm years ago, was the only large-scale fire elemental spell she could currently cast. However, it was a high-level spell, extremely mana-intensive, and incredibly difficult to cast. Therefore, the fire elemental spirit Annie summoned could only unleash one attack before dissipating on its own. If it weren't for Bizen's help, Annie probably wouldn't have been able to return on her own. "Annie, how are you?" Bizen asked with concern. Annie gave a wry smile. "Don't worry, I won't die, I'm just exhausted. But there's no other way. If I don't use this move, I can't seriously damage their warship. Minor damage is useless, so I have to take the plunge." Bizen gave her a thumbs up. "You're really amazing. You can use magic of any element, you're a true all-rounder. I never seen anyone like you before." Annie grinned. "Well, now you have." After the fierce battle, Annie was soaked to the bone. Her thin clothes clung to her body, and with her chest heaving, Bizen blushed and his heart pounded. He had seen many beautiful girls in his family throughout his life, so his standards were naturally high. But he had never seen anyone like Annie before. His adventures with Annie in the water realm, to seize the heavenly treasure, had shown him her courage and wisdom. Later, in the Norma Empire, Annie risked her life to secretly help the Empire's development, which showed him her resilience and tenacity. Bizen was about the same age as Annie. Their extended time together had stirred a strange feeling within him. He felt happy just talking to Annie, let alone now that she was smiling at him. Seeing Bizen blush, Annie realized her posture was somewhat inappropriate, so she got up and went into the cabin to change into clean clothes. Bizen said, "Living in the Endless Sea, you could get wet at any time. When we get to Sea King Island, I find you some clothes that fit. Our clothes there are made of waterproof material, which will be more convenient." Annie smiled, "Thank you so much." The Endless Sea was vast and boundless. Without a guide or navigation tools, one could drift at sea for countless days without ever seeing an island. Many of Bizen's men had navigation tools, so their route was definitely not a problem. The Thompson family's pursuers didn't continue their pursuit. Firstly, the ship was severely damaged and no longer suitable for long voyages. Secondly, Annie's earlier display of skill had made Quentin somewhat wary. In naval warfare, the most terrifying elemental mage was a fire mage, especially one capable of casting advanced magic, a nightmare for any warship. Several days later, Bizen spotted Sea King Island in the distance. The island's guards quickly noticed the strange vessel, and two small boats rapidly approached. Upon seeing Bizen on the skeletal sailing ship, they breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly welcomed them ashore. After landing, Bizen led Annie ashore on Sea King Island. The islanders were quite surprised by Annie's arrival. Since the Austin Empire severed trade with the Endless Sea, no outsiders had visited for a long time. Blue pushed through the crowd and spotted Annie immediately, exclaiming excitedly, "Annie, what brings you here?" Annie smiled. "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" Blue grabbed Annie's hand. "How could I? If you had told me you were coming, I would have prepared properly. Come, come, let me take you to see my father." Bizen stepped forward and slapped Blue's hand away. "Brother, don't touch me." Blue was startled, then realized what he'd done, scratching his head. "Sorry, I got too excited, ha ha ha." The crowd escorted Annie towards the central area of the island. Sea King Island was vast, and the distance from the port to the central area was considerable. Therefore, they traveled in a strange vehicle, similar to a horse-drawn carriage, but pulled by a magical beast resembling a water buffalo. The islanders called it Tauren. This beast was strong and robust, even more endurance than a horse, but it drank a lot of water, and could not survive in arid places, making it a unique feature of the Endless Sea. The group arrived at the Sea King's palace, the office and residence of successive Sea Kings, similar to a royal palace in a continental country, divided into a main hall and a rear hall. Since Annie was a guest, a simple welcoming ceremony was held in the main hall. Upon entering the main hall, Annie immediately saw a burly middle-aged man seated in the center. This must be the master of the place, Sea King Will, and bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, greetings. I am Annie, from the Norma Empire." Will smiled faintly and said warmly, "Welcome, Annie. I long heard of your deeds. Truly a young hero. These days, if Blue and Bizen don't mention you for a day, I feel like the sun has risen in the west. Bizen blushed, and Blue scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. The Sea King continued, your arrival is perfect timing. Let Blue and Bizen show you around. It's not easy for people from the mainland to come to my endless sea. Bizen then said loudly, Father, actually, I brought Annie here for another matter. Oh! Will was slightly taken aback. Another matter? What is it? Bizen glanced at the guards on either side, while Will waved his hand, and everyone withdrew, leaving only the four of them in the hall. Will said, now you can speak, right? Bizen took a deep breath and said, Father, Annie has come to help us fight against the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Will's eyes widened instantly, and a wave of pressure descended. Nonsense! Do you know what you're saying? The interior of my endless sea. How can we let others interfere in our affairs? Bizen shrank back, but Blue stepped forward and said, Father, even the Grand Elder can get the Thompson family to support him, so why can't we? Besides, Anne isn't an outsider. She opened the water realm in the magic realm, and brought Big Blue out with her. Aren't these things enough to make you believe her? Will shook his head. It's not that I don't believe her, but this matter violates ancestral teachings. If I really let her interfere in clan affairs, it might backfire, and the other wavering elders would side with the Grand Elder. And then spoke up, I think Lord Neptune is right. Will didn't expect Anne to agree with him and smiled, and you don't need to feel pressured. Just treat this trip as a vacation. Blue and Bizen will keep you company. And shook her head. If we're talking about sightseeing, then I really don't have time, Lord Neptune. I come to seek the help of the endless sea. Will frowned. If I remember correctly, the Norma Empire is west of Austin, quite a distance from the coastline, right? I know the Norma Empire is in a rather awkward situation right now, but we never had any contact since ancient times. If we have, you better not say you're from the Norma Empire when you're here. Upon hearing this, not only Anne was stunned, but even Blue and Bizen looked puzzled. Blue asked, Father, why is that? Will sighed. You younger generation probably don't know. But most of the elders have heard the legend that the first emperor of the Norma Empire was a close friend of our clan's patriarch. By chance, they obtained the key to the water elemental realm and agreed to enter together to obtain its treasure. However, when the realm opened, the Norma Emperor abandoned the patriarch and ran off into the water realm himself. This enraged the patriarch, who never contacted the Norma family again. But that was a long time ago. Annie's forehead creased with 3 black lines. So, the man Big Blue mentioned must be the first emperor of the Norma Empire. But his behavior was eccentric, he didn't act like an emperor at all. Blue said, that happened so long ago, who remembers? Besides, it was the Norma Emperor's fault. What does it have to do with Annie? Annie even led us into the water realm. Will chuckled wryly, that's true, but some people just hold grudges. Annie said, Lord Neptune, don't worry. If the endless seas are willing to help, we can launch an attack from the eastern coast of the continent. We already reached agreements with the Adventurers Guild, the Duchy of Sharia, and the Velis Empire. If it really comes to a confrontation, we won't fear any force. Will gasped, the Adventurers Guild has also agreed to cooperate with you? Annie nodded, yes, the Austin Empire is currently in turmoil. The only real threats to our alliance are the Papacy and the Hairy Empire. What about Amras? That guy's not stable either. Blue asked. And smiled. Don't be afraid. Amras borders the Ghost Realm. They're probably busy protecting themselves right now. Will frowned and pondered for a moment. This isn't something I can decide alone, but I think, given the current situation, the other elders won't agree to cooperate. After all, the Holy See alone is powerful enough to sweep across the entire continent. But he can't do that. And said, the Pope and the 12 Guardians are all Supreme Realm experts. Their actions are earth-shattering. The Holy See prides itself on being the light of righteousness on the continent, worshipping the goddess of light, and not interfering in worldly affairs. Their intervention in our Norma Empire's affairs is under the guise of purging necromancers. So you don't need to worry, these Supreme Realm experts will definitely not intervene unless you reach the Divine Beast Mountain. Will shook his head. Since they can intervene in the Norma Empire's affairs under the pretext of purging necromancers, they can use the same reason to help the Austin and Hairy Empires deal with us, can't they? Annie smiled slightly and said, do you really think the other Shore Flower will sit idly by and do nothing about these things? Will's eyes lit up. You mean the other Shore Flower will use this as an excuse to attack the Divine Beast Mountain if its defenses weaken? Annie nodded. That's how the other Shore Flower operates. Although I haven't contacted them, I believe they will seize this opportunity. Will then nodded slightly and said, if the other Shore Flower secretly holds them back, and with the Adventurers Guild and the top experts of Velis, they might actually be able to stand against the Holy See. However, this matter is of great importance. If the council cannot pass it, I am powerless to help. Annie waved her hand and said, I naturally won't put Lord Sea King in a difficult position. You can convene the council and discuss this matter there. Will frowned. Are you confident you can persuade them? Annie shrugged. How will you know if you don't try? Will immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, truly a young hero. You really broaden my horizons. All right. I order the council to be convened right now, but it might take 2 or 3 days for all the elders to arrive. You should rest first. Annie bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Sea King. Annie then followed Blue and Bizen out of the hall. Bizen said with some worry, Annie, are you sure you're confident? Those old fogies aren't so easy to deal with. Annie thought for a moment and asked, what do they value most? Blue replied, of course, they value strength first. With your strength, you're naturally no match. Among the younger generation in the entire Endless Sea, I doubt anyone can rival you. But they're just young people. The 17th Elder still has many strong individuals. Annie asked, don't you have any Supreme Realm experts here? Bruce smiled wryly. Yes, there is. It's my great-grandfather, but he's long since retired from worldly affairs and has been in seclusion in the Eye of the Sea God. Bizen said, I never even seen my great-grandfather. He hasn't appeared since reaching the Supreme Realm. Even the children, who awaken magic in the Eye of the Sea God, haven't seen him. Nobody knows where he is, or if he's still alive. Annie scratched her head. Can I go to the Eye of the Sea God? Maybe I get lucky and see the old master. Bruce stroked his chin. Outsiders are generally not allowed to enter the Eye of the Sea God, but if you go in as our clansman's fiancé, it should be fine. Bizen was stunned, then exclaimed, Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Annie laughed. Sure. I have no objection. Which of you two wants to be my fiancé? Both Blue and Bizen blushed simultaneously. Blue puffed out his chest and said, well, I'm the eldest, so of course I have to take responsibility. How about I do it? Bizen, unusually assertive, pulled Blue back. Brother, how can you do this? As the younger brother, I should share the burden. I do it this time. Blue squeezed in again. Little brother, you're still young. People might not believe you have a fiancé. Let me do it. You step back a bit. Bizen protested, brother. We're twins.